Like, subscribe and share Light Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 84. After Luna finished reading the letter, her fingertip lingered for a moment on the words "by my side." Then, she held the letter close to the candle flame, watching it curl up, char, turn to ash, and fall into the copper ashtray. The shape of the ashes vaguely resembled a twisted snake. She didn't reply. She simply swept the ashes into an empty medicine bottle and tucked it deep into the drawer. On the day of departure, King's Cross Station was bustling with activity. Steam locomotives puffed out thick white smoke, owls of various colors fluttered in their cages, parents chattered incessantly, and new students looked around excitedly and nervously. Xenophilius also arrived. He looked thinner than he had 2 years ago, his face was an unhealthy pale, and his eyes behind thick glasses held a deep weariness and a complex, hesitant expression. He helped Luna load her luggage onto the cart, his fingers rising several times as if he wanted to pat his daughter's shoulder or say something, but in the end they just fell limply to the ground. "Once you get to school, write a letter," he finally said, his voice hoarse. "Be careful. Tone down those weird hobbies. Don't cause any more trouble." Luna nodded, her face expressionless. "Okay, Dad." Between father and daughter lay 2 years of accumulated silence, the decisive break that occurred when they climbed out of the window on that snowy night, and many unspeakable secrets and pains. Alienation is like a layer of transparent ice, covering the surface of calm. The train whistle blared. Luna pushed her luggage cart and rushed without hesitation toward the wall between platforms 9 and 10. "As I passed through, it felt like squeezing through a layer of warm mist, and suddenly everything opened up. The Hogwarts Express, like a giant, crimson python, lay quietly beside the smoke-shrouded platform." Luna found an empty private room and put her luggage away. The absence of the shadows made her feel a slightly uneasy lightness, but also a vague sense of unease. She sat alone by the window, watching the fields, rivers, and forests gradually turning autumnal rush by outside. Sunlight streamed through the glass, dancing on her light blonde hair. She instinctively raised her right hand and tugged at the cuff of her left sleeve. Concealed by the sleeve, the faint, almost illusory lines on the inside of her wrist have now deepened in color and become slightly clearer. Those are indelible marks left on the body after continuous practice of specific magic, which deepened the resonance between the soul and dark forces. Luna gazed out the window, her light silver-gray eyes reflecting the flowing scenery, yet deep within them lay a quietude beyond her years and a certain brilliance waiting to be unleashed. Meanwhile, in the class chief compartment at the front of the train, Kaiser Wilkes, now a low-key yet formidable figure among the third-year Slytherin students, was sitting by the window. He was surrounded by several students, all dressed in green academic robes, with expressions ranging from shrewd to gloomy, who were whispering about academy affairs and some interesting rumors. But Caesar's gaze pierced through the glass of the compartment and the distance between several carriages, landing far away on the window of an ordinary compartment behind him, as if he could see the pale golden figure sitting alone by the window. "The second phase of the plan has officially begun. Welcome to the true beginning, Your Majesty the Dark Lord." The ceiling of Hogwarts' Great Hall shimmered with a magical replica of a deep starry sky. Hundreds of suspended candles cast warm, golden light onto the gleaming plates on the 4 long tables and onto the nervous or excited faces of the new students. The air was filled with the smells of roasted sausages, pumpkin pies, and the distinctive starched aroma of newborn paisley. Luna stood at the back of the line, her brand new black robe slightly oversized, making her appear even smaller. Her light blonde hair was unusually neat today, tied back with a simple dark blue hairband. She waited quietly, her pale silver-gray eyes calmly sweeping across the magnificent auditorium, past the floating ghosts, and settling in the center of the teachers' seats. Seated there was a tall, thin wizard with long silver hair and a beard, wearing half-moon spectacles. Albus Dumbledore. His gaze swept gently over the new students, but Luna felt that his gaze seemed to linger on her for an extremely brief moment. Luna subtly shifted her gaze to a small, reflective stone slab in front of her toes. Whispers flowed like a gentle stream between the new students and the long tables. Lovegood. Is it Lovegood, the one from the Quibbler? Is her mother? I heard it's a bit strange. When Professor McGonagall pronounced Lovegood, Luna clearly and forcefully, the murmurs became slightly more noticeable. Luna seemed not to hear her. She walked steadily toward the high stool in front of her, her robe barely swaying. As she sat down, she felt countless gazes upon her, curious, inquisitive, and prejudiced. Professor McGonagall gently placed the worn, patched sorting hat on her fluffy blonde hair. The brim of the hat barely touched her hair. Oh! A loud, slightly surprised voice exploded in her mind, not through her ears. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Luna held her breath. She could sense that the hat wasn't simply covering her head, but rather something more subtle was touching her surface thoughts, probing deeper. I saw it. The sound of the hat became like a whisper, traveling through the corridors of her consciousness. The footprints in the deep forest are neither human nor those of ordinary wild animals. The whispers under the moonlight come from beneath the water's surface, from the cracks in the rocks, a resonance with darkness, with shadows, with those who are usually rejected and feared. Is it innate? Or? The hat paused. Luna could feel its probing becoming sharper, like a cold needle trying to pierce certain areas of her memory and emotions that were deliberately protected or obscured. Besides, the hat's voice suddenly deepened, filled with confusion and a rare hint of wariness. A trajectory. A trajectory that has been carefully guided and repeatedly refined. On the young soul, there is another layer of marks left by an older, colder will. Someone has planted a seed and laid a track in your heart, or rather, on the path of your soul's growth. It's not for knowledge itself, but for a specific destination. Luna's heart skipped a beat. Caesar's figure, his serene face as he taught, his whispers in the two-way mirror, their embrace on a snowy night, the blood and vows by the swamp. Countless fragments seemed about to burst forth under the watchful eye of the hat. She forced herself to calm down and tried to recall the kind, dark eyes she had seen when she sang the Quibbler. I recall those naive and whimsical doodles in my mother's notebook. Those relatively safe marks belong to the Lovegood family's strange markings. Chapter 85. The hat seemed to have received this chaotic flow of information. It was silent for a few seconds. Those seconds felt like centuries to Luna. The auditorium quieted down, and the students peered out curiously. The sorting hat rarely lingered on a freshman's head for so long, unless it was a particularly difficult decision. A contradiction, but the tracks have already been laid. The hat finally murmured, its voice carrying an almost regretful tone. Intelligent, without a doubt. Eager to understand unconventional knowledge, with insightful observations that allow one to see the ripples beneath the surface. Ravenclaw will give you wisdom, its libraries and traditions will feed your curiosity, and its towers will bring you closer to the stars. No matter which part of the sky you want to observe. The sorting hat paused, then added in a voice only Luna could hear, almost as softly as a warning carried away by the wind. But, child, wisdom has many faces. Carefully discern whether what you seek is the starlight illuminating the fog, or the temptation to become part of the fog yourself. Ravenclaw. The last three words were shouted out by the hat in a loud voice that echoed throughout the entire auditorium. A polite but restrained applause erupted around the Ravenclaw table, the blue bronze table runner gleaming with a rational and calm light in the candle light. Several older students curiously sized up the newcomer, whispering rumors about the surname Lovegood. Luna stood up and returned the sorting hat to Professor McGonagall. She walked toward the Ravenclaw table, her steps still steady, but her left hand unconsciously and gently gripped her right wrist. Concealed by the wide sleeves of the robe, the dark, vine-like pattern on the inside of her wrist seemed to be activated by the probing of the hat. A faint but distinct burning sensation, like being licked by flames, was coming from within. Caesar lowered his eyes, picked up the golden goblet in front of him, and took a sip of the chilled pumpkin juice. The journey has begun. Luna's enrollment marks the beginning of the story, but for you, now is not the time for Voldemort's resurrection. Luna needs more time to tame powerful creatures to prepare for the final battle. Therefore, as a Death Eater infiltrated by Voldemort, you unceremoniously used your illusionary abilities to mislead everyone beforehand, doing two things. First, you seized the Philosopher's Stone, thus controlling the timing of Voldemort's resurrection. The second point is to make everyone believe that Luna is diligently studying at school. In reality, he takes her to various corners of the world, using his memories and experiences from his first simulation to search for various magical creatures. Time moves slowly forward under this steady impetus, until one day you feel it's time to give Luna a little push, to share a bit of your own expectations with her. That night, Luna was exhausted after finishing the ancient runes exercise assigned by Caesar in her dormitory in the Ravenclaw Tower. The two-way mirror placed beside the pillow suddenly began to vibrate violently without warning. Instead of the familiar silver-gray ripples, the mirror's surface surged with ominous, viscous, scarlet waves. A distorted, hoarse, and heavily distorted male voice crept out from the mirror. "To Caesar, the Dark Lord, I suspect, Snape, is untrustworthy, and requires proof." The sound stopped abruptly. The crimson ripples vanished as quickly as the tide receded, and the mirror returned to its calm state, reflecting only Luna's face, which had instantly lost all color, and her pale grey eyes, wide with shock. Dead silence. 3 minutes later, the mirror's surface rippled again, this time in a familiar silver-grey hue. Caesar's face appeared at the other end, against the backdrop of the dark green curtains of his Slytherin bedroom four-poster bed. "Caesar, just now." Luna had barely uttered her words when she caught a fleeting, cold glint in the depths of Caesar's eyes. "Did you hear that?" Caesar's voice was steady, but slightly lower than usual. Luna nodded, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the blanket. "Voldemort." Caesar uttered the name with undisguised indifference. "He's testing the security of my communication channels, and he's testing you too." "Testing me?" Luna's voice was a little tense. Caesar's gaze, through the mirror, was fixed intently on her eyes. "Testing whether you panic, whether you run to report to a professor, and whether you deserve to be included in a more core secret." Luna felt a chill creep down her spine. She had heard of Voldemort, a name that was taboo throughout the wizarding world. "Caesar, what is your relationship with the Dark Lord?" Caesar was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "He was a stage I had to go through in my life, and I won't linger there for long. Besides, he's far less important to me than you." Luna felt her heart racing. She desperately wanted to tell them to stop, as this was extremely dangerous. But she had become accustomed to obeying Caesar. She seemed unable to refuse any of the other person's requests. "Next," Luna said in a trembling voice. "Then what should I say?" "To whom?" "Say nothing. To anyone." Caesar's tone left no room for argument, "especially your father. He has recently started writing to Dumbledore frequently, inquiring about monitoring and intervention programs for atypical traces of dark magic in underage wizards. Dumbledore has not yet given a formal reply, but we must assume that the headmaster will eventually turn his attention to you." Fear, like icy water, instantly overwhelmed Luna's entire being. The father's increasingly cloudy yet occasionally sharp eyes, his trembling fingers as he stroked the photo on his mother's work desk late at night, and his complex expressions as he hesitated to speak several times. All the details, when pieced together, point to a fact she doesn't want to face. Xenophias was struggling to lift his head from the mire of sorrow, trying to grasp the hem of his daughter's garment as she slid toward the abyss. "Should we stop?" Luna's voice was so soft it was almost a whisper, carrying a faint hope that she herself wasn't even aware of. In the mirror, Caesar's voice was steady, yet every word was sharp and clear. "We've gone way too deep into the tunnel, Luna. Looking back, the light at the entrance has long since vanished. Stopping will only trap you in eternal darkness, where you'll be swallowed up by what catches up with you. Caesar's face drew slightly closer to the mirror, his deep grey pupils seeming to pierce through the distance, imprinting themselves directly onto her soul. The only safe direction now is to keep moving forward until the day we can control the entire tunnel and define the light and darkness within it. The call ended, and the mirror returned to its cold state. Luna lay in the darkness, a slight, persistent tingling sensation emanating from the dark lines on her wrist. It seemed to echo the pair of peering eyes in the distant darkness, and Caesar's declaration in the mirror that there was no turning back. Chapter 86. In early April, the Scottish Highlands were shrouded in continuous rain, and the damp, chilly air seemed to seep into the thickest stone walls of the castles. A weary owl flew through the open window of the Ravenclaw Tower and tossed a parchment envelope with rain-soaked edges onto Luna's open Intermediate Transfiguration textbook. The handwriting on the envelope was trembling and illegible. It was the work of Synovia Slovegood. Luna put down her quill, her fingertips cold as she unwrapped the sealing wax. The words on the letter sounded more like painful murmurs. Luna, my dearest daughter. Last night, I was sorting through your mother's old things again. At the very bottom of that peeling oak box in the basement, I found her diary, which she wrote when she was pregnant with you. The edges of the parchment were brittle. She wrote, I dreamt of you in the future, walking on the blurred boundary between light and shadow, one hand holding onto the falling stars, the other embracing the silent abyss. She said she was happy because my child will be freer than anyone else, she will see the hidden textures of the world. But I'm scared, Luna. I've been having the same dream lately, the vine-like lines on your left wrist. Yes, I saw it. Last summer, your sleeve slipped down while you were napping, and I came in to close the window. Kaiser Wilkes, what did he take you to do? Have you been anywhere? Please reply and tell me the truth. Or at least let me visit you on the next Hogsmeade day. We can go to Three Brooms, sit in our old spot by the window, and have a hot butterbeer, just like when your mother was still alive. Just chatting, I won't ask anything. Okay? I love you. Dad. Raindrops pattered against the stained glass windows of the tower, producing a monotonous yet dense sound. Luna sat in an armchair by the window, the letter trembling in her hands. I don't know if it was because of the cold fingertips, or because of the heart in my chest that was suddenly clenched, causing me pain so intense it was almost suffocating. She sat there blankly for the entire afternoon. The quill pen was picked up and put down again, the parchment was filled with writing and then torn to shreds. The first version was filled with meticulously crafted lies. The patterns are just a magical allergy. Caesar was just a friend. I'm doing well at school, and my grades are good. After finishing writing it, Luna herself couldn't believe that this clumsy disguise could fool her father, who had once edited Singing the Divergence and uncovered countless bizarre truths. She crumpled the letter into a ball, threw it into the fireplace, and watched the flames quickly engulf it. The second version is filled with heartbreaking cries and pleas for help. Dad, I'm scared. But I can't stop. That knowledge was like a swamp, sucking me down. Help me. Tears blurred the ink, turning the words into smudges of despair. This version is more realistic, but it also means that the father is completely dragged into the dark vortex she is in. This means she might provoke an unpredictable reaction from Caesar, and it means she might lose her current position forever. Even though it was full of thorns, it was the only road she knew. She trembled and tore the version to shreds. As darkness fell, the rain continued. The house elf turned on the light in the common room, but the warm yellow glow couldn't dispel the chill emanating from her. Finally, she took out the bottle of concealment ink that Caesar had given her long ago. The writing produced by this ink will only appear briefly when the recipient reads out a specific preset keyword. She unfolded the new parchment. The surface text, written with ordinary ink and in the smoothest possible strokes. Dear Dad. I'm doing well. Caesar has been helping me with my studies, and I got an excellent grade on my history of magic paper. The marks on my wrist were just an allergic reaction caused by accidentally coming into contact with a mutated variety of poisonous tentacles during my herbal medicine class last semester. Madame Pomfrey has already taken care of it. She says it will gradually subside as the magic stabilizes. Hogsmeade Day requires students in Year 3 or higher to attend, but we can look forward to summer vacation and going to 3 broomsticks together for your favorite butterbeer. I love you. Luna. The handwriting was neat, and the tone was ordinary, like a well-behaved daughter reporting her daily life. Then, she switched to a special quill pen, dipped it in the cool, concealed ink, and wrote down what she truly wanted to say in the blank spaces of the letter, between the lines. The pen trembled, the handwriting sometimes chaotic, sometimes broken, as if each word was struggling. Dad, what if I told you that what I'm learning isn't the magic taught at school? Rather, it's about how to converse with darkness, how to use pain as a medium, and how to plant seeds of suggestion within the fears of others. Will you hate me? If I told you that Mom's accident wasn't a simple accident, or at least not entirely? Will you forgive me, the one who may have indirectly caused all of this? If I told you the swamp had already reached my knees, and looking back, the lights on the shore looked like mocking eyes? Will you still love this daughter who is slowly sinking into oblivion? There may only be one way to save me: find me and kill me before I am completely consumed by darkness and become a monster you can't recognize. But I know you won't. You'll just hold my dead body, like you'd hold a picture of your mother, and cry until the end of the world. So, Dad, please, forget me. Imagine your daughter Luna, along with her beloved mother Pandora, forever remaining in that full moon night from which she will never wake again. The traces of concealed ink quickly faded and disappeared in the air, as if they had never existed. The letter paper looked clean, ordinary, and even somewhat hollow. She folded the letter, sealed it, and handed it to the owl who had been waiting. Watching it rush into the dense rain and disappear into the grey sky. 3 days later, a reply arrived. There were no lengthy explanations, no follow-up questions, and not even an envelope. It was just a small, hastily torn piece of parchment, with only one line of text written in dark red ink, the strokes wild and almost tearing through the paper. I will never forget you. I will always love you. No matter what you eventually become. Luna stood at the tower window, outside which lay the perpetual rain and mist of the Scottish Highlands. She held the thin piece of paper in her hand and looked at it for a long time, so long that the red ink on the paper was slightly blurred by the warmth of her fingertips. Then, she struck a match and lit the paper. The tiny flame flickered, quickly devouring the words, devouring forever, devouring love, devouring no matter. Ashes drifted from her fingers, swirled by the cold wind seeping in through the window cracks, and scattered into the boundless, damp, grey void outside. Late that night, she was awakened from her sleep by a sharp pain in her left arm, as if her bones were being forcibly stretched. I rolled up my pajama sleeves, letting in the pale moonlight filtering through the window. She saw the vine-like dark lines on her wrist, as if infused with some cruel nourishment by the burning letter, spreading upwards at an unprecedented speed, viciously climbing over her elbow, and silently advancing towards her shoulder. The black thorns finally found the foothold they had longed for, the fulcrum to climb upwards, etching indelible marks and paths onto her youthful skin. And the man who loved her in the distance, in the rain, and in her memories, along with his love, turned into bitter ashes that nourished the thorns. Chapter 87. Time flies, and with your tireless teaching and nurturing, Luna's speed and control in taming creatures have grown stronger and stronger. In 4 years, she has tamed dragons, purple panthers, giants, thunderbirds, and even dementors, aided by her seeing ability. Moreover, once Luna tames a creature, she can quickly find a way to tame other creatures of the same kind. The Zhuwu, capable of tearing through space, simply glanced at her and instantly transformed from a wild, unruly beast into a docile baby. Luna's magical creatures are multiplying, growing stronger, and her personality becoming increasingly eccentric. You might occasionally struggle to understand her thoughts, but she still obeys you, and that's enough. The summer after 4th grade ended. Caesar did not choose the smelting pits in the back mountains, but instead set his sights on the roof of the world. After the tearing sensation of apparition subsided, Luna found herself in a perpetually frozen wasteland atop a snowy plateau. The gale, carrying ice crystals, lashed at the bare rocks. In the thin air, even magic seemed to freeze into visible frost flowers. There is no moonlight here, only the eternal stars and the surging sea of clouds below, radiating a cold, eerie blue light. The power of nature, a forbidden zone for life. Caesar's voice was almost swallowed by the wind, yet it was edged clearly into her mind. Here, any trace of warmth and vitality is like a torch in the darkness, dazzling yet fragile. What we are hunting down is precisely this glimmer of hope. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear, melodious cry, filled with endless weariness and sorrow, echoed from a distant glacial crevice. The sound pierced through the wind and snow, reaching the depths of her soul, causing the dark markings on Luna's arm to suddenly awaken, bringing with them a burning and stinging desire. 3 fire dragons, their eyes burning with dark silver flames and their scales covered in eerie magical patterns, tore through the clouds and descended upon the icy cliff. The Hungarian would-bees were spitting sparks in a fit of rage. The Peruvian venomous dragon coldly surveyed the icy plains. The mane on the neck of the Huxia fireball dragon fluttered like flames in the cold wind. They bowed their heads, lowering them towards Luna, their heads subtly controlled by the dark patterns. Immediately afterwards, a snow giant, whose skin shimmered with the luster of rock and whose neck was bound with silver energy chains, emerged from the shadows of the glacier with a gait that cracked the ice. Higher up, thunderbirds with astonishing wingspans circled, lightning flashes leaping between their feathers illuminating the swirling dark moon marks in their pupils. A legendary legion of creatures, completely subservient to the will of darkness, reveals its ferocious claws in this desolate wasteland. Their common goal is that, beneath the sea of clouds, lies the last pure ice valley, hidden by ancient magic. And the Kylan in the valley, attempting to migrate, seeking final peace. Do you see it? Caesar pointed downwards. Through the gaps in the churning clouds, Luna, through her special ability, saw a glimmer of moving silver light. The Kylan possessed a lithe and sacred silhouette, its silver scales shimmering with light under the reflection of the ice and snow, and its single horn as white as jade. But its eyes were filled with fear and sorrow. In this desperate situation, tainted and pursued by evil forces, its pure nature became its greatest burden. Chase it, tame it, Caesar commanded, his eyes reflecting the icy valley below as if it were a chessboard. Drive this army with your will, compress its space, deplete its strength, and leave it nowhere to escape. Make it understand that the only way out is obedience. Luna took a deep breath of the cold air and closed her eyes. She no longer merely sensed the dark patterns within herself, but instead immersed her consciousness into the probing mental network that Caesar had helped her to initially weave, which she was now in control of. Countless cold threads connect the fire dragon's violent thoughts, the giant's dull obedience, the thunderbird's sharp vision, and the Zhuo's restless spatial perception. She opened the legion's eye. The fire dragon formation began its swooping descent. The scorching dragon breath was no longer a destructive outburst, but rather it precisely swept across the ice bridge and pass in front of the Kylan, creating collapses and fiery barriers to block their path and drive them away. The mountain giants strode heavily, like moving mountains, flanking from the flanks and bombarding the ground with magically imbued ice pillars, creating tremors and cracks to restrict the Kylan's nimble leaps. The Thunderbird drew down lightning from a great height. The silver-blue electric snakes did not strike the Kylan directly, but landed on the path it might dodge, weaving a dazzling and dangerous electric net. The most deadly of all was the Zhuo with dark silver runes around its neck. Like a ghostly golden lightning bolt, it teleported with unimaginable precision. Sometimes it appears at the landing point where the Kylan tries to leap using the ice pillars, letting out a soul-shaking roar. Sometimes, it would throw a patch of ice monsters enraged by magic directly next to the Kylan, causing chaos. Sometimes it would appear instantly beneath the ice cliff where Luna was, like the most loyal guardian. This was a ruthless and efficient three-dimensional hunt. The Kylan charged left and right, its silver figure flashing in panic amidst the firelight, lightning, and collapsing snow waves. Its cries grew increasingly mournful, and its pure magical radiance, amidst the continuous high-intensity escape and terror, irreversibly dimmed and became disordered. Finally, in a dead end with its back against a towering ice wall, the Kylan was driven into a desperate situation. Ahead lay a wall of dragon breath fire, forming a crisscrossing barrier. On either side approached snow giants, casting enormous shadows. Overhead, thunderbirds were poised to strike, and the Zawa blocked the last possible spatial jump. It stopped wearily, its long limbs trembling slightly, its chest heaving violently, and its exhaled breath quickly condensing. Those once clear, discerning eyes, now reflecting the terrifying figures approaching from all sides, their eyes burning with dark silver flames, were filled with despair and a trace of lingering anger. Caesar, with Luna in tow, instantly appeared on an ice rock outside the encirclement. Right now, its spiritual defenses had reached their weakest point amid fear and exhaustion. A connection was forged, an imprint left. In this desolate place where heaven and earth are the furnace and all living beings are the craftsmen, the final conquest will be achieved. Luna jumped off the icy cliff and walked towards the trapped sacred beast. The ice and snow beneath her feet melted and then froze into eerie black ice crystals under the influence of her dark magic. She ignored the legendary creatures that were eyeing her menacingly, her eyes were fixed only on the silver unicorn. Dark lines bulged on her arm, like black thorns that had come to life, winding their way toward her fingertips, yearning for touch, yearning to be branded. She held out her hand, without using a wand. Instead, he aimed his palm, covered in dark patterns, at the Kylan's forehead and its single, gleaming white horn from a distance. This time, she deliberately immersed her entire will into the cold and highly aggressive inner realm constructed by the dark patterns. She clearly saw within the Kylan's body a silver orb of light, weary and dim yet still radiating a gentle yet tenacious repulsive force, the core of its soul, the last bastion of purity it held fast to. Without hesitation, Luna activated the dark runes, condensing her senses into countless dark spikes colder than wind and snow, and with all her desire for dominance and icy will, she fiercely stabbed at the silver ball of light. Chapter 88. Resistance persists. It is the final struggle against darkness inherent in the Kylan's nature, filled with grief, indignation, and unyielding spirit. But as Caesar said, the long pursuit, siege, depletion of strength, and loss of hope have caused countless cracks to appear in this barrier. Luna's dark will, like a cold flood, surged wildly into these cracks, seeping in and entangling them. A direct confrontation on a spiritual level is unfolding once again. The Kylan's soul orb trembled violently, attempting to purify the invading darkness, but instead it was enveloped, tainted, and covered by a thicker darkness, a mixture of Luna's loneliness, determination, and desire for control. It was a slow and cruel smearing process, like dripping ink into a clear spring, forcibly changing its essence. On the icy plain, the Kylan let out a final, piercing wail. Its body stiffened abruptly, and the last glimmer of vibrant silver light in its eyes was rapidly replaced by a murky, dark silver that spread across its surface. The connection has been established. A cold, solid, invisible chain, imbued with a one-sided sense of dominance, extended from the corrupted ball of soul light and firmly bound itself to the depths of Luna's will. She could clearly feel the trembling of the Kylan's soul. It was no longer resistance, but a hollow and submissive state of mind after the will had been completely crushed. This powerful yet docile torrent of energy surged wildly into Luna as if it had found its home, flowing along the lines into her arm. The dark patterns grew wildly again, spreading and turning the color like the night sky, with intricate patterns resembling the orbits of stars. A perception far clearer and stronger than before spread out. She can not only sense the basic tone of life, but also vaguely perceive the state of all the magical creatures around her that are being driven, and can even slightly influence their instinctive reactions. A natural repression and understanding of sacred or noble life forms was imprinted deep within her soul. Meanwhile, in front of the ice wall, the Kylan did not turn into a charred statue. After its power was completely drained, its body quickly lost all luster and vitality. Its silver scales turned into a pale blackish gray, and its agile body slowly knelt forward, its head bowed. The unicorn horn remained pristine white, but it was covered with spider-web-like cracks and had lost all its vitality. The taming of darkness was completed at the pinnacle of the world. Luna slowly lowered her arm. She looked up and glanced around. The dark silver flames in the dragon's eyes flickered slightly. The giant silently lowered his head. The thunderbird withdrew its lightning. The Zoo obediently lowered its body. The entire legendary biological legion clearly sensed the new, more authoritative and icy will at the very top of their control network. The last trace of Lovegood's dazedness and warmth in her eyes completely vanished, leaving only the deep, glacial stillness and absolute control of the snow-covered landscape. The cold wind whipped her long, light golden hair as she stood before the kneeling ice sculpture of a Kylan and the silent dark legion, like a cold queen newly born in this desolate land. Caesar walked to her side, his gaze sweeping over the Kylan ice sculpture before finally settling on Luna's completely transformed face. A genuinely pleased, almost appreciative smile curved his lips. But before he could speak, he heard it. Kylan just told me something about your future. Luna slowly turned her gaze to the man beside her, her eyes holding an unfathomable expression, and said, word by word. Caesar, have you ever regretted anything in your life? Caesar paused. Luna felt a sense of familiarity at that moment. The next moment, he realized that this was Luna, the one who had seen through his lies at a glance, brought Hermione to him, and seemed to know everything, always calm and collected. He had been luring and bullying this girl in simulations for so many years that he had almost forgotten what it felt like. I may make mistakes, but I will never regret them. After saying this, Caesar turned and left. The moment the Kylan yielded to Luna, you knew that the moment you had nurtured and waited for so many years had finally arrived. Before the army of magical creatures, individual strength is insignificant. Then, through your increasingly extensive and partially trusted Death Eater network, you delivered the Philosopher's Stone to them via others, and the gears that had been jammed by you began to turn. The Dark Lord has returned, eager to conquer the world. The balance between Dumbledore's army and Voldemort's army has been completely shattered. Now, you must begin another undercover operation, become Dumbledore's spy, or at least gain his approval. The weather was gloomy and cold on a Hogsmeade weekend in January. By the greasy window of the Three Brooms bar, Luna met the uninvited Xenophilius Lovegood. He looked more haggard than when we last met, with sunken eyes, but his gaze burned with an almost obsessive, anxious light. He handed Luna a thick, hard-covered notebook wrapped in an old scarf. His voice was hoarse, your mother's, the complete lab diary. I finally dared to read it from beginning to end. Luna opened the book. Familiar, unrestrained handwriting belonging to Pandora Lovegood leaped off the page, recording countless wild conjectures, failed experiments, and fleeting inspirations. But on the last page of the diary, the date was the night before her accident. The handwriting had become unusually neat, calm, and even carried a knowing sadness. That boy, Kaiser Wilkes. The way he looked at Luna wasn't like a child looking at a playmate, but like an alchemist looking at a rare material waiting to be transformed. He knows too much that he shouldn't know, and his guidance is too precise. I tried to hint at it, but he was completely evasive. The far side of the moon is an eternal darkness, filled with craters and cold dust. If my little moon were to be captured by its gravity and drawn to that eternal darkness, please tell her that a mother's love never depends on whether she reflects the sun's rays or the color of the abyss. The diary slipped from Luna's trembling hands. "Come with me, Luna," Xenophilius grabbed her wrist with surprising force. "Now. I've already contacted my friends in Beaux Batons, and they can arrange for you to transfer schools immediately, away from here, away from him." "No." Luna abruptly pulled her hand back, her movement so fast that Xenophilius was taken aback. She rolled up her sleeves, all the way up to her upper arm, completely exposing the silver-black patterns that had spread out like a living tattoo to the dim light. The lines undulate slightly beneath the skin, as if they were breathing on their own. "Did you see that, Dad?" Her voice was unusually calm, yet it pierced Xenophilius's heart like an ice pick. "The dark side is no longer a place I can choose whether or not to go. It has become a part of me, my flesh and blood, my magic circuit. Leave Hogwarts, leave the soil that nurtured all of this. I will wither away like a fish out of water, and die like a dark plant whose roots have been pulled out." Chapter 89. Xenophilius looked at the strange, beautiful, yet terrifying markings on his daughter's arm. Looking into the deep, dark pool in her daughter's eyes, where the warmth of the firelight could no longer be reflected, her lips trembled violently. In the end, it all turned into a broken sob. He staggered backward, knocking over a chair. Amidst the astonished gazes of the other patrons in the bar, he charged forward without looking back, carrying 3 brooms, and plunged into the cold drizzle of Hogsmeade. A few hours later, a wet owl dropped a note on Luna's bedroom windowsill. It contained Xenophilius's frantic handwriting. "I will protect you in my own way, even if it makes you hate me forever." Luna lit the note on the candle and watched the ashes drift away. The dark lines on her arm seemed even more profound in the shadows cast by the swirling ashes. Caesar chose to visit the Lovegood's house on a gloomy evening. Xenophilius is trying to repair a broken harassment fly siphon. He looked up as the door slid open silently. His face still wore that usual, slightly dazed, friendly expression, until he saw the undisguised coldness in the newcomer's eyes. "Caesar." "Luna." Upon seeing the newcomer's face, Xenophilius instinctively murmured his daughter's name, his hand reaching for his wand. "She's fine." Caesar's voice was calm as he stepped into the room filled with strange collectibles. "Better than you can imagine. She's transforming into a magnificent form she herself never knew existed." He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the pictures of horned beasts and the bizarre decorations. "And you, Xenophilius, you represent the past she needs to let go of. A naive, weak past that only holds her back." There were no warnings or curses usually given before a duel. Caesar merely raised his wand slightly, and Xenophilius didn't even hear the incantation. The air around him suddenly froze, distorted, and the familiar scene of the living room crumbled. Instead, there are countless rapidly spinning, bizarre fragments, including Luna's smiling face as a child, his deceased wife Pandora, and even more absurd patterns from the Quibbler. They were all screaming, spinning, assaulting his consciousness. This is torture more cruel than the crucifixion, using everything he cherished most as a weapon. "What have you done to her all these years?" Xenophilius struggled in the mental vortex, trying to hold onto his consciousness. His magic instinctively surged forth, but it bounced back as if hitting an invisible wall, causing his internal organs to ache. "I gave her the truth." Caesar's figure appeared and disappeared amidst the distorted vision, his voice piercing directly through the illusion and carving into Xenophilius's mind. "The essence of the world is not a horned, snoring beast, but the survival of the fittest. It's not love and fantasy, but power and fear." She understood, and she embraced it. Now, she belongs to a greater cause. Xenophilius felt his magic draining away rapidly, as if a hole had been torn in his core. He exerted all his strength, and a shapeless silver light burst from the tip of his wand, a remnant of the patroness charm, vaguely resembling a hair. But the silver light was instantly swallowed up by the surging darkness. Caesar seemed to lose interest. He flicked his wrist slightly. There was no green light, nor was there a violent explosion. Xenophirus felt an irresistible, icy force slam into his chest, not acting on his body, but striking directly at the source of his magic. He clearly heard a faint, yet deadly, cracking sound coming from inside his body. A sharp pain swept through my body, my vision went completely black, and the last thing I felt was the thud of myself falling heavily to the floor, and the rustling of Caesar's robes as he left through the door. Everything fell silent. Only the bitter aftertaste of magic, forcibly torn apart, slowly dissipated in the air. You request an audience with Dumbledore. In the headmaster's office, you confess your spy identity with a mixture of struggle and remorse, expressing that you have now come to your senses. You provide Dumbledore with detailed accounts of Horcruxes, evil creations that seek immortality by splitting souls through murder. You also deduce that Voldemort likely created multiple Horcruxes, thus making him impossible to destroy. Then, you propose a deal. You will become a double agent for the Order of the Phoenix within the Death Eaters, providing intelligence and assisting in locating and destroying Horcruxes. In exchange, Dumbledore must provide Luna with protection and guidance. This is your final test for Luna. If Dumbledore can guide Luna onto the right path, then you have failed. Otherwise, the world will see its first female Dark Lord. Dumbledore's gaze was sharp as an eagle's. He was highly suspicious of your sudden defection as a young Slytherin. But the information about Hordealgears is too deadly in itself. If true, it would reveal the key to Voldemort's immortality and the only possible way to defeat him. This is bait that Dumbledore cannot ignore. An oath, the old headmaster finally spoke, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable force, an unbreakable oath. With Severus as our witness. Caesar, you must swear an oath, you will not intentionally harm any student of Hogwarts. You will not act in any direct way in service of Voldemort's core objectives. And I promise to do everything in my power to guide Luna Lovegood, on her own volition, away from the complete engulfment of darkness. Without hesitation, you reached out your hand. Magical flames coiled around your clasped wrists, the oath was made, the price being your life. And so, you became a double agent for Voldemort and Dumbledore, while Luna, the future Dark Lord you nurtured, was about to begin her conquest. Principal's office. The spinning silverware emitted a soft hum, and the portraits of past principals seemed to be dozing in their frames. Dumbledore sat behind his large desk, his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles calmly gazing at Luna. He didn't accuse her, but simply asked, "Miss Lovegood, how do you view the power you possess? How do you view Kaiser Wilkes? And how do you understand your father's injury?" Luna stood on the velvet carpet, her hands hanging at her sides. Her voice was steady, as if she were stating an objective fact. Power is like the wind, Principal. It can extinguish a candle, or it can start a wildfire in an entire forest. Caesar taught me to read the wind, adjust the rigging, stand firm in a storm, and even use the wind's power. And my father, she paused, wanted me to always stay in a tightly sealed, absolutely safe greenhouse. But some seeds are destined to need the wind and rain of the wild to sprout. Dumbledore gazed at her for a long time, his gaze seemingly trying to pierce the calm surface of her pale silver-grey eyes and reach the deep, icy pool beneath. Finally, he sighed softly, a sigh that contained the weariness accumulated over the years and a trace of genuine regret. While wind is indeed a force, some winds come from the wrong direction, causing people to become completely lost in the vast world. Chapter 90. Dumbledore said slowly, his fingers unconsciously tracing a charred ring on the table, as if it had been burned by fiend fire. Your father once wrote to me expressing his concerns about your future. It's not that I'm worried about your talent, but rather that you're walking on the blurred line between light and shadow. Now, child, I have to tell him. You may have already crossed that boundary. As the conversation ended and Luna left, Fawkes let out a low moan. Under Dumbledore's guidance and supervision, Luna began a systematic study of advanced ancient theories such as Nevin and soul magic. The old headmaster's library was partially opened to her, and she displayed an astonishing level of understanding, often posing tricky questions that even Dumbledore would have to ponder for a moment. During a discussion about the stability of the soul, Luna suddenly pointed out, Horrocks, by tearing apart the soul through murder to anchor the fragments, are essentially a violent and inefficient attempt at immortality. But can souls also be grafted like certain magical plants? Through sharing intense pain, memories, or magical connections? Is it possible to achieve the symbiosis and continuation of two soul fragments without causing bloodshed? This might avoid the madness and degeneration brought about by Horcruxes. Dumbledore's deep blue eyes suddenly sharpened. He put down his honey tea, his tone unusually stern. Miss Lovegood, that kind of thinking leads not to immortality, but to an eternal curse and torment, something far more terrible than death. The integrity and independence of the soul are the cornerstone of magical ethics. Never tread that path. Luna lowered her eyes, respectfully indicating that she accepted the instruction. But that evening, on the other end of the encrypted channel of the two-way mirror, after listening to her retelling, Caesar remained silent for a moment before responding. Danger, without a doubt. Dumbledore's warning was correct. But Luna, all her groundbreaking and great ideas, were initially seen as dangerous or even insane heresies. The idea itself is quite interesting, and perhaps worth conducting some purely theoretical deductions under absolutely controlled conditions. Caesar guided Luna to examine several obscure manuscripts hidden beneath ordinary book covers, concerning ancient theories of soul contracts and symbiotic rituals. Their discussion went deep into the encrypted channel, teetering on the edge of taboo. Meanwhile, Caesar, acting as a double agent, walks a tightrope. He provides the Death Eaters with insignificant information, or information that has been intentionally leaked by the Order of the Phoenix, in order to maintain their trust. He reported the Death Eaters' movements to Dumbledore, a mix of truth and falsehood, and cleverly diverted the Order of the Phoenix's attention to the clues about the Hufflepuff cup and the Slytherin locket. The information about these two Horcruxes is relatively reliable enough to convince Dumbledore, and can also effectively deplete the strength of both the Order of the Phoenix and Voldemort. Snape, like a silent ghost, was omnipresent, watching Caesar's every move, as well as Luna's increasingly profound eyes and her extraordinary progress in her ancient runes studies. The wards at St. Mungo's Hospital for the Injuries of Magical Injuries were filled with the smells of disinfectant and weakening magic. Xenophilius Lovegood awoke, but he could no longer straighten his back as he used to. The magic core was severely damaged, and the body became extremely weak, as if its pillar had been removed. However, deeper than the physical trauma was the horrific truth he pieced together from fragmented conversations, intentional or unintentional, between his therapist and visiting Order of the Phoenix members. Voldemort is back. Moreover, his daughter Luna formed an extraordinary, almost soul-bound connection with Kaiser Wilkes. The whispers about the spreading dark patterns and the connection of life gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes. Caesar and Voldemort are definitely connected. In his despair, a crazy and resolute plan took shape in his mind. He utilized the remaining connections of the editor-in-chief of Singing the Quibbles and those informants who always knew some juicy details. It collected vague records of Caesar's meetings with known Death Eaters, corroborating evidence of certain suspicious transactions in Nocturne Alley, and even indirect traces of Caesar's early research into certain dangerous black magic theories. He carefully organized the fragments and anonymously sent them to Rufus Scrimgeour, the newly appointed Minister of Magic, known for his toughness and suspicious nature. The core accusation in the whistleblower letter. Kaiser Wilkes is a long-term, high-ranking Death Eater spy whose targets extend beyond Hogwarts and may even involve the Ministry of Magic's core secrets. Scrimgeour needs a victory to solidify his authority and crack down on the increasingly rampant Death Eater activities. Although the evidence in the whistleblower letter was fragmented, it was clearly targeted. He immediately ordered a raid on the Wilkes family's old residence in Exeter. The Aurors discovered a hidden basement in that seemingly neat and quiet house. It contains not only a large number of forbidden books and manuscripts about black magic, soul experiments, and ancient curses, but also traces of encrypted communications with known Death Eaters. And several dark magic items that emanated ominous energy, some of which even bore vague dark magic markings associated with magical characteristics. The evidence is conclusive, at least on the surface. Caesar Wilkes is officially wanted by the Ministry of Magic for Death Eater infiltration, illegal dark magic research, and endangering the safety of the magical community. The tremors from the Ministry of Magic's raid on Wilkes' old mansion were transmitted via a soul link, sending a piercing warning. When Luna appeared outside Exeter's old mansion, the battle had already reached its climax. Caesar's figure moved through the aura's spells, and the barrier formed by dark magic kept cracking. "Caesar!" Her cry was swallowed by the explosion. Caesar caught a glimpse of her, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he twirled his wand, not to attack, but to subtly cast a sophisticated illusion spell towards the shadows of the ruins. Two blurry figures gradually took shape amidst the smoke and distorted light. They were none other than Xenophilius Lovegood and Mrs. Lovegood. Their faces were filled with genuine panic as they called out Luna's name, as if they had just escaped the dizziness of apparition and were trying to rush into the fray to stop their daughter. "Luna, leave him. Come home with us." The illusion Xenophilius reached out his hand, his voice trembling yet clear. Luna's pupils contracted sharply. "The appearance of my parents was like an ice pick piercing my mind, a mixture of anxiety and urgency." The string of reason snapped. She no longer used her wand. She raised her hands, the silver patterns on her fingertips burning fiercely, as if opening countless invisible doors in the void. She raised her head and began to chant in an ancient, ethereal yet commanding tone. That was not human language, but a primal rhythm that magical creatures could understand. The sky suddenly darkened. The clouds tore apart, and several Welsh green dragons swooped down, their dragon fire sweeping across the courtyard, instantly vaporizing the armored charms of several aurors. The ground bulged, and dozens of enormous black panthers, their fur shimmering with an eerie purple light, leaped out of the shadows, their claws tearing through the defenses of an auror. Heavy footsteps echoed in the distance, and two giants, as large as hills, crashed through the wall and stormed in, sending rocks raining down. Then came a sharp cry, and 7 thunderbirds arrived riding the storm, their lightning striking precisely in the center of the auror's assembled formation. The ruins of the old house were instantly transformed into a slaughterhouse ravaged by mythical creatures. The auror's spells bounced off the dragon's scales, scattered by the thunderbird's storm, and the giant's punch shook the earth. Luna stood at the center of the madness, her silver hair dancing wildly, her eyes fixed only on the area where her parents were, enveloped by various magical effects. She commands these ferocious creatures with a clear objective to eliminate all threats. Chapter 91. The dragon's breath consumed the auror squad that tried to approach the illusion of Lovegood. The purple leopard darted out like a ghost and pounced on another auror. The giant stomped down, and the earth split open. The thunderbird's lightning struck indiscriminately, friend or foe. In this destructive torrent, the two illusions seemed startled, staggering, and dodging among the ruins, yet they were constantly forced into perilous situations by the aftershocks of the battle. "No, stop!" the phantom Mrs. Lovegood screamed, reaching out her hand toward Luna. At that very moment, a massive, erratic explosion spell, disrupted by the thunderbird's lightning, shot off at the illusion of Xenophilius. Meanwhile, enraged by a cutting spell, the fire dragon blindly swung its massive tail, sweeping across the location of the illusionary Lady Lovegood. Luna stopped breathing. She saw father engulfed in the intense light of the explosion, and mother being tossed about like shredded cloth in the hurricane swept by the dragon's tail. The roars of magical creatures, the screams of aurors, the rumble of collapsing buildings, all sounds vanished in an instant. Before dissipating, the illusion obeyed the creator's final instructions, perfectly simulating the moment life vanished. Xenophilius's final gaze upon his daughter was filled with unbelievable sorrow, and Mrs. Lovegood seemed to murmur Luna as she looked at her. The smoke and dust settled slowly. Luna stood still, and all the magical creatures, as if receiving a silent command, abruptly ceased their attack, quietly surrounding her and bowing their heads. She looked at the spot where her parents' remains had disappeared. There were only rubble and scorch marks left, not even a drop of blood, but her eyes only recorded the moment when death occurred. No tears. My eyes were dry and burning, and my heart felt empty and cold. Then, she subtly tugged at the corner of her mouth. A tiny, odd curve. Then, laughter escaped from her throat, starting as a breathy sound, then becoming clear and continuous, echoing across the suddenly silent ruins, light and wild. The Aurors were either dead or had fled, and the rest were too terrified by the bizarre sight to approach. Caesar walked to her side, his robes dusty, his face showing no sign of victory, only a profound calm. He waited. The laughter stopped. Luna turned her head, that cold smile still on her face, her silver eyes unfathomable, staring straight into Caesar's eyes. "Why?" she asked, her voice as soft as if she were talking about the weather. "Caesar. What are they doing here?" Caesar met her gaze, knowing that any pretense was futile at this point. He chose to be honest, his voice as steady as stating a fact. "That was an illusion, Luna. I created it. To give you one last gift, a blade that cuts through all hesitation. That's it." Luna tilted her head, as if listening to the whispers of the magical creatures in the air that only she could see. The creatures responded with a buzzing echo, affirming the truth of Caesar's words and the pleasant sound of some kind of shackle in her heart being utterly shattered. "That's it," Caesar said. Luna remained silent. She slowly raised her hand, and the shadowy swallowtail dog licked her fingertips. She looked around, the fire dragon was roaring, the purple leopard was crouching, the giant was waiting, and the thunderbird was circling. Finally, her gaze fell back on Caesar, all emotion fading from her face, leaving only a chilling sense of control. "Now that we're here," she said calmly, as if confirming a perfectly simple fact, "that's it." She took a step forward, and the magical creatures followed, like a queen in her guards. "Caesar," she commanded, her voice carrying unquestionable authority, the dark moon fully risen in her eyes, devoid of any gloom, "go and kill Dumbledore. Don't tell me you don't have a way." She paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the ruins she now ruled, and further away, over the crumbling world. "I've come to kill Voldemort." Caesar's gaze was fixed intently on Luna's eyes. "Okay, Dumbledore will go find the last Horcrux. The clues I left him are a mix of truth and falsehood, but they will eventually lead him to a certain place. That would kill him. Once he falls, Voldemort and the Order of the Phoenix will face their final, and most devastating, attrition battle." Caesar paused, then he placed an encrypted memory bottle into Luna's hand. "Here are all my plans from the past few years, everything you know and don't know, all the memories from the very first moment we met." After saying this, Caesar gave Luna one last look, his gaze complex and unfathomable, before his figure disappeared completely, as if blending into the night. "Caesar, will you regret this?" Luna gripped the memory bottle tightly, standing still until the darkest hour before dawn passed. The clue is like a venomous snake, meticulously woven, making it difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. The clue Caesar left Dumbledore about the last Horcrux points to a forgotten, isolated rocky island in the North Sea, said to have been the site of soul experiments conducted by an ancient dark wizard. The information is a mix of authentic ancient text quotations, vague geographical descriptions, and a faint, almost imperceptible trace of a magical resonance related to the Ravenclaw crown legend. This was enough to make the old headmaster, who was determined to eradicate all Horcruxes, personally go to verify it. This was an ambush targeting a legend. Voldemort himself led his most elite Death Eaters, waiting on the storm-shrouded, mist-covered reef. The battle was brief yet earth-shattering. Dumbledore displayed his final brilliance as the greatest white wizard of the century, ancient spells intertwined with the flames of the Phoenix Fox, briefly pushing Voldemort to the brink of defeat. It even severely damaged his body, which had only recently recovered, forcing him to howl like a wounded beast and flee into the darkness once more, needing a longer period of dormancy to lick his wounds. But the price of victory was devastating. The ancient curse remaining on the island was triggered by the battle. Dumbledore's body, already weakened by the destruction of other Horcruxes, finally succumbed to the combined effects of Voldemort's desperate counterattack and the curse. He fell onto the cold, black rocks, and Fawkes wailed mournfully beside him. In his final moments, he did not look toward England, nor did he utter a single name. He used the last bit of magic to inject a glimmer of light into Fawkes's tail feathers. A few hours later, in the Ravenclaw Tower of Hogwarts, at Luna's window, Fawkes appeared out of nowhere, his wings drooping, tears welling in his eyes. It let out a soft cry, and a tear, like a melting ruby, fell, transforming into a shimmering image in the air before Luna. It was Dumbledore's pale yet serene face. His voice was soft, yet incredibly clear, resonating directly in her mind. "I see it, child, the dark moon rising in your heart. It is beautiful, with the depth of a silent starry sky. But it was also very cold, and it didn't reflect the warmth of the sun." In the video, his azure eyes seemed to pierce through time and space, gazing directly into the depths of Luna's soul. "Remember this old man's last ramblings, love, this wondrous thing doesn't only exist under the brightest sunlight. It can also lie dormant in the coldest moonlight, existing in the deepest shadow crevices. Don't let it extinguish the last glimmer of light that might remain in your heart. Otherwise, that dark moon will forever remain only cold." The image vanished, and Fawkes let out a mournful cry before turning into a ball of flame and disappearing. The great Albus Dumbledore has fallen. His death was like the spine of the magical world being torn away. That night, in the cold, silent room, Luna wrote the last page of her diary. "I'm not afraid anymore. Fear is a luxury reserved for those who still have choices and a way out. I'm no longer kind. Kindness is an illusion, purity is a veil waiting to be torn apart. I stand on the edge of a cliff, with the bridge I burned down behind me. There is no turning back. Only forward. Only downward. Tame everything I need, conquer everything I see, become what they fear." The handwriting is sharp as a knife, each stroke seemingly piercing through the paper. Chapter 92. Although Voldemort was severely wounded and went into hiding, his Death Eaters, driven by the madness of Bellatrix and others, launched a full-scale and rampant attack. After Scrimgeour's death, the Ministry of Magic fell into chaos and was left leaderless, suffering defeat after defeat and barely managing to hold onto a few key strongholds. Hogwarts, this 1,000-year-old castle, under the strong leadership of Professor Minerva McGonagall, became the last and most fortified bastion of the rebels. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, with despair and resolve written on everyone's face. The castle resembled a lone boat tossed about in a stormy sea, about to be swallowed up by darkness. The throne of power is now vacant. The old order has crumbled, and a new ruler has yet to emerge. What was bound to happen has finally happened. On a moonless night, Voldemort, though not fully recovered in his physical form, was able to manifest through powerful magic. He personally led the massive, dark army of Death Eaters, like a tide of death, surging towards Hogwarts. The sky was illuminated by the shimmering green of the black demonic symbols, and the air was thick with an aura of slaughter and destruction. Inside the castle, the alarm bells rang incessantly. Professor McGonagall led all the professors willing to fight, the remnants of the Order of the Phoenix, and the upperclassmen in a tragic and desperate defense, relying on the ancient castle's protection. The light of spells intertwined in the night sky, accompanied by explosions, screams, and the sound of shattering bricks. Every moment, people fell, and the walls of Hogwarts were stained with blood and scorch marks. Just when the defenses were at their most strained, and the Death Eaters' vanguard was about to breach the main bridge, From the depths of the forbidden forest came a terrifying roar and tremor that could not be produced by human power, a roar that sent chills down one's spine. The first things to tear through the night were the scorching storm and blinding flames. More than a dozen giant dragons descended, led by 3 fire dragons with dark silver flames burning in their eyes and strange magical patterns covering their scales. A mighty Hungarian hornet, a cunning Peruvian venomous fanged dragon, and even a Huxia fireball dragon that should have inhabited more distant mountains burst through the treetops and soared into the air. Instead of attacking each other, they formed a formation and, guided by some unseen force, swooped down towards the area where Death Eaters were concentrated. The dragon's breath was no longer a chaotic spray, but formed a crisscrossing network of fire, precisely covering the enemy's siege equipment and assembly points, turning the night sky into a hellish orange-red. Immediately afterwards, the earth trembled as if a drum had been struck. Dozens of mountain giants, their skin gleaming with a dark, rock-like sheen, and their necks and wrists bound with thick silver energy chains, emerged from the darkest corner of the forbidden forest with steps that cracked the ground. Wielding massive, magically imbued tree trunks or rock pillars uprooted from the ground, they silently and deadly rammed into the Death Eaters' flanks like moving siege towers. Their eyes were also veiled in a dark silver mist, and although their movements appeared clumsy, they possessed a terrifying efficiency driven by precision. The thunder in the sky did not originate from the clouds. A dozen or so thunderbirds, with wingspans astounding and controlled lightning leaping among their feathers, hovered higher in the sky. In the center of their sharp eyes was a tiny, rotating dark crescent mark. What they summoned was not a downpour, but precise, violent chains of lightning, streaks of silver-blue electric current obeying an invisible command. The fierce blows shattered the Death Eater phalanx attempting a counterattack, crushing their armored spells and triggering a chain reaction of paralysis and chaos. Most terrifying of all was a colossal figure that traversed the battlefield like a golden lightning bolt, the Zhuwu. This legendary creature, which should have been able to traverse space freely, now had unnatural dark silver runes shimmering in its mane. Instead of indiscriminately devouring space, it was making precise, instantaneous movements at key points on the battlefield. Sometimes appearing behind the Death Eater commander, its claws whipping up a storm of blood. Sometimes, a group of terrified, shimmering snails, whose shells also glow faintly, are teleported directly to the center of the Death Eater group and detonated. At times, it would appear at weak points in Hogwarts' defenses, using its massive body to temporarily withstand a barrage of spells. Its every appearance and disappearance brings extreme chaos and panic, as if the battlefield itself has become a plaything in Luna's hands. Beneath this terrifying legion of tamed legendary creatures, a tide of beings, also branded with the dark silver emblem, surged forth. A swarm of 8-eyed giant spiders, berserk centaurs with blood-red eyes, a horde of forced-drive Teepa warthogs, and countless demonic plants, such as the man-beating willow and the devil's web, whose size had been temporarily amplified by dark magic. They formed a chaotic tide on the ground, together with the dragons, thunderbirds, elusive Zhuwu, and relentlessly advancing giants in the sky, weaving a three-dimensional and deadly attack network. The appearance of this monster alliance completely changed the nature of the battlefield. The Death Eaters' formation was not torn apart, but rather crushed by this violent yet orderly biological force, which surpassed the imagination of conventional wizarding warfare. Fear is spreading rapidly. This is not merely fear of powerful creatures, but also fear of the underlying will that can simultaneously tame, coordinate, and drive so many terrifying beings. Find the controller. A group of elite Death Eaters, realizing what was happening, desperately tried to find the source, unleashing spells frantically onto the surrounding ruins. Some began indiscriminately attacking the beast horde with large-scale destructive spells, but with little effect. Instead, it provoked an even more ferocious counterattack from some creatures. In the center of this hellish battlefield, Luna Lovegood slowly emerged from the broken castle gates. Her face was a pale, almost magical, color, but her eyes were astonishingly bright. Deep within her pale silver-gray pupils, countless tiny, illusory creatures seemed to flicker in unison. That was a visual reflection of the dominant link between her and every tamed major creature on the battlefield. She neither chanted a spell nor waved her wand. She simply stood there quietly, her arms slightly outstretched, her 10 fingers trembling at a rapid pace, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, as if she were manipulating the most complex marionette. The dark silver patterns on her arms and neck now glowed faintly like living nerve bundles, flowing not only with dark magic, but also with a vast amount of instinctive feedback, battlefield information, and berserk will from different tamed creatures. She was handling, integrating, and directing the trajectory of the dragon's next breath, the landing point of the giant's strike, the timing of the thunderbird's lightning, the position of the Zawu's movement, and even the direction of the surging ground beast tide. All of this, under her cold and overworked will, was woven into a symphony of destruction. She is not merely commanding monsters, but using herself as a hub to transform the terrifying creatures tamed in the Forbidden Forest and even further afield into living weapons and war machines extending from her own will. Chapter 93. High in the sky, Voldemort's serpentine face was contorted with rage and a hint of barely perceptible astonishment. This was beyond his expectations. This was not Dumbledore's style, nor was it the behavior of any known dark wizard. This ability to simultaneously control multiple legendary creatures and make them fight together is unheard of. His crimson eyes instantly locked onto Caesar on the ruins, and further below, the light blonde-haired girl radiating a strange aura, as if resonating with the entire monster army. Capture them! Destroy that controller! His sharp command drowned out the dragon's roar and thunder, and the terrifying magical pressure attempted to directly intimidate the beasts below, but to little avail. The souls of those creatures have been covered by a colder, more direct mark of domination. Voldemort himself transformed into a plume of black smoke thicker than the night, ignoring the chaotic battles along the way, and with a murderous intent to destroy everything, he swooped down towards the direction where Caesar and Luna were. He knew that as long as these two cores were destroyed, this terrifying monster army would collapse on its own. The final showdown, which had been a chaotic battle between thousands of troops and terrifying creatures, suddenly focused on these three beings who would determine the future of the magical world. Voldemort, transformed into a thick column of black smoke, carrying a soul-ripping shriek and a magical pressure powerful enough to crush the mind, shot straight toward the ruins of the astronomy tower. His targets were clear: Kaiser Wilkes, the traitor, and Luna Lovegood, who had clearly become the core of the Terror Creature Legion. Once these two nodes are removed, the terrifying but clearly unified monster army below will surely collapse. However, just as he was about to touch the tower ruins, space strangely folded and shifted. It's a Zawu. The colossal beast with dark silver runes around its neck appeared without warning in front of Voldemort's path of descent, its sun-like fur burning with an ominous luster in the darkness. It didn't attack, it simply opened its massive jaws and let out a silent roar. The space ahead instantly churned like a lake, creating a brief, distorted spatial illusion. Voldemort's avatar of black smoke suddenly stopped, as if it had crashed into invisible glue. Its speed decreased sharply, and its form began to fluctuate erratically. "You beast! How dare you stop me?" Voldemort was enraged. His wand emerged from the black smoke, and a ghastly green killing curse shot out, aiming straight for Zawu's head. But before the killing curse could reach the Zawu, it was struck by several thick, silver-blue bolts of lightning, each the thickness of a bucket, striking from different angles, deflecting and annihilating it. High in the sky, the thunderbirds with dark moons branded in their eyes were already in position. They circled, lightning crackling between their wings, weaving a static cage and interception network covering the top of the tower. At the same time, a scorching wind swept in from the side. The most ferocious Hungarian hornet dragon, with the dark silver flames burning fiercely in its eyes, spewed a cone-shaped dragon breath, powerful enough to melt steel, at Voldemort like a crimson meteor. Voldemort was forced to apparate instantly, appearing in the air dozens of yards away to avoid the fatal blow. But as soon as he materialized, several thick, python-like eight-eyed giant spiders, covered in dark purple patterns, shot out from the shadows of the ruins beneath his feet, attempting to entangle and bind him. Meanwhile, in the distance, the giant rocks hurled by the mountain giants, imbued with cold magic, were already hurtling towards them. Voldemort was caught in an unprecedented and desperate barrage of attacks. Individually, he might have been able to handle or even counter these attacks, but at this moment they came from all directions, from above and below, with exquisite coordination and cunning timing. It was as if an invisible, all-knowing war brain was directing these terrifying creatures. His prized magic pales in comparison to the pure, violent, and intelligently guided physical and elemental forces. He seemed somewhat constrained. His black smoke form was constantly being broken apart and reassembled, and his magic power was being consumed at a rapid pace. "It's that girl." He finally confirmed it completely, his venomous gaze piercing through the chaotic attack, locking onto the quiet figure standing at the edge of the tower. Luna didn't even look at him, her pale face was expressionless, only her 10 fingers were still trembling and tracing at a dazzling speed, like a conductor of the death orchestra. Avada Kedavra! Voldemort, having endured a bolt of lightning from a thunderbird, fired the killing curse at Luna once more. However, when the beam of the spell was about 10 feet away from Luna, it seemed to hit an invisible wall. It wasn't the flash of the ironclad spell, but rather the space itself that rippled slightly. The Zhuo's power intervened once more, deflecting the deadly spell by a tiny but lethal distance. It grazed past Luna, struck the already crumbling tower behind her, and blasted away a shower of rubble. Voldemort's rage reached its peak, and he finally felt a chill emanating from his very instincts. This is not a duel between wizards, it is a hunt waged against him by a being with bizarre and domineering power, using the terrifying creatures of the entire world as weapons. In the instant that his magic fluctuated slightly due to anger and momentary frustration, Luna's eyes turned to him. Those light silver-grey eyes were now as cold as ice, clearly reflecting Voldemort's figure shrouded in black smoke. And a hint of Hunter's focused concentration, like locking onto prey. She stopped her trembling fingers, slowly brought her hands together in front of her chest, and made a simple, seemingly tightening motion. "I am here." Her voice wasn't loud, yet it strangely pierced through the dragon's roar, thunder, and explosions, echoing clearly across the battlefield. "Unleash your tamed wildness, gather your branded hatred, and with your claws, flames, thunder, brute force, and space, execute the final devour." Once the order was given, all tamed creatures on the battlefield, dragons, thunderbirds, giants, Zhuo, giant spiders, centaurs, and countless dark creatures simultaneously unleashed earth-shattering roars, shrieks, and furious howls. The dark silver marks in their eyes or on their bodies instantly burned to their peak, a certain restriction was lifted, and a deeper, guided primal desire for destruction was completely released. The dragons no longer maintained their formation, but instead unleashed their most concentrated and intense dragon breath from 3 directions, like flaming shackles that sealed off most of Voldemort's escape routes. The lightning power summoned by all the Thunderbirds will no longer be dispersed for attack, but will instead converge into an unprecedented, blinding torrent of lightning that will strike vertically down from the sky. The mountain giant let out a deep battle roar and hurled its largest, enchanted rock pillar like a javelin, blocking the escape route below. The Zhuo's figure flickered to its limit. It stopped making aggressive movements and began to perform ultra-high-speed short-distance spatial jumps centered on Voldemort. Each leap left a tiny spatial fold, which quickly intertwined and overlapped, forming a faint spatial confinement field around Voldemort that began to collapse inward. On the ground, countless dark creatures surged madly toward the general area where Voldemort was, like a tide that had lost its last shred of reason. Although they couldn't directly attack him in the air, the chaotic dark energy they gathered further disrupted the magic field in that area. This is Luna's all-encompassing, three-dimensional final blow, driven by her own will and orchestrated by all the tamed creatures. Chapter 94. Voldemort let out a shrill, unwilling scream as he attempted to apparate, but the space had already been disrupted and partially imprisoned by the Zhuwu. He attempted to unleash his strongest protective magic, but the torrent of lightning and the dragon's breath overwhelmed him from different levels of power. He attempted to retaliate with a killing curse, but his spell casting was constantly interrupted and disrupted by the intense, violent energy surges. No! I am Voldemort! I am immortal! His scream abruptly stopped. Lightning, fire, immense strength, spatial distortion, all attacks, precisely guided by Luna's will, converge at a single point and erupt. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an extremely blinding light followed by an all-consuming collapse of darkness. When the light and the eerie darkness dissipated, Voldemort was nowhere to be seen in the air. There was no ashes, no lingering soul. He was as if he had been utterly annihilated and devoured, from matter to soul, by that ultimate attack that combined the most violent power of multiple legendary creatures and was uniformly guided by Luna. A brief silence fell over the battlefield. The Death Eaters' morale collapsed as Voldemort's presence completely disappeared, and they began to flee in a frenzy. The Hogwarts guards stared in utter horror at the sky, at the terrifying creatures that slowly withdrew their auras, their dark silver light in their eyes gradually fading, yet they still inspired fear. Finally, our gaze returned to that slender figure atop the astronomical tower. Luna slowly lowered her clasped hands, her body swayed slightly, her face was as pale as paper, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. Simultaneously driving such a large number of creatures to carry out such a high-intensity coordinated attack is also a huge burden for her. But she stopped. Her gaze shifted from the airspace where Voldemort had disappeared. Slap slap slap! Just then, a soft but clear clapping sound came from behind her. Caesar emerged from the shadow of a broken wall, a perfect smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself, this will simulate the world, and I can truly learn from the lessons of the first simulation without any hesitation. Fortunately, hard work pays off. Everything went as planned. Now that we've brought such a powerful Lula back to the real world, how could we possibly fail to conquer Hermione? Luna, from this day forward, the world is in your hands. And of course, we're all in this together. Caesar's voice was filled with undisguised admiration. Luna slowly turned around. Her pale face showed no joy of victory, only a serene calm that seemed to penetrate everything. She looked at Caesar, at his face etched with calculation and compassion, and then, the corners of her mouth curved slightly upward. It was a smile. An empty, beautiful smile that sent a chill down Caesar's spine. Caesar. Luna's voice was very soft, like a sigh. Will you regret it? Her fingers, hanging at her sides, twitched almost imperceptibly. The next instant, a sudden change occurred. The closest Hungarian tree bee dragon suddenly experienced a surge of dark silver flames in its eyes, which had not yet completely died out. Without warning, it turned its head, and the dragon breath, powerful enough to melt steel, was no longer aimed at the fleeing Death Eaters. Instead, it surged towards Caesar, who was right in front of them. Caesar's smile froze instantly, turning into incredulous astonishment. He almost instinctively tumbled to the side, the scorching flames grazing his back, scorching the hem of his robe and leaving a burning pain. Luna! You! Caesar had barely uttered his words when a thunderclap exploded overhead. A thunderbird circled and swooped down, no longer a defensive electric net, but a blinding spear of lightning that struck precisely at the spot where he had just rolled. Caesar narrowly escaped death, apparating once again to appear a dozen feet away, where his previous footing had been blasted into a charred crater. His eyes finally changed, the composure that once held everything was gone. Stop! Do you know what you're doing? But Luna simply watched him quietly, her light silver-grey eyes reflecting his panicked retreat, without any ripples in her gaze. The attacks did not stop. The venom of the eight-eyed giant spider sprayed from tricky angles, the mountain giant roared and hurled boulders to block his path, and the Zawu's figure flickered around, disrupting the spatial coordinates of apparition. Luna, this makes no sense. Caesar's resistance was fierce and disastrous. In this simulation, since he couldn't take it with him and the mission didn't require him to do it, he didn't specifically improve his combat strength. However, with his many talents, his strength was not much weaker than Voldemort or Dumbledore. But the outcome of their fight is meaningless now. The mission is complete. In an instant, magical flames erupted once again on the ruins of the astronomy tower, but on a far smaller scale than when fighting Voldemort. However, it was far more dangerous and more confrontational. This is a cruel and ironic reckoning between the creator and the out-of-control creation, between the schemer and the pawn that has broken free of its strings. However, he was ultimately alone, facing an entire legion that had just slain a god and whose ferocity remained. No matter how exquisite his magic was, it could not simultaneously cope with the ferocious attacks coming from all directions, nor could it withstand the unified command of Luna's icy will. His countermeasures were utterly ineffective against Luna. Unable to dodge in time, the Thunderbird's lightning grazed his shoulder, causing numbness and excruciating pain. The lingering flames of the dragon's breath ignited his sleeves, and the giant spider's sticky silk wrapped around his ankles. Although he quickly burned it off with his fiery curse, his movements were already sluggish. In that instant of vulnerability, the Zawu appeared beside him like a ghost. It wasn't a bite, but rather the giant claw covered in dark silver runes, carrying a tremendous force that distorted space, slammed heavily into his chest. Snap! The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible. Caesar flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a half-collapsed wall before sliding to the ground. He spat out a large amount of blood, and his wand flew out of his hand, rolling among the rubble. The excruciating pain in his chest almost made him faint, but what shattered his spirit even more was the pair of dusty boots that approached step by step. He struggled, leaning against the broken wall to try to get up, but fell down again, powerless. He could only look up at Luna, who had walked up to him. Just then, a soft click sounded. Luna took out the memory bottle and crushed it. Pale memories flooded back, revealing the chilling truth, the entire plan, from the initial scheming upon their first meeting, to groom her into the Third Dark Lord. Luna stared at the images, her face expressionless. There was no shock, no anger, not even sadness. Only a bottomless, terrifying calm. She had a premonition, but now, all her guesses were brutally confirmed. Moreover, based on her understanding of the man in front of her, the image in the bottle might also be part of his plan. Chapter 95. Caesar, coughing up blood, struggled to raise his head and meet her gaze. Luna walked towards him step by step. The footsteps were light, yet felt as if they were treading on Caesar's heart. She knelt down in front of him, her fingers, stained with a little dust and blood, gently touching his bloodied cheek. The movements could even be described as gentle, but the icy touch of his fingertips sent a shiver down Caesar's spine. Look, Caesar. You killed my mother, and you killed my father. But I don't hate you at all. Luna's voice was very soft, as if she were whispering, yet it carried a chilling emptiness. You succeeded. You turned me into a weapon capable of devouring everything, training me to become the Third Dark Lord. She paused, her fingers sliding to the wound on his chest, where it bled profusely from the magic and his struggles. But what I want most is just an ordinary life with you. We looked at the moss on the rocks by the stream, it looked like fluffy cattails. Together we wondered if Thestrals were truly blind. Luna continued, her tone still flat. I truly believed in those guidances, those paths we took, and those slivers of other possibilities that may have existed. She pressed her fingertips slightly against the wound, causing a sharp pain. From the beginning until now, it's all a lie, isn't it? Caesar, will you regret this? We could have had a much better future. You've been so cruel to me. Caesar opened his mouth, wanting to explain, to defend himself, to use his skillful manipulation of words. But under her unfathomable gaze, all words froze in his throat. He saw something far more dangerous growing wildly beneath the calm in Luna's eyes. That wasn't hatred, but rather an extreme, cold possessiveness and a twisted obsession. But it's all right. Luna suddenly smiled, a beautiful but utterly cold smile, like a flower sculpted from ice. Voldemort is dead, and your plan is over. But between us, it's not over yet. She withdrew her hand, slowly stood up, and looked down at him. The first rays of morning sunlight finally pierced through the dust and shone on her, but could not dispel the deep chill that surrounded her. The dark silver lines on her face shimmered with an eerie glow in the sunlight. You transformed me from that naive girl into who I am today. You taught me about darkness and guided me to master power. It made me see the true nature of this world, the survival of the fittest. It also dealt me the deepest blow. Luna's voice gradually took on a strange heat, but that heat sent chills down one's spine. How could you possibly think that after doing all this, you can gracefully walk away? Or that you can sit on the throne behind me and control me? She shook her head, her eyes becoming obsessive and fanatical. No, Caesar. You can't go anywhere. You belong here, you belong to me. Caesar saw the calm emptiness in Luna's eyes, and his heart sank. Based on past experience, Luna shouldn't have watched the video recording first. At first, you were very angry, then you were forced to accept it, and finally you obediently listened to yourself? Just like the first time I learned black magic, the first time I tamed a creature, the first time I killed someone, the first time I guessed the truth. After struggling for a while, one always gives in to oneself. But at this moment, the plan was completely exposed, Voldemort was dead, and Luna remained calm. This has grown into a being with terrifying power far beyond his control. It seems that things have completely spiraled out of control. Luna knelt down again, this time cupping Caesar's face in her hands and forcing him to look at her. Deep within her pupils, the darkness that had devoured part of Voldemort's essence and merged with the will of countless tamed creatures was boiling. You are no longer my guide, Caesar. She murmured softly, as if it were a curse, or perhaps a word of pity. Her forehead gently touched his. The remaining, painful, and chaotic connection between their souls. In an instant, Luna, with her overwhelming will, seized him again, tensed him, and then, transformed him. Luna's voice resonated deep within his soul, carrying an unyielding will. Are you my eternal reflection? No, that's too abstract. I want something more tangible. She began to draw upon the even greater and deeper power that had devoured Voldemort, combining it with her most fundamental authority, the power to tame and dominate. It's no longer just about repairing or maintaining connections, but about a terrifying reforging and imprinting of the soul. I want you to stay with me in this world forever. In her voice, a morbid obsession reached its peak. Watch as the monsters you created come to rule this world. Use your wisdom to devise plans for me, use your cunning to clear obstacles for me, use the rest of your life. Feel my strength grow with each passing moment, witness every dark choice I make. It was a vast power, a blend of dark magic, the wild essence of tamed creatures, and Luna's own icy will. Like the thickest bitumen, or like activated metal, it was forcibly poured into Caesar's soul. Caesar discovered that the old channels of connection between them had been woven into new, more complex, and more unbreakable chains. The core of this shackle is no longer equal symbiosis or utilization, but unilateral, absolute domination and eternal bondage. Many kinds of feelings connect the two. Just as that terrifying power seeped into his soul, vivid fragments uncontrollably surged up from the depths of Caesar's scattered consciousness. It was a cold, rainy day. Several figures pushed the girl with light blonde hair to a deserted corner behind the teaching building, mud splashing onto her pale face as they shoved her. They laughed and cursed, calling her a crazy girl, their voices piercing the rain. Then, a dark-haired boy stepped in, standing between her and the bully. "Stay away from her." The words were spoken so softly, as if to the air, but when the girl looked up at him, she felt for the first time that the rain falling on her seemed to have suddenly stopped. That night, she wrote in her diary, "Today Caesar helped me get rid of Derek. It turns out that when someone is standing beside me, the rain won't get me wet. I've quietly come to like this umbrella." In the quiet afternoon, the only sounds in the studio were the soft bubbling of the crucible and the gentle glow of the magic lamp. The boy focused intently on adjusting the instruments and recording data. The girl sat quietly on a high stool to the side, swinging her legs gently, nibbling on her licorice wand, her eyes following his every move without blinking. Occasionally, he would briefly explain the principle behind it. Occasionally, he would offer a safe step for her to try. There was no extra conversation, only the low hum of the instruments, and a strange, shared, secret tranquility. In her diary, she wrote, "September 7th, the crescent moon was thin, like a silver wand. Mom said today that I don't need to change myself. She said Caesar would probably like the real me." Chapter 96. In the pitch-black night, the two-way mirror shimmered with a faint light. On the other side of the mirror, the boy seems to still be in the library, with the spines of books lying dormant behind him. On the other side of the mirror, a girl in pajamas, her hair disheveled, is curled up in the corner of the bed. They chatted idly, about outrageous rumors, the Ministry of Magic's foolish new regulations, and the slight shift in the night sky of a certain constellation. The mirror gradually warmed in my palm, like a stone being warmed by a gentle touch. On that page, she wrote, "Only the face that appears in the mirror each week, the steady voice of guidance, and the occasional well done, become the only stable source of light in my world." On a winter's eve, the boy pushed open the door and came in, his shoulders still damp with the chill of the outside air. The girl stood quietly by the stairs, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her sweater. They walked up to the second floor, one after the other. At the corner of the stairs, the girl suddenly whispered, "You'll always be by my side, won't you?" The boy stopped, looked down at her, and gazed at her for a long time. Then he reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. Until the very last moment. She closed her eyes, as if she had finally touched the only sturdy floating island in the turbulent ocean. At the end of the diary, the handwriting was as soft as a sigh, "He gave me a promise. We'll be together until the very last moment, and that's enough." The morning air was still streaked with tears. The room was dimly lit, and the girl trembled in the boy's arms, a breakdown following her first murder. She asked, her voice choked with sobs, "We'll go to hell, won't we?" The boy remained silent for a long time, then his lips twitched very slightly. "If the road to the real world is destined to pass through hell, then let's go to hell together, never to be separated, never." The girl stopped crying and reached out to grasp his equally cold hand. "The diary reads," he said, "let's go to hell together, never to be apart. It turns out that darkness with someone by your side isn't utterly cold. These fragmented moments of warmth, these real moments once woven by Caesar's own hand, now appear starkly clear amidst the searing pain of the soul. They were the threads that guided her and bound her." At this moment, however, it became the most resilient yet most painful emotional flame as Luna entwined him in reverse, forging that eternal shackle. "Luna, you actually want to tame me?" Caesar's unfocused gaze focused on Luna's cold yet fanatical silver eyes, and a terrifying realization pierced through him. He taught Luna the principles of taming magical creatures, understanding, resonance, establishing a connection, and then exerting the will to dominate. But that applies to magical creatures. Are you even a human being? Ugh! A suppressed roar of pain escaped Caesar's throat. It was not merely a agonizing pain on a spiritual level, but a horrifying realization that had shattered his understanding. His voice was hoarse, trembling with disbelief. "This is impossible. How could such an ability exist in this world? I'm a human being. Clearly, Luna had already elevated that dark magic to an unprecedented level without Caesar's knowledge. No, Caesar remembered, it was when he was with Dumbledore, during that study about the soul. He had encouraged Luna when Dumbledore warned her, never imagining it was a pretext to use against him. After a struggle, Caesar's free will was not taken away. Perhaps Luna needed his intellect, but the essence of his existence was altered. He cannot harm Luna, nor can he leave her beyond a certain range. As Luna's power increases, this range may expand, but the restraint remains. His joys and sorrows, even his vitality, will be deeply intertwined with Luna's state. Even more terrifying, he felt that a part of his soul had been grafted onto Luna and a small part of the dominance network between those tamed creatures. He could sometimes vaguely sense their emotions, as if he himself had become a special being within that dark beast horde, someone forever enveloped by the Queen's consciousness. Alpha Wolf? Prisoner? Possessions. This process was painful and lengthy, yet it seemed to happen in an instant. When Luna finally removed her forehead, Caesar collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, his eyes glazed over. A dim crescent moon, bound by chains of thorns, appeared on her chest, echoing the brilliant dark moon patterns on her face. Luna stood up, looking down at Caesar, whom she had completely tamed and bound to at the level of his soul. A truly satisfied, yet chilling smile appeared on her face. That smile contained victory, possession, and a twisted sense of relief, a feeling of finally getting it. Welcome to the new era, Kaiser Wilkes. Luna spoke softly, extending her hand not to help Caesar up, but to wait for him to rise on his own, in a manner befitting his new identity. My Prime Minister, my prisoner, my eternal accomplice in hell. We still have much to do, let's begin by cleaning up this ruin. I'm going to give you a new name. After all, you told me in our first lesson that having a name would strengthen our connection. Let me think, from now on I'll call you Beast. Luna turned, facing the battlefield below, which was gradually calming but still chaotic, facing the terrifying legion of creatures silently awaiting her next command, facing the rising sun, which could not illuminate the abyss in her eyes. The Queen has ascended the throne. The first and only offering and decoration she insisted on keeping around her, the one she used to crown herself, was. It was the man who put her on the throne. Together, forever, bound, they will fall and rule this dark abyss they have shaped together. The shadows of the forbidden forest stretch out, the beasts growl, a new, even more eerie and unpredictable era begins. Amidst the ruins and bloodshed of Hogwarts, bound by a morbid and eternal bond, its silent and terrifying curtain was drawn back. Just then, a voice rang out deep within Caesar's mind like an alarm clock, instantly waking him from his drowsy state. Main quest: become a double agent and train someone to be the third Dark Lord, completed. Overall assessment, S+. Rewards being processed. Mission completion deadline, 20 years, 9 years remaining. The host may terminate the simulation at any time. After choosing to end the simulation, the simulated body will die unexpectedly. Does the host wish to end it now? It's over now. Take my body with you. Caesar cried out in his heart, he didn't want to stay here a moment longer. 3, 2, 1. Disengagement complete. The last trace of simulated light and shadow vanished completely into nothingness. Caesar's consciousness returned to the system's pure white settlement space. The previous clamor and fear were replaced by absolute silence. There was no deprivation of consciousness, no repressed thoughts, no subjugation to the Queen's control, and no deep-seated obedience. All that remained was the coldly glowing settlement list floating in front of me, and a new notification. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission and receiving the following rewards: Genius Scholar, Fantastic Creatures Expert. Chapter 97. Initially cancelling 3 initial talents, Correction, Genius Scholar, and Illusion Master. The host has been detected to possess the talent repentance and redemption in this simulation, which allows them to retain emotional memories with a specific character from this simulation, influencing the same character in the real world. Load simulated memories and emotions for Luna? Yes/no. Caesar floated silently in the pure white, raising his hand, his fingertips hovering above the word yes, trembling slightly. To be honest, he wasn't very willing to click. I didn't soften my heart, so why did I fail again? His original plan was to cultivate Luna's strength and personality so that she could help him conquer Hermione in the real world. But plans can't keep up with changes, and now things have gone astray. Given Luna's current condition, let alone helping Hermione deceive her, the first thing she'd probably do upon waking up is. He's undeniably strong, but he's also undeniably insane. Hermione still has to solve it herself, after all. At least she was still the Minister of Magic at the end of the simulation, which is more respectable. Aside from the bad things she did for herself, she mostly did good things, and she also had both parents alive. Given Hermione's personality, she wouldn't just kill herself without listening to a single explanation. Little Hermione. If I can fool you once, I can fool you a second time. After a long silence, Caesar pressed no. Memory and emotion preservation completed. However, in Caesar's mind, both simulations resulted in failure. Hermione's path proves that binding guilt and memories can give rise to a cold and deadly avenger. Luna's path proves that using guidance and betrayal as stimulation can breed a mad and paranoid possessive. If Caesar were to evaluate these two simulations himself. I failed the first simulation. In his initial simulation with Hermione, he was initially tough but later softened his approach. At first, he was completely focused on fooling Hermione, but then he became interested in her. Life is full of unexpected events, and this one caused such a promising start to turn into a complete mess at the end, even escalating into Hermione's pursuit. I failed the second simulation again. This time, he completely learned from his first lesson and remained steadfast from beginning to end. Although he occasionally had a moment of conscience, he maintained his villainous persona until the very last moment. He was indeed the villain, but Luna was even more villainous than him. The student surpassed the teacher. If it weren't for the system protecting him, he might have spent the remaining 9 years of the simulated world as Luna's slave, subject to her arbitrary commands and discipline. He didn't know what he would be done to during his 9 years of slavery, but he could guess that it certainly wouldn't be anything good, especially considering how cruel he had been to Luna before. Thinking of this, Caesar sighed, next time we simulate, we must carefully analyze the lessons learned and plan meticulously. Simulation record has been archived. The host is about to return to the real world. Before disappearing completely, he took one last look at the void. He seemed to faintly hear Luna's question again. Caesar, will you regret this? In a simulated world. The satisfied yet cold smile on Luna's face had not yet completely faded. Her outstretched hand still hovered in mid-air, waiting for her eternal accomplice to rise on his own and step into the eternal prison and throne she had drawn for him in a submissive and harmonious manner. In that very instant, before her lay Kaiser Wilkes, collapsed on the ground. His body suddenly stiffened. It wasn't the spasm of injury, nor the struggle of resistance, but rather an extremely abrupt, as if all inner stagnation had been instantly emptied. Caesar's unfocused gaze suddenly focused within a fraction of a second. It wasn't looking at her, but rather piercing through her, gazing into some infinitely distant void, one she could neither comprehend nor reach. The last emotion that flashed in those deep grey pupils was not fear, resentment, or anger, but rather a kind of almost mocking relief, and a sense of utter alienation that suddenly froze her soul. It was as if he never truly belonged here, never belonged to this dark drama she had so meticulously crafted. Then, right before her eyes, at the very core of the almost eternal shackles of her soul, Caesar's body, like pencil marks erased by an eraser, or a popped soap bubble, began to fade and dissipate rapidly from the edges. It's not turning to ashes, nor disintegrating into particles of light, but a more thorough and unacceptable erasure of existence. It was as if everything that constituted him, the matter, the energy, and even the soul imprint she had just forcibly branded, was being brutally reclaimed by some higher dimensional rule. No. A single syllable escaped Luna's lips, very soft, yet with a sharp, metallic edge. Her hand, which was suspended in mid-air, suddenly reached forward and grabbed, her 5 fingers like hooks, and the dark silver patterns instantly became dazzlingly bright. A surge of immense magical power, mixed with absolute dominion over the tamed creatures, erupted forth, transforming into countless tangible shadow chains that coiled around Caesar's dissipating body. She wanted to capture him and restrain him. Fight against this absurd disappearance with force. The shadow chains pierced through the fading phantom, as if grasping at thin air, twisting together in vain, emitting a hollow friction sound. Caesar's dissipation did not slow down in the slightest. His face blurred rapidly, and the crescent moon mark of thorns on his chest dimmed like embers, shattered, and disappeared. Finally, even that mocking and distant look in his eyes completely melted into nothingness. Less than 3 seconds. On the ruins of the astronomical tower, only a blood-stained piece of rubble, fragments of his tattered outer robe, and the faint, lingering magical energy fluctuations belonging to him in the air were also quickly dispersed by the wind. Luna's hand, which had been grasping at nothing, remained stiffly outstretched in front of her. His fingertips trembled slightly from the excessive force, and the shadowy chains wrapped around them drooped limply and crumbled. Her expression went blank for a moment. Then, the blank space was replaced by an extremely slow, yet chilling, crack. First, in the pupils, deep within the pale silver-grey eyes, the dark nebula that had devoured Voldemort and ruled over all beasts suddenly stopped spinning, and then began to appear in a frenzied, chaotic vortex. Then came the corners of her mouth, that cold, satisfied smile twisted, not turning downwards into a cry, but being pulled to both sides, forming a strange and stiff arc, as if her facial muscles had lost control. No. This time the voice was even softer, almost inaudible, yet it carried a terrifying calm, like the calm before a storm. Slowly, frame by frame, she withdrew her stiff hand, lowered her head, and looked at her empty palm. The still warm bloodstains from when I touched his cheek were rapidly turning cold. Chapter 98. No. Third tone. This time, the sound was no longer a single syllable, but a whisper squeezed from deep within the throat, carrying the texture of sand and gravel. Cracks appeared on the once calm exterior. She looked up at the blank space where Caesar had disappeared. His eyes were no longer a deep, unfathomable calm, nor a fanatical fervor, but had become a pure, almost nihilistic bewilderment. It was as if the world's logic, which she meticulously orchestrated and controlled, including his soul, had been utterly shattered in those 3 seconds, revealing an incomprehensible, absurd, dark abyss beneath. Fraud. She spoke softly, as if confirming a fact. Again. A tremor began to seep into his voice, not from sadness, but from the sound of something breaking inside. You said, forever. The volume of her voice suddenly rose, piercing the silence she had maintained. That forever sounds so ironic, so ridiculous now. You gave me guidance, leading me to my downfall, you said, to go to hell together. She became incoherent, her logic began to crumble, and every word felt like a knife, cutting her apart from the inside. I caught it. I definitely caught it. I did it. Until the very last moment. You promised. You promised. The final question turned into a hysterical scream, no longer a human voice, but more like a mixture of the pain and anger of countless tamed creatures. Her calm aura suddenly exploded. The dark silver patterns no longer flowed, but instead burned on her skin like a red-hot branding iron, sizzling and emitting eerie blue smoke. Centered on her, an indescribable madness, a mixture of extreme pain, rage, and betrayal, surged within her. and the mental storm of destructive impulses arising from the frustration of the desire for absolute dominance, erupted like an out-of-control tsunami. Ah! A piercing scream swept across the entire Hogwarts battlefield. Below, all the creatures she had tamed, dragons, thunderbirds, giants, Zwu, giant spiders, centaurs, and so on. Countless dark creatures simultaneously let out agonizing and ferocious howls and roars. The dark silver markings in their eyes flickered wildly, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Their power was no longer under precise control, but went berserk as Luna's emotions completely collapsed. The fire dragon went out of control, wildly spewing its breath into the sky, scorching the clouds. The lightning brought down by the thunderbird struck the earth indiscriminately, without distinguishing friend from foe. The mountain giants began to furiously pound the ground and the remaining buildings. The Zwu's figure flickered wildly in space, tearing apart and causing small-scale spatial disturbances. The ground beast tide has completely descended into a frenzy of infighting and blind collisions. The Hogwarts guards, who had just glimpsed the dawn of victory, and the fleeing Death Eaters were simultaneously plunged into even greater panic. This sudden outburst of violent power, originating from their saviors or unknown third party, was more unpredictable and more purely destructive than Voldemort's threat. Luna was completely unaware of all this. All her senses, all her will, all her existence seemed to be focused on that blank space. She staggered forward 2 steps, came to the spot where Caesar had disappeared, and slowly knelt down. Reaching out, not to grab, because there's nothing left to grab. Instead, he touched the cold, rough stone slab with an almost pious, yet distorted, gesture. It was as if his silhouette, his warmth, and the mark of his bound soul still lingered there. Return. She whispered the command, facing the air, facing the nothingness, facing that being that had already departed from this world. I command you to return. Her voice carried an undeniable, queenly authority, yet it was heartbreakingly hollow. There was no response. Only the sound of the wind, the distant roars of rampaging creatures, and the wailing of the battlefield's remnants. You will come back. She murmured to herself, her gaze refocusing, but that focus burned with a chilling, obsessive flame. You can't escape. I've seized your soul. I've modified it. It's branded with my mark. No matter where you go, no matter what you become, that mark will remain. Luna lowered her head, looking at the burning, painful dark lines on her arm, and then touched the equally hot tattoo on her cheek. You are mine. She repeated it over and over, her voice growing softer and more resolute, as if hypnotizing herself and rebuilding her shattered beliefs. Forever. Death can't take you away. Disappearance can't take you away. Nothing can take you from me, nothing. She slowly stood up, no longer looking at the blank space. His expression returned to a terrifying calm, but beneath that calm lay boiling magma and a frenzied obsession. The dark silver patterns no longer burned uncontrollably, but settled into a deeper, more restrained absolute darkness that seemed capable of devouring all light and hope. She turned to face the battlefield below, now even more chaotic and terrifying due to the rampaging beasts, to this world that had just lost Voldemort and was about to face a new nightmare. In the depths of his light silver-grey eyes, the last trace of human emotion vanished completely. All that remained was an empty, pitch-black void, reflecting only a vortex of obsession. I will find you. She whispered to the wind, to the whole world, to other places that may or may not exist. It was like uttering the most vicious curse, and like making the most twisted vow. No matter where you are. No matter how long it takes. No matter how much you have to destroy. I will find you, Caesar Wilkes. Then, next time. Extremely slowly, that chilling, icy smile returned to her lips. I will build a cage that neither death nor disappearance can take you away. We're never finished. She raised her hand, no longer trying to control the rampaging creatures. Instead, he transformed all his rage, pain, and obsession into the purest dark magic, channeling it into the land of Hogwarts beneath his feet, and into a painful connection with all the tamed creatures. Now! Her icy voice echoed across the battlefield, not as a command, but as a form of catharsis, a way to drag more people down with her crumbling world. Feel my pain. An even more violent wave of darkness, accompanied by the utter madness of all the beasts, swallowed up all remaining points of light. The world of Queen Luna. The collapse did not occur in the moment when her accomplice from hell was absent. Instead, it slid into a deeper, more desperate abyss of pure madness, solely in pursuit of the impossible. Chapter 99. In the real world, everything remains the same. Caesar's eyes flickered for half a second. His entire demeanor changed dramatically in an instant. The genius scholar's talent allowed him to instantly analyze the magical trajectory in his mind. He was startled when he saw the red light on Hermione's wand. Wait, this is actually an attack spell. Then, Caesar suddenly twisted his body to the left. A red light grazed his right rib, piercing a row of glass jars behind him. Some kind of viscous purple liquid sizzled and evaporated into highly toxic smoke. Hermione! Are you crazy? Caesar growled, his voice filled with genuine shock and rage. You're the one who's crazy. Hermione's second spell was already in effect. This time it was a silent spell. 3 icy blue blades formed a triangular shape, blocking his escape route. She had no intention of listening to Caesar's explanations. She wanted to incapacitate him so she could dig out the truth in the most brutal way. I'll also take this opportunity to vent my anger over the past few days on this classmate I've always disliked, who's now coming to me again and spouting lies. Caesar crouched and rolled, cutting off a section of the hem of his robe. The cold air brushed against my calf, leaving bloodstains. He knocked over a long table, causing crucibles and medicinal herbs to spill out with a crash, and colorful chemical fumes rose from the ground. Is there some misunderstanding between you two? Luna retreated to a corner, her large, misty eyes watching the two in astonishment, as if witnessing a rare battle between magical creatures. Even the most serious matters should be discussed before resorting to violence, right? When Luna first told Hermione about the harassment, she was only thinking about helping to solve the problem. Unexpectedly, Hermione, who was once known for her refined and elegant demeanor, has suddenly changed completely, acting as if she has encountered her father's killer. She felt a pang of regret. Perhaps she shouldn't have gotten involved. Tell me. Hermione pressed on, her wand as steady as a rock, its tip locked on Caesar. Who are you? What's your relationship with Caesar Habsburg? Who's this potion for? Her questions were sharp as knives, each word dripping with the pain and anger of being deceived. But Caesar astutely noticed one thing: her spell, though vicious, avoided vital points. She was extracting a confession, not killing someone. Not yet, at least not now. Caesar struggled to his feet, panting, a bitter smile playing on his lips. He deliberately spoke in a low, hoarse voice. If I told you, would you believe me? If I said I was just a dud student who accidentally acquired some knowledge, would you believe me? I don't believe it. Hermione's expression was resolute, her anger blazing even brighter. Your reaction just now, the way you dodged the spell, that's not something a squid could do. You're hiding your true strength. Why? She waved her wand, and an invisible force field tightened suddenly, like a giant hand gripping Caesar. It is a high-level variant of the binding spell. Caesar did not dodge. He looked at her, and just before the force field touched her, he suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, carrying a kind of sorrowful relief. Then he moved. It's not retreating, it's charging forward. He charged straight at Hermione, bracing himself against the force field powerful enough to break ribs. Hermione's pupils contracted sharply. She hadn't expected Caesar to break through in such a near-suicidal way. The edge of the force field grazed Caesar's body, the sound of tearing fabric rang out, and blood streamed from his skin. But Caesar's speed didn't decrease, and he was in front of Hermione in an instant. Too close. Hermione was so close that she could see her reflection in Caesar's eyes, angry, flustered, and with a hint of helplessness hidden deep within. Then Caesar opened his arms and hugged Hermione tightly. With force, tightly. Like a traveler embracing the wind of their hometown. Hermione froze. Time seemed to stretch out and stand still at that moment. The strange smell permeated the potions classroom, the faint sounds of students playing in the distance down the corridor, and even the subtle sound of Luna blinking softly in the corner. All gone. All that's left is this hug. Caesar's arm was around her back, his palm pressed down on her shoulder blade, the pressure so strong it almost made her bones ache. Caesar's chest was pressed against hers, she could feel his rapid heartbeat and the warm, damp seepage from the wound on his side. And then there was Caesar's scent, sweat, potions, old parchment, and something deeper, a scent she couldn't quite put her finger on, yet so familiar it made her heart ache. I'm sorry, Hermione. Caesar's voice whispered in her ear, low and husky, trembling, with a tenderness she had never heard before, almost broken. Those 3 words were like a key, clicking as they were pushed into the deepest recesses of her memory. Little Hermione. This title. The images in my memory flooded back like a tidal wave. At Victoria Station, he took her hand, handed her a can of butterbeer, and solemnly vowed, Hermione, believe me. I will definitely take you home. On the shores of a Scottish loch, he was fishing, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, while she worked on documents beside him. He suddenly turned around, laughing, and called out, Hermione, the fish is on the hook. Soup for dinner tonight. Late at night in the kitchen, sharing cream of mushroom soup. She complained about the Ministry of Magic's tedious paperwork, and he ruffled her hair. Even our brilliant little Hermione, Minister, has a day when she's stumped by documents. Backstage at the wedding, her fingers were cold with nervousness. He took her hand, forehead to forehead, don't be afraid, Hermione. From today onwards, you'll always be mine. Every little Hermione is wrapped in doting affection, tenderness, and a unique intimacy that she once thought would last a lifetime. In real life, Hermione's pupils suddenly dilated. Her body began to tremble. It wasn't fear, nor anger, but a deeper tremor that surged up from the depths of my soul. You. Hermione's voice caught in her throat, like sandpaper scraping against it. What did you call me? Caesar did not answer. He simply held her, resting his chin on the top of her head, and sighed softly. That sigh contained so much, exhaustion, guilt, helplessness, and a trace of sorrow, almost a farewell, that she couldn't understand. Then Caesar released his grip. Take a step back. Look into Hermione's eyes. Hermione was looking at him too. Their eyes met. Hermione saw her own pale, dazed face reflected in Caesar's deep grey eyes. I saw the bitter yet composed smile on his lips. I saw the wound on his robe, torn by the spell, with blood slowly seeping out, staining the fabric red. I also saw something deeper, a weary tenderness that had transcended a long period of time. A gaze she had once seen in the eyes of the man in the mirror, a gaze fixed upon her. All the clues suddenly came together at that moment. How did he know the recipe for Takamu? Why was he able to evade her spell? Why would he secretly brew potions in the potions classroom? Why did his embrace, the way he held her, the force he used, the whisper he uttered feel so familiar that it broke her heart? You. Chapter 100. Hermione's voice was trembling uncontrollably. The wand slipped from her hand and fell to the ground with a clatter. She didn't pick it up. She simply raised her hand, her fingertips trembling, and gently touched his cheek. Like touching a fragile phantom, a dream that vanishes at the slightest touch. You are. She almost whispered, tears welling up unexpectedly and rolling down her cheeks. You are Habsburg. Caesar did not deny it. He simply watched Hermione quietly, letting her fingers caress his cheek and let her warm tears drip onto the back of his hand. Then Caesar nodded. It's very light, yet very clear. I'm home, Hermione. In that instant, Hermione heard the sound of her world collapsing. It wasn't a deafening roar, but rather a deeper, silent shattering. All the anger, all the doubt, all the pain of being deceived, were swallowed up at this moment by a greater emotion. Is it ecstasy? No. Is it despair? No. It was a suffocating chaos, a mixture of ice and fire. Caesar is alive. He was not the phantom in the mirror, the one who died in his arms. He stood there, breathing, bleeding, looking at her. But why? Hermione's tears flowed even more fiercely, but her voice became strangely calm as the calm before a storm. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you lie to me? Why did you come back this way? Caesar opened his mouth, as if he wanted to explain. But Hermione didn't give him a chance. The vulnerability on her face lasted only a few seconds before being replaced by a more intense emotion. It was the anger of betrayal, the humiliation of being toyed with, and the overwhelming pain and resentment of the self in the mirror choosing to die for love. All the emotions mingled together, boiled, churned, and finally exploded into a devastating rage. You lied to me! Hermione screamed and shoved him away. Her wand was back in her hand, its tip emitting a blinding crimson light. You watched me break down in the mirror. Watch me suffer for that phantom. Watch me go to Ravenclaw to find someone who doesn't exist. You just stand there and watch. You even lied to me and said you were some kind of student. With each word she spoke, the red light at the tip of her staff intensified. What do you take me for? A joke? A puppet for you to manipulate? Caesar took a step back, his face drained of color. Hermione, let me explain. I won't listen. The spell erupted. This time, it was no longer a test, no longer forced confession. It's a killing move. The crimson beam, like a molten steel needle, pierced straight at Caesar's chest with incredible speed. That's a variant of divine sharpness without shadow, pursuing ultimate penetration and internal organ destruction. Caesar's pupils contracted sharply. There's no escaping it. The distance was too close, and Hermione's magic was at its peak, ready to erupt out of control. This attack was launched in anger, swift, ruthless, and precise. All he could do was try his best to turn to the side. Pfft! The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh was dull yet clear. A red light pierced through his left abdomen, emanating from his back and bringing with it a cloud of blood mist. Caesar's body stiffened abruptly, and his pupils dilated instantly. He looked down at the hole in his abdomen that was quickly soaked with blood, a moment of blankness flashing across his face, as if he didn't understand what had happened. Then, excruciating pain swept over us like a tsunami. His legs buckled, and he knelt on one knee, clutching his wound tightly with one hand. Blood gushed from between his fingers, instantly staining the ground red. Hermione, is this ruthless? What if? Oh right, system, I need to find out, is the soul mark Luna placed on me still there? System, host, do not doubt it. The soul imprint in the simulated world has naturally been removed by the system. However, if the host is imprinted with the soul imprint in the real world, the system will not be responsible. System supplement, simulated worlds are actually parallel worlds. Importing simulated emotional memories is essentially merging the souls of characters from parallel subworlds in the main real world. Simply put, you can think of it as soul transmigration. Your soul transmigrates to the other side, and she transmigrates back, and they can do whatever they want with each other. Can I do whatever I want? Caesar nearly vomited blood. I'm about to be stabbed to death by Hermione, and you sound so arrogant. It's clearly a real parallel world, but you insist on calling it a simulated world to mislead me. Hermione stood still, her wand still pointing forward, the red light at the tip not yet completely dissipated. She looked at Caesar kneeling on the ground. Looking at his pale face, the taut lines of his neck from pain, and his deep grey eyes that looked up at her. There was no resentment or anger in those eyes. There was only one kind of deep, almost resigned sorrow. I'm sorry." Caesar opened his mouth and blood and foam spilled from the corner of his lips. These 3 words again. Hermione's hands began to tremble. What did she just do? Did she really stab him? The man she loved, married, and who ultimately died in her arms. The man who had just been holding her, saying "I'm sorry" in that familiar yet heartbreaking voice. Did she really want him dead? You. Hermione's voice trembled, and she instinctively took a half step forward. Why didn't you dodge? There's no escaping it. Caesar gasped, cold sweat beading on his forehead, but a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. You're too angry. So you're letting me kill you? Hermione screamed, tears welling up again, this time from panic and lingering fear. Why don't you fight back? Aren't you Caesar Habsburg? Aren't you the man who could become the headmaster of Hogwarts? How could you? Hermione's voice stopped abruptly. Because she saw Caesar shake his head. It was slow and difficult. I'm not. Caesar whispered, each word laced with a bloody, breathy sound, at least, not yet. Hermione was stunned. What's the meaning? Caesar did not answer immediately. He took a deep breath, a movement that made his face even paler. Then slowly raised the other hand that wasn't covering the wound, palm facing upwards. His blood was stained on his palm. But he didn't pay attention. But looking at Hermione, her complex expression made her uneasy. I am indeed Caesar Habsburg. He spoke slowly, at a very slow pace, as if each word required immense effort. But that's something from another world. Or rather, something that might happen. Hermione held her breath. The mirror of Ariste has shown you one possibility. Caesar continued, his voice growing softer yet terrifyingly clear. In that possibility, I was a professor of the history of magic at Hogwarts, I met you, and we fell in love. He paused, a genuine pain flashing in his eyes. Then I died, and you went with me. Hermione's tears fell silently. Chapter 101. But this world. Caesar gasped for breath, blood gushing from his abdominal wound, his face almost translucent. This world is different. I don't have those experiences, those methods, or that power. He gave a wry smile. I'm just a squib student with some special knowledge. An ordinary person who barely survives at Hogwarts thanks to a bit of foresight and luck. Hermione stared at him blankly. My brain is working frantically, trying to process the information in those words. Another world? What might happen? Does the mirror of Eris reflect possibility? Those memories she inherited, those memories that were so warm they broke her heart, and so painful they drove her mad. So, those memories were fake. Hermione's voice was as soft as a whisper. No. Caesar shook his head, his eyes serious, they are real. In a certain timeline, in a certain possibility, they truly happened. He looked into her eyes, and said, word by word. I love you, it's true. You love me, and that's true. It just doesn't belong to this now. Hermione staggered back a step, her back hitting the potion-making table with a soft clatter of bottles and jars. She felt a sudden dizziness. So, all those unforgettable moments of warmth, all those heart-wrenching pains, all that she thought she had truly experienced. Are they all just possibilities? Are they all just illusions projected from another parallel world, unrelated to her? Her voice was hoarse. Then why do you have those memories? Caesar remained silent for a moment. So you're saying I was actually just trying to scam you from the start? They'll definitely die a horrible death. He wouldn't do something so foolish. It's 3 parts fake and 7 parts real. First, put yourself in the victim's shoes. Ultimately, he gave Hermione an answer that shocked her even more. Because I can see different possibilities, see different timelines. Like a series of long dreams. Caesar paused, then added. And what you see in the mirror, what you recall in your memory, is the most real and longest dream I've ever had. Hermione was completely speechless. She looked at Caesar kneeling in the pool of blood, at his pale yet still handsome face, and at her own bewildered reflection in his deep grey eyes. Suddenly, she remembered the last image in the mirror. She lay in bed, an adult, holding 2 crystal bottles, her expression eerily calm. She drank the poison, closed her eyes, and smiled. She was waiting for him. Waiting for that absolute that cannot be truly separated. So. Hermione's voice was barely audible, in another world, I really, died with you. Caesar closed his eyes. He nodded very lightly. A tear slid down his cheek, mingling with the blood on his face. In that instant, Hermione felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing her heart tightly, the pain almost making it hard for her to breathe. I see. The image of myself in the mirror, choosing to commit suicide for love, was not an illusion, nor a nightmare. That was the final choice made by a real she after losing her beloved. And she, Hermione Granger of this world, was forced to inherit that love that was so painful to the extreme, and that loss that was so desperate to the extreme, simply because of a mirror. That's not fair. She murmured, tears streaming down her face. This isn't fair. Why should I have to suffer like this? Why should I pay for the pain of another me? Caesar opened his eyes, looked at her, and his eyes were filled with unfathomable guilt. Sorry. He repeated it again, his voice hoarse. I never imagined the mirror would have such a profound impact. I thought, those memories would be sealed away forever. Sealed up. Hermione looked up abruptly, a new surge of anger flashing in her eyes. So you knew? You knew I would inherit those memories? You knew from the very beginning. Caesar was taken aback, it seemed he had unconsciously let something slip. Hermione's voice trembled with anger. Why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you tell me? You just watched me. Watching me frantically search everywhere for someone who doesn't even exist? Seeing me tormented by those memories every night, unable to sleep? Look at me. She couldn't continue. Because beyond anger lies a deeper sense of grievance and hurt. She once trusted him so much. In the simulated world, even though she knew he was hiding something, she still chose to believe him and love him. In this world, however, he used lies and deception to push her into such a painful situation. Because Caesar's mind raced, and he began with difficulty, his voice broken by the sharp pain in his abdomen, because I'm afraid. He raised his head and looked directly into her eyes. I'm afraid that if you knew the truth, you would hate me like you do now. Hermione was stunned. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Caesar's lips. In my dreams, you love me. Even knowing I have secrets, even suspecting I might not be entirely real, you still choose to love me. His voice lowered, but in reality, I'm just a dud student. Harry Potter's cousin, a mediocre one, even a drag on the school. I don't deserve your love. So I'd rather you hate me, I'd rather you treat me like an insignificant liar. I don't want you to know that the person who loves you so deeply in my dreams is such a wretched person in reality. After saying this, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength, his body swayed, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Hermione stared at him blankly. She looked at the man kneeling in a pool of blood, his face deathly pale from blood loss, yet still gazing at her with an almost humble look. Do you hate him? Yes, she hates it. She hated him for hiding things, hated him for deceiving her, hated him for making her suffer so much unnecessary pain. But when she recalled those warm everyday moments reflected in the mirror, I remember Caesar Habsburg, who would cook soup for her in the kitchen late at night, accompany her to review documents in the study in the afternoon, and put a ring on her finger at their wedding. When she recalled that hug, that "I'm sorry, Hermione," that familiar yet heartbreaking tone. Beneath the surface of hatred, something softer and sharper is quietly piercing the walls of the heart. "You." Hermione spoke, her voice choked with emotion. She took a step forward, then another, until she stood before him. Then, she slowly squatted down. "Look him straight in the eye. Do you know what the cruelest thing is?" Hermione asked softly, tears falling drop by drop onto his blood-stained hand. "You didn't love me in my dreams, but you lied to me in reality." "But..." She reached out and gently stroked his cheek. The movements were very gentle, like touching a fragile piece of porcelain. "Even knowing it's all a lie, even knowing you're just a squish student, I still..." She couldn't continue. Because tears blurred my vision. Because she saw something in Caesar's deep grey eyes shatter at that moment. That was the facade he had been maintaining all along, the high wall he had built with indifference and alienation. Now, the high walls have collapsed, revealing the true and fragile heart beneath, a heart never before shown to anyone. "Hermione." He whispered her name, his voice trembling. "Don't." "Don't what?" Hermione's fingertips traced his cheek, wiping away the tears from the corner of his eyes. "Don't forgive you? Don't pity you? Or..." She paused, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. "Don't love you?" Chapter 102. Caesar's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at her, as if seeing her clearly for the first time. He saw through this frighteningly intelligent girl, and noticed the complex, unfathomable light in her eyes. Then he smiled. A faint, yet genuine smile. "You always understand me better than I understand myself." As soon as he finished speaking, his body went limp and he fell forward. Hermione instinctively opened her arms and caught him. Caesar rested his head on her shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her neck. His wound on his abdomen was still bleeding, soaking her robe. "Caesar!" Hermione panicked and frantically tried to press on his wound. "Don't die, you're not allowed to die, you haven't explained yourself yet." "I won't die." Caesar's voice grew weaker, yet carried a strange sense of relief. "I'm just a little tired." His eyes slowly closed. Hermione held him, feeling his increasingly faint breaths and heartbeat, and panic overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. "No. No. Don't sleep, Caesar. Open your eyes." She shook him desperately, tears streaming down her face. "Miss Granger." Luna, who had been quietly observing from the corner, finally moved. She walked over, squatted down next to Hermione, tilted her head to look at the unconscious Caesar, and then looked at Hermione, who was crying her eyes out. She really wanted to say that she saw Caesar covered in violently shaking bubble slugs, that would be the ultimate lie. There are such amazing people in this world who never speak the truth and whose hearts are filled with selfish egoism. But considering Hermione's attack just now, perhaps it's time to say something else. After all, this guy can't fool me. "He needs treatment," Luna said in her ethereal voice. "The wound is deep, and he's lost a lot of blood. If the bleeding isn't stopped, he'll die." Hermione jerked her head up, looking at Luna with a glint of desperation in her eyes. "Can you heal? Do you have a way?" Luna blinked. "I won't," she said honestly, "but I know someone will." "Who?" Luna pointed to the crucible where Caesar had just brewed the potion. "Himself." Hermione was stunned. Luna continued, her voice still steady, "The potion he was brewing, though you interrupted it, still has its basic structure intact. By adding a few neutralizing agents and hemostatic herbs, it can be transformed into an emergency treatment potion." She looked at Hermione, a strange light flashing in her misty eyes. "You're very clever, Miss Granger. You can do it. Hermione looked at Luna, then at Caesar, who was pale-faced in her arms, and then at the pot of potion remnants that were still bubbling slightly. Then, she gritted her teeth. In the potions classroom, time ticked by. Hermione was busy but extremely focused as she processed the medicinal herbs, adjusting the heat and adding the various ingredients to the crucible in a specific order. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, her fingers trembled slightly with nervousness, but her eyes were more determined than ever before. She wanted to save him. Whoever he is, whatever he lied to her about, whether those memories are real or illusion. She couldn't let him die. At the very least, he can't die at her hands. The medicinal liquid in the crucible gradually changed from a turbid dark purple to a clear amber color, emitting a faint, cool herbal aroma. It's done, Luna said softly. Hermione carefully scooped the potion into a crystal bottle, then returned to Caesar's side. She lifted his head and brought the bottle to his lips. Drink it. She commanded in a low voice, her tone leaving no room for argument. Caesar Habsburg, I command you to drink it. You haven't finished explaining what you owe me. You are not allowed to die. The medicine slowly flowed into his mouth. There was no response at first. Then, Caesar's body twitched slightly. The bleeding from the abdominal wound stopped at a visible rate, and the edges began to heal slowly. His breathing gradually stabilized, and a bit of color returned to his face. Hermione let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground, only then realizing that she was trembling all over. Luna looked at her quietly, then at the unconscious Caesar, and then spoke softly. The colorful scraps of fabric have begun to be sewn together. Hermione looked up at her. What? Luna shook her head, offering no explanation, but simply stood up and dusted off her robe. I have to go. Mrs. Pomfrey should be in the medical wing. You need more specialized treatment. She walked to the door, then turned back and glanced at Hermione. What he said about maybe might actually be true. But it could also be just another lie. Luna tilted her head, and a glint of light, unreadable to Hermione, flashed in her misty eyes. Be careful, Miss Granger. Some stories, once begun, can never be undone. After saying that, she pushed open the door and left. In the potions classroom, only Hermione and the unconscious Caesar remained. Silence returned. Hermione looked down at Caesar, who was resting his head on her lap, at his peaceful sleeping face, and at the shocking hole in his robes. Then, she gently reached out and smoothed the messy hair on his forehead. Caesar Habsburg. She murmured, her voice as soft as a sigh, who are you, really? There was no response. Only the fading light outside the window and the faint sound of bells from the distant castle could be heard. Luna's last words after leaving were like a pebble thrown into a still lake, creating ripples of unease in Hermione's heart. Be careful, Miss Granger. Some stories, once begun, can never be undone. Hermione looked down at Caesar, who was resting his head on her lap and whose breathing was gradually becoming steady. Her fingertips unconsciously twirled a strand of his dark brown hair. The medicine was working. The horrific penetrating wound in his abdomen had stopped bleeding and scabbed over, but the dark red blood stains on his robe were still glaringly obvious. He is Caesar Habsburg. He was the man she loved, married, and ultimately died in her arms, the man she remembered. He was also the dud student who concealed everything from her in reality, watched her struggle in pain, until she herself stabbed herself in the abdomen. Hermione closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The emotions churning in my chest were as complex as a pot of overcooked potion. Anger, resentment, sadness, heartache, and a hint of excitement she didn't want to admit. Those memories felt so real. A real embrace, a real kiss, real words of love, a real commitment. It was so real that even though reason told her that's another possibility, her heart had already fallen for it. So when he hugged her, when he whispered, "I'm sorry, Hermione," when she smelled his familiar scent, her hatred crumbled at that moment. Instead, something more dangerous has taken its place. You owe me, Hermione whispered to the unconscious Caesar, her fingers tracing his pale cheek, a debt you can never repay. Chapter 103. Outside the window, the sky had completely darkened. Lights gradually illuminated the castle, and the sound of students' hurried footsteps echoed through the corridors as they headed to the Great Hall for lunch. Hermione gritted her teeth. She couldn't leave Caesar here. She had to go to Madame Pomfrey's side, but before that, she needed to do some take care of things. Using a levitation charm, Hermione carefully moved Caesar to a relatively clean corner on the ground, and began to quickly clean up the scene. Shattered glass jars, spilled medicinal herbs, and large patches of blood on the ground. She used several cleansing and repairing spells to barely restore the potions classroom to its original state, at least superficially, so that it didn't look like a bloody conflict had just taken place there. After doing all this, she lifted Caesar and moved him toward the medical room. Along the way, they encountered several curious students, but Hermione brushed them off by saying, Mr. Dursley had an accident while practicing spells. Her expression was calm, and her tone was composed, as if she were simply helping an injured classmate. No one noticed her trembling fingers beneath her robe sleeves, nor did anyone see the fleeting pain in her eyes when she touched the warm blood stains on Caesar's waist. In the medical room, Madame Pomfrey gasped when she saw the wound on Caesar's abdomen. Merlin! What kind of spell caused this? She deftly brandished her wand to examine the area, then looked sternly at Hermione. Miss Granger, I need to know the details. It was an accident during defense against the dark arts class practice. Hermione lowered her eyelids, smoothly weaving a lie. Our group was practicing silent spell countermeasures. Mr. Dursley couldn't completely block a variant of the invisible strike spell. She deliberately mentioned Shadowless, a powerful and difficult to cure dark magic invented by Snape. This would both explain the severity of the wound and allow Mrs. Pomfrey to focus on the treatment rather than asking about the details. Sure enough, Mrs. Pomfrey's expression darkened further. Silent spell practice. You kids are so arrogant. While complaining, she took out several bottles of potent bone-strengthening agents and blood-replenishing supplements. Fortunately, no vital organs were injured, but he's lost too much blood and his magical energy is unstable. He'll have to stay here for at least 3 days. Hermione secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 3 days. That was enough for her to sort out her thoughts, and enough for her to have a good talk with him. She stood by the bedside, watching Madame Pomfrey administer the potion to Caesar, watching the gruesome wounds slowly heal under the power of magic. Caesar frowned slightly while unconscious, as if he were in pain. Hermione's fingers curled slightly. She wanted to hold his hand. But in the end, she simply turned and left the medical room. The next morning, Caesar woke up in his hospital bed in the medical ward. The excruciating abdominal pain had turned into a dull ache, and my body felt heavy and powerless, as if I had been trampled by a giant. Finally, they fell for it. Caesar dared not think too deeply about the serious consequences Hermione would have faced if he hadn't succeeded in calming her down last night. However, Hermione's current situation has deviated from the purpose of her first simulation. But Caesar could sense that Hermione still had a chance to win. If he can gradually win this girl over with love, he can make her his beautiful strategist as planned. The current situation is not only stable and improving. That's fantastic. And then there's Luna. Since it's a soul transmigration, I'll unlock Luna's memories after I conquer Hermione. At that time, it'll still be troublesome. We can't go back to the pure dark route like Luna's. It's very dangerous. Caesar propped himself up and sat against the headboard. Summarize and review the findings, and formulate plans for the future. The medical room was quiet. The morning sunlight streamed in through the high windows, casting warm dappled patterns on the white sheets. Mrs. Pomfrey wasn't there, she was probably preparing breakfast. Then he heard footsteps. Very light, Very stable. He looked up. Hermione Granger stood at the door of the ward. She changed into a clean school uniform, her hair was neatly combed, and her face showed no emotion. Holding a stack of books and a roll of parchment, he seemed to be just stopping by to visit an ordinary classmate. But her eyes, those brown eyes, always brimming with reason and wisdom, were now quietly watching him. It was like examining a complex magical subject, or like scrutinizing a familiar stranger. Woke up. Hermione walked in, placed the book on the bedside table, and said in a flat tone. Madame Pomfrey said you can have some liquids today. I've already brought some porridge. Caesar opened his mouth, as if to say something, but found his throat too dry to make a sound. Hermione seemed to have figured it out. She waved her wand, and a glass of warm water floated to Caesar's side. Have a drink. Then we'll talk. Caesar took the glass of water and sipped it slowly. The warm water moistened his chapped lips and throat, and also cleared his mind somewhat. Hermione, listen to me first. Hermione interrupted him, sat down on the chair beside the bed, placed her hands folded on her knees, and sat as upright as if she were attending an academic defense. I've been thinking about it all night. About what you told me. Another possibility, timeline, a long dream. She paused, her eyes sharpening. I'm not sure if I completely believe it. But one thing is certain, those memories had a real impact on me. I cannot deny them, nor can I remove them from my consciousness. Caesar's heart soared. So, Hermione continued, her tone still calm, I've decided to take a compromise approach. She raised her eyes and looked directly at him. Until I find out the whole truth, I will treat you as that Caesar Habsburg for now. That is to say. She leaned forward, her voice low, yet each word clear. I will assume the role of your dream girlfriend. I will care for you, look after you, and even show intimacy, just as you remember. Caesar stared blankly at the scene. But at the same time, Hermione's lips curled into a cold smile. I will monitor you. I will observe your every move and analyze your every word. Look for loopholes and contradictions in your words. If you dare to lie to me again, if you dare to take advantage of my feelings. She didn't continue. But the cold glint in those eyes said it all. This is a transaction. It's also a threat. She used the gentle facade of playing the role of a couple to gain the power to monitor him closely. She used superficial intimacy to mask her inner scrutiny and distrust. Caesar gave a wry smile. You're very smart, Hermione. I always have, Hermione said calmly. So, your answer? Caesar remained silent for a few seconds. Then he nodded. Good. Hermione seemed a little surprised by his decisiveness, but quickly regained her composure. She stood up, walked to the bedside, and suddenly bent down to tuck the blanket around him. The movements were natural, even carrying a hint of gentleness. But her voice whispered in his ear. Remember, Caesar. This is an act. Don't actually get involved. After speaking, she straightened up, a perfectly timed, concerned smile on her face. Get some rest, I'll come see you after class. She turned and left, the hem of her robe drawing a clean arc in the morning light. Caesar watched her departing figure, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the bedsheet. Is it acting? But why, when I get close? Does your heart beat that fast? Little Hermione, you can't escape my grasp. Chapter 104. Caesar lay in the medical ward for 3 days. Hermione came every day for the past 3 days. Sometimes she brought her textbooks and studied with him, and sometimes she just sat quietly next to him and read. She would quietly take his hand when Mrs. Pomfrey wasn't looking. When feeding him medicine, I would gently wipe away the medicine stains from the corners of his mouth with my fingertips. Before leaving in the evening, she would lean down and place a light, feather-like kiss on his forehead. Every movement was gentle and natural, as if they were truly a couple who had been in love for a long time. But Caesar could sense that when she held his hand, the strength in her fingertips was restrained. As she wiped his mouth, she calmly observed his reaction. When she kissed his forehead, her lips were cool. She's acting. To act in a play called The Affectionate Girlfriend. However, in Caesar's eyes, the audience for this play was Hermione. The main character is also Hermione. It was a self-directed and self-deceptive act by a young girl. On the afternoon of the third day, Caesar was allowed to be discharged from the hospital. Hermione appeared at the entrance of the medical wing right on time, carrying her school bag and a clean change of robe. "Let's go," she said, naturally taking his arm. "Harry and Ron are waiting for us in the common room, they're worried about you." Caesar stiffened slightly, but quickly relaxed and let her hold his arm. The two walked side by side down the castle corridor, attracting many curious glances. After all, it would be strange for anyone to find it so strange that Gryffindor's wisest witch and her once most troublesome cousin Harry had suddenly become so close. "They're watching us," Caesar whispered. "Let them see." Hermione kept her eyes straight ahead, her voice calm. "Perfect timing. I need a plausible excuse to explain why my attitude towards you has suddenly changed. Dating is a good reason." Caesar. So, was even going public with their relationship part of her plan? Inside the Gryffindor Tower, Harry and Ron were indeed growing increasingly impatient. "Caesar! Are you all right?" Harry rushed up and looked him over carefully. "Madame Pomfrey said you were injured while practicing spells, but what spell could cause such a serious injury? And Hermione's been going to the infirmary a lot these past few days, you guys." He didn't finish his sentence, but his eyes lingered on Hermione's arm linked with Caesar's, the meaning of which was clear. Ron's mouth dropped open. He looked at Hermione, then at Caesar, his expression as if he'd seen a troll dancing ballet. You wouldn't." Hermione released Caesar's arm and instead took his hand, their fingers intertwined. "We're dating," Hermione announced calmly, as if saying, "The weather's nice today." Harry and Ron both turned to stone. "To associate with, to interact with." Ron's voice rose 8 octaves, "You and Caesar? When did this happen? Why didn't we know anything about it?" "Just a few days ago," Hermione said without changing her expression. "When Caesar was wounded, we had a frank talk." As she said this, she glanced at Caesar, a warning flashing in her eyes that only he could understand. Caesar could only nod in agreement, managing a weak smile. "Yes. That's it." Harry still looked incredulous, but after glancing at Hermione's resolute expression and then at Caesar's pale yet smiling face, he finally sighed. "Okay, if this is your choice." Harry patted Caesar on the shoulder and lowered his voice. "But Caesar, if you use any potions on Hermione, she'll definitely kill someone when she wakes up." He didn't finish his sentence, but the worry in his eyes was obvious. Ron was still muttering, "Merlin's beard, Hermione and Caesar, something must be wrong with this world." From that day on, all the students at Hogwarts knew one thing: Hermione Granger and Caesar Dursley were dating. This pairing surprised many people, but Hermione's attitude was so natural, and Caesar's cooperation was so seamless. Gradually, the whispers subsided. After all, who can predict matters of the heart? No one knows what undercurrents are surging beneath this relationship. A few days later, in the afternoon, at the library. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting dappled shadows on the antique bookshelves. The air was filled with the smell of old paper and dust, with the occasional rustling sound of a quill pen gliding across parchment. Caesar and Hermione sat at the long table by the window. Hermione was engrossed in a thick book, The Origins of Higher Runes, while Caesar pretended to be reading basic spell theory, though his mind was already wandering far away. Both of them already had a solid foundation of knowledge, reviewing these books now was merely a formality. Hermione's head rested gently on his shoulder, her fluffy brown hair brushing against his neck, causing a slight tickle. She placed one hand under the table, their fingers intertwined. It looks like a heartwarming scene of a couple studying together. But Caesar could feel Hermione holding his hand, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the calluses on the back of his hand, marks left from long hours of holding a pen and practicing with a wand. She was observing, analyzing, and confirming the connection between Caesar Habsburg and Caesar Disley. Caesar. Hermione suddenly spoke softly, without looking up, still staring at the pages of her book. Where did you get that ancient rune variant you mentioned last night? I couldn't find any record of it in the history of the evolution of magical runes. They've arrived. It was another test. Caesar composed himself and replied with the words he had prepared beforehand. That's from a handwritten notebook I gave you when you joined the Ministry of Magic in your first year after graduation. The author was anonymous, but the handwriting was very old. I remember the book was called Fragments of Northern Wizardry. Hermione hummed in agreement and didn't press the matter further, but Caesar knew that she would continue to try to verify her identity and those words through details of their past life together. Instead of passively being inspected, it's better to take the initiative. Caesar suddenly stared intently at Hermione's face for over 10 seconds. Hermione touched her face in confusion. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? I just suddenly realized, Caesar said sincerely, that your eyes are beautiful. Hermione snorted, trying hard to suppress the slight upturn of her lips. Caesar, you've become more articulate than before, but Is this seat taken? May I sit here? Just as a couple was enjoying a harmonious and intimate moment, a light, airy voice came from across the street. Caesar raised his head. Luna stood by the table, holding an expanded edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Those large, misty eyes were looking at him, and at Hermione beside him. Luna's gaze lingered for a moment on their clasped hands, then she naturally pulled out the chair opposite her and sat down. It seemed as if he had simply found a spot to read a book. But Caesar's nerves tensed instantly. Hermione looked up as well. She glanced at Luna, a polite but distant smile on her face. Of course, Junior Lovegood. Chapter 105. Luna nodded and opened the book, but her gaze did not fall on the pages. Instead, he looked directly at Caesar over the spine of the book. More accurately, it was looking at Caesar, and Hermione. She's been having nightmares lately, and although the details are unclear, she instinctively feels a bit of dislike for Caesar. Her eyebrows rose slightly, and after a long while, a strange light flashed in his eyes, as if he had seen something interesting. Unexpectedly, Luna suddenly spoke, her voice ethereal like a wind chime. I also helped a couple find happiness. Hermione's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. Caesar's heart skipped a beat. Every time I see Luna, nothing good ever comes of it. Luna continued to look at them, or rather, at the air around them. Her gaze moved slowly, as if tracking something unseen. But she tilted her head, a hint of confusion in her voice. That's strange. What's strange? Hermione's voice remained calm, but Caesar could feel that she tightened her grip on his hand. Luna's gaze swept back and forth between Hermione and Caesar. The image finally focuses on Hermione. There are many creatures of love around you. She spoke softly, as if stating an objective fact. Pink bubble-nosed slugs, transparent winged fluttering butterflies, and those bioluminescent jellyfish that make heartbeat sounds, so many, all fluttering around you. Then, Luna paused and looked at Caesar. She blinked, but you have almost none. Only 2 or 3 here and there, and they look sickly. The air froze instantly. Hermione's smile vanished. She slowly turned her head and looked at Caesar. The gentle facade that had been barely maintained in those brown eyes shattered, revealing a cold scrutiny beneath. Is that so? Her voice was soft, yet sharp as an icy blade. Caesar, do you have anything to explain? Caesar opened his mouth, his brain racing, trying to find a reasonable explanation. I might. He said dryly, perhaps because the injury hasn't fully healed? The magic fluctuations are unstable. So it doesn't attract those, love creatures? The excuse was so lame that even he wanted to cover his face in embarrassment. Sure enough, Hermione's gaze grew even colder. Luna, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere, continued in her ethereal voice. And those love creatures around you are also very pale in color. Usually, people who are truly in love are surrounded by vibrant pink or gold love-themed creatures, but yours is a grayish pink. Like. She thought for a moment and found a word. It looks like a color that was barely applied. Click. Caesar seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. It was Hermione's rationality that held her together, and it was also the thin veil between them called acting. He swore it was a complete frame-up, although he loved himself most, he absolutely loved Hermione. Hermione released her grip on his hand. Very slow, very gentle. But the decisiveness in that gesture made Caesar's heart clench. Lovegood, Hermione's voice was eerily calm, you're implying that Caesar isn't truly sincere towards me, aren't you? Luna tilted her head, her large eyes filled with pure confusion, as if she didn't understand why Hermione would ask such a question. She honestly stated, I'm just describing what I see. Love creatures don't lie. They reflect the truest emotions within. Luna looked at Caesar, her eyes as clear as a mirror. When you told Hermione, your eyes are so beautiful, you were thinking, that will make her more obedient, right? Boom. Caesar felt his mind go completely blank. Is your unawakened soul taking revenge on me, Luna? I didn't. Caesar's voice was hoarse. He turned to Hermione and explained urgently, Hermione, listen to me, I just what? Hermione laughed. A beautiful smile, with the corners of her mouth curving upwards and her eyes slightly narrowed. But there was no warmth in those eyes. It's just acting, isn't it? She spoke softly, her hand silently gripping Caesar's thigh under the table, her nails digging deep into his flesh. Just like we agreed. You play the devoted boyfriend, and I'll play the considerate girlfriend. But. She pressed harder with her fingertips, causing Caesar to break out in a sweat. You didn't put in much effort, Caesar. Caesar gasped in pain, but dared not struggle, managing only a smile that looked more like a grimace. It hurts. Hermione, be gentle. Now you know it hurts. Hermione's smile widened, but her grip on her hand didn't loosen at all. Weren't those sweet nothings flowing so smoothly just now? Luna sat opposite her, quietly watching this scene. Then she suddenly spoke, your colorful scraps of cloth are now soaked in cold sweat, Mr. Dursley. Caesar. Hermione finally let go. She looked away, leaned back on Caesar's shoulder, and even picked up the book she had just used, tracing the origins of high-level magic runes, as if nothing had happened. My junior, Lovegood, really knows how to joke. Hermione spoke casually, as if the person who had just been cold-eyed and ruthless wasn't her at all. Caesar is just not good at expressing himself, I know he genuinely cares about me. As she spoke, she turned her head and gently kissed Caesar's cheek. The lips were soft and warm. But Caesar could sense that there was no love in that kiss. Only warnings. Cooperate with me. Don't give yourself away. Caesar nodded stiffly, forcing a smile, yes, yes. Luna, you've mistaken me. Luna looked at him, then at Hermione. Then she nodded. Maybe, she said softly. Sometimes, the eyes can lie. She lowered her head and began to read intently, no longer speaking. But Caesar knew this wasn't over yet. Hermione's trust was already as fragile as a spider's web, and now it has been almost completely severed by Luna's few words. And Luna. Caesar glanced furtively at the girl across from him. She was intently looking at the pages of the book, her long, pale golden hair cascading down her shoulders, her profile almost translucent in the sunlight. It appears completely harmless. But Caesar's heart pounded violently because of her. It wasn't love at first sight. It's a concern. The second simulation was originally intended to train a powerful opponent to counter Hermione, but it turned out the way it did. Luna Lovegood. That taming queen in the simulated world, who intended to tame, brand, and bind his soul. If she really did awaken her memories prematurely in the real world. What awaited Caesar was a life utterly devoid of dignity, a life completely controlled by him. He silently pleaded, "System, if I don't look at the mirror of Eris this time, there shouldn't be any problems, right? System prompt, the soul is intact and the barrier is stable." However, the host should be reminded that sealing is not the same as erasure. There is still a risk of leakage if subjected to extremely strong emotional stimuli or triggered by specific magic. What constitutes an extremely strong empathic stimulus? Caesar frowned. For example, prolonged exposure to scenarios, relationships, or emotional atmospheres that are highly similar to or opposite to those in simulated memories may cause a resonance within the dormant soul, which in turn permeates real-world cognition. Caesar's heart sank. Long-term contact? He's spending almost every day with Hermione now, playing a similar role to their simulated romantic relationship. Wouldn't you call that a highly opposite scenario? And Luna? She's right across from me now. Face to face NTR. Chapter 106. How risky is the system? Caesar asked. The system cannot quantify this. However, it is recommended that the host minimize deep emotional interactions with key figures. Constantly engaging in such interactions can easily trigger emotional outbursts. Reduce? How to reduce it? We must find a solution now. You must keep your distance from Luna until you have completely conquered Hermione. After we've completely won over Hermione, we can deal with Luna's situation. But just as he was thinking this, Luna suddenly looked up. She looked at him, and in her misty eyes, a glimmer of light he couldn't understand flashed. Then, she smiled at him. A very light, faint smile, yet it sent chills down his spine. "Mr. Dursley," she said softly, "the way you look at me, the color of your expression, is very much like a startled niffler." Caesar's breath hitched. Hermione, leaning on his shoulder, though her eyes were still fixed on the book, silently reached out again with her other hand and pinched his waist. "Really?" she said gently. "Then you'd better be careful, Junior. A startled niffler can bite." Her fingernails dug deep into his flesh once again. Caesar gritted his teeth, suppressing a cry of pain. He looked at Luna across from him, and felt the silent threat emanating from Hermione beside him. Suddenly, I felt as if I were standing between two volcanoes about to erupt. And the crater was right beneath his feet. It slowly cracked open. After the standoff at the library, Hermione pulled Caesar away. She walked quickly, almost dragging him along. Caesar could feel the strength with which she gripped his wrist, her knuckles turning white, as if she were afraid he would break free, or as if she were suppressing some emotion about to erupt. The students in the hallway stared curiously at the couple, but Hermione completely ignored them. She led Caesar directly to a secluded corridor on the west side of the castle, where there were several abandoned and unused classrooms. Pushing open one of the creaking wooden doors, dust danced in the sunlight. Hermione slammed the door shut and cast a simple soundproofing spell. Then she turned around, leaned against the door, crossed her arms, and looked at Caesar. That look in his eyes was like examining a precious collectible whose flaws have just been discovered. Explanation. She only uttered one word. Caesar licked his dry lips. He knew what Hermione was asking. Luna's words, her almost cruelly blunt descriptions of love creatures, were striking. Caesar chose to speak with a mix of truth and falsehood, I don't know what Luna saw, but I have feelings for you. Hermione interrupted him, her voice icy, don't try to sweet-talk me. Those words just disgust me now. Caesar shut up. He knew that any explanation at this moment would be futile. Luna's special ability is like a mirror, revealing the true nature of his carefully disguised deep affection. Hermione stared at him for a long time. Caesar thought she would either slam the door and leave, or pull out her wand and cast another curse on him. But she didn't. She simply exhaled slowly, loosened her arms from her chest, and walked to the window. The sunlight outlined the taut lines of her profile. Caesar, she said softly, without looking at him, I need a reason. What's the reason? The reason I'll continue acting in this charade with you. Hermione turned her head, her eyes filled with complex emotions. I could have left now, treated it all as a nightmare, and gone back to a normal life. I will study hard, strive for top marks, and become Minister of Magic someday, just like the path I was meant to take in the mirror image. She paused, then lowered her voice. But I can't. Those memories are so real. A real hug, a real kiss, real love. It feels so real that every night when I close my eyes, I can feel you lying next to me. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. So I need a reason. A reason to convince myself to stay here and continue playing the role of your girlfriend. Otherwise, I'll go crazy. Caesar's heart skipped a beat. He understood Hermione's subtext. She's giving him a chance. An opportunity to continue in exchange for truth. He must provide a sufficiently compelling reason. A reason that could temporarily suppress her doubts and continue to cooperate with him. Caesar took a deep breath and walked to her side. His voice was deliberately hoarse as he whispered, Hermione, I need your help. Hermione opened her eyes and looked at him. Help me get the magic stone. The air was silent for a few seconds. Then, Hermione's eyebrows slowly rose. You want the Philosopher's Stone again? Her voice was filled with disbelief. Right. Caesar nodded, I need it. Why? Hermione's eyes sharpened, your body now shouldn't be what it was before. What do you need it for? Caesar's mind raced. He can't tell the truth. It can't be said that he tricked you in the simulation just to get you to work for him, nor can it be said that it was related to his future plans. He needed a reason that could both convince Hermione and express his love. For you, he said. Hermione was stunned. For me. Right. Caesar stepped forward, gently placed his hands on her shoulders, and looked down into her eyes. Hermione, I know you doubt me. I know you think I'm not sincere. But I want to prove to you, prove that I have the ability to protect you, the ability to give you a future. His voice was even lower, with an almost seductive magnetism. The Philosopher's Stone is just the beginning. I know a spell to enhance power, but it requires the Philosopher's Stone as a key ingredient. With it, I can become stronger faster and stand by your side when you need me, instead of being just a squish student who needs your protection forever. Moreover, we can gain immortality through it, and then you and I can live together forever in the future. Caesar paused, noticing a flicker of hesitation in Hermione's eyes, and immediately pressed his advantage. He leaned close to her ear, his breath brushing against her earlobe. For me, and for you. Hermione was unaware of Caesar's thoughts. All she knew was that Caesar's gaze was terrifyingly serious, and his tone was so sincere that it made her heart race. More importantly, Caesar mentioned protecting her and the future. This was exactly what Caesar Habsburg had promised her countless times in her memory. Hermione's lips moved. She wanted to say, what I want is a reason for your love for me. She wanted to say, you didn't ask for the magic stone so simply. She wanted to say, you shouldn't have lied to me. But all the words that were on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back down. Caesar leaned down and gently kissed her lips. It wasn't the fleeting touch of before, but a real kiss. Gentle, yet possessing an undeniable strength. Caesar's hand slid from her shoulder to the back of her neck, gently supporting her, leaving her nowhere to retreat. Hermione's body stiffened instantly. Reason screamed, "This is an act. This is his trick." But her body betrayed her. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around his shirt, her breathing became erratic, and her eyes, slowly closed. Chapter 107. She didn't know how long the kiss lasted. All she knew was that when she came to her senses, Caesar had already released her, but his forehead was still pressed against hers, his deep grey eyes very close. "Help me, Hermione," Caesar said in a low voice, with a hint of pleading in it. "You are the wisest witch in the world. Only you can help me get the Philosopher's Stone." He paused, then added, "Let's do it, so that we can be together forever." Hermione looked into his eyes. There was a familiar gentleness in it, a captivating focus that stirred her heart, and a profound depth that she couldn't fathom. Finally, she nodded. "It's light, but firm. Okay, I'll figure something out." A smile appeared on Caesar's lips. That smile held the satisfaction of a successful plan, but also something deeper. "Thank you." He ruffled her hair, the gesture intimate and natural. "I knew it, you'll always be my little Hermione." Little Hermione. The word caused Hermione's heart to ache inexplicably. In her memory, Caesar often called her that. At the first time they met, and at the last time they met. "Every time I hear this affectionate nickname, it warms my heart." Hermione shook her head, trying to clear her mind of those thoughts. "But you have to promise me one thing," she said, looking up at him. "What?" Hermione gently pressed her hand against her chest, the spot where the lovebird necklace once hung. She whispered, "I want that necklace back." Caesar's expression froze for a moment. Lovebird necklace. That was a token of love he gave her in the simulated world, symbolizing an absolute bond that cannot be truly separated. But in the simulated world, I only found the lovebirds by luck. In the real world, the necklace was nowhere to be found. "It's not with me." Caesar hesitated for a moment. "Then make another one." Hermione interrupted him, her eyes resolute. "I don't care how it was made. I want one exactly the same. I want to see it after I get the Philosopher's Stone. This is the exchange condition." She traded helping him obtain the Philosopher's Stone for a real necklace that would prove their connection. Caesar remained silent. But in the end, he nodded. "Okay. I'll figure something out. Then it's settled." At this moment, Hermione finally revealed a genuine smile, one that carried a hint of relief. She tiptoed and gently kissed the corner of his lips. "I'm going to the library to look up some information. See you tonight." Then, she turned and left the classroom, her steps light, as if she had unloaded a heavy burden. Caesar stood there, watching her departing figure, the smile on his lips gradually fading. The plan is progressing smoothly. Hermione took the bait. Although the process was somewhat thrilling, the result was what he wanted. Only, he suddenly felt a strange palpitation in his heart. It felt like they were being watched by something dangerous. He slowly turned his head and looked towards the corner of the classroom. There, deep in the shadows, a slender figure slowly emerged. Long, pale golden hair, large, misty eyes, and a cork necklace swaying gently around her neck. Luna. She's always been here. From the moment he and Hermione entered the classroom, she hid in the shadows, listening and watching quietly. Watching them embrace, watching them kiss, watching them make a deal. At this moment, she stood at the boundary between light and shadow, her face expressionless. But deep within those pale silver-grey eyes, something was shattering, reforming, and churning. "I heard it all, the Philosopher's Stone, necklace." Luna spoke softly, her voice ethereal as if it came from a very distant place. She took a step forward. Caesar instinctively took a step back. This action seemed to irritate Luna. Her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Why did you? She tilted her head, as if pondering a difficult problem. Why are you so distant from me? She took another step forward. Caesar retreated again. This time, Luna stopped. She looked at him. Those eyes, which were always shrouded in a dreamy mist, were now surprisingly sharp. Whenever I get close to you, many creatures appear on your body. She spoke softly, as if describing an objective phenomenon. Panic vines, wary hedgehogs, and those runaway birds that scream. Densely packed, it wrapped you up like a fruit covered in thorns. She paused, then added. But when Hermione is near you, those creatures are few and far between. Even if they are docile and shy. Caesar opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Finally, Caesar's tone softened, and he spoke slowly. I'm Hermione's boyfriend. Hermione is your senior and also your friend, so we should naturally keep our distance. But I really want to be close to you, to be intimate with you. Luna took another step forward. This time Caesar did not retreat, because his back was already against the wall. I've been thinking about this a lot these days. Luna got very close. He was so close that Caesar could see the curve of her light-colored eyelashes and smell her faint, strange fragrance, like a mixture of moonlight and mint. You told me in the classroom earlier, Luna, you'll regret this. Why did you say that? Luna said softly, this is not a question, it is a statement. And the things you said to Hermione when you were comforting her, the mix of truth and falsehood, all seemed very strange to me. That's not surprising. Caesar, barely managing to maintain his composure, explained. When you and Hermione suddenly appeared, it startled me. What I said to you was just nonsense in a panic. As for what I said to comfort Hermione, that's a secret between Hermione and me, and it has nothing to do with you. Luna stared into his eyes. I looked at it for a long time. Then, she suddenly smiled. A faint smile, yet one that sent chills down Caesar's spine. You're lying. She said, her voice still soft, and this time, there aren't even any colorful scraps of cloth. It's pure black. Luna reached out and gently brushed her fingertips across his cheek. The movement was very light, like a feather. But Caesar felt as if he had been licked by a poisonous snake. I've been having a lot of dreams lately. Luna suddenly said, the topic jumped abruptly without warning. I dreamt about some strange things. Her fingers slid down his cheek to his neck, then to his chest, stopping at his heart. I dreamt that I was standing on ruins, surrounded by many enormous creatures. I dreamt that I reached out and grasped some chains. I dreamt that I called out a name to the sky. She pressed her fingertips gently against his heart through his clothes. That name is... She paused, and something dark gold seemed to flash across the depths of her light silver-grey eyes. Kaiser Wilkes. Boom. Caesar's mind went blank. Chapter 108. A&D. Luna continued, her voice growing softer yet increasingly dangerous. This thing has also appeared on my arm. She withdrew her hand and slowly rolled up the sleeve of her left arm. There was nothing on her fair arms. But the next second, Luna's fingertip made a light swipe in the air. Dark gold patterns emerged from her fingertips, moving and spreading across her skin like living things. Finally, it coalesced on the inside of her forearm, outlining a dark moon mark. That mark. Caesar's heart stopped. This is... Caesar's voice was trembling. Have no idea. Luna looked down at the marks on her arm, her eyes filled with confusion. It appeared suddenly a few days ago. It doesn't hurt or itch, but every time I see it, a strange feeling wells up inside me. She looked up at Caesar. It's like wanting to grasp something, wanting to lock something away from you forever. Caesar's breathing almost stopped, and he felt a wave of dizziness. What do we do now? At that moment, Luna's voice interrupted his thoughts. You recognize this mark, right? She looked into his eyes and asked softly. You know what it is. This is not a question, it is a certainty. Caesar opened his mouth, as if to deny it. But when Luna's fingertips touched the mark again, the dark gold patterns began to glow slightly. It gets hot every time I get close to you. She spoke softly, as if talking to herself. It's like, looking for you. Those two words nearly froze Caesar's blood. Luna, listen to me. Caesar forced himself to calm down, trying to keep his voice steady. Could this mark simply be some kind of magical allergy? Or did you come into contact with some ancient magical artifact? You should go see Mrs. Pomfrey, or check the library. No need to check. Luna interrupted him, her eyes suddenly becoming unusually clear. I know what it is. She took a step forward, almost touching Caesar. Her voice held an eerie gentleness as she whispered. I wasn't sure at first, but after talking to you, I know. It's a chain. The chain I used to lock someone up. And that person. Her fingers gently pressed against his chest, the spot where the brand had once been. It's you. Caesar stopped breathing. He looked at her. Looking into the dark golden light surging deep within her light silver-grey eyes. Watching the increasingly clear, increasingly dangerous smile on her lips. He knew the plan had changed. The memory seal needs to be broken ahead of schedule. Luna, calm down. Caesar attempted a final struggle. You might be hallucinating, or... Squeak. The wooden door to the abandoned classroom was pushed open again. Hermione suddenly stood in the doorway. He was carrying several thick books in his arms, and his curly hair was damp with sweat and stuck to his skin, clearly indicating that he had run all the way. She seemed to be preparing to share her initial thoughts on the plan to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, which she had just found in the library. However, all the words stuck in his throat. Her gaze instantly locked onto the two people in the classroom. Caesar leaned against the dusty windowsill, his face unusually pale in the slanting sunlight, even, a little panicked. And Luna, that Ravenclaw girl who always seemed to be wandering the world. I was extremely close to him at that moment, so close that it almost exceeded the distance that ordinary friends or even classmates should maintain. Luna even had one hand raised, with the sleeve of her dress rolled up. Although Hermione's angle doesn't reveal the specifics, her posture is anything but ordinary. What made Hermione's heart skip a beat was the atmosphere that permeated between the two of them. That wasn't a friendly conversation, nor was it a casual greeting from a chance encounter. It was a tense standoff, brimming with invisible tension, as if unseen sparks were crackling in the air. Luna. Hermione's voice unconsciously lowered, carrying a hint of wariness and displeasure at being disturbed. She quickly entered the classroom, slammed the door shut behind her, her movements swift and efficient. What are you doing here? Hermione's sharp gaze swept between the two men, finally landing on Caesar's face with a questioning look. Caesar's pupils contracted slightly the moment he saw Hermione. Weren't we supposed to meet tonight? Why are you back so soon? Luna seemed to be slightly pulled out of her near-awakening daze, an oppressive feeling by the commotion at the door. She slowly turned her head to look at Hermione and said softly. Damage flies, my thoughts are all jumbled up here, lots of damage flies. This explanation sounded weak and unconvincing to Hermione. She frowned, alarm bells ringing in her mind. He strode quickly to Caesar's side and, with an undeniable gesture, extended his hand. She held Caesar's arm tightly and pulled him slightly behind her. This action, clear and explicit, was full of possessiveness and a silent declaration, he is mine. Is that so? Hermione raised her chin, looking directly at Luna, her voice carrying the straightforwardness of a Gryffindor and a defensive sharpness that had been aroused at this moment. Whatever kind of fly it is, I think you can leave now. My boyfriend Caesar and I have something important to discuss. She specifically emphasized me and Caesar and stressed the important things, making her intention to draw a clear line between herself and others all the more obvious. Your. Luna murmured the word repeatedly, her gaze slowly shifting from Hermione's arm linked with Caesar's to Hermione's face. This is the moment. Hermione's action of taking Caesar's arm. Her possessive attitude. Her gaze towards Luna carried a sense of aloofness and slight displeasure. And that clearly demarcating statement, me and Caesar. All of this, like a string of cold keys, pierced the most vulnerable crack in Luna's memory seal. The next moment, countless images burst forth from the seal like a flood, rushing into her mind. Above the Hogwarts battlefield, dragons, thunderbirds, Zuu, a mythical bird-like creature, and giant's sword. Countless tamed creatures roared to the sky, dark silver patterns spreading across her face. Caesar vanished before her, turning into nothingness without leaving a trace. She knelt amidst the ruins, screaming frantically at the empty sky, "Come back! I command you to come back!" Then there are even earlier memories. Their first encounter after the rain, the daily routine in the studio, his guidance during her studies in dark magic, his whisper in her ear when she first tamed a magical creature, his trembling hand in hers when she killed someone for the first time. Those schemes, those lies, those days and nights intertwined with tenderness and cruelty. The man who transformed her from an innocent and naive crazy girl into a tamed queen capable of devouring the Dark Lord. The man she loved to the bone and hated to the soul. Kaiser Wilkes. All memories, all emotions, all love, hate, and madness, awaken in this moment. The last wisp of ethereal mist in her eyes completely dissipated. A dark golden light, like awakened lava, swept over her entire eye, cold and intense, filled with unquestionable majesty and an almost destructive obsession. Caesar. Chapter 109. Luna uttered 2 words softly, her voice low, yet it seemed to carry a tremendous weight, crashing into the silent classroom. She took a step forward, completely ignoring Hermione's presence, her gaze fixed on Caesar's face like a falcon locking onto its prey. An invisible yet chilling aura began to emanate from her, the nascent power of the taming queen, a power that exerted a sense of oppression over all living things. "He's not yours, Hermione Granger." Luna's voice was eerily calm, each word struck the air like an icicle. "Starting a long time ago." The corners of her mouth, very slowly, curved into a smile that was devoid of warmth, yet breathtakingly beautiful and dangerously suffocating. That was a smile that didn't belong to crazy girl Luna at all. Instead, it's the smile of her from another time and space, holding chains and stepping on a giant beast. "He is mine. And it will always be mine." The moment she finished speaking, the dark gold mark on Luna's arm burst forth with an unprecedentedly dazzling light. A complete and vast torrent of memories, 20 years of love, hate, and obsession, burst forth like a flood, shattering all barriers. System, warning. Detected that the soul seal of character Luna Lovegood has been completely shattered due to the intense stimulation of ownership claim. Awakening complete. Luna's body trembled violently. Her fingers dug deep into her palms, and the cork necklace emitted an eerie resonance, as if countless tiny creatures were shrieking within it. She slowly raised her head. Those pale silver eyes, always misty and seemingly gazing into another world, were now unfathomably deep. A dangerous, dark golden glint appeared at the edges of his pupils, as if something dark was awakening. Then, Luna smiled. Cold, distorted, breathtakingly beautiful, and terrifyingly dangerous. "Caesar," she murmured, her voice filled with the madness and obsession accumulated over 9 years, "I've waited for you in hell for 9 years." Hermione was stunned by this sudden turn of events and stood there dumbfounded. Caesar's mind raced. The next moment, his fingertips twitched slightly inside his sleeve. The tip of the wand was pointed at Hermione diagonally in front of him from his side at an extremely concealed angle. Hermione only managed to let out a short, bewildered hum. the shock and contemplation in her eyes. It was quickly replaced by a hollow weariness. Then her body swayed and she leaned forward softly. Just as she was about to fall, Caesar reached out and caught Hermione's limp body. They were calculating with their minds but not with their minds. A single, decisive blow. Caesar, holding Hermione, looked up again at Luna. Luna, I truly regret what happened in the past, but you also let me down in the end. Why don't we just pretend it never happened? The previous events refer to Caesar gradually leading Luna into darkness within the simulated world, and Luna betraying and subduing him at the end of the simulated world. But Caesar hadn't finished speaking. Luna stepped forward and cupped his face in her hands. The movements were very gentle, as if handling a lost and found treasure. But her eyes held a cold flame. Kaiser Wilkes. She murmured the name, each syllable like chewing on his flesh and blood. You really haven't changed at all. Her fingertips traced his eyebrows, the bridge of his nose, and his lips. Still so calculating, so good at deceiving, so adept at manipulating other people's feelings. She laughed, a laugh tinged with a chilling coldness. You even have a girlfriend. You think you're good enough for her. You heartless beast, a cruel animal, a selfish piece of trash. A scheming BD. Caesar wanted to defend himself, to deny it. I want to say, I'm serious about Hermione. But the words stuck in my throat. Because, under Luna's watchful eye, the more he said, the more wrong he became. I don't know how he acquired this talent, it's specifically designed to counter him. We're never finished, Caesar. She leaned closer to him, her breath brushing against his lips, her voice as soft as a love whisper, yet as venomous as a curse. You can only stay with me and be forever condemned to hell. Caesar forced himself to calm down, his mind racing as he tried to find a way out of the predicament. Apologize? Yes, apologize first, and calm her down. We'll see if we can try to win her over again like we did with Hermione. Luna, I'm sorry. Caesar took a deep breath and tried to soften his voice. What happened before was my fault. If God gives me another chance, I apologize to you. I know I hurt you, you. Luna raised her hand and slapped him across the face. But Caesar perfectly dodged it by tilting his head. I don't need an apology. Luna interrupted him, her eyes cold. And your apology came too late. Another slap landed. But Caesar skillfully dodged it once again. Luna, calm down, we should have a serious talk. Luna's hand froze in mid-air, her gaze darkening. She knew that she had just awakened and was far weaker than the taming queen who ruled over all beasts in another world. She has no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation. But she has other weapons. Do you think I'll forgive you like Hermione did? Luna lowered her hand, a sarcastic smile playing on her lips. Innocent. She took a step forward. He was almost pressed against Caesar, looking up at him. You must have used the same methods on Hermione as you did on me, right? Weave lies with tenderness, conceal scheming with affection, turn her into your pawn, your tool. She paused, then lowered her voice even further. Should I tell her? Tell her what kind of monster you are? Tell her what you did to me. This is a threat. Caesar looked her straight in the eye and said calmly. Our relationship was completely innocent. In that world, I never did anything that crossed the line with you. I never touched you, never made any promises to you, and never even said I love you. What do you want to tell Hermione? Tell her I taught her dark magic? Tell her I guided her to become the Dark Lord? At this point, he stepped forward, taking the initiative. Go ahead and tell her. Let's see if Hermione believes your crazy talk or me. That's the truth. In the simulation, Caesar always maintained a distance between mentor and pawn towards Luna. He guided her and used her, but never established a real emotional bond with her, at least not outwardly. This was also his last line of defense. Luna stared at him for a long time. Then, she suddenly smiled. Hee, yeah, you really don't have it. Luna said softly, her eyes even more dangerous, you're always so clever, always leaving yourself an escape route. But I'm curious. Chapter 110. She tiptoed, leaned close to his ear, and her warm breath brushed against his earlobe. Caesar, you are so good to Hermione, so gentle, as if you have a heart. But in your heart, has there ever been even a trace of regret towards me? Caesar was taken aback. Before he could react, Luna had already kissed his lips. It wasn't the kind of kiss Hermione gave, one that was tentative and restrained. It was an aggressive, possessive kiss, as if it wanted to devour him completely. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pulled him down, and deepened the kiss. Her teeth gently bit his lower lip, bringing a slight stinging sensation and a strange tingling feeling. Caesar's mind went blank. But he could feel something passing between her lips the moment she kissed him. A faint, dark golden magic trickled down his lips and teeth, into his body, and flowed toward his heart. Then it disappeared. It felt like it was being absorbed by something. He tried to push her away, but with Hermione asleep in his arms, the command to resist was unusually slow to come. When he finally regained control of his body and abruptly pushed her away, the kiss had lasted a full 5 seconds. Luna was pushed back a step by him, but there was no panic on her face. Instead, she wore a triumphant smile. She raised her hand and lightly wiped her lips with her fingertips, her eyes defiant. Now we're not innocent, she said, her voice carrying a hint of satisfaction. Caesar, how dare you kiss Hermione in front of me while I haven't remembered what happened before? I'm going to do it in front of her too. Now you're officially in my shoes. Caesar's breathing was somewhat erratic. He looked at her dark, swirling golden eyes, at the dangerous smile on her lips, and his fingers unconsciously traced his own lips. Her warmth and scent still linger there. And that eerie, marked feeling. He suddenly realized something. Luna's kiss just now wasn't just for stamping her name. She's trying. Try to re-establish a connection with his soul using your physical body in the real world. She was trying to tame him again. Fortunately, Luna had only just awakened and didn't yet possess the strength of someone in the later stages of the simulated world, otherwise, she might have been in serious trouble this time. Are you a pervert? He said in a hoarse voice. I learned it from you. Luna tilted her head, her tone relaxed, the teacher teaches well. She took a step forward, closing in again. Now, let's talk about the terms. What are the conditions? From now on, in public, you'll still be Hermione's boyfriend. Luna spoke softly, each word carrying an undeniable air. But in private, I'm available whenever you call. Don't worry, with my current abilities, I can't remark you. I just want to have a proper talk with you. About the past, about the present, about the future. Caesar laughed and countered with a question. Why should I listen to you? Have we switched roles? You now want to tame me again, but you may not be my match. Luna shrugged, because I have a way of confusing Hermione about what just happened. You know I'm very knowledgeable about the soul. Besides, you probably want to train Hermione to be your obedient tool, right? If I interfere, you won't be able to do whatever you want. Caesar's hand quietly gripped his wand, intending to do it again, just like he had ambushed Hermione. But this time Luna was wary of him. Caesar, I remind you, impulsiveness comes at a high price. Do you think you're confident you can defeat me without alerting anyone else? With a light flick of her fingertips through the air, the dark gold patterns reappeared, coalescing into a small crescent moon mark of thorns in her palm. The mark exuded a dangerous aura, pulsating slightly as if it were alive. Caesar didn't speak, but simply gripped his wand tighter, the tip slightly raised, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. Luna looked at him and suddenly burst out laughing. "Hat! Caesar, stop pretending." She laughed so hard tears almost came out. "I know you could never give up. Abandon all future plans and fight me to the death, because it means nothing to you." Luna stopped laughing, her eyes turning cold and sharp. "As for Hermione, you're even less likely to lay a hand on me out of loyalty to your lover, because that thing simply doesn't exist with you. Wilkes, are you a good man who is loyal to his lover? Don't tell me you love Hermione. Someone like you could never love anyone. At most, it's just something you like collectibles, you won't stay with a collectible for long. I used to be the collectible you wanted, but things are different now. Because you almost became one of my collectibles." In the simulated world, Luna spent a lot of time observing him, analyzing him, and getting to know him. She knew better than anyone that Kaiser Wilkes was a selfish man to the core. He can be gentle, considerate, and appear affectionate, but those are all means to achieve his goals. The only things he truly loved were himself, and power. Caesar remained silent. Many memories surfaced in my mind. Hermione and Luna both have memories of the simulated world. Even at the very end, he recalled the 25 years before his previous life. A fire instantly swallowed everything he owned. He shook off the memories that surfaced in his mind. Judging from Luna's current crazy state, if they make a move, regardless of who wins in the end, they could go straight to Azkaban. The wand was slowly lowered. "See?" she said softly, a hint of smugness in her voice. "I knew it." She reached out and touched Hermione's forehead, then turned and walked towards the door. But before she opened the door, she stopped and glanced back at him. "Tomorrow night, in the same classroom." She said it in a casual tone, as if she were inviting someone for tea. "Don't even think about running away. You know I can find you." After saying that, she opened the door and went out. Caesar stood still, his back against the wall. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "My mind is a complete mess. Hermione is making her move, but Luna's situation is completely out of control. The tamed queen of the simulated world has fully awakened, still harboring obsession and hatred towards him." He had absolutely no idea what would happen next. He picked Hermione up and immediately left the classroom, disappearing down the corridor. "Too many things happened today, we need to think carefully about what to do." In the shadows of the classroom. "Run, Caesar." Luna, who had just left, slowly walked out. As she watched Caesar's departing figure, her smile deepened, and the dark golden light in her eyes grew ever more intense. She raised her hand and looked at the mark on her arm. The mark was getting slightly warm. It was as if it sensed something. She murmured to herself, her voice carrying 9 years of madness and obsession. "No matter where you run, I will find you." Then, this time, her fingertips gently traced the mark. "I will lock you up even tighter. So tight that you can't even disappear or die." She turned and disappeared into the shadows of the corridor. Chapter 111. 9 years is enough time for blood to seep into the soil and for new, twisted vines to grow on the ruins. Hogwarts, once a battlefield ravaged by war, is now the cold heart of the Dark Court. In the legends of the wizarding world, the most powerful and terrifying Dark Lord inhabits. The castle was fortified, twisted, and expanded, covered in an inhuman, biomaterial dark silver metal and obsidian, like a huge and silent living cage. The sky is perpetually shrouded in low-hanging, dark clouds drawn by flocks of domesticated thunderbirds, and lightning is the only, brutal source of light here. The air was thick with the scorching smell of overloaded magic, and deeper, more lingering, the suppressed panting of all beasts. A chilling aura mingled with the ceaseless, hollow longing emanating from the very core of the regime. Queen Luna sat enthroned on the dark throne, a structure converted from the Hogsmeade village square. The throne is made up of the bones of countless tamed magical creatures and wizards. Forged of metal and solidified shadows, it soars into the clouds, overlooking the world she rules with absolute power and a mad will. People dared not call him by his name directly. The Ministry of Magic had long since become a puppet institution extending her will, and any voices of resistance were crushed into dust in the first few years by her thoroughly crazed biological army and her own indiscriminately spreading storm of pain. She established a suffocating system of rule centered on links and imprints. Every wizard who poses even the slightest threat or has the potential to be forced or tricked into establishing a spiritual link with her, thus enduring the aftershocks of the insatiable hunger and rage deep within her soul. The world operates under extreme pressure and eerie silence, like a vast prison meticulously built to await a single, unique prisoner. However, the center of the prison was empty. Caesar. I've waited for you in hell for 9 years. For 9 years, Luna never stopped searching. She tore through the barriers of space, tracking the faintest otherworldly fluctuations. She interrogated the stars and fate, trying to glean a clue from them. She perused all the forbidden texts about disappearance, reincarnation, and dimensional travel, even though the knowledge itself was corrupting the reader's mind. The dark silver tattoos on her arms and cheeks, after being washed by countless violent magical attacks and soul probes, had become like burned scars. Deeply embedded in the flesh, even the bone, it gleamed with an ominous, eerie light. But she couldn't find him. Even the slightest trace of Kaiser Wilkes's true identity was completely erased, just as it was when he disappeared. The thorny crescent moon she imprinted on his soul, which should have been a beacon transcending dimensions, sank like a stone into the sea, without even the slightest echo. That absolute nothingness is more agonizing than any certain bad news. It gnawed at her reason day after day, eroding the appearance she maintained through her obsession. She sat on the throne, wearing a dark silver robe that blended Hogwarts aesthetics with a certain inhuman beauty. But the body beneath the robe grew thinner and thinner, like a withered tree burned away by the flames within. Her once vibrant, moonlit silver hair is now dull and ashen, held together only by cold, metallic hair ornaments. The dark vortex deep within her eyes continued to swirl, but the swirl became slower and heavier, as if it might stop at any moment, revealing the pure nothingness beneath. Longing? No, it has long transcended longing. It was a morbid, all-consuming obsession that was squeezing her soul. Each futile search felt like another piece being ripped out of her empty heart. Each night, facing the empty seats of the accomplices beneath the throne, her madness deepened, and she grew more subdued. Her power remained formidable, even more terrifying due to the accumulation of pain. But at the heart of that power lies a patch of scorched earth slowly weathering away. Until this day. A message, delivered in a subtle and almost impossibly insignificant manner, triggered the outermost layer of the royal court's vigilance. A young warrior claiming to be from the Wilkes family broke through 3 outer lines of defense from the beast horde. Using crude but desperate fighting techniques, and shouting slogans of revenge for their families and ridding the world of evil, they headed towards the throne room. Or rather, she staggered but resolutely moved forward in the direction she deliberately spread, towards which her own pain was most intense. Wilkes. The surname was like a rusty needle, suddenly piercing her almost numb senses. She sat motionless on the throne. He didn't even look up to see the blurry image of the young man fighting a bloody battle, projected by the giant crystal in front of him. Her fingers, like jagged bird claws, tapped lightly on the armrest of the throne. The sound was dry, as if bones were rubbing together. 9 years have passed. There were always self-righteous wizards who rebelled against their rule, attempting to become dragon slayers, but without exception, they all became food for the shadows. This young man, reckless, weak, with the typical, foolish yet burning courage in his eyes that belonged to the side of light. His magical fluctuations were unfamiliar and crude, quite unlike Caesar's deep and enigmatic nature. But he is also Wilkes. The blood flowing in his veins may share a similar origin with Caesar's, perhaps even a fraction of the same. In Luna's empty eyes, the almost stagnant vortex of darkness turned slightly, extremely slowly. She looked into the crystal and saw the young man finally break through the last symbolic barrier. He stepped into the grand, cold, and deathly silent throne room, his body scarred but his gaze burning with intensity. The warrior saw Luna on the throne. I saw the legendary Dark Lord who brought 9 years of winter. He raised the broken wand in his hand, trembling but resolute, and began to chant an attack spell that was of decent power but seemed utterly ridiculous in this setting. For justice and the glory of the Wilkes family. His voice echoed in the empty hall, hoarse and resolute, typical of a young man. Luna remained motionless. She just looked at him. Through the bloodstains covering his face, one could see the features of his eyebrows and eyes that bore no resemblance to Caesar. Through his feeble magical radiance, one can sense the soul's texture, so different from Caesar's. It wasn't him. Of course it wasn't him. This is not the first time in the past 9 years that warriors, driven by justice or hatred, have emerged in this way. Each time, it only provides more food for the shadows. But this time, it's different. Perhaps it was because the 9 long years of torment had reached their limit. Perhaps it's because the way this young man chose to appear at this moment carries a sense of fateful, almost comical coincidence. Perhaps it was simply because her soul, squeezed to its limit by her obsession, had finally found a seemingly reasonable excuse to bear its weight. Just a moment before the light from the young man's incantation was about to burst forth. Luna, the Dark Lord who ruled the magical world for 9 years and made all things tremble, slowly rose from her throne forged of bones and shadows. The movement was very light, yet it seemed to suck all the air out of the entire hall. The light from the young man's incantation suddenly went out, and he stood frozen in shock. Then, he heard her voice. The voice was no longer the sharp roar or cold pronouncement he had imagined, but a hoarse whisper, as if it had traveled through an endless desert to reach this place. The sound resonated directly in his mind, and echoed throughout the silent royal court. Wilkes. Chapter 112. She repeated the surname, as if savoring a bitter and distant aftertaste on her tongue. 9 years. I've searched everywhere, tried every method, but I can't find even a trace of him. She took a step forward, her dark silver robe trailing on the cold ground with a soft scraping sound. She ignored the young man's wary retreat and his raised wand. Your bloodline is thin and weak. She commented, her tone as flat as stating a fact. Your courage is laughable. The young man's face flushed red, and he wanted to retort, but the darkness and longing that suddenly burst forth in her eyes, enough to freeze one's soul, silenced him. But Luna's voice lowered, carrying a strange, chilling tenderness. You've come. At this moment. You've come before me bearing the name Wilkes. She stopped a short distance in front of the young man, the long, shadowy path of the throne room separating them. She raised her withered hand, branded with a burning tattoo, not to attack. Instead, it points to young people, and through them, it seems to point to some void. I'm tired of waiting. I'm tired of this hell without him. I'm tired of this body still bound to this place, and this pursuit that can never be reached. The young man's pupils contracted sharply. He couldn't understand the deep madness in her words, but he instinctively sensed extreme danger. What do you want to do? A smile slowly, very slowly, bloomed on Luna's face. That wasn't her usual cruel, icy smile, nor was it the distorted expression of someone who had gone completely mad. It was a liberated smile, even with a touch of strange beauty. But behind that liberation lay a bottomless abyss. Kill me, she said softly, as if bestowing a gift, a revelation. The young man was completely stunned, and almost dropped his wand. With all your might, with the flames of your revenge for the world, with all your faith and courage. Luna took another step forward, almost stepping into the range of his wand's attack. Kill me, and become the new legend of the wizarding world. You're insane, the young man exclaimed, unable to comprehend what was happening before him. Yes, Luna readily admitted. In her pale silver-grey eyes, the dark vortex began to spin faster, not outwards, but inwards, as if it wanted to devour itself. I went crazy a long time ago. From the moment he disappeared, or even earlier. She opened her arms, as if welcoming, or as if offering a sacrifice. The countless dark silver patterns embedded in the walls surrounding the throne room lit up simultaneously, not as an attack, but as a gathering of energy in preparation for some grand and eerie ritual. My life, my happiness, all the pain and obsession I've accumulated, everything I have, he destroyed it all. Luna stared at the young man, her gaze so intense it seemed to set him ablaze. The young man looked at the Dark Lord, who had abandoned all defenses and even actively concentrated his power into a single point in order to achieve effective death. His hand, holding the wand, trembled more and more violently. But in the end, the flames of revenge, the desire to end this dark age, and the all too bizarre yet real opportunity before them overwhelmed everything else. He took a deep breath, channeling all his remaining magic, hatred, and determination into the tip of his wand, aiming it at the burning, illusory crescent moon on Luna's heart. For Wilkes! For everyone! He roared and unleashed the strongest attack of his life. A dazzling beam of light, imbued with all his power, tore through the dimness of the throne room and struck precisely at the solitary figure atop the throne. Luna didn't flinch, nor did she even raise her eyes. The moment the beam pierced her chest, her body slammed backward onto the throne with a dull thud. Blood quickly stained the robes on his chest, and his life force rapidly ebbed away. Dust began to rise from her heart and drift away. Luna closed her eyes tightly. The anticipated death did not come so quickly. The clamor in the throne room seemed to vanish abruptly. Instead, there was the clear, cold sound of rain, carrying the familiar scent of my youth, tapping against the ancient stained glass windows of the Hogwarts corridors. "Stay away from her!" A familiar voice seemed to appear in the distance. Calm, somber, with an unquestionable air. Piercing through 9 long years, piercing through the cold veil of death, it resounded loudly in the depths of her soul's final silence. Her dying body trembled almost imperceptibly. But she was too weak to stand up. She could only lean against the cold throne, using her last bit of strength to lift her head and look in a certain direction in the void. In a daze. It was as if I could see that black figure walking in the rain again. The figure was exactly the same as the one in my memory. He slowly walked towards her, stopping a step away. Their eyes met. "Are you all right?" he asked. The sound was clearer and more real than I remembered, it rang in my ears and in the dying embers of my soul. It's just that simple sentence. It was all because of one sentence from this man. Wah! The scalding liquid burst through the Dark Lord's eye sockets without warning. Tears, which hadn't flowed for 9 years, mingled with the blood and grime on his face and streamed down his cheeks. All the ice walls she built shattered completely under the combined assault of illusion and reality. She opened her mouth, her throat filled with the taste of blood. So, she could only shake her head forcefully, almost fiercely. More tears, both cold and hot, fell. "No, that's not good. Without you, these 9 years of hell have been a slow, agonizing ordeal." But then, with her last ounce of strength, she gently nodded. The corner of her mouth twitched very slightly. "Good. Now, finally, it can end." The warrior's hand holding the wand trembled. He stepped forward and looked at the Dark Lord, who was dying on the throne. To ensure absolute success and to bring this war to a definitive end, he drew the long sword from his waist. "Kaiser Wilkes!" A smile slowly bloomed on Luna's frozen face. She shed the queen's arrogance, the demon king's madness, and the ruler's ruthlessness. All that remained was a weary, wounded soul. Before utterly sinking into darkness. To rediscover that initial, clumsy, tearful warmth in that damp corridor. Pure, sorrowful, yet finally finding peace under that umbrella. A flash of cold light. The beautiful head rolled to the side of the throne, its scattered silver hair like withered vines, clinging to the cold ground. But on that pale face, the frozen smile hadn't faded. Those unfocused eyes, still gazing at that empty wall, ravaged only by cold rain streaks. It's as if they're still waiting for an answer that will never come. Will you regret it? Volume 2, Luna's Suffering Ends. Chapter 113. In the days that followed, although Luna did indeed do what she said, confusing Hermione's memory of that night, the fundamental problem remained unresolved. By day, he is Hermione's boyfriend. Hermione maintained a delicate balance in her attitude towards him. On the surface, they appear gentle and affectionate, but in reality, they are constantly scrutinizing each other. She began frequently visiting the restricted section of the library during her free time to look up information related to the Mirror of Erised and the Philosopher's Stone. Caesar knew she was preparing to seize the Philosopher's Stone, but he wisely refrained from interfering too much. Hermione's intelligence doesn't need his meddling, too much attention would only arouse her suspicion. In the evening, he had to deal with Luna. That abandoned classroom became their secret hideout. Luna appears almost every night. Sometimes I would just sit there quietly watching him, and sometimes I would ask him detailed questions about the simulated world. Sometimes she would say nothing, only staring at him with her dark golden eyes, as if studying a lost and found artifact that could disappear again at any moment. Caesar tried to be absent. The next day, Luna accidentally knocked over a potion of swelling potion that was being brewed, and the potion splashed onto Caesar, who was sitting in front of her. His face and arms swelled up to twice their normal size instantly, and he had to stay in the medical room for a whole day. There is no evidence to prove that she did it intentionally. But Caesar knew. When he arrived at the abandoned classroom on time that night, Luna was gently tapping her palm with her wand, a faint smile playing on her lips. "You were very good tonight," she said. Caesar didn't speak, but silently sat down in the chair opposite her. This is his disguise. On one hand, he wanted to see if using the soft knife he used on Hermione to cut Luna would be effective. On the other hand, he began researching methods to remove the mark from one's soul. During the day, he would pretend to be researching common magical theories at the library. In reality, he used his genius scholar talent and the resulting knowledge base to search for clues about soul magic, branding contracts, and taming techniques in a vast sea of books. At night, he tried various methods to sense that mark deep within his soul. But progress was frustratingly slow. Soul magic is one of the most profound and dangerous fields in the magical world. Even in the restricted section of Hogwarts, there are very few records of such matters, and most of them are vague. Furthermore, the kind of magic Luna created in the simulated world, capable of directly imprinting souls and establishing an absolute connection of dominion, was unheard of. Caesar had to admit that even with the talent of a genius scholar, his research ability in this area was far inferior to Luna's. It's not because of a difference in intelligence. It's because Luna possesses something he doesn't. That innate ability to see and communicate with special beings. In the simulated world, she combined this ability with dark magic to create the unique soul-taming spell. Although Luna in the real world has not yet fully recovered her powers in the simulated world, she has already begun to warm up. Caesar could sense it. Sometimes, when they brushed past each other in the corridor, he could catch a faint scent of her, a mixture of forbidden forest soil and magical creatures. Sometimes, when dining in the auditorium, he would see powdery scales of some strange creature on her fingertips. Sometimes late at night, he could see through his dormitory window a glimpse of light that occasionally flashed at the edge of the forbidden forest, a light that did not belong to normal magical creatures. She is taming creatures. Just like in the simulated world, she started from the very basics and rebuilt her heroes step by step. This worried Caesar even more than Hermione. Hermione's threat is direct and rational. She is intelligent and shrewd, but her actions are logical and her goals are clear, at least superficially, namely helping her boyfriend and getting the necklace. But Luna is different. Her threat was chaotic, emotional, stemming from a near-instinctive possessiveness and a twisted mix of love and hate. You don't know what she'll do next, what the next creature she'll tame will be, or when she'll suddenly feel it's time and try to lock you up completely again. If a soft knife doesn't work, then it's probably time to switch to a hard knife. One Thursday afternoon, in the hallway outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Caesar had just finished handing in his last assignment and was about to return to the Gryffindor Tower when he was blocked at the corner by two people. On the left is Hermione Granger, clutching a heavy copy of The General Theory of Magical Protection, her eyes sharp as knives. On the right is Luna Lovegood, toying with a glowing cork necklace in her hand, a faint smile playing on her lips. Caesar stopped abruptly. His gaze swept between the two of them. How did these two people end up here at the same time? And judging from the situation, it doesn't seem like a chance encounter. Caesar. Hermione spoke first, her voice very low. I have something to tell you. We have something to tell you, Luna continued, her voice ethereal, like humming a song, and it's something very interesting. Hermione glanced at Luna, her brow furrowing slightly. But to Caesar's surprise, she did not let Luna leave. Instead, they turned to Caesar and got straight to the point. I've learned something. About Professor Quirrell's, or rather, the weakness of the one at the back of his head. Upon hearing this, Caesar turned his gaze to Luna, and said somewhat uncertainly. You told Luna about the Philosopher's Stone. Although Luna found out that night, in Hermione's memory, it was a secret between the two of them. Hermione nodded and explained, Luna's situation is special, we need her help for the time being. All right. Caesar calmly accepted this reason. Because Hermione's eyes were fixed on his face, observing his every reaction. She continued. Tonight, I have a way to get Harry to take out the Philosopher's Stone ahead of time. However, to avoid being discovered by Dumbledore, I need Professor Quirrell to take the blame. You'll have to cooperate with my plan. She paused, her expression becoming complicated. I need to create an accident so that Quirrell enters the room after Harry gets the Philosopher's Stone, and steals the fake one. So. Hermione took a deep breath. We need a decoy. A decoy that can distract Quirrell and create a temporary breach in the defenses. Caesar's expression changed. He roughly guessed what Hermione was going to say. And you, Caesar. Hermione grabbed his arm, quite forcefully. You must accidentally appear near the fourth floor corridor tonight, and accidentally be discovered by Quirrell that you are, on a date with me. We both then have alibis. Caesar was taken aback, a date. This is not the bait role he had envisioned. To be precise, it was an argument. A cold smile appeared on Hermione's face. A heated argument that would be captivating enough to distract Professor Quirrell for at least 5 minutes. All you need to do is play the role of an emotionally charged lower-grade student trying to win back their ex-girlfriend. She stared into Caesar's eyes. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right? After all, you're good at acting. Caesar's expression froze. He wanted to argue, but the words stuck in his throat. Because Luna then gently floated to his other side. Chapter 114. But Hermione. Luna said in her dreamlike voice. How can you be sure Caesar would be willing to do something so dangerous for you? Caesar would agree, wouldn't he? Hermione tightened her grip on Caesar's arm, looking at him with a half-smile. Luna smiled too. Caesar felt the gazes from both sides almost piercing him. Hermione is on the left. Luna is on the right. What surprised him even more was that the two of them were standing together, seemingly having reached some kind of agreement. When did they join forces? What exactly did Luna say to Hermione? Countless questions exploded in Caesar's mind, but he knew that he had to make a choice at this moment. He forced himself to speak, his voice hoarse. Time? place. Hermione's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, as if she had expected him to agree. After curfew tonight. On the 4th floor, at the corner of the restricted corridor, near the door to the room with the three-headed dog. She released Caesar's arm and took out a slender chain from her robe, at the end of which hung an exquisite golden hourglass. Time converter. I will use this to create a closed time loop in advance. Hermione said softly, her fingers gently tracing the surface of the hourglass. The real me will have 20 minutes to switch the magic stone. She looked at Caesar, her gaze complex. And you, all you need to do is be in the right place at the right time. Loudly accuses the fake me of why I've been spending so much time with Harry lately. Say I've changed, say I don't care about you anymore, then leave the rest to me. Caesar was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Good. Hermione seemed relieved, but her expression remained tense. She glanced at Luna, her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just turned around, picked up the book, and quickly left. Only Caesar and Luna remained in the corridor. The air suddenly became oppressive. Caesar turned to Luna and lowered his voice. What exactly did you say to Hermione? Luna tilted her head, her long, light golden hair gleaming softly in the dim light. What I said is not important. She said softly, the important thing is that she trusts me now. At least, she trusts that I won't ruin her plans. Why? Caesar stared into her eyes. What did you do to her? Luna smiled. A very light, faint smile, yet it sent chills down Caesar's spine. I just told her I wasn't interested in the Philosopher's Stone. I was only interested in other things. She took a step forward, almost touching Caesar, her warm breath brushing against his ear. I also told her that if she wanted you to help her get the magic stone, it would be best if I were involved as well. Because I know things she doesn't, like what the guy behind Professor Quirrell's head is really afraid of. Caesar frowned. You'd better not lie. Luna gently pressed her fingers against his lips, an intimate gesture, yet with a firm pressure that left no room for refusal. Don't ask too many questions. Tonight, do as Hermione says. But remember. She leaned closer, her lips almost touching his earlobe. I'll be nearby too. If Quirrell tries to cast a curse on you, I can protect you. After all, you're still my collectible, and I can't let you get hurt. Caesar's face darkened. But also remember. Luna's voice carried a dangerous sweetness. If I find that you showed too much real feeling towards Hermione in this scene. For example, if you hold her hand for more than 3 seconds, or if your gaze towards her is too tender. She took a step back, her silver eyes curving into crescents. I might accidentally let some of my little pets out for their walk early tonight. They've been hungry for a long time and really want to see you. Caesar looked at Luna, at that beautiful yet dangerous face. Looking into those seemingly ethereal, yet unfathomably deep eyes, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence through clenched teeth. You'd better not say anything you shouldn't to Hermione. Luna laughed, her laughter as clear and melodious as a wind chime. Don't worry, Caesar. She turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps she stopped and looked back at him. Oh, and remember to wear something warm tonight. It's very cold on the 4th floor at night, and if you start bleeding, a thin robe won't keep out the cold. After saying that, she skipped away, her long, pale golden hair flowing behind her, like an innocent little girl. Night fell quickly. Hogwarts Castle cast long shadows in the moonlight, and the corridors were deserted, save for the occasional flapping of an owl's wings as it flew past the window. Caesar stood at the corner of the restricted area corridor on the 4th floor, his heart pounding heavily in his chest. Time ticked by, second by second. Footsteps. It was very light, but clearly audible in the quiet corridor. Caesar looked up and saw Hermione emerge from the shadows. She changed her clothes, they weren't her usual school uniform. Instead, she wore a simple dark grey long dress, her hair loosely draped over her shoulders, and her face wore a deliberately feigned look of fatigue. Caesar knew that the other Hermione was probably already inside the time loop, infiltrating the Forbidden Zone and switching the Philosopher's Stone. Caesar. Hermione's voice held just the right amount of surprise. What are you doing here? It's curfew. Her performance was very natural, her tone, expression, and body language were all impeccable. Caesar took a deep breath and began to get into character. Anger and hurt were forced onto his face, and his voice rose. Why am I here? I'd like to ask you, Hermione. What are you doing here? He took a step forward, getting closer to her. Are you with Harry again? Are you patrolling him again? Have you forgotten about me again? The fake Hermione frowned, her expression turning cold. This is none of your business, Caesar. Harry and I have important things to do. Important things? Caesar sneered, trying to immerse himself in the emotion. What's so important? More important than me? Hermione, we've only been dating for a short time, and you're already acting like this? He grabbed Hermione's arm with force, but the moment his fingers touched her skin, he involuntarily loosened his grip. This subtle change made the fake Hermione's eyes flicker. But she quickly regained her composure and shook off his hand. Let go of me. Caesar, you're hurting me. Did I hurt you? Do you even know how much it hurts me these past few days with your indifferent attitude? Caesar stepped forward, forcing the fake Hermione against the wall, his face very close. Tell me, Hermione. Do you like Harry? Do you think I, your squib cousin, am not good enough for you? The moment he uttered those words, Caesar himself was taken aback. Completion. Why does it feel like I'm insulting myself? Chapter 115. It was so real that even he couldn't tell whether he was acting or Hermione was venting some kind of frustration through the script. Hermione clearly noticed it too. Her pupils contracted slightly, her lips moved, but ultimately she followed the script and said coldly. Think what you want. I don't have time to argue with you right now. She turned to leave. Caesar grabbed her with such force that he almost pulled her into his arms. Don't leave. His voice echoed in the corridor. You have to explain yourself today. Hermione Granger, what do you take me for? A toy that can be summoned and dismissed at will? A pastime to kill time? Completion. The more you describe it, the more plausible it seems. Just then, out of the corner of Caesar's eye, he saw something flash by in the gap of the armor deep in the corridor. A very faint light. Like moonlight reflecting off light blonde hair. Luna. Right behind the armor. This realization made Caesar's heart skip a beat. His attention was momentarily diverted for a mere tenth of a second, a fleeting, almost negligible instant. But Hermione caught it. She caught Caesar's momentary lapse in concentration. Her gaze instantly turned icy and chilling, a cold glint flashing in her brown eyes that Caesar had never seen before. Then, she suddenly raised her hand and slapped Caesar hard across the face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed in the silent corridor, particularly jarring. Caesar was completely dumbfounded. This is completely out of the script. His cheeks burned, his ears were ringing, and his mind went blank. But before he could react, he sensed something moving in the darkness quirk. He was completely absorbed by the sudden conflict, and even poked half his body out from his hiding place. That slap, Hermione said in a low voice, her tone as cold as ice, was what you deserved. Then she raised her voice, her tone becoming tearful. It's over. Caesar, I never want to see you again. After saying that, she turned and ran, her footsteps echoing rapidly in the corridor, heading in the opposite direction from the restricted area. A perfect improvisation. The perfect bait. Quirrell rushed out of his hiding place almost immediately, quickly observing the direction Hermione had gone. His attention was completely drawn to the couple's breakup drama, and he didn't notice anything else. Not far from where he had just been hiding, the door leading to the Cerberus's room silently opened a crack. The real Hermione has already completed the switch of the Philosopher's Stone. Caesar stood alone in the corridor, one hand covering his burning cheek, the other against the wall, his mind still buzzing. He watched Quirrell's hurried departure, then looked at the armor. There was no one behind the armor. Luna left sometime during the night. Only a tiny firefly, emitting a faint blue light, danced slowly in the air, tracing a curved path. It looks like a smiling face. Then, with a poof, the firefly vanished, leaving behind a faint magical ripple that quickly dissipated into the air. Caesar stood still and took a deep breath. The pain in his face continued, but what bothered him even more was the feeling of being seen through and manipulated. Luna. Caesar spent the next few hours in anxiety. He returned to the Gryffindor common room, pretending everything was normal, but his ears were always perked up, waiting for any news about the fourth floor restricted area. Ron and Harry are both absent. Hermione previously stated that she would guide Harry into the restricted area at the appropriate time, and Ron would certainly follow. Only a few younger students were doing their homework in the common room, and the crackling fire in the fireplace created a false sense of calm. The news finally arrived after midnight. Percy Weasley burst into the common room, pale and trembling. Something's happened. The fourth floor is off limits. Harry and Ron, they've run into Professor Quirrell. No, not Professor Quirrell, it's that thing on the back of his head, that thing. The entire common lounge erupted in chaos. What? What's wrong with Harry? What's on the back of Professor Quirrell's head? Questions came flooding in, but Percy just shook his head, rambling incoherently about the infirmary, Professor Dumbledore, the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort. Finally, Professor McGonagall's arrival calmed the chaos. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley are safe. She spoke seriously, her voice particularly clear in the quiet common room. Professor Quirrell, or rather, the entity possessing Professor Quirrell, has been dealt with by Professor Dumbledore. The Philosopher's Stone has also been destroyed. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the students' faces. Professor Dumbledore will explain the specific details later. Now, everyone return to your rooms. No one is allowed to go out or discuss anything. This is an order. No one dared to disobey Professor McGonagall's orders. The students dispersed in twos and threes, but whispers lingered in the stairwells and corridors. About Harry, about Quirrell, about the Philosopher's Stone, about the one whose name cannot be spoken. Caesar mingled in the crowd and silently went upstairs. His heart was beating fast, but for a different reason than others. He was thinking of Hermione. Thinking about Luna. I'm wondering if tonight's plan went smoothly. What should I do if I fail to retrieve the magic stone and alert the enemy? The news spread throughout Hogwarts early the next morning. Harry Potter stopped Professor Quirrell, or rather Voldemort's plot to steal the Philosopher's Stone, in the restricted area on the fourth floor. Professor Dumbledore arrived just in time, but the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed in the battle. Of course, only a few people know the truth. At breakfast time, Caesar saw Harry and Ron in the Great Hall. They sat around the Gryffindor table, surrounded by a group of students, pale-faced but in good spirits. Hermione sat beside them, holding a cup of hot cocoa, her expression calm, as if everything from the previous night had nothing to do with her. But when her gaze met Caesar's, he saw a fleeting, complex emotion in her eyes. After breakfast, Caesar was summoned to the medical room by Madame Pomfrey. Several students had sustained minor injuries during last night's battle and needed to be examined. The infirmary reeked of disinfectant and potions. Madame Pomfrey was applying medicine to a Ravenclaw student's arm when Caesar entered. She pointed to a bed by the window. "Sit down, Mr. Dursley." I heard you were also near the fourth floor last night? Were you injured? Caesar honestly replied, No, madam. I just happened to be passing by. Mrs. Pomfrey gave him a suspicious look, but didn't ask any further questions. She knew a thing or two about Caesar, the school's squib and bottom-of-the-barrel student, so she simply waved her wand, and a soft green light swept over Caesar's entire body. Yes, everything's all right. She nodded. You can go now. Caesar was about to get up and leave when he saw Hermione walking over from the other end of the infirmary. She changed back into her usual school uniform, her hair was neatly combed, and there was nothing unusual about her face. She walked up to Mrs. Pomfrey, whispered something to her, and Mrs. Pomfrey nodded, gesturing to a chair nearby. Hermione sat down, rolled up her sleeves, revealing a small scratch on her forearm. I accidentally scratched it last night, she explained softly. Madame Pomfrey began treating the wound, while Hermione's gaze drifted through the medical room window toward the hallway outside. Caesar knew what she was looking at. He followed her gaze and saw Luna Lovegood standing in the corridor, holding a copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, seemingly waiting for someone. When Luna's gaze met Hermione's, both girls nodded simultaneously. A very slight, almost imperceptible movement. Then Luna turned and left. Chapter 116. Hermione's wound was treated quickly. Madame Pomfrey used a simple healing charm, and the scratch disappeared without leaving a scar. All right, Miss Granger. Mrs. Pomfrey said, be more careful next time. Even though it's not a serious injury, we can't be careless. Thank you, madam. Hermione stood up and straightened her sleeves. She turned to leave, but paused slightly as she passed Caesar. Your acting is really good. She lowered her voice, speaking in a volume only the two of them could hear, a slight smile playing on her lips, but no joy in her eyes. Especially that shocked and aggrieved expression after being hit, it felt so real. After saying that, she walked straight out of the medical wing without looking back. Caesar stood there, feeling a throbbing pain in his cheek again. He took a deep breath and walked out of the medical wing. The corridor was brightly lit, and students strolled by in twos and threes, discussing the big event of the previous night. No one noticed Caesar, nor did anyone notice the complex expression on his face. He turned a corner at the end of the corridor, preparing to return to the Gryffindor Tower. But at the corner, he was stopped. Luna Lovegood stood there, leaning against the wall, toying with the glowing cork necklace in her hand. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass window, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on her light gold hair. Does it still hurt? She asked softly, reaching out a finger to gently touch Caesar's slightly flushed cheek. Her fingertips were icy cold, yet the touch was very gentle. Caesar did not dodge. A little. Luna smiled. She hit too hard, but you deserved it. She paused, then her smile deepened, like a child who had successfully pulled off a prank. But you know what? When she hit you, you were actually thinking, this isn't part of the plan, what if we fail to get the magic stone and alert her? Instead of being angry or sad. She leaned closer, her pale silver eyes fixed intently on Caesar. Caesar, you truly have no heart. Caesar wanted to refute, but the words wouldn't come out. Luna shook her head, her fingers gently tracing his cheek as if caressing a precious piece of porcelain. It doesn't matter. She said softly, I already knew. I knew it back in another world. You're always like this, calculating, weighing, evaluating pros and cons, but you never truly care about anyone. Her smile turned smug, as if mocking Hermione. That's why I'm locking you up, Caesar. Only in this way will you stay by my side. Only in this way will you not disappear without a trace, just like you did with me. The air seemed to freeze. You really think you've got me figured out, Luna? Caesar's expression turned cold, and his entire demeanor underwent a subtle yet complete change in an instant. What remains is a cold and profound darkness that Luna had relived in countless dreams. He spoke, his voice a few octaves lower than before, perfectly steady without a ripple, yet carrying a strange weight. You really think that by awakening a bit of past memory and grasping at an old scar on my soul, you can manipulate me at will? Luna's fingers jerked away from Caesar's face, as if burned by an invisible flame. She staggered back a small step, her back hitting the cold stone wall, and her always misty, light silver eyes suddenly widened. The dark golden light surging within seemed to be violently agitated as if it had been thrown into a pool of water with huge rocks. She looked at Caesar before her. No, not Caesar Disley. Those eyebrows, those features, that slightly upturned corner of her mouth that always seemed to carry a hint of mockery and aloofness. And that gaze. That kind of cold, cruel scrutiny that seeps through appearances and reaches the very essence of the soul. Wilkes. Luna's voice was dry, like sandpaper scraping, and trembled with disbelief. And a trace of fear and tremor, deeply buried in her soul's trembling, which she herself was unaware of. Caesar's gaze fell on Luna's clenched, slightly trembling hands before returning to her pale face. Indeed, the most effective way to win Hermione over is with gentle lies. As for Luna, to win over this girl with special abilities, you either need to be a truly devoted and good man, or you have to resort to force. Luna's breathing became rapid, and her chest heaved violently. She tried to make her voice sound strong, but it trembled uncontrollably. You've finally shown your true colors. A multitude of emotions welled up inside me. That's right. This is the ruthless and cold-blooded Wilkes she remembers. His gentle and considerate demeanor in front of Hermione was all a facade. I've always been here. Caesar interrupted her, his tone calm, yet carrying a chilling certainty. I just don't want to strain the relationship. After all, in my plan, you have never been enemies, but my helpers and my lovers. Hermione is good, she seems inclined to come back to me. I'm willing to give her more tolerance and love. Even just now, she could playfully hit me, and it didn't bother her. But you, Luna, you've become too complacent. You seem to have forgotten who taught you about darkness, who guided you to touch power. Caesar looked at her again, his eyes deep. While I still have patience, while I still retain even the slightest, insignificant forgiveness for the past. He leaned forward, closing the distance between them, and lowered his voice even further. Lower your head. Admit your mistake. Put away your dangerous little schemes, stay where you belong, and obey my orders from now on. Otherwise. Caesar paused, the smile on his lips deepening. Once I find a way to completely break free of the soul's bonds, once I reclaim everything that is rightfully mine, then it won't be up to you anymore. Humiliation, anger, the sting of being utterly belittled. And an instinctive fear and resentment towards that Wilkes. It pierced Luna's nerves. Her pale silver eyes were almost completely swallowed by the surging dark gold, and the marks on her arm were burning hot, as if they were about to burn through her flesh. Caesar gently kissed Luna's forehead, feeling her burning temperature, and pressed his advantage, seducing her. My Luna, as long as you're willing to bow your head and admit your mistakes, I can pretend your rebellious antics never happened. I'll treat you the same way I treat Hermione. You were just feeling envious that Hermione can throw tantrums at me all she wants, right? This is something you've never had before. As long as you humble yourself, I will love you all dearly. With the magic stone, we can have a brighter future, together forever. Caesar's words, like the whispers of a demon, pierced Luna's eardrums and pounded on her heart. In that instant, the balance of power shifted dramatically. You're dreaming. Luna squeezed out the words through clenched teeth, her body trembling slightly from the overwhelming emotion. But she stubbornly straightened her back, raised her head, and looked directly into those eyes that made her soul tremble. Don't think you can scare me like that. Her voice suddenly rose, carrying a sharp, desperate edge. Wilkes, don't forget. You are no longer the leader who can stir up trouble at will. You are trapped in this tiny body, your soul branded with my mark. You are more anxious and yearn to break free than I am. She took a deep breath, as if trying to snatch a sliver of air from the suffocating oppression, her eyes burning with a fanatical and insane flame. Wait until I regain my strength, then you'll see if I can. What can you do to me? Caesar chuckled as he interrupted her, even raising his hand with a leisurely air. He gently tucked a stray strand of light blonde hair behind her ear, a gesture so tender it was chilling. Bound with chains? Locked in your meticulously crafted cage? Watched day and night, afraid I'll disappear again. His fingertips brushed lightly against her earlobe. Save your breath, Luna. The same trick won't work on me twice. And your time. Caesar withdrew his hand. His expression shifted back to that of the unlucky boyfriend who had been bullied by Hermione the night before. It was as if all the threats and confrontations just now were merely an illusion. Except for the final lingering sound. I'm afraid there aren't many left. After saying that, he stopped looking at her, turned around, and walked straight towards the Gryffindor Tower. His steps were steady, his back straight, as if the being that had just exuded an abyss-like aura was merely Luna's illusion. Luna was left alone in the corridor once again. The sun was still shining brightly, and the light and shadow from the stained glass moved slowly across the ground. But she felt a bone-chilling cold. She leaned against the cold wall, slowly slid down, and hugged her trembling body tightly with both hands. The marks on my arm were still burning, and waves of excitement surged from the depths of my soul. I don't know if it was anger, fear, or that twisted desire that never died out. Kaiser, Wilkes. She murmured the name, her teeth grinding together, her light-colored eyelashes trembling violently before finally drooping, casting a deep shadow beneath her eyes. The fingernails dug deeply into the palm, leaving crescent-shaped bloodstains. You wait. The ethereal voice dissipated in the sunlight, leaving only endless obsession, silently spreading through the quiet corridor. Chapter 117. For the next few days, Hogwarts fell into an unusual calm. About the Philosopher's Stone and Professor Quirrell. Or perhaps the rumors of Voldemort were still circulating secretly among the students, but the castle's daily routines had been restored. Classes, homework, Quidditch practice, it was as if nothing had happened. Apart from some subtle changes. For example, Luna suddenly disappeared from Caesar's sight. There were no chance encounters in the hallway, no seats opposite the library, and certainly no late-night rendezvous in abandoned classrooms. She disappeared into the shadows of the castle like a ray of real moonlight, and even her strange pronouncements about harassing horseflies and bubble slugs became much less frequent. Only Caesar knew what this peace meant. Trying to have an arms race with me. He stood by the window of the Gryffindor Tower, gazing at the occasional flashes of unusual light at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and murmured to himself. The light was faint, appearing and disappearing intermittently, sometimes a dark gold, sometimes a deep blue, carrying an unnatural, wild magical fluctuation. It is not part of the Hogwarts curriculum. Luna is putting it into practice. Within the shell of the real world, the power and knowledge belonging to the tamed queen in the simulated world are gradually awakened and reproduced. She tamed the creatures of the Forbidden Forest, starting from the very basics, rebuilding her herd step by step the foundation of her power. Caesar withdrew his gaze, his fingertips unconsciously tracing his chest. The invisible mark has been unusually quiet these past few days, with no more faint throbbing or burning sensations. But this only made him more wary. Luna was deliberately suppressing it, or rather, she was doing everything she could to control her power and avoid any unnecessary leakage. She is saving up. Waiting for the right opportunity. Very well. Caesar turned away from the window, a cold smile playing on his lips. I'll give you time. And I'll give myself time too. He needed time to research how to remove the soul imprint, time to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, and even more time, to completely subdue Hermione. Friday afternoon, Quidditch pitch. The sun was shining brightly, and the lawn shone with a vibrant green. The Gryffindor team is conducting their regular practice, with red figures weaving through the air. The whistling sound of the quaffle cutting through the air, the dull thud of the runner, and the shouts of the players mingled together, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Caesar sat in the shadows of the stands, holding a book titled Advanced Potion Making in his hand, but his gaze kept drifting towards the edge of the field. Hermione is there. She didn't participate in the training, but she carried a Nimbus 2000. Standing by the court, looking up at Harry making a daring dodge in mid-air, his brow furrowed as if pondering some complex magical arithmetic problem. She was there to accompany Harry during training, or rather, to supervise him. Since the Philosopher's Stone incident, she had become even more concerned about Harry's safety. Perhaps she also guessed some of Harry's secrets. After all, she was able to guess Caesar's secret in the simulated world. Caesar closed the book, stood up, and walked down from the stands. He needs to talk to Hermione. About the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione. Hearing the sound, Hermione turned her head. Sunlight shone on her fluffy brown curls, gilding them with a layer of gold. A flicker of surprise crossed her brown eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Caesar. She nodded in greeting, then turned her gaze back to the sky. What is it? It's nothing. Caesar walked to her side, also looking up at the sky, feigning nonchalance. Do you have the Philosopher's Stone? Hermione was silent for a few seconds. The quake whistled overhead, creating a gust of wind. It's in my hands, she said softly, but I've been thinking about something else lately. She finally turned her head and looked at Caesar, her eyes sharp and scrutinizing. You said you'd give me a lovebird necklace, just like the one before. Caesar's heart skipped a beat. Yes, I did say that. But lovebirds are hard to find, you only have time during summer vacation, and even then, it was just a matter of chance. This explanation sounds reasonable enough. But Hermione clearly wasn't entirely convinced, her eyebrows rose slightly, and a half-smile played at the corners of her lips. Caesar, do you know? She took a step forward, holding the broom, and moved closer to Caesar. You're making me feel like you're in a rush for the magic stone, but you're just being perfunctory with my necklace. You only did it for the Philosopher's Stone, not, really for me, right? Her voice was calm, but there was a hint of vulnerability and uncertainty deep in her eyes. Caesar looked at her slightly flushed cheeks in the sunlight, at the complex light in her eyes that blended rational scrutiny with emotional expectation. How is that possible? Caesar shook his head, trying to make his voice sound sincere. Of course I'm doing this for you. I'll figure out a way to get the necklace, I promise. He paused, then added. The Philosopher's Stone, I do need it. But the promise to give you the necklace is also true. The two things don't conflict. Hermione stared into his eyes for a long time. Harry, who had been in the air for a long time, had completed another round of sprint training and began to descend. After a while, at the other end of the court, several Slytherin students strolled over unsteadily. Leading the group was Draco Malfoy, whose pale blonde hair was particularly dazzling in the sunlight. Oh, look who this is! Malfoy drawled out his distinctive, unpleasant voice. Mudblood Granger, and her squib cousin Harry. What? Harry's too busy to play house with you today, so you two are having a heart-to-heart talk here. The word Mudblood was like a dirty block of ice, smashed into the afternoon sunlight. The air froze instantly. Hermione's body visibly stiffened. Caesar was also stunned. Their thoughts drifted back to many years ago. That Diagon Alley. At that time, Caesar was still a professor of the history of magic at Hogwarts, and he was helping Hermione buy the entrance exam materials. The first person they encountered there was Malfoy, who came to provoke them. Caesar even told Hermione a story to try and seduce her. Finally, Caesar asked, "If one day you are hungry and I am forced to steal butterbeer, will you arrest me?" Hermione replied, "Caesar, don't worry, I won't arrest you, I'll help you steal it." Everything seemed to have come true, except that the beer turned into a magic stone for the second time. Now, Hermione's face remained expressionless, she didn't even turn to face Malfoy and his two henchmen. Caesar's gaze fell on Hermione's eyes. Then he heard Hermione speak softly, her voice calm, but beneath the calm lay a turbulent undercurrent. "Caesar." She kept her eyes fixed on Caesar. "I think." In another world, Caesar's last words were, "If you hadn't been able to resist and attacked them, I would have fought them for you. Actually, I don't like the Malfoys either, but you didn't." "I want him to shut up," Hermione finally said, her voice soft but unusually clear. Chapter 118. Caesar smiled. A very faint, almost imperceptible smile. He didn't speak, but simply took a step forward, blocking Hermione's path by half a body length. Then he raised his hand, without even drawing his wand, but merely flicked his finger very slightly in the air. A silent, wandless spell, so fast it was almost imperceptible. Sizzle. Malfoy's mouth, which was about to continue his taunts, was suddenly as if something had blocked it. His eyes widened suddenly, his face flushed red, and he covered his throat with both hands, making a strange hoarse sound. The next second, he bent over and began to cough violently. Then, a sticky, translucent thing, like a slug magnified 10 times, slid out of his mouth. It fell to the ground with a thud. Then came the second, the third. Malfoy knelt on the ground and gagged at the lawn, more slugs gushing from his mouth. It clung to his chin and the front of his school uniform, gleaming with a nauseating fluorescence in the sunlight. Crabbe and Goyle were stunned, standing there dumbfounded, at a loss for what to do. The Gryffindor players on the field noticed the commotion and landed one after another. Harry was the first to rush over, and when he saw this scene, he was stunned. Hermione stood there, looking at Malfoy kneeling on the ground in a disheveled state, and then at Caesar's back as he stood in front of her. The figure was not broad-shouldered, in fact, it appeared somewhat thin. "It's different from what I remember. But they are exactly the same." Her heart skipped a beat in her chest. Then she heard Caesar's voice, calm and undisturbed, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Watch your mouth, Malfoy. And all of you." He glanced at Crabbe and Goyle, "Take him to Mrs. Pomfrey. If I ever hear that word come out of either of your mouths again." He didn't finish speaking. But the cold glint in those deep grey eyes made Crabbe and Goyle involuntarily take a step back. The two burly men frantically scrambled to their feet, carrying the still retching Malfoy, and hastily fled the pitch, leaving behind a mess and several still wriggling slugs. Harry walked over, glanced in the direction Malfoy had left, then looked at Caesar and Hermione, his expression complex. "Are you, all right? What was that just now?" "A little lesson," Caesar said casually, turning to face Hermione. Their eyes met. Hermione looked at him, at his deep grey eyes. Looking at the lingering coldness within, and beneath that coldness, something profound that she couldn't quite decipher. The sunlight shone on them, and the noise on the lawn seemed to fade away. Hermione spoke softly, her voice slightly hoarse, "Just now, everyone probably knew your true strength. That was my promise to you, and I will always keep my promise to you, even if it costs me my life, because you are my little Hermione." Caesar spoke in a flat tone, as if he were simply stating that the weather was nice today. Hermione remained silent. She lowered her head, looking at her toes, then raised her head again, looking at Caesar. Her eyes were slightly red, but the corners of her mouth slowly curved into a very faint, genuine smile. "Do you know that, Caesar?" She spoke softly, her voice carrying a strange gentleness. "You're Kind of like the Caesar I remember now. These words, though spoken softly, were like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, creating ripples in Caesar's heart. He looked at Hermione, at the genuine glimmer in her eyes, at the soft curve of her lips, and his heart was suddenly struck a little. Then, he smiled too. With a smile that conveyed a sense of relief and warmth. He took a step forward, closing the distance between himself and Hermione, and looked down into her eyes. His voice was very low, carrying a hint of teasing and seriousness that only the two of them could understand. "It's my husband, my Mrs. Habsburg." Mrs. Habsburg. This name struck Hermione like a lightning bolt, cleaving through the barrier of her memories. The images in the mirror surged forth. At the wedding, he took her hand, put the ring on her finger, and whispered in her ear, "From this day forward, you are Mrs. Habsburg, little Hermione." In the study, she was working late into the night on documents when he came in with a glass of warm milk and ruffled her hair. "My Mrs. Habsburg," he said, "it's time to rest." In the kitchen that night, as she complained about the infighting within the Ministry of Magic, he lifted her to the counter, forehead to forehead with hers. "Don't worry, Mrs. Habsburg, I'm here." Every Mrs. Habsburg is wrapped in doting, possessiveness, and a heavy, promise-like tenderness. In real life, Hermione's pupils dilate slightly. She looked at Caesar, at her reflection in his deep grey eyes, at his face that was both incredibly familiar and incredibly strange at that moment, and felt as if something was blocking her throat. The sunlight was warm, but she felt a shiver run down her spine. It's not fear. Rather, it is a deeper, more profound stirring of the soul. Her Habsburg is back. Perhaps this is a disguise. But under the onslaught of love, she was powerless to resist. She never had a choice when faced with Caesar. "What did you call me?" Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Caesar did not answer, but simply looked at her silently, his eyes as deep as an autumn lake. A few seconds later, Hermione took a deep breath, as if she had made a major decision. She looked away, her voice returning to its calm, but beneath that calm, something else was beneath. "Caesar Habsburg." She called out that name. Then she turned her head and looked at him again. "I'll give you the Philosopher's Stone after the holidays. Here, at Hogwarts, it's too easy for Dumbledore to find you. During the holidays, we went home. I'll give it to you." She paused, then added, "Don't worry, I mean what I say." "No problem," Caesar smiled, a gentle smile that carried a genuine warmth. "Madam." Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. She glared at him, but there was no anger in her eyes, only a hint of embarrassment and barely concealed, subtle joy. It's like a husband suddenly preparing a gift for his wife on their wedding anniversary, throwing in some romance. "Don't shout like that outside," she whispered, turning to pick up her broom and prepare to leave. But after taking 2 steps, she stopped and looked back at Caesar. Sunlight shone on her face, and her brown eyes shimmered with a complex light, which eventually condensed into a very faint, yet incredibly genuine smile. "We're not married yet, I want to see how you behave from here on out." After saying that, she left quickly, her steps much lighter than when she arrived. Caesar stood there, watching her departing figure, watching the sunlight dance on her brown curly hair, and the smile on his lips slowly deepened. Chapter 119. Since that conversation on the playground, the relationship between Caesar and Hermione has progressed rapidly. Without Luna's interference. Hermione, the Minister of Magic who wields power in another world, seems to be savoring a unique kind of girlish excitement and adventurous joy in this second chance at youth. Simply put, she had to date Caesar every night, and she was completely addicted to it. Caesar enjoyed it too. At the same time, his strength is constantly increasing. Although due to time constraints, he cannot completely surpass Hermione and Luna in a short period of time. However, in a one-on-one fight, he could easily defeat either of them. In general, these two are potential members of his harem. Rather than fighting to the death, it's better to turn them into wings. For example, Hermione is now basically conquered by Caesar. Next, all we need to do is find an opportunity to coerce or entice Luna. Finally, they were forced to accept each other's existence. From now on, if Caesar needs anything, he can simply order these two to do it. In his spare time, he can also do other things. This kind of life continued until the end of the semester. The peace was shattered in the dead of night. A scream shattered the silence of the tower. When Caesar awoke from his sleep, the other Gryffindor boys in the dormitory also sat up, their eyes still sleepy and filled with confusion. From the corridor outside the window came hurried footsteps, suppressed sobs, and Filch's hoarse, terrified screams. "Here we go again! Here we go again! Merlin!" Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, then immediately jumped out of bed and rushed out. Caesar hesitated for a moment, then grabbed his robes and followed. A number of students, awakened by the sudden awakening, had already gathered in the corridor. They were wearing pajamas, holding wands, and their faces were filled with confusion and unease. An eerie silence hung in the air, unlike the tense atmosphere during the rumored Philosopher's Stone incident. This time, the atmosphere was even more sinister. They followed the flow of people to the vicinity of the girls' restroom on the second floor. The area has been sealed off by professors who rushed to the scene after hearing the news. Professor McGonagall was pale, her lips pressed tightly together, and she was directing several prefects to evacuate the students in a trembling voice. Professor Snape stood in the shadows, his black robes almost blending into the darkness, only his eyes gleaming with a cold light in the darkness. Professor Flitwick stood on tiptoe, trying to get a better look at what was going on inside. At the very front of the crowd were several younger students. One Hufflepuff, two Ravenclaws. He lay stiffly on the cold ground, his posture contorted, his face frozen in extreme terror. Their skin had an unnatural grayish-white color, as if it had been petrified. This is not an ordinary stun spell. It is something older, something more malevolent. The secret chamber. A ghostly voice cried, "The secret chamber has been opened. Beware of those who oppose the heir." Peach Golden Girl. The ever-crying ghost floated out of the bathroom, its translucent body distorting in the dim light of the corridor. She cried more bitterly and desperately than ever before. "I saw it again, those huge yellow eyes, in the pipe, just like 50 years ago, just like." Her voice gradually faded, eventually turning into a sob and dissipating into the air. But the fear that remained took root in the hearts of every student who heard it. A locked room. The Chamber of Secrets in Slytherin. A secret chamber said to harbor a monster, which can only be opened by the true heir. Panic spread through the crowd like a plague. Whispers, sobs, and suppressed gasps mingled together. Harry gripped his wand tightly, his face pale. Ron looked like he was about to throw up. Neville Longbottom had already passed out and was being supported by Percy and the others. Caesar stood at the edge of the crowd, his gaze sweeping over the petrified bodies, then over the professors' solemn faces, and finally landing on the puddle of water by the bathroom door. Several distorted characters, seemingly written with some kind of viscous fluid, are slowly dissipating, but they can still be vaguely discerned. Beware of those who oppose the heir. Then he turned around and went back to sleep. The events in the secret room were none of his concern. Unless... Early the next morning, a sense of oppressive tension permeated the auditorium. Whispers about last night's petrochemical incident flowed between the long tables, like the cold waters of an underground river. The professors in the faculty section looked more serious than usual. A small, square piece of parchment silently slid to Caesar's side via a magical paper crane. On it were Hermione's clear and restrained handwriting. "After curfew tonight, the usual spot at the top of the astronomy tower? I'd like to review some class notes with you." There was no signature at the end. But the suggestive mention of review and the deliberate reference to the old place made Caesar feel as if he could see Hermione blushing slightly while trying to remain calm. He clutched the note, but his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the Ravenclaw table. The figure who always wore carrot earrings, with long light blonde hair and misty silver eyes, is still gone. Luna's absence stands out starkly against this backdrop. Could it be? Caesar did not reply to Hermione's note immediately, but instead put it in his pocket. After potions class in the afternoon, he bumped into Hermione in the corridor on the third floor of the castle, who was hurrying by carrying a stack of books. Not tonight, Hermione. He cut to the chase, his voice low. We stayed up too late last night. I need to sleep tonight. Hermione stopped and looked up at him. A clear sense of disappointment flashed in her brown eyes, as if she had been doused with a small bucket of cold water. But then, that sense of loss was replaced by a deeper look, a mixture of understanding and a strange sharpness. She nodded slightly, her tone calm. Okay. She didn't press for details. This unusual consideration only heightened Caesar's suspicions. He watched her turn and leave, her steps still steady, but her fingers tightening slightly as she held the book. Nighttime. The curfew bells had long since rung, and the castle remained silent in darkness and vigilance. Filch, carrying an oil lamp, trailed the footsteps of Mrs. Loris on patrol, more frequent and heavy than ever before. Caesar evaded the patrols and moved silently toward the girls' restroom on the second floor. The closer you get, the colder the air seems to become, filled with a faint smell of damp stone and some kind of stale, fishy odor. The weeping Myrtle wasn't in her cubicle, she'd probably drifted off somewhere to grieve again. The washroom was empty, with only the dripping of the faucet, which amplified into a hollow echo in the silence. His gaze swept across the damp ground, finally settling on an inconspicuous corner. There lay a tattered, black diary with a blurred cover, looking as if it had been soaked in water and carelessly discarded. Tom Riddle's diary. Caesar picked it up, a chill running through his fingertips. He didn't rush to open it, he simply held it in his hand and then his gaze fell on the brass faucet engraved with a small snake pattern. Deep within the secret room, the enormous Slytherin statue overlooked the empty stone chamber, its open mouth revealing a deep, unfathomable entrance. In the center of the stone chamber, a terrifying serpent monster coiled up. Its enormous body resembled a rocky mountain range covered in dark green moss, and even in the dim light, its scales reflected a cold, faint light. At this moment, its head was lowered, and its pair of deadly yellow vertical pupils were tightly closed, as if it had fallen into some kind of unstable slumber. And in front of its enormous head stood a petite figure. Luna. Chapter 120. Caesar. Luna stood with her back to the entrance, her long, light gold hair seemingly flowing with its own radiance in the dim light of the stone chamber. She wasn't wearing any of those strange ornaments, just a thin, nightgown-like robe, and stood barefoot on the cold ground. Her arm was outstretched forward, her fingertips only inches from the basilisk's closed eyelids. Dark gold, thorny patterns emanated from beneath her sleeves, slowly and steadily intertwining and permeating the invisible, ancient, magical aura surrounding the basilisk's head. Intense magical energy fluctuations filled the air. So it really is here. Caesar had already guessed that Luna would come to tame the basilisk tonight. The strange light emanating from the edge of the forbidden forest throughout the semester, the increasingly strong aura of magical creatures emanating from her, and the occasional throbbing from the depths of her soul imprint, all clues pointed to this moment. The panic caused by the opening of the Chamber of Secrets was merely a perfect cover, while everyone was busy searching for the Slytherin successor, that was her chance to strike. Inside the stone chamber, magical energy surged like the tides. Dark golden thorn patterns had spread from Luna's arms to her neck, outlining eerie designs on her pale skin. She chanted ancient, distorted syllables, not Parsleyan, but a more primal language, closer to the essence of magic, the language of the Tamers. Caesar could act at any time. His wand was tucked into his sleeve, and the starting poses for several silent spells flashed through his mind. He can interrupt rituals, attack the basilisk, and even attack Luna, while she was completely absorbed in taming. But he didn't. He simply watched quietly, observing how that petite figure appeared both fragile and powerful before the colossal beast. Watching those thorny patterns wriggle like living things, gradually eroding the basilisk's instinctive resistance. Time passed. The basilisk's heavy breathing gradually calmed, and its massive head drooped even lower, almost touching the ground. That was a gesture of submission. Caesar finally moved. He took a few steps forward, his footsteps echoing softly in the empty stone chamber. Luna didn't turn around, but her shoulder line tensed slightly. "Caesar, what are you going to do? Don't worry, don't think the worst of me. I wouldn't want to hurt you, Luna." Caesar spoke, his voice echoing in the stone chamber, carrying a deliberately crafted gentleness. "The taming ceremony is clearly not completely over yet." The basilisk's eyelids twitched, but it didn't open. Caesar's calculations were spot on. If he interrupts now, Luna will suffer a magical backlash, but it won't be fatal. Wait a few more minutes, until the contract is fully completed, and she will truly possess a monster powerful enough to wipe out half of Hogwarts. Luna paused for a moment while reciting. "You can't bear it." Her voice was soft, weak from the ritual, but more so with sarcasm. "Is there anything in this world you can't bear to do? And haven't you been dating Hermione all semester? You should be the one who can't bear to see her suffer, right?" She did not stop channeling magic. Dark gold patterns were attempting to coalesce into a crescent moon mark on the basilisk's forehead. That was the mark she used to mark all her collectibles in the simulated world, including Caesar's. "Oh, Luna, you've misunderstood me." Caesar shook his head and sighed softly. "I love her. But I can love you too." Caesar took a few more steps closer, and now he could see the fine beads of sweat on Luna's forehead and her slightly trembling fingers. "This doesn't conflict. You know, in another world. In that world, you cast my love aside, then trampled it mercilessly, and until the very last moment, you had no regrets." Luna interrupted him, her voice suddenly becoming shrill. "I remember it very clearly, Wilkes. I remember you using me as a tool, as a weapon to achieve your goals. I remember every sweet word you said, every tender gesture you made. In reality, you were all trying to trick me into doing things for you." The basilisk let out a low hiss, and the stone chamber trembled. "Luna, I know I went too far before." Caesar did not back down, his voice softened, as if coaxing a sulking child. "But don't worry, as long as you come back into my arms, sincerely apologize to me, and swear you'll never lay a hand on me again. I will correct my mistakes, and I will cherish you, love you, and care for you. You and Hermione are both my wings, we can have a brighter future together." He reached out, as if to stroke her hair. "Therefore, we don't need to threaten each other in this way. Luna, we can. What can I do?" Luna finally turned her head. Her eyes had turned completely dark gold, with pupils standing upright like snakes, and thorny patterns spread across her cheeks, like the totems of some ancient tribe. It was breathtakingly beautiful, and also suffocatingly dangerous. "Can you treat me the way you treated Hermione? Give me a promise of Mrs. Habsburg." A twisted smile spread across her lips, "Then build a huge harem, and let Hermione and me be one of your lionesses. Not only do I have to serve you, but I also have to go hunting and doing chores for you, so that you can enjoy your selfish and selfing life?" Caesar shook his head, though his words betrayed his true feelings. "Luna, I won't do that, because I truly love you all." He hadn't finished speaking. "You will." Luna turned back and placed her hand on the basilisk's forehead again. The dark golden crescent mark had mostly solidified. "I don't deny that you may have loved us at some point. But the only person you truly love is yourself. You're always calculating gains and losses, weighing whether Hermione's intelligence or my affinity for magical creatures is more useful. Even when you say I love you, you're already calculating the cost-effectiveness in your mind. Even in this world, the first person you choose to comfort is Hermione Granger. Not me. She took a deep breath, and the final incantation escaped her lips. But it's okay. This time I'll lock you up tight. Lock you up somewhere only I know, until you forget how you even planned it all. Yet. A third voice rang out. It was serene and calm, carrying the undeniable sense of finality that comes with the library closing. Caesar's back stiffened instantly. He didn't even need to turn around to know who was standing at the entrance to the stone chamber. The scent of citrus soap. And the rhythmic footsteps that belonged to Hermione. Why did she come? And it just so happens to be at this time. Caesar genuinely felt unlucky, he wouldn't be afraid of either of those girls in a one-on-one fight. It can even be easily manipulated. But unfortunately, both of them were crammed into the cramped Hogwarts. Often, just as you've built up goodwill with one person, another one comes along to cause trouble. On the other side, Luna's spell got stuck in her throat. The crescent moon mark on the basilisk's forehead flickered violently, almost dissipating. Chapter 121. Caesar's brain sprang into action at the speed of crisis management in a simulated world. Within 0.3 seconds, he made the following judgment. 1. Hermione's presence here is no accident. 2. How much did she hear? 3. Luna's taming ritual is in its most vulnerable stage. 4. A reasonable explanation must be found immediately. He moved. From Hermione's perspective, it seemed as if Caesar had suddenly discovered something extremely dangerous. He turned abruptly, but not to face her, but to face the shadows on the other side of the stone chamber. At the same time, his hand swiftly slipped inside his robe and drew his wand. No, it was pulling out that tattered diary and then throwing it away like a hot potato. Hermione! Don't look into its eyes. Caesar's voice was filled with genuine terror. This fear was 3 parts acting and 7 parts genuine, because the basilisk had indeed begun to stir. That's Tom Riddle's Horcrux. It's controlling the basilisk. The diary traced an arc in the air before landing with a plop on the puddle-filled ground. Almost simultaneously, Caesar finally drew his wand, and a blinding red light shot towards the diary. Reducto. Smash spell. The spell hit. But the diary didn't shatter, instead, it erupted with a burst of black mist, within which the faint silhouette of a black-haired boy appeared, his handsome face filled with resentment. You, how dare you? The phantom's voice was hoarse and distorted. Perfect timing. Perfect coordination. It was as if the Horcrux diary had just tried to haunt him, and Caesar was bravely fighting against it. Hermione didn't move. She stood in the shadows at the entrance to the stone chamber, dressed in a neat school uniform, her hair meticulously tied in a ponytail, and even holding a few books in her arms, as if she had just come from the library and gotten lost. But her eyes, those brown eyes that always held reason and curiosity, were now as cold as ice at the bottom of a black lake. Her gaze slowly swept across the stone chamber. Are you taming the basilisk? Hermione finally spoke, her voice eerily calm. Caesar dealt with the Horcrux phantom, and the black mist dissipated after letting out a reluctant shriek, while the diary turned to ashes. He then turned around, his face showing just the right amount of lingering fear and confusion. It wasn't me. I just heard a noise and came to check, it was her. He pointed at Luna, his tone turning serious. Hermione, this thing is too dangerous, we have to. Then go back to sleep, Hermione interrupted him. Caesar was stunned. He envisioned countless possibilities, angry questioning, cold sarcasm, or even physical violence. But I never thought about this seemingly mundane sentence, which sounded like remember to hand in your homework tomorrow. Hermione, clutching her book, turned and walked back to the tunnel entrance she had come from. She took 2 steps, then stopped, turning half her face to the side. Now, Caesar. This wasn't a discussion, it was an order. All right, Caesar finally said, putting away his wand and walking towards Hermione. He glanced at the basilisk. The enormous creature had calmed down again, and the crescent moon mark on its forehead had fully formed, shimmering with a dark light. The taming is complete. He glanced at Luna again. She was staring intently at him, her dark gold eyes churning with a torrent of emotions. Anger, sarcasm, and a hint of resentment. He didn't look back. But he could feel Luna's gaze fixed on his back until he entered the pipe and his vision was swallowed by darkness. Seeing the two disappear into the secret room, Luna's gaze, sharp as poisoned needles, gave a cold snort. Wilkes, even this is a disguise. He pretended to be an honest man willing to back down in front of Hermione. They wanted to tempt me, to make me mistakenly believe that I could receive the same care and tolerance simply by bowing my head. But Hermione is really naive. She doesn't realize that if I keep rejecting you, she will receive more and more love. You want to give us love as a trophy, so that we'll willingly work for you and do things for you. But all charity, which can be withdrawn at any time. I, Luna, don't need that. On their way back to the Gryffindor Tower, the two walked silently through the castle in the dead of night, one after the other. Caesar tried to speak several times, but Hermione's back exuded an aura that said, "If you dare to speak, I'll cast a stun spell on you." He had no choice but to swallow his words, his mind racing to review every detail of what had just happened. His timing in throwing away the diary was probably perfect. Hermione probably didn't hear the earlier conversation about love. Luna's final "really" came out very naturally, sounding as if she were questioning the Horcrux's trick. The entire performance is logically consistent. An innocent student discovers danger, bravely fights against a dark magical artifact, and tries to stop his classmate from doing something foolish. But why does something still feel off? Just as they stepped onto the last spiral staircase of the Gryffindor Tower, Hermione suddenly stopped. She didn't turn around, her voice as soft as a sigh. "Do you know that, Caesar?" Caesar's heart leaped into his throat. "The way you threw the diary," Hermione continued, "it was exactly the same gesture you made last month during your duel at Lockhart, when you deliberately threw your wand to concede." She finally turned around, and in the dim light of the staircase, half of her face was hidden in shadow. Same angle, same force, even the same involuntary twitch of the pinky before throwing. "I can't mistake it." Caesar's blood seemed to freeze instantly. "I-shh." Hermione raised a finger and lightly pressed it to his lips. "I don't care." She spoke softly, her brown eyes unfathomable in the dim light. "I don't care tonight. Because I have more important things to confirm." She withdrew her hand, picked up the book again, turned around and continued upstairs. "But remember, Caesar. You only have one chance to lie to me without being caught. You've used it tonight." The portrait of the fat lady spun open in front of her. Hermione crawled inside without saying good night. Caesar stood outside the portrait cave, listening to her fading footsteps echoing from within, motionless for a long time. He slowly raised his hand and touched his little finger. That habitual action, he didn't even notice it himself. Chapter 122. The Hogwarts Express, puffing out white steam, slowly pulled into platform 9¾ at King's Cross Station. The semester has officially ended, and it's vacation time. Students, carrying suitcases, bustled towards the platform exit, rushing towards their waiting families. The air was filled with the sadness of parting and the excitement of the holiday, but Caesar only felt a chill down his spine. Because at that moment, he was standing between two girls. On the left is Hermione Granger. She was dressed in casual Muggle summer clothes, a light-colored short-sleeved shirt and beige trousers, her fluffy brown hair tied into a neat ponytail, and a gentle and polite smile on her face. She pulled her suitcase with one hand, and naturally linked her other arm with Caesar's, her fingertips lightly pressing on a certain A-cup ointment on his elbow, the pressure gentle but carrying an air of unyielding authority. On the right is Luna Lovegood. She was still wearing that slightly oddly modified school uniform dress, her long, light golden hair loosely draped over her shoulders, and her cork necklace reflecting an unusual luster in the sunlight. She didn't look at Caesar, but instead looked up at the beams of light shining through the platform's dome, her misty eyes seeming to be gazing at a landscape from another dimension. But her position blocked all of Caesar's routes to the right. The three people formed a delicate triangle, frozen in the flowing crowd. Caesar. Hermione spoke first, her voice as gentle as if she were discussing holiday homework. I've already talked to my parents, and they're really looking forward to seeing you again. Come stay with me this summer. Her fingers tightened slightly. It wasn't an invitation, it was a statement. Caesar's throat moved. He looked at Hermione and saw the undercurrents surging beneath the calm surface of her brown eyes. But before he could answer, Luna's voice drifted over. It was ethereal, with a strange echo, as if it didn't come from her throat, but resonated from some deeper part of her body. Before that, Luna slowly turned her head, her light silver-gray eyes finally focusing on Caesar's face. I think you should apologize properly. Her gaze was calm, but Caesar could sense that beneath that calm lay boiling magma. Apologize, he repeated instinctively. Right. Luna nodded, and the cork necklace swayed gently. For my parents. The air froze instantly. Even amidst the bustling crowds on the platform and the roar of steam locomotives echoing in his ears, Caesar felt as if all other sounds had receded into the distance. Only Luna's words remained, like a cold awl, piercing his eardrums. Her parents. Caesar still remembers that full moon night and the chilly twilight. Now, Luna stood before him, looking at him with eyes that seemed to see right through him, and softly asked him to apologize. Is that something that can be resolved with an apology? That was a blood feud. If he followed Luna now, if he stepped into the Lovegood family's bizarre mansion, known as the Madman's Lair, he might never see the sun rise again. It wasn't because he was afraid Luna would kill him. With her strength not yet fully recovered, she might not lose in a head-on confrontation with him. Rather because he looked into Luna's eyes. Deep within those light silver-gray eyes, a dark golden light was slowly swirling, like two bottomless vortexes. But deep within that vortex, he saw not hatred, not anger. It's something more twisted, more viscous. It was a morbid obsession to drag him into the abyss, to imprison him forever by his side, and to atone for his sins in the most painful way. Luna won't kill him. But she will make him repay her debt alive in ways he can't even imagine. How about it? Luna tilted her head, her tone light and cheerful, as if she were asking about the weather today. My dad is currently researching a new method of communication between magical creatures, which is very interesting. You can come and help, after all, you've helped him a lot before, right? She emphasized the word help. Caesar's back was covered in cold sweat. He has to make a choice. Now, immediately. Caesar took a deep breath and turned to Hermione. I'll go with you. He said, trying to keep his voice steady. Hermione lives nearby, and I promise to meet your parents. Very good. Hermione smiled, a warm and bright smile, as if she were genuinely happy for his choice. But Caesar could feel her fingers tightening around his arm. That was a warning, and also a declaration of sovereignty. She looked at Luna and nodded politely. Well then, Lovegood, see you when school starts. Luna did not respond. She simply gazed at Caesar silently for a very long time. Then, she smiled. A faint smile, yet it made Caesar's blood almost freeze. You'll regret it. She spoke softly, her voice ethereal as if it came from another world. But it's okay, I'll come find you. She paused, then added the last sentence. Soon. After saying that, she turned around, picked up her suitcase which looked to be filled with a lot of strange items, and blended into the crowd. Her pale golden hair flashed in the crowd and then disappeared. But Caesar knew she hadn't really left. She was somewhere in the shadows, silently watching him with eyes that could see colorful scraps of cloth and creatures of love. He explained the situation to the Dursleys, and after he and Hermione walked off the platform and got into the car that Mr. Granger had brought to pick them up, they drove away from King's Cross Station. The chill of being watched lessened slightly. But he knew it was only temporary. Luna soon is definitely not just empty talk. The car drove smoothly on the highway. Mr. Granger was a gentle and refined dentist who enthusiastically described the scenery along the way to Caesar and inquired about his life at Hogwarts. Mrs. Granger, being more observant, noticed that Caesar looked somewhat pale and asked him with concern if he was carsick. Hermione sat next to Caesar, secretly holding his hand, their fingers intertwined, playing the role of a considerate girlfriend. She smiled as she answered her parents' questions, glancing at Caesar every now and then with a tender look in her eyes. Everything was the same as living in the first simulated world. This allowed him to relax a bit. Hermione's house is located in London. It is a typical English detached house with a small garden. The house was clean and bright, decorated in a modern and minimalist style. The bookshelves were filled with medical books and literary classics, exuding the dignity and orderliness of a middle-class intellectual. I have prepared Caesar's room. Hermione pulled Caesar upstairs. Yes, it's your old room. She pushed open a door. The room wasn't big, but it was very clean. A single bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and a potted plant on the windowsill. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, cutting out alternating stripes of light and dark on the wooden floor. Chapter 123. It looks quite ordinary. But Caesar's heart skipped a beat at that moment. Because of the room's layout, the furniture placement, and even the variety of the potted plant on the windowsill. It was exactly the same as the room in his Hampstead house in the simulated world. That feeling, that atmosphere. That kind of deliberate replication of details. Hermione is recreating. Recreate the scene from that dream. Do you like it? Hermione stood in the doorway, smiling, and asked, I decorated it according to the style I remember you liking. Very good. Caesar smiled, as if the two of them had returned to the ordinary days of their school days, their marriage, and their daily lives. Then you should rest for a bit. I'll call you for dinner. Hermione closed the door, her footsteps fading into the distance down the hallway. Caesar stood still, looking around the room. There were no books on the desk, but the arrangement of the stationery was exactly the same as in the simulated world. The wardrobe door handles were made of brass, and the style was exactly the same as the one he remembered. Even the color of the bed sheets, the light gray stripes, was his previously preferred. Caesar walked to the window and looked down at the small garden. The Grangers were mowing the lawn when Hermione went over and said something to them, and then the three of them laughed together. The scene is warm and harmonious. Caesar thought to himself, Hermione is still the best. The conquest here was completed very easily. The next goal is to acquire Luna. Back at Hogwarts, he was wary of Dumbledore and didn't want to go all out, so he planned to use psychological tactics, but this crazy girl wouldn't listen to either. He already has a good idea for this summer. Tonight he'll set up several traps at Hermione's house, and when Luna arrives, he'll capture her, lock her in a dark room, and give her a good training. With 2 months, are you worried about not being able to make the changes? He still dared to be defiant in front of his mentor. When the time comes, you'd better behave like a lioness. After dinner, Hermione took Caesar to her room under the pretext of reviewing the history of magic. Her room was on the other side of the second floor, much larger and more lived in than Caesar's. The bookshelves were crammed with books, parchment, and quills lay spread out on the table, and a picture frame sat on the bedside table. Inside is a photo of Hermione with her parents, she's smiling happily in the picture. But Caesar noticed that next to the picture frame was an empty crystal bottle. The bottle has a unique design, with a slender neck, a rounded body, and subtle magical engravings on the bottom. That's the design of a Takamo medicine bottle. The original version before improvement. Hermione closed the door and locked it. Then he turned around and took out a small black velvet package from his desk drawer. She opened the velvet cloth. The deep red philosopher's stone gleamed alluringly under the lamp. What you want? Hermione placed the philosopher's stone on the table and pushed it in front of him. Now, where's my necklace? Caesar's throat moved. He tried to make his voice sound sincere. The lovebird necklace requires special magical materials. It doesn't matter. Hermione interrupted him, her gentle smile still on her face. Because I believe in you, Caesar. She stood up, walked to a small cabinet in the corner of the room, opened the cabinet door, and took out an exquisite glass pot and 2 cups. The pot contained an amber-colored liquid that shimmered with a faint, magical glow under the light. By the way, as Hermione poured the liquid, she said, I actually tried out that improved version of Takamo that you mentioned before. However, I'm not as proficient in potions as you are, so I don't know how effective it will be. Could you try it for me and give me some advice? She handed one of the glasses to Caesar. The amber liquid swayed gently in the glass, releasing a cool, herbal aroma mixed with a subtle sweetness. Caesar took the potion, a smile playing on his lips. The familiar surroundings made him unconsciously adopt a teacher-student testing student's smile as he said. Since it's Hermione's improved version, of course I have to try it. He brought the cup to his lips and took a sip. The moment the medicine slid into the mouth, a cool, herbal flavor filled the air, but then his genius as a scholar was fully unleashed. Like the most sophisticated instrument suddenly operating at full power, his senses were amplified to the extreme the instant the medicine entered his mouth. Touch, taste, magical feedback, all sorts of information flooded his brain, frantically comparing it with the original Takamo formula in his memory, the improved version, and a vast amount of potion-making knowledge. Then, the truth was revealed in a fraction of a second. The almost imperceptible bitterness at the bottom of the aroma is the unique magical residue of truth serum. The extremely subtle abnormality in the liquid's viscosity is consistent with the physical properties of a muscle relaxant after it has been added. The chaotic, weak harmonics within the magical fluctuations are irrefutable proof that the powerful magical suppressant interferes with the normal flow of magical energy. This is not an improved version of Takamo at all, but a trap mixed with truth serum, muscle relaxant and magic suppressant. The dose was enough to bring down a harpy-headed horse-bodied winged beast. Caesar's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. He suddenly looked up at Hermione. She was still smiling, her eyes gentle and expectant. But at this moment, in Caesar's all-knowing gaze, he saw more. Her knuckles, gripping the cup, were slightly white, her weight was tilted towards the door, and she deliberately slowed her breathing. All signs indicated a high state of alert, ready to act at any moment. She was waiting for him to completely collapse. He tried to use his magic to resist and spit out the medicine, but it was too late. The drug's effects took effect far faster than usual, accelerated dozens of times by some kind of triggering magic. A sharp, numbing sensation exploded from the tip of my tongue, shooting like lightning through my limbs and bones. The magic suppressant acted like a scalpel snapping shut, instantly cutting off his magic flow. The muscle relaxant made his fingers stiff, unable to loosen his grip on the cup, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. Caesar's body fell backward. Hermione's face flickered in and out of view, blurring before finally settling into a cold and cruel smile. Ha ha! She chuckled softly, her voice filled with the satisfaction of her plan succeeding. Finally, they fell for it. Caesar's body fell backward. But he didn't fall to the ground. Hermione had already stepped forward and gently supported him with a levitation charm, then skillfully drew her wand and chanted a variation of the binding charm. Invisible magical ropes appeared out of thin air, tightly binding his wrists, ankles, and waist. Finally, it wrapped around his neck, tightening it just enough so he wouldn't suffocate but was absolutely unable to break free. The entire process was seamless and took no more than 3 seconds. Clearly, she had rehearsed many times. Caesar collapsed onto the carpet, unable to move a single finger except for his eyes. His magic was completely suppressed, and his muscles were as loose as a lump of mud. The brain is still working frantically, but the gears of thought are beginning to rust and slip due to the effects of the truth serum. He watched as Hermione knelt down and gently patted his cheek with her fingertips. The movements were gentle, like petting a pet. But her eyes were cold. She spoke softly, each word like a poisoned needle. "Darling, do you really think I'm still that little Hermione who can be easily fooled by a few sweet words and memories?" She tilted her head, her smile deepening. "A person who has died once is capable of anything." Caesar wanted to speak, but his tongue wouldn't obey him, and he could only utter muffled ho-ho sounds. Chapter 124. Hermione seemed to read his mind. "You want to ask, when did I find out?" She stood up and slowly paced around the room, as if explaining a difficult problem to a student. "From the very beginning. From the moment I saw myself in the mirror, a figure committing suicide for love." She stopped and turned to look at Caesar, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "Do you know what the most ironic thing is? It's not that you lied to me in another world, nor that you continue to lie to me in the real world, but rather..." She paused, and for the first time, a genuine, suppressed tremor appeared in her voice. "Even knowing it was all a scam, I still can't stop thinking about you. I miss the warmth of your embrace, the feeling of your kiss, and the tone of your voice when you called me little Hermione." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "I really love you so much." When she opened her eyes again, all of Hermione's vulnerability had vanished, leaving only cold rationality. "So I made a decision. Since I cannot get rid of you, since my soul is already bound to you, then I will make you mine. It's not that fictitious Caesar Habsburg from another world. Not the real world Caesar Disley who only knows how to lie. It is a true one, belonging to Hermione Granger, who will not betray her and will not disappear." She leaned down, whispered the last word in his ear. "Caesar Habsburg." Caesar's pupils contracted. Hermione straightened up, and that terrifyingly gentle smile returned to her face. "You think I didn't notice? Luna's been acting strange these past few days." She continued, her tone as casual as if she were talking about the weather. "The way she looked at you, your reaction when you avoided her, and that strange mark on her arm. Caesar, you must have used the same methods on her as you did on me. Is that right? Guide her, deceive her, turn her into your pawn." She shook her head, as if disappointed, or as if she had expected it. "You always treat me like that little girl who lets you boss her around, who'd be satisfied with just a necklace. Little do you know." Her smile turned cold and sharp. "I saw right through you a long time ago." Caesar's heart sank to the bottom. He understood. Hermione never truly believed him from the beginning. All her gentleness, all her thoughtfulness, all her cooperation was just an act. She was observing, analyzing, gathering information, and waiting for the best time to strike. Now, the time has come. Summer vacation, her home, a completely controlled environment, and this carefully prepared magic potion. "You." Caesar finally managed to squeeze out a single word, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. "What about me?" Hermione raised an eyebrow. Caesar's mind was dulled by the effects of the truth serum, but the mental resilience brought about by his genius as a scholar was still struggling. He knew that at this moment, any defense or explanation would be futile. He has to change his strategy. Emotional offensive. Awaken her sense of morality, awaken her reason and conscience as Hermione Granger. Little Hermione. He spoke with great difficulty, each word requiring immense effort. Don't let our love become so distorted. He looked at Hermione, his eyes straining to express pleading, pain, and a hint of affection. I know I was wrong. I know I lied to you. But my feelings for you are real. This was his last gamble. I bet Hermione, deep down, still believes in love. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Hermione listened quietly. Then, she smiled. It wasn't a sneer, nor a mockery, but a sorrowful laugh. She asked softly, Caesar, do you love me? The question is straightforward. Under the influence of the truth serum, Caesar was unable to lie. His brain was working frantically, trying to find an answer that would both avoid the truth serum's forced response and reassure Hermione. But the magic of the truth serum had already seeped into his thought process. When Hermione asked that question, his speech center was forcibly taken over, and his throat vibrated uncontrollably. The vocal cords spontaneously adjust their frequency. Then he gave the answer. I love you. 3 words. Clear, steady, and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It's as natural as stating today is a sunny day. Something ignited in Hermione's brown eyes. Caesar pressed his advantage, looking sincerely at Hermione. I love you, and that's no lie. Hermione paused for a moment, then suddenly asked softly. So, do you love Luna? Caesar's heart skipped a beat, but the next moment his speech center was forcibly taken over again, and he said, word by word. I love Luna. The fire that had just ignited in Hermione's brown eyes. It's gone. This is true love, that is true love, doesn't that mean? Her voice was devoid of emotion. Caesar, you only love yourself. She crouched down to be at Caesar's eye level. They were so close that Caesar could see the extremely fine moisture clinging to her eyelashes. But Hermione didn't cry. Her expression was eerily calm. I've seen through you long ago. Rather than waiting for you to change your ways, I'd rather teach you how to be a new person. She stood up and waved her wand. Caesar's body was lifted by a levitation spell, and he followed behind her, floating out of the room and towards the end of the corridor. Hermione pushed open a door. It was a storage room, filled with old furniture and cardboard boxes. But now, the room had been cleaned, and in the center stood a simple single bed with clean sheets on it. There were no windows on the wall, only a dim wall lamp. The layout of the room, the placement of the furniture, even the location of the wall lamps. It's exactly the same as Caesar Habsburg's professor's dormitory at Hogwarts in the simulated world. This is the room I arranged for you, Hermione said softly, placing Caesar on the bed. It was originally meant to store miscellaneous items. She bent down and tucked the blanket around him, her movements as gentle as a considerate wife's. But don't worry, I've packed everything. Hermione straightened up, looking at Caesar's immobile body, a cold smile curving her lips. You'll stay here for the 2 months of summer vacation, Caesar. She turned and walked towards the door. Before closing the door, she turned back and gave him one last look. I will teach you well. She spoke softly, her voice echoing in the narrow room. How to be an upright and kind good man. The door closed. The sound of the latch engaging was crisp and decisive. Then came the sound of footsteps, fading into the distance. Darkness descended. Only the wall lamp emitted a faint light, casting distorted shadows on the wall. Caesar lay motionless on the bed. The potion's effects were still lingering, he could barely even move his eyes. But his brain was working frantically. Genius Scholar has a talent for analyzing the ingredients and metabolism time of potions. But this will take time. Hours? Days? He didn't know. All he knew was that from this moment on, he had fallen into the cage that Hermione Granger had built with her own hands. A cage, both tender and cruel, woven from love and memories. Caesar closed his eyes. Consciousness began to fade. The hypnotic component of the potion has taken full effect. Darkness completely engulfed him. Chapter 125. Darkness completely engulfed Caesar. In the storage room, only the faint light of the wall lamp remained, along with the image of the bound boy on the bed, his breathing gradually becoming steady. Outside the door, Hermione leaned against the door panel and slowly slid down to sit on the ground. She lowered her head and buried her face in her palms. My shoulders started to tremble slightly. But when she looked up again, there were no tear stains on her face. There was only a cold, almost resolute calm. She stood up, straightened her clothes, and then walked towards the stairs. The sound of Grangers laughing as they watched television could be heard downstairs. Hermione took a deep breath, and her gentle, polite smile returned to her face. Then, her fingertips paused as they brushed past her waist before she drew the familiar grapevine wood wand. She turned to face the stairs, the tip of her wand tracing two short, precise arcs in the air, and whispered. Distortion, memory remains unchanged. Two barely perceptible streaks of light silently slid towards the living room downstairs. This is simply a combination of psychological suggestion and cognitive interference, and it's not very powerful. But that's enough to ensure her parents remember the guest upstairs. Only vague but reasonable thoughts like Caesar is already asleep or he likes to be alone come to mind. Instead of feeling the urge to go upstairs and check, they would not feel the specific urge to do so. Then she went back to her bedroom. Sitting at my tidy desk, I unfold a sheet of letter paper with a simple pattern. The quill pen, dipped in ink, made a soft rustling sound under the lamp. Dear Harry. The pen tip glides smoothly. I hope you're doing well at the Dursleys, although I know that's a bit much to ask. I just wanted to let you know that Caesar has been having a great time here these past few days, and my parents like him very much. We went to a nearby museum, and I even helped him with some particularly difficult ancient runes homework. You know he never seems to know much. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the holly wand on the table, which she had taken from Caesar and now belonged to her. It lay there quietly, like a sealed-away past. He might stay here a while longer. Hermione continued writing, her handwriting steady and natural. After all, summer vacation is still long, and he seems quite interested in Muggle London. Don't worry about him, he's doing great, he's even having a blast. Take care of yourself. Remember our reading list, don't rush to get it right before school starts. Give my regards to Ron. Your true friend. Hermione. She put down her pen and read it carefully. The tone was light, the content ordinary, interspersed with a little complaining and concern that often exists between friends during the holidays. It aptly explains Caesar's detention and provides reasonable details. Harry might be a little surprised, but he would never doubt it. Ron wouldn't think twice. She folded the letter, sealed it in an envelope, and wrote Harry's address on privet drive in neat handwriting. Tomorrow, this letter will be delivered by an ordinary owl, blending into thousands of ordinary summer mails. After doing all this, she raised her head, her gaze seemingly piercing through the ceiling, looking towards the storage room sealed off by layers of magic. She sets the rules. And any potential external interference has been quietly smoothed over. Consciousness slowly rose from the depths of darkness. Like a drowning person struggling to float to the surface, their senses gradually return amidst the chaos. The first thing to return is touch. The rough texture of the sheets beneath me, followed by my hearing. Absolute silence. It wasn't just ordinary quiet, it was a deathly stillness, a vacuum devoid of all background sound. I can't hear the birds chirping outside the window, I can't hear the distant car sounds, I can't hear any sounds belonging to the outside world. Only my own breath echoed in my eardrums, heavy and oppressive. Caesar opened his eyes. The vision was initially blurry, then slowly focused. Ceiling. The unfamiliar ceiling was painted off-white, with a simple ceiling light in the center. The light was a cool white, shining down evenly. It wasn't dazzling, but it also lacked warmth. He tried to turn his head. However, his range of activities was restricted. If you apply more force, fine magical spikes will pop out, pricking the skin but causing no real damage. Caesar stopped struggling and observed his surroundings with his limited vision. The only door is directly opposite. It's a heavy solid wood door with intricate magical runes carved on its panels. It is currently emitting a faint, stable blue glow, which indicates that the protective spell is active. In the very center of the room, on the floor, was an intricate magic circle drawn with silver powder. The array pattern is intricate and complex, with a nested double ring at the center. Ancient magic runes are engraved inside the rings, and a six-pointed star and dozens of auxiliary runes extend from the outer edge. At this moment, the magic circle was emitting a very faint silver light, almost invisible to the naked eye, but Caesar could feel that it was like an invisible net, enveloping the entire room and suppressing the flow of all magic power. This is an elaborately designed prison cell. Anti-magic, soundproofing, shielding, binding, every imaginable restriction is included. What chilled Caesar even more was the room's layout, color scheme, and even the angle at which the furniture was placed. It was exactly the same as his office in Ravenclaw Tower when he was a professor of the history of magic at Hogwarts in the simulated world. It's not a complete copy, since the file sizes are different. But that feeling, that atmosphere, that deliberate imitation of details. Hermione is recreating. Using real-world materials, we recreated the scene from that dream. She locked him in a Caesar Habsburg room. This is a way to remind him of who he was, who he is now, and who he should become in the future. Caesar slowly exhaled. The boat capsized in the ditch. He thought Hermione was just a smart but emotional girl, that he could control her with love and memories, and that her goal was a necklace, a reason. He was wrong. That's completely wrong. Hermione Granger has never been the easy-to-control type. In the simulated world, she was willing to be guided and deceived by him, not because she was stupid, but because she loved him. That kind of love made her willingly close her eyes, ignoring the illogical details. But things are different now. Death freed her from the shackles of fear of loss. What is there to fear in someone who isn't even afraid of death? Therefore, she can calmly observe, meticulously plan, patiently wait, and then strike decisively when he is most relaxed. Hermione is even smarter than in the simulation. Caesar muttered to himself, his voice sounding particularly abrupt in the absolutely silent room. No, not smarter. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to analyze the situation calmly. She's naturally intelligent. It's just that in the simulation, she loved me too much and was too afraid of losing me, so she didn't dare to do many things or ask many questions. Now, the love remains, but the fear has vanished. Instead, something more dangerous has taken its place. An obsession with complete possession and a determination to correct mistakes. Since she is a perfectionist, she will definitely impose many restrictions on herself, blocking out every blind spot. Caesar attempted to manipulate magic. But as soon as it was activated, the magical spikes pierced the skin, causing a sharp, stinging pain. At the same time, the magic circle on the ground shone brightly with silver light, and a powerful suppressive force field descended, instantly dissipating the magic power he had just gathered. No. Forcing our way in is not an option. These protective measures were clearly meticulously designed by Hermione, taking into account the various abilities he might possess. Magical talent, animagus shape-shifting, and perhaps other trump cards. With magic completely suppressed and the body bound, the success rate of a forced breakthrough is virtually zero. So, should we seek help from outside sources? Absolutely not, he has no friends. Hermione could easily deceive Harry and Ron. After much thought, the only one who might have noticed the anomaly and taken action. Only Luna. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Caesar's lips. Luna, this time it's really He paused for a moment, then finally shook his head. Forget it, Luna, you'd better not come to save me. Because if Luna were to actually come knocking on their door, that would be a real disaster. Hermione's imprisonment, at least, had a clear purpose. She wanted to reform him, to turn him into her ideal partner. Although her methods are obsessive, they are unlikely to be life-threatening, and she may even retain a certain twisted gentleness. But Luna is different. Her love is devouring, her possession is absolute, and her punishment is destructive. If she discovers that she has been imprisoned by Hermione, she will never save him. She'll just snatch him away from Hermione. Then lock them in a darker, more desperate, and more permanent cage. A prison from which even the soul cannot escape. Chapter 126. Therefore, in comparison, is Hermione's place a little better? Caesar's mind raced. But how do we escape now? Maybe, we can try again and see if we can fool Hermione again. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. It was very light, but in this absolutely silent environment, it was as clear as a drumbeat. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Then came the sound of a key being inserted into the lock, turning, and the click of the lock opening. The heavy solid wood door was pushed open. Hermione Granger stood in the doorway. She changed into casual clothes, a light grey knitted cardigan, white cotton trousers, and her hair was loosely tied back, with a few stray strands falling on either side of her face. He was carrying a tray with a glass pitcher and 2 cups on it. She looks like a gentle and considerate girlfriend bringing a drink to her sick boyfriend. But her eyes were calm, scrutinizing, and carried an undeniable desire for control. Awake! She walked into the room and closed the door behind her. The door locked automatically behind her, and the magic runes lit up again. She walked to the desk, put down the tray, and then turned to look at Caesar on the bed. "How are you feeling?" she asked, her tone as if asking, "Did you enjoy breakfast?" Caesar did not answer, but simply looked at her. Hermione didn't mind. She picked up the glass pitcher from the tray and poured 2 glasses of amber liquid. The liquid sloshed gently in the glass, releasing a faint, sweet aroma. "It smells very similar to the modified Takamu I had last night. But magical fluctuations are more complex and more concealed." Hermione picked up one of the glasses, walked to the bedside, and sat down on the edge of the bed. "In order to get you to obey and cooperate over the next 2 months, we need to use some supplementary methods. This is my further improved version of the recipe. While retaining the basic framework of Takamu, we've added elements to enhance emotional engagement. Combined with the environment and curriculum, the results will be even better." She brought the cup to Caesar's lips. "Don't worry, there's no truth serum or muscle relaxant this time." She smiled slightly, "It will just make it easier for you to open your heart and accept the right guidance." Caesar looked at the liquid in the glass, then at Hermione. Her gaze was calm, but deep within it lay an almost fanatical obsession. He understood. Hermione's transformation plan has officially begun. This is not a simple imprisonment or punishment. This is a systematic, multi-pronged restructuring project. Emotional enhancement uses modified love potions and environmental replication to create a high-intensity emotional impact, attempting to awaken or implant correct emotional patterns. Behavior modification uses magical contracts and reward and punishment mechanisms to train conditioned reflexes and shape ideal behavioral habits. Ideological indoctrination involves personally teaching her understanding of love and loyalty, criticizing his egoism, and reshaping his values. This is a comprehensive surgery targeting the entire personality. Hermione was the surgeon in charge. "Little Hermione." Caesar spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse from the long silence. "You wouldn't be so cruel to me, would you?" He was making a final attempt. He used that affectionate term of address, and that pleading tone, to try and awaken the last vestige of tenderness in her heart. But Hermione just smiled. Her smile was gentle, yet as cold as frost. Cruel? She asked softly, Caesar, do you know what true cruelty is? Her fingers gently traced his cheek, the movement as delicate as touching fragile porcelain. They gave me hope, then extinguished it with their own hands. It let me experience being loved, and then told me it was all an illusion. It's about seeing another version of myself in the mirror, dying for you, and then discovering that the real you has other girls. Hermione's fingertip paused at his lips. So now? She spoke softly, her voice carrying an almost compassionate firmness. I want to teach you what love is, what loyalty is, and what it truly means to be together. She pressed the rim of the cup against his lips. Come on, finish your medicine. This morning's lessons are. She paused, her gaze becoming serious and focused. Praise love and loyalty, criticize egoism. Caesar kept his lips tightly shut. He didn't want to drink. But Hermione's other hand was already on his neck. The magical spikes slowly extended, piercing the skin and causing a sharp, stinging pain. Drink it. Her voice remained soft, yet carried an irresistible force. Or, we can start with the first lesson: obedience. The spikes went even deeper. Caesar knew that resistance was futile. In this environment completely under her control, with its carefully designed layers of restrictions, any struggle will only result in harsher punishment. He opened his mouth. Amber liquid flowed down his throat. It tastes very sweet, with a strange, relaxing warmth. The medicine slid down the esophagus, was quickly absorbed, and then transformed into a gentle but not negligible warm current that flowed to every part of the body. There was no sharp numbness or weakness like last night. But Caesar could sense that something more subtle was happening. His emotions became more volatile, the floodgates of memory loosened, and those deliberately sealed or downplayed emotional fragments began to surface uncontrollably. In the simulated world, Hermione's profile as she leans on his shoulder while reading. At the wedding, tears welled in her eyes as she walked towards him in her white wedding dress. In the kitchen late at night, as she shared a bowl of cream of mushroom soup, she felt the warmth of his feet touching her own. And finally, there's the face in the mirror, peacefully sleeping after she drank the poison. Every scene was imbued with intense emotion, crashing against his rational defenses like a tidal wave. Good. Hermione took the cup back with satisfaction and tapped it lightly with her wand. The collar around his neck was removed, allowing him to sit up, but the shackles on his wrists and ankles remained. Now let's begin class. She pulled over the wooden chair and sat down on the edge of the bed, her posture as upright as a real professor. First, let's define what love is. She opened the notebook that had somehow appeared in her hand, her tone serious. In my understanding, love is not about possession, not about demanding, not about one-sided giving or receiving. She looked at Caesar, her eyes clear. Love is a two-way, equal, emotional connection built on trust and respect. It means being considerate of others, willing to take responsibility, and willing to provide support when needed. They are also willing to help the other person correct their mistakes. Caesar leaned against the headboard, the effects of the medication making his thinking somewhat sluggish. But the talent of a genius scholar still instinctively involves analyzing, refuting, and searching for logical flaws. Chapter 127. Isn't it me you love? He spoke in a low voice, his tone trembling slightly due to the effects of the medication. If I change, am I still me? This is a pointed question. If Hermione truly loves the specific person Caesar Habsburg or Caesar Disley, therefore, trying to change his nature is tantamount to destroying the object of her love. But Hermione seemed to have been prepared. She closed her notebook and stared at him quietly for a long time. Then, she suddenly laughed. It wasn't that kind of cold, calculating smile. It was a genuine laugh, tinged with weariness and helplessness, yet still persistent. Caesar. Hermione spoke softly, and for the first time, Something almost fragile appeared in her voice. I really love you so much, I love you so much. She paused, then added. Of course, I hate you too. I hate people like you who are utterly wicked. Selfish, calculating, always putting their own interests first, and always exploiting other people's feelings. She reached out and grasped his shackled hands. Her palms were warm. But I just can't let you go. She spoke softly, as if talking to herself. Even knowing you're lying to me, even knowing you still love someone else, even seeing myself in the mirror as someone who died for you. I still miss you, I still want to see you, I still want to. Her voice choked. She lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Caesar was stunned. The drug's effects made his emotional resonance exceptionally acute. He could clearly sense the complexity of Hermione's emotions at that moment. Love and hate intertwine, pain and obsession coexist. Reason tells me I should stay away, but emotions entwine me like vines. For a moment, he almost thought he had seen a turning point. Little Hermione. He softened his voice, using that tone of indulgence and apology he was accustomed to in the simulated world. I love you too, so. Hermione looked up. Her eyes were slightly red, but her gaze had returned to clarity. So you should become someone I don't dislike. She picked up where he left off, her tone regaining its calm and firmness. If you love me, then promise me that you'll accept my help for the next 2 months and become an upright, kind, and worthy man for me to love. Caesar's words stuck in his throat. He looked at her, at the newly erected, even stronger barrier in her eyes, and suddenly understood. That moment of vulnerability was not a loss of control, nor was it a flaw. It's a strategy. It was her deliberate display of truth to elicit him saying I love you too, and then she would take the opportunity to make her request. She was using emotional manipulation, combined with the effects of drugs and the environment, to conduct a more covert form of ideological indoctrination. Hermione looked at him, her eyes unfathomable. I know what you're thinking, you believe you're on the right path. You believe that power is the most important thing, and that emotions and morality are bargaining chips that can be sacrificed. She stood up. But Caesar, have you ever thought about this? If one day you obtain all the power you desire and stand at the top of the world. She turned around, her eyes sharp. Then I realized that there was no one around me. No one truly loves you, no one truly trusts you, everyone is scheming against you and wary of you. Or like I do with you, wanting to reform you. She walked back to the bedside, leaned over, placed her hands on the edge of the bed, and looked into his eyes. Does that kind of power really have any meaning? Caesar remained silent. The medication made him more emotional, and this question, like a seed, quietly took root in his heart. But he quickly shook his head, forcing himself to clear his head. He's a lion with a harem in his sights. Then is your transformation even meaningful? He countered with a question, attempting to regain control of the conversation. What's the difference between forcibly changing someone, molding them into your ideal image, and creating a doll? Hermione watched him quietly. Then, she suddenly smiled. In that smile, there was a kind of almost tragic resolve that Caesar couldn't understand. Then let's make a doll. She spoke softly, her voice so low it was almost inaudible. At least that doll won't betray me, won't leave me, and won't let me see myself dying for him in the mirror. She straightened up, straightened her clothes, and her expression returned to calm. That concludes today's lesson. She picked up the tray and walked towards the door. The effects of the medicine will last for 4 hours. During this time, you can think carefully about what I just said. In the afternoon, we continued with the topic of the meaning and practice of loyalty. She opened the door and went out. The door closed behind her, the latch engaging. The room fell into absolute silence once more. Caesar leaned against the headboard, staring at the cold white light on the ceiling, feeling a profound sense of powerlessness. The effects of the medication were still circulating in his body, and those warm emotional memories kept surging up, impacting his rationality. But deeper still, a chilling fear is spreading. Because he suddenly realized something. Hermione's transformation may be more terrifying than he imagined. She wasn't simply trying to correct his behavior. She wanted to fundamentally reshape his values, emotional patterns, and even the core of his personality. She wanted to create a Caesar who would never betray her, never leave her, and who met her ideals. A model student excelling in all 5 areas: moral character, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Whether that Caesar was real or not. And now, he is trapped in this replica cage, wearing magical shackles, drinking emotional potions, and listening to her lessons, without even the most basic ability to resist. There are still 2 months left. 60 days. Enough for an exceptionally clever witch to perform a surgery on the soul. Caesar closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, looked at the metal shackles on his wrists, at the magic circle on the ground, and at the perfectly replicated prison cell. System, I want to start a simulation. Call for backup. Inside the pure white space, a light curtain unfolds. Please select the final objective for this villain's life simulation. 1. Become the Minister of Magic of Russia and personally defeat the forces of the Dark Lord. Quest reward, Giant Bloodline, difficulty, B, status, Son of a Giant. 2. Become the French Minister of Magic and personally defeat the Dark Lord once. Quest reward, Vila Bloodline, difficulty, A, status, Son of the Vila. 3. Retrace Merlin's life and fulfill the 50-year prophecy, enroll in Hogwarts Slytherin, become Minister for Magic of England, rebuild the Knights of Merlin, and completely destroy the Dark Lord. Quest reward, Merlin Bloodline, difficulty, S, identity, one of Merlin's descendants. Caesar's gaze was fixed intently on the third option. Merlin's bloodline. Is it Merlin? And what on earth is this Merlin descendant thing? Did I get the guaranteed pull? Chapter 128. Merlin bloodline, your body is impervious to all magic, your soul is as solid as iron, your blood can be the core ingredient of ancient rituals, your perception will reach unimaginable heights, and your spell casting will carry unparalleled pressure. System, I will never call you useless again. If this were in Naruto, it would definitely be considered Otsutsuki bloodline. Even if it's not truly invulnerable to all attacks, it at least has top-tier resistance. Hermione's potion and Luna's soul brand can both solve this. Moreover, my strength will completely surpass theirs. I'm definitely going to conquer both of these girls by the end of this simulation. Without hesitation, Caesar blurted out. I choose option 3. You have selected the final objective for this simulation, retrace Merlin's life and fulfill the prophecy. You have selected your initial role, identity, Merlin's descendant. Host has been detected to possess the following talents: legendary magical talent, animagus, genius scholar, fantastic beasts expert. You can choose 3 talents from the following 10 random talent types as new talents for this simulation. Reformed to evil, prophet, flying master, Vila's allure, master of ancient magic, political master, resistance to dark arts, Quidditch genius, alchemy master, mind defense. What are the talents of this prophet and the Vila's allure? Caesar turned his attention to these 2 new talents. Vina's allure, born with top-tier looks and an approachable charm, she is extremely attractive to the opposite S**X. Child of prophecy, requires Merlin's bloodline, legendary magical talent, and genius scholar to choose. Your birth will be accompanied by prophecy, and you will possess an innate leadership quality that inspires others to unconsciously submit and trust you. Child of prophecy, bewitching Vila, legendary magical talent, Merlin bloodline. A bright leader destined for greatness. Caesar's mind raced as he considered the plan for the third simulation and the lessons learned from the previous 2. Hermione's first path proved that binding guilt and memories can give rise to a cold and deadly controller. Luna's second path proves that using guidance and betrayal as stimulation can breed a mad and paranoid possessive. Both paths led to dead ends. Got it? Since neither Hermione on the middle path nor Luna on the dark path will work, this time, I'll be the hero, the most perfect hero. A near-mad idea took shape in his mind. You must become the only light, the only salvation, and the only embodiment of justice in the other person's world. I want to make the person who has been reformed from evil this time feel that the whole world may be evil, but I alone cannot be evil. What I want is a believer in justice who only believes in himself. I now need to recruit people from the real world by appealing to their reformed ways. This person must meet 3 conditions. First, it must be an Englishman who lives near London and has political influence to help him accomplish his mission. Secondly, they are easily swayed and lack independent judgment. Third, be a normal person, not a yandere. This time, let's target Astoria. The second daughter of the Green Grass family, one of the 28 sacred clans, pure-blooded, but relatively enlightened. Astoria will suffer from a blood curse inherited from her family in the future, making her weak and sickly, but she has a gentle and kind personality. The next target in the plan, a girl from a pure-blooded British social circle, approachable, with a gentle personality, suitable for being molded into a righteous believer who only believes in Caesar. Initial talents selected: Reformation, Child of Prophecy, Vila's Allure. Simulation begins. Time, 50 years. Immediately afterwards, Caesar felt his consciousness instantly leave his body and enter another world that seemed both real and illusory. This time, I'm already very familiar with the process. On July 31, 1980, you were born at Ambrose Manor in Wiltshire, England. Your cry was accompanied by a rare surge of magical energy, and all the magical paintings in the manor awakened simultaneously. The following day's scrapbook in the Daily Prophet, with its vague report, an ancient family celebrates the birth of a son. Observers say celestial signs foretell an extraordinary destiny, didn't cause much of a stir. However, ears lurking in the shadows picked up on the rumors. The rumor that you are called the Child of Prophecy was quietly delivered to the desk of the Dark Lord, whose name cannot even be mentioned, before your first birthday. When you were 11, the shadow of the Dark Lord loomed over the British Isles seeking safer protection, and also because of your mother's distant French relatives, the Villa, your parents decided to temporarily relocate to France to visit the Delacour family, with whom you were related by marriage, and to seek potential protection from the French Ministry of Magic. The journey's final destination is the Delacour family manor in Provence, northern France. It's an elegant estate surrounded by magical vineyards and silver olive trees, exuding a bright atmosphere quite different from the somber mood of England. Mr. Delacour warmly received you. His wife, a beautiful witch with some Villa blood, held a delicate, porcelain-like girl with long, silver hair and sapphire eyes. That was the first time you met 11-year-old Fleur Delacour. However, the tranquility was shattered on the third night after their arrival. A shadow spread from across the English Channel. Several Death Eaters, clad in black robes and wearing masks, launched a surprise attack using a combination of portkeys and apparition, storming Delacour estate. Their target was clear: the British infant prophesied to be a potential threat to the Dark Lord. The green light of the killing curse tore through the gentle night sky of Provence. Your father, Shelby, roared and activated his armor spell, shoving you and your mother deeper into the manor. Monsieur Delacour brandished his wand, and the ancient family defensive array was passively activated, streaks of silver light clashing with dark magic, creating ear-piercing explosions. Your mother's screams, the muffled groans of your father mingled with the cracking of bones, Mrs. Delacour collapsing, weakened, after being struck by the aftershocks of the spell while protecting Fleur in her arms, all mingled with the acrid smell of magical smoke and blood. In the chaos of battle, a deflected cruciatus curse struck your mother in the back, causing her to collapse into your father's arms. Your father, his eyes bloodshot with rage, unleashed a powerful exorcism curse at the cost of his life, temporarily repelling the nearest Death Eaters. The green flames engulfed you. The last thing you saw was the towering inferno of the Delacour estate, and Fleur Delacour's blue eyes, filled with terror yet still clear, illuminated by the chaos and flames. What are you doing here? I want to go back to England. Consciousness entered the body, and before me was a burning manor, filled with the smoke of gunpowder and the acrid smell of blood. Caesar felt as if a flame was burning in his chest, not just from the instinctive fear and anger of his young body, but also from a sense of absurdity. Is this a big stunt right from the start? Chapter 129. He glanced to his side. The girl, whom her mother was desperately protecting, had disheveled silver hair streaked with cigarette ash, and her sapphire-like eyes were filled with a fear beyond her years, yet she still clung tightly to his sleeve. Fleur Delacour, the future flower of Beaux Batons, the champion of the Goblet of Fire, is now just an 11-year-old girl who witnessed her home destroyed and her loved one's fall. Brother Caesar. Her voice trembled, yet remained unusually clear. I know a way to escape. The small hand was icy cold, yet it grabbed him tightly and, without a word, dragged him toward a vine-covered wall on the side of the manor, half hidden by flames. There was a narrow cave entrance, cleverly concealed by illusion, clearly an escape route prepared by the manor owner for emergencies. Caesar let her pull him along, a flash of inspiration striking his mind. Run? Where could two 11-year-old children run off to? Since the Death Eaters launched a surprise attack, there must have been a blockade around the perimeter. Although he now possesses the knowledge and talent of an adult wizard, his body's magic is not yet fully mature. Lacking a wand, casting advanced wandless magic is much less effective and extremely mentally taxing. I still have animagus. A thought flashed through his mind. This was his innate talent, unrestricted by age or wand. Without the slightest hesitation, the two crawled out of the hole and entered the relatively sparse shadows of the magical vineyard outside the manor. Caesar growled, "Hold on tight." Before Fleur could fully react, she felt a sudden force come from the arm she was gripping. Immediately afterwards, the light seemed to distort, and the boy beside her rapidly expanded and deformed amidst strange crackling sounds. Silver-blue arcs of electricity danced around him, and his feathers grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent bird with an astonishing wingspan appeared before her. It has a streamlined body, covered with feathers that appear to be woven from thunderclouds, a deep blue and silvery white, and a crown-like cluster of lightning-shaped feathers on its head. Its golden eyes are sharp as torches in the night. Thunderbird. Caesar's animagus form. The thunderbird lowered its head and gently yet firmly grasped the back of Hibiscus's collar with the edge of its beak, then flapped its wings. It didn't soar straight into the sky, but skimmed low over the vineyards. A strong gust of air swept up fallen leaves and dust from the ground, and also stirred up Fleur's long, silvery hair. This. Hibiscus's eyes widened as she clung tightly to Thunderbird's neck, her shock temporarily overshadowing her grief and fear. Animagus? Or is it this rare and powerful Thunderbird form? He's only 11 years old. Their movements did not escape the notice of the pursuers. There it is! A sharp shout came from behind, and several dark figures sped across the burning manor, ominous light emanating from the tips of their wands. That's the prophesied child? An 11-year-old animagus? Or perhaps the Thunderbird? A Death Eater's voice, filled with disbelief and horror. No wonder the master was so determined to get rid of him. Don't let him get away. Attack with all your might. Kill or kill him. Avada Kedavra. Sectum Sempra. Several deadly spells ripped through the night sky, tearing through the air, and hurtled towards the low-flying Thunderbird. Caesar, Thunderbird, uses the natural agility of a raptor and the magical creature's instinct for danger to perform amazing evasive maneuvers in the air. He narrowly dodged several deadly green lights, and a divine blade flew past his wingtip, severing a few falling feathers. But the Death Eaters who were pursuing them were all experienced dark wizards, working in perfect harmony, and their attacks became increasingly frequent. Caesar not only had to evade, but also had to keep an eye on the hibiscus in his mouth, thus restricting his flight path. A tricky stun spell struck the base of his left wing. Although the Thunderbird form had some resistance to magic, it still made him stagger and his speed decreased sharply. More spells followed, and the silver light of the iron-clad spell flickered frequently on the Thunderbird's body, its brightness uncertain, clearly indicating that it was struggling to maintain its form. As the distance closed, the Death Eater's eyes, hidden behind their masks, gleamed with a cruel and excited light. "Brother Caesar!" Hibiscus was dizzy from the shaking, but she could clearly feel the Thunderbird's body trembling and its increasingly heavy breathing, and she could also see the dark shadow getting closer and closer behind her. Her small face was pale, but a resolute light shone in her blue eyes. She suddenly slapped the Thunderbird's neck hard and shouted, "Put me down! Go on your own!" The wind howled, but her voice was incredibly penetrating. "My parents both say that my fiancé is the child of prophecy, the hero who will save the wizarding world from the Dark Lord. You're more important than me. Let me go, and you'll fly faster." "Unmarried husband? Hero?" Caesar, Thunderbird's golden pupils narrowed slightly. This impression, likely left on young Fleur by a joke or agreement between their parents, became the reason she made the decision to sacrifice herself at this critical moment of life and death. This precocious sense of responsibility and courage, no wonder he will become the warrior chosen by the Goblet of Fire in the Tri-Wizard tournament. But I definitely can't agree to that. It's not that he didn't want to agree. Instead, if someone abandons a young girl willing to sacrifice herself for them and escapes alone, how can they possibly portray a bright and noble hero? This time he's playing a righteous character. At least, I have to pretend for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. The Thunderbird let out a clear, slightly agitated cry, as if rejecting her suggestion. Instead of letting go, it held the hibiscus even more firmly. At the same time, it exerted all its magical power to try to accelerate again, and tiny arcs of electricity even burst from the wingtips. But the pursuers behind them had closed to a dangerous distance. A crimson-shattering spell slammed into the Thunderbird's armored spell on its back, shattering the silver light and causing the Thunderbird to convulse in pain from the aftershock. A few scorched feathers drifted down. This can't go on. When two people are together, neither can escape. The Thunderbird swooped down, landing on the back of a slightly rugged hillside covered with jagged shrubs and rocks, temporarily escaping the Death Eater's line of sight. The moment he landed, Caesar reverted to human form, staggered, and his face turned pale from the loss of magic and his injuries. But he immediately turned around and placed his hands on Fleur's thin shoulders. His gaze was fixed on Fleur's blue eyes, brimming with anxiety, worry, and stubbornness. He spoke rapidly, yet with an undeniable, resolute tone. "Listen, Fleur Delacour. Remember my words, run. Run in this direction towards the nearest wizard village. Don't look back. Protect yourself." "No. Brother Caesar, you. I am the child of prophecy." Caesar interrupted her, thinking to himself, "If you don't run, how can I have a reason to abandon you? Anyway, you can't run as fast as me. It might even attract some of the pursuers." Of course, on the surface, Caesar deliberately made his voice sound solemn, almost sacred, incongruous with his age. At the same time, his talent as the child of prophecy quietly awakened, making his words seem to carry a convincing aura. "My destiny doesn't end here, nor will it conclude here. But your safety is now my responsibility." Chapter 130. He shoved Hibiscus hard, pointing to a faint path deep in the bushes. "Hurry. They're mainly after me. I'll distract them. You run." After saying that, he didn't wait for Fleur to respond, or even look at her eyes that instantly welled up with tears, and resolutely turned away. The magic within him surged once more, and with a crackling sound, his form transformed back into the slightly weary yet still magnificent Thunderbird. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared into the higher sky, in a direction completely different from Hibiscus's escape route. He's there! He's taken off! Chase! The Death Eater's attention was immediately drawn, and several dark figures followed suit, rising higher into the air. The light of the incantation once again illuminated the night sky, and they locked onto the silver-blue giant bird that was struggling to soar. In the shadow of the bushes on the hillside, Hibiscus bit her lip hard until she tasted blood. She gazed at the figure in the night sky, drawing all the fire alone, gradually disappearing into the distance. In her sapphire-like eyes, terror was slowly replaced by a profound light, a mixture of awe, sorrow, and a certain unwavering conviction. She glanced in that direction one last time, wiped her face hard with her sleeve, turned around, and ran as fast as she could in the direction Caesar had pointed, without looking back. In the night wind, the faint, clear yet increasingly strained cry of a thunderbird could be heard, along with the arrogant and ruthless curses and maniacal laughter of the Death Eaters. Caesar, Thunderbird, felt the murderous intent drawing ever closer from behind, yet his mind remained unusually calm. So they're all after me? Then I'll have to give it my all and see if this child of prophecy is truly resilient enough. A sharp and profound light gleamed deep within his golden bird-like eyes. Caesar, in his Thunderbird form, traced a series of thrilling arcs across the night sky. Caesar's initial goal was simply to escape and get away. However, after narrowly escaping the killing curse several times, he discovered that he now seemed terrifyingly strong. The power within him, originating from the Merlin bloodline, seemed far too strong, exceeding his expectations for his 11-year-old body. With a sharp dive and turn, he deliberately allowed a non-lethal cutting curse to graze his wingtip. Pain came, but it was followed by a strange, warm surge, as if the blood was burning. The numbness and stinging at the wound quickly subsided, replaced by a tenacious vitality. Is this the primary manifestation of invulnerability to all laws? Or is it a powerful healing ability? A sharp glint flashed in his golden bird-like eyes. Instead of simply dodging, it suddenly turned around, folded its wings, and transformed into a silver-blue lightning bolt, charging towards the nearest Death Eater. Dangerous arcs of electricity flickered at the wingtips as they were infused with magical power. The Death Eater clearly hadn't expected its prey to dare to fight back, and hastily activated its armor spell. The Thunderbird's claws and enchanted wings slammed into the iron-clad charm, not with brute force, but with a deeper, more ancient and powerful magical vibration. Crack! A crack appeared in the iron-clad curse. The Death Eater groaned, thrown backward by the immense impact. I can fight. And it's very strong. Is it just the satisfying feeling of the protagonist defeating monsters much stronger than themselves? Caesar felt much more at ease, a long-lost confidence, the same confidence he had gained from controlling power in the previous two simulations mixed with a sense of novelty. The Thunderbird cried out and launched an attack. He no longer relied on complex incantations, but instead infused magic into the Thunderbird's innate abilities and powerful physique. Each strike carries the force of wind and thunder, with the flapping of its wings creating small wind blades by stirring up air currents. The occasional flashes of lightning from between the feathers threw the Death Eaters into a frantic frenzy. Their spells landed on the Thunderbird, but their effect was greatly diminished, as if weakened by an invisible barrier. Merlin above. Is this really 11 years old? Forget Merlin, Master doesn't like that name lately. Don't panic. Surround him. Wear him down. The Death Eaters, who had gone from hunters to targets of retaliation, were both shocked and enraged. However, they outnumbered the Thunderbirds and were well coordinated, so they quickly adjusted their strategy, attempting to restrict the Thunderbird's movement using a barrage of control and obstacle spells. The battle was at a stalemate. Caesar fought with increasing ferocity, but he was firmly tied down and unable to break free easily. He quickly calculated the magic consumption and the opponent's weaknesses in his mind, thinking about how to defeat them in one fell swoop or escape. Just then, something unexpected happened. One of the Death Eaters, who had been lurking on the periphery trying to disrupt the battle with spells, saw that the frontal battlefield was not going to be taken quickly and glanced toward the bushes on the hillside where the Thunderbirds had landed and taken off again. He remembered there was another girl there, that little girl from the Delacour family. He quietly retreated, breaking away from the battle, his figure disappearing into the darkness as he crept towards the hillside. As Caesar was dealing with 3 Death Eaters, a sudden premonition struck him. He fought off a combined attack with great effort, and glanced towards the hillside. A dark figure was seen rushing back, carrying a small, struggling figure in its hand. Its silver hair stood out starkly in the night. Caesar Ambrose. The Death Eater pressed his wand firmly against Fleur's temple, his voice hoarse and triumphant. "Look who this is! Surrender now, or I'll blow her head off." Furong's face was deathly pale, her neck was being strangled, but her hands were still struggling to tear at the arms restraining her, her blue eyes filled with anger rather than fear. The Thunderbird that Caesar had transformed into hovered in the air, its golden pupils suddenly contracting. Countless complaints surged through my mind in an instant. "If you want to kill her, go somewhere else and do it. I promise I'll pretend I didn't see it. What kind of nonsense is this, killing her in front of me? Being a partner of justice, isn't this a plot point always in the script?" Having played villains for so many years, he's become accustomed to eliminating enemies completely, resorting to any means necessary. Unexpectedly, their attempt to take a righteous and noble path was immediately thwarted by classic villainous tactics. But the son of prophecy talent and the carefully crafted hero persona he had created at this moment acted like invisible reins, restraining the familiar resentment and impatience within Caesar. One must not act impulsively, or at least not appear to do so. Let's just pretend for now. The Thunderbird slowly descended, landing some distance away, and reverted to its human form amidst a flash of light. Caesar's face was slightly pale, partly due to exhaustion and partly due to his emotions. He raised his hands to indicate that he had no intention of attacking, his gaze fixed on the hostage-taker, his voice trying his best to remain calm, even carrying a hint of anxiety and earnestness befitting his age. "Let her go. Your target is me, not her. We can discuss terms. What do you want? Let her leave safely, and I can go with you." He was attempting to negotiate, creating space for thought and a possible counterattack, while also behaving in accordance with the behavior expected of a decent teenager who values his comrades. Chapter 131. However, Furong, who was being held hostage, became agitated. "No. Brother Caesar, don't listen to them." Ignoring the cold wand against her temple, she shouted, her voice distorted by the pressure, yet unusually clear and resolute. "They wouldn't dare kill me. The Delacour family has connections with the French Ministry of Magic. Kill me, and the French Ministry of Magic will not let them get away with it. You do it. Defeat them like you did before." She even managed to turn her head towards the Death Eaters who had kidnapped her, with a courage beyond her years, bordering on defiant. "You lackeys of the Dark Lord! Brother Caesar will surely annihilate you all. And your cowardly master who dares not even utter his name." These remarks instantly enraged the hostage-taker and also fueled the murderous intent of the other Death Eaters who had gathered around. Caesar was taken aback at first. He thought to himself, "You killed your parents, and now you say you wouldn't dare kill you?" But then a complex sense of understanding arose. This girl is clearly saying this on purpose so that I don't have to worry about her. But the plot is getting more and more melodramatic. But then, an interesting thought flashed through my mind. Since the hostages themselves requested to be attacked. Furthermore, they offered the reason that the other party might not dare to strike immediately, regardless of whether this reason is valid. Therefore, it makes logical sense that the coerced partners of justice were forced to retaliate to protect the hostages and defend themselves. Everyone heard it. She herself asked me to attack. Shut up, you brat! The kidnapper tightened his grip and pushed the wand harder, causing Hibiscus to groan in pain. Now! I will definitely avenge you, Hibiscus! Caesar whispered something, his eyes instantly turning sharp as knives. His hands, which had been raised in a gesture, suddenly swung down, guiding the surging magic within his body purely through gestures and intention. A powerful staffless spell. After the experiment, he realized the terrifying power of Merlin's bloodline. Even an 11-year-old child could unleash some powerful magic. Boom! The ground exploded without warning. The ground beneath Caesar's feet and around the kidnappers was as if the earth and rocks had been lifted up by an invisible giant hand, turning into countless sharp stone arrows that violently shot out in a ring around him. The closest Death Eaters, including the hostage-taker, were the first to be hit. To avoid the oncoming storm of falling rocks, the kidnapper instinctively loosened his grip on Fleur and brandished his wand in an attempt to defend himself. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Furong suddenly ducked down and rolled outwards. Avada Kedavra! Seeing the negotiations break down and the hostage fall from his grasp, the other Death Eater, reacting the fastest, didn't hesitate to fire a killing curse at Caesar. A flash of green light. Caesar, however, seemed to have anticipated this, and as the rebel splattered, he slid rapidly to the side. The deadly green light grazed his shoulder, struck a rock behind him, and blasted it to pieces. His movements were so fluid, unlike those of an 11-year-old boy, they were more like those of a seasoned duelist. Now, let us go together to meet the eternity you believe in. Caesar stood still. His gaze swept coldly over the remaining Death Eaters before him. Finally, his gaze fell on Furong, who had just gotten up and was still in shock, and he was somewhat surprised that she had survived. The battle instantly intensified. With the hostages no longer holding him back, Caesar had nothing left to hold back. He moved with agility and swiftness, sometimes conjuring invisible shocks with a wave of his hand, and sometimes guiding the elements in the surrounding environment to interfere with an attack. He did not use any of the signature dark magic that might reveal his lineage, but instead displayed the natural, almost instinctive use of magic that came with his child of prophecy talent to the fullest extent, filled with an ancient and righteous sense of oppression. A Death Eater was struck hard in the chest at close range by Caesar's condensed fist curse. The sound of bones shattering could be clearly heard. He flew backward, spitting out blood, and was clearly going to die. The remaining Death Eaters were filled with shock and rage, and their attacks became even more frenzied. The Death Eater who initially kidnapped Furong, seeing that threats were ineffective and his companion had died, went completely mad. Ignoring all quests, he brandished his wand wildly, unleashing a barrage of curses at Caesar, some of which contained clearly corrosive beams of dark magic. Caesar fought with all his might, but being outnumbered, he neither paid nor intended to be distracted by Hibiscus, who was not far away, to avoid being injured by stray bullets. Just as he broke through a cruciatus curse and his movements faltered slightly, another Death Eater cunningly targeted Fleur, who had just regained her footing and was trying to find an opportunity to help or hide further away. Let the wounds heal. The Death Eater didn't utter a direct attack spell, but rather a twisted, malicious curse variant, a beam of light, grayish-red, that instantly struck Fleur, who hadn't had time to fully dodge. Ah! Furong let out a short, painful scream, and collapsed as if all her strength had been drained. The cursed beam of light pierced her body, her exposed skin. Instantly, eerie, burn-like dark red lines appeared on his cheeks and the back of his hands at a visible speed, and quickly spread. The magical field around her became extremely chaotic and weak. Hibiscus. Upon seeing this, Caesar made a perfunctory shout before unleashing the invisible pressure inherent in Merlin's bloodline. Combined with the frenzied output of magic, it instantly overwhelmed the last two Death Eaters who were slightly distracted due to the curse on Hibiscus. One person's armor was torn apart by the raging flow of magic, his chest caved in. The other man was brought close by Caesar, who delivered a magical chop to the neck, and he collapsed to the ground without uttering a sound. The battle came to an abrupt end. The night wind blew across the hillside, which reeked of blood and burnt smells, leaving only Caesar's soft breathing and Hibiscus's suppressed, painful groans. Caesar quickly went to Fleur's side and knelt down to examine her. The girl's once delicate, porcelain doll-like face was now covered with terrifying dark red lines, her silver hair had lost its luster, her blue eyes were half open, her gaze unfocused, and her breath was weak. He could feel that the core of her magic was being torn open, her life force and magic were constantly draining away, and the curse was relentlessly eroding her appearance and health. He tried to channel his magic to dispel or suppress the curse, but with little effect. This curse is insidious and persistent, unlike any magical system he knew, and leans more towards the product of some ancient black magic ritual. Clearly, the Death Eaters had prepared some unconventional methods to deal with the Child of Prophecy and his associates. Just as Caesar frowned, contemplating whether to risk using a more radical treatment or simply abandon her and run back to England. A faint sound, like the clear cry of a phoenix, drifted through the air. Immediately afterwards, ripples spread through the space. Chapter 132. A tall, thin old man, dressed in a dark purple robe embroidered with star and moon patterns, with silver hair and beard, and sharp, wise blue eyes behind crescent-shaped glasses, appeared without warning not far away. A sliver of golden light still lingered at the tip of his wand. His gaze swept quickly across the corpses on the battlefield, then Caesar, before finally settling heavily on Fleur. "Looks like I'm not too late, but not early enough either." Albus Dumbledore's voice was calm, yet carried a hint of heaviness. He strode towards Hibiscus, gently tapping her forehead with his wand, and soft golden light shone down. A very vicious curse, targeting the source of magic and life force. Dumbledore examined it, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. "I can temporarily stabilize her condition and prevent it from worsening. But a complete cure will take time, special potions, and her own indomitable will. Her appearance and magic will likely suffer permanent damage." He raised his eyes and looked at the 11-year-old boy standing to the side, pale-faced and covered in blood and signs of battle. His gaze was deep, as if trying to see beyond the surface. "Mr. Caesar Ambrose," Dumbledore said slowly, "I think we need to have a serious talk about what happened tonight. But first, let's get Miss Delacour to a safe place for treatment." Dumbledore's arrival made you abandon Fleur, and also brought much-needed order and more advanced healing magic. He swiftly stabilized the rampant curse within Hibiscus's body, temporarily sealing the continued dissipation of her magical core and the loss of her life force with powerful white magic. But as he said, the curse was far more malevolent than ordinary. Hibiscus's face was etched with indelible dark red lines, her body had become unusually weak, and more seriously, her magical pathways were damaged, casting a heavy shadow over her future path in magic. At Dumbledore's arrangement, the unconscious Fleur was urgently transported to St. Mungo's, a secluded branch of the French wizarding community specializing in treating injuries caused by dark magic. "You've also undergone the necessary examinations and basic treatment. His injuries are healing extremely quickly thanks to the Merlin bloodline, but his magical energy has been greatly depleted, and he's inevitably feeling mentally exhausted." However, for the Delacours, Dumbledore arrived too late. Mr. Delacour had exhausted his life in the process of activating the family defenses and repelling the enemy. Madame Delacour, in protecting her young daughter, endured the after-effects of more than one evil curse, suffering severe damage to both her internal organs and soul. Even the best therapists couldn't save them, they were placed in adjacent wards, their lives flickering like candles in the wind, about to be extinguished. "You have been summoned to see them one last time. The Delacour couple said they had a few final words to say to you." The ward was filled with the smell of medicine and decay. Monsieur Delacour's once handsome face was now withered and ashen, but his eyes remained sharp as he stared intently at Caesar as he entered, as if trying to see through him with his last ounce of strength. Madame de la Cour was even weaker and could barely speak. She could only look at him with sorrow and pleading through her blue eyes, which she had inherited from Fleur but were now cloudy and dull. "Child!" Mr. Delacour's voice was hoarse like a broken bellows. He raised his hand with difficulty and pointed in the direction of the ward next door. Fleur was lying there, still in danger, and unaware of her parents' true condition. "Hibiscus, our hibiscus, please." A tear rolled down Madame de la Cour's cheek, her lips moved, silently repeating her plea. Caesar stood before the sickbed, looking at the couple who were about to pass away, who in a sense had suffered a great calamity because of him, and a complex emotion swept through his heart. Receive hibiscus? This is far removed from his original plan to find a support target like Astoria. Caesar remained silent for a few seconds. In the context of a dying man entrusting his son to someone on his deathbed, this silence seemed particularly long and heavy. Dumbledore stood in the shadows of the corner of the ward, his gaze calmly observing from behind his half-moon spectacles. Finally, after sensing a gaze from the shadows, Caesar slowly nodded, his voice low but clear enough to echo in the silent ward. "I promise you. I will take care of her." He didn't make any flowery promises, he simply gave a commitment. This perfectly timed hesitation, followed by a concise agreement, only makes it seem more genuine. An 11-year-old child, suddenly faced with such a heavy responsibility, instinctively hesitated but ultimately resolved to shoulder the burden. Mr. Delacour seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Madame de la Cour wept even more fiercely, but it seemed to carry a sense of relief. Just then, the ward door was gently pushed open. It was Fleur, who had just awakened with Dumbledore's permission, and whose face was still partially bandaged to cover the cursed markings. He staggered in, supported by a therapist. She had clearly learned from the healer or Dumbledore of the severity of her parents' injuries, her face was pale, and her blue eyes were brimming with tears. She forced herself not to burst into tears, but bit her lower lip tightly, her body trembling slightly. She saw her parents dying in their hospital beds and heard Caesar's promise, "I will take care of her." Caesar noticed her arrival. He turned around and met Hibiscus's eyes, which were filled with immense sorrow, helplessness, and dependence. He knew what needed to be done at that moment. To solidify our image. He stepped forward and gently took Fleur's cold, trembling little hand in his. Then, Caesar turned to the Delacours, who were dying on their sickbeds, and spoke in a deliberately slow, clear, and firm tone, as if making a solemn vow. "Mr. and Mrs. Delacour." His gaze swept over the two dying people, finally settling on Fleur's face, looking deeply into her eyes. "Please rest assured. From now on, it's my turn to protect Fleur." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle, before uttering, word by word, that promise, tinged with dramatic sacrifice. "Anyone who wants to harm her must first step over my dead body." After he finished speaking, the ward fell silent. The only sounds were the faint ticking of the magical instruments and Hibiscus's barely suppressed, subtle sobs. The Delacour's lips twitched almost imperceptibly, but ultimately, the light in their eyes went out completely. The magical instrument monitoring life emitted a flat, long tone. "Dad! Mom!" Fleur finally broke down, crying out and trying to rush to the hospital bed, but her weak body and Caesar's gentle hand holding her prevented her from moving. She turned and threw herself into Caesar's arms, holding him tightly with all her might, as if he were the only ship in a raging sea. Tears quickly soaked the front of Caesar's robe. "Brother!" She choked back tears in his arms, her voice muffled but filled with complete trust and reliance. "From now on, you're all I have." Caesar's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. "I was just saying, did you really believe me? If you can only bring one person with you after you've reformed and returned to evil, it must be Astoria. If Dumbledore hadn't been spying on me, I would have left long ago. Chapter 133. Caesar habitually analyzed the potential value of this emotion in his mind, considering how to respond to gain more favor with Dumbledore. But perhaps due to the subtle influence of his prophetic talent, something more direct caused the words of comfort he had prepared to choke back down. Well. He was unusually at a loss for words, and with a slightly clumsy gesture, he gently patted Furong's thin back. His voice held a barely perceptible pause, and he ultimately responded dryly, yet with unusual seriousness. Okay, I will. This statement lacks flowery language and is even somewhat hesitant, but in this context, it seems more genuine than any vow. He held the weeping Furong in his arms, his gaze passing over her silver hair and looking out the window at the gradually whitening sky. Dumbledore remained standing quietly in the shadows, watching the two children embrace. Beneath his long, silvery white eyebrows, his gaze was as deep as an ancient well, and no one could fathom the thoughts within. The funeral for the Delacour couple was held in a low-key and somber atmosphere. Fleur inherited her family's entire fortune in the French magical world. This includes the Provençal estate that needs extensive restoration, Gringotts vault, and some magical industries and investments. At 11 years old, she still needs a guardian under the law. However, under the influence of the magical contract and family magic, she has effectively become the owner of this considerable fortune. She became a rich young lady in France. However, wealth cannot undo the damage caused by the curse. Furong's body became weak, and her face was always sickly pale. The dark red curse marks on her once radiant skin had faded somewhat thanks to the efforts of St. Mungo's healers and Dumbledore. Yet, it still leaves traces that cannot be completely eliminated, like an indelible crack on a fine piece of porcelain. Her magical energy fluctuations were very unstable, she would occasionally feel stinging pain and fatigue, making it impossible for her to run and play carefree as before, let alone engage in any intense magical practice. She is like a young flower that has been battered by wind and rain, needing to be carefully protected. Caesar frequently visited her, kept her company, and handled matters related to the inheritance that she could understand, playing the role of a reliable brother. Certainly. Caesar knew very well that France was not a place to stay for long. His target was in England, in Hogwarts Slytherin, in the Australia Greengrass who fit his plan. Moreover, the Delacour family's influence is primarily in France. Fleur's current condition also means she is unlikely to be a strong asset in his efforts to complete the Minister of Magic task in the short term. On the contrary, she is a burden that requires extra care and attention. All of this was to deceive Dumbledore. I am a homeless, kind-hearted child of prophecy. Can't you, Dumbledore, have any ulterior motives? Just as he was contemplating whether his respectable behavior these past few days had deceived Dumbledore, he should simply set off for England himself. Dumbledore found him again. The meeting took place in a quiet private room at a tea house near the Ministry of Magic in Paris. Dumbledore wore a robe adorned with stars and the moon, a cup of honey tea before him, his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles gentle yet seemingly all-seeing. Mr. Ambrosius. Dumbledore spoke, without any pleasantries, getting straight to the point. That night, in Provence, I didn't just happen to be passing through. From a great distance, through some special means, I sensed an unusual burst of magical power, and he paused. A faint echo of some ancient prophecy. Caesar's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a slight tension and doubt befitting his age. Prophecy? You mean? A prophecy about a child who could change the world circulates in certain old circles and not so friendly places. Dumbledore's gaze deepened. I saw your battle, Caesar. Not just animagus, not just magic far beyond your years. And your decisiveness in the face of crisis, and your courage to protect your companions. He leaned forward slightly. And, when you heard me mention prophecy just now, the look in your eyes wasn't blankness, but rather a quick analysis and understanding. You are very intelligent, Caesar, far more so than most of your peers, and even many adult wizards." Caesar did not deny it. He knew that excessive concealment in front of Dumbledore would only raise suspicion. He carefully considered his words, cautiously revealing some brilliant ideas. For example, his views on the nature of magic differ from the superficial understanding presented in textbooks, and his sharp yet measured opinions on the current situation in the British magical community. And a clear understanding of the troubles and responsibilities that come with his identity as the child of prophecy. He behaved like a precocious, capable, and thoughtful teenager who still needed guidance. Dumbledore listened quietly, nodding occasionally, and asking one or two key questions to guide Caesar to elaborate further. During their conversation, Caesar's breadth of knowledge, depth of thought, and calm demeanor, which he intentionally or unintentionally displayed, made Dumbledore's admiration grow stronger. Finally, Dumbledore put down his teacup, touched his fingertips together, and made his decision. "Caesar Ambrose," he solemnly declared, "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will always welcome talented young wizards. But what I want to offer today is more than just an invitation to enroll. I hope you will accept my personal guidance and become my student. I believe your talents and the burdens you bear require more careful nurturing and guidance to prepare you for potential future challenges." The objective has been achieved. Caesar was certain. Following Dumbledore to Hogwarts is undoubtedly the fastest way to integrate into the British wizarding world, make contact with your target, and pave the way with Dumbledore's reputation and connections. He stood up, bowed slightly to Dumbledore, his posture respectful and sincere. "It is my honor, Professor." "Thank you very much." The plan to leave France was thus finalized. Before departing, Caesar went to the apartment in Paris where the Delacour family was temporarily staying to say goodbye to Fleur. Hibiscus was sitting in an armchair near the balcony, covered with a thin blanket, gazing out at the grey Parisian sky. Hearing Caesar's footsteps, she turned her head, trying to force a smile, but it seemed somewhat forced due to her physical discomfort and a vague premonition. "Brother Caesar, is Professor Dumbledore looking for you?" she asked softly. Caesar walked to her side, knelt down on one knee, bringing his gaze level with hers, and spoke as calmly as possible. "The professor has invited me to study at Hogwarts and is willing to tutor me personally. This is a wonderful opportunity, Fleur." Hibiscus's blue eyes instantly welled up with tears, but she blinked hard and held them back. "Hogwarts is in England, which is far away, isn't it?" Chapter 134. "Yes, in the UK." Caesar nodded, then continued with his prepared remarks, his voice carrying just the right amount of heaviness and a hint of thinking of her. "Wrong, you saw what happened that night. Those people came for me because of that inexplicable title of Child of Prophecy. Staying in France, staying by your side, will only keep you in danger. If I leave and go back to England, their attention will also shift. You're much safer here, with your family's wealth and the French Ministry of Magic's oversight." He spoke very reasonably, completely adopting a tone of sacrificing oneself to protect others. Deep down, he hoped that Fleur would understand the bigger picture and know when to back down, allowing him to start a new project. Fleur listened quietly, her small hands clenched tightly under the thin blanket. She didn't cry or make a scene, nor did she question anyone, only her sapphire blue eyes grew dimmer, filled with complex emotions. There was reluctance, sadness, a sense of powerlessness at becoming a burden, and an acceptance of the logic behind Caesar's words. After all, in her eyes, her brother Caesar was always thinking of her best interests. Hibiscus lowered her eyes, her long silver eyelashes trembling, casting a fragile shadow on her pale cheeks. After a long while, she slowly raised her head. Her face seemed even paler, but she tried hard to muster a strong look in her eyes. She nodded slightly, her voice soft yet clear. "I understand, brother Caesar. Go to Hogwarts and become stronger. I'll stay here and recover, and take care of what Mom and Dad left behind." Every word seemed to be spoken with all her might, carrying a heartbreakingly mature understanding. Caesar looked at the lotus in such a state and was very satisfied. He reached out and patted her head as he always did, this time with genuine joy. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Fleur suddenly seemed to remember something and frantically touched her slender fingers. Finally, from the ring finger of his left hand, he removed a simple silver ring with an antique design and a small teardrop-shaped sapphire. Then, she took out another silver ring from a drawer on the small table next to her. The ring was clearly a pair, but the band was slightly larger and the gemstone was sharper. She put the smaller ring back on her own hand and offered the larger one to Caesar. Her fingers trembled slightly, but her cheeks flushed an unhealthy red from the emotional turmoil. "This is for you." She dared not look Caesar in the eye, and whispered with her head down. "This is a protective ring. My father gave it to me before, saying it was a pair. If you encounter serious danger, this thing I have will tell you. The one you're wearing should also provide protection." She paused, her voice even lower, almost inaudible. Mom said, this was actually something the family had prepared beforehand, for the engagement. The last few words were as light as a feather, yet they seemed to freeze the air in the room for a moment. Caesar looked at the ring presented to him. The silver band gleamed warmly in the dim light streaming in from the window, and the sapphire seemed to hold a small, melancholic patch of clear sky. Engagement tokens? A very slight ripple passed through his mind, but it was quickly suppressed by more pragmatic considerations. I heard Fleur mention this when I was escaping, but I thought she was just joking. Now that I think about it, could it be that Fleur was the perfect girlfriend for the prophetic child? Indeed, upon closer inspection, they really do look alike. Fleur, possessing Vila blood, is undoubtedly the most beautiful character in the entire Harry Potter world. Ron even fantasized about her during the Goblet of Fire. Only Ginny, who was buffed later on, could compete. But Ginny's personality isn't really suited to be the female lead. She started out as an ordinary person, and was somewhat insecure, since the Weasleys weren't wealthy and often had to buy second-hand items. As she grew more beautiful, she also became a social butterfly. Starting with the Order of the Phoenix, and especially with Half-Blood Prince, Fred even said that she changed boyfriends like a revolving door. Compared to Ginny, Fleur came from an all-girls school, was virtuous, and came from a wealthy French family with large estates and substantial savings. She's a hero chosen by the Goblet of Fire. Female protagonists usually have to be brave, right? It highlights the charm of female characters. What's even more admirable is that this girl remained devoted to her disfigured boyfriend, sticking by his side through thick and thin. If this isn't the female lead, then who can be? But what does this have to do with Caesar? He's not some real hero. He's a fake hero. Whether it's fulfilling the prophetic task set by the British Minister of Magic or going to the real world to call for help to rescue Hermione from the Chamber of Secrets, Hibiscus is far less suitable than Astoria. Thinking about this, Caesar's gaze fell on the ring, then he looked up at Fleur's profile, which was straining to maintain its composure, and said earnestly, "Okay. I'll wear it." He reached out and took the ring, still warm from the girl's body. Their fingertips touched unintentionally, it was icy cold. He slowly slipped the ring onto the index finger of his left hand, the size was surprisingly perfect. Then he clenched his fist, as if to feel its presence. He turned and left the apartment. The door closed softly, yet it seemed to pluck a heavy cord in Fleur's taut heartstrings. She finally buried her face in the thin blanket, her thin shoulders heaving silently. That evening, Dumbledore, carrying only a few belongings, met up with Caesar downstairs at the apartment building. They were preparing to travel to a port in the English Channel to board a special magical ship and return to England. Fleur insisted on seeing her to the door. She was wrapped in a thick cloak, and her face looked particularly pale in the twilight. Her eyes were a little red and swollen, but she still forced herself to stand there. "Take care, Hibiscus." Caesar nodded to her. "Have a safe journey, brother Caesar." Hibiscus's voice was a little hoarse. Watching the carriage carrying Dumbledore and Caesar drive away and disappear around the corner of the magical district in Paris, Dumbledore suddenly chuckled softly and said to Caesar beside him, "It's so good to be young, to still be able to feel the sting of love so clearly. It reminded me of some things from the past, but unfortunately I was too young then and didn't understand many things. Both of them made many mistakes, and all that remained were pain and unbearable memories. You have someone to care about, Caesar. Cherish it." Caesar immediately retorted, "Professor, you must be joking. Fleur and I are just people her parents asked me to take care of. What I'm looking for, my goal is to learn magic and fulfill the prophetic mission." He almost let slip Astoria, and quickly corrected himself. Dumbledore simply smiled meaningfully, shook his head with an air of knowing what he'd been through, and said no more. Chapter 135. At midnight, they boarded the magical ship that was docked at a secluded pier. Its exterior was dilapidated, but its interior was enchanted with a seamless stretching spell. Just as the ship was about to set sail, and Caesar followed Dumbledore toward the cabin, an unexpected figure emerged from the shadows of the cabin. Her long, silver hair stood out even in the dim light of the cabin, and her pale face was wrapped in a thick travel cloak. It was none other than Fleur Delacour. Caesar was completely stunned, and almost blurted out, "Hibiscus? What are you doing here?" Dumbledore turned around, a gentle yet slightly sly smile on his face, and explained, "It was my arrangement. Miss Delacour's body needs a more stable and special magical environment for long-term recuperation. Hogwarts Infirmary and certain ancient magical areas might be a better fit than St. Mungo's in France." He looked at Caesar, "and I believe that a true mentor should not let his students be plagued by guilt and separation. Your talent deserves the best environment to nurture you, and Miss Delacour's resilience and loyalty also deserve a better future. Therefore, I made an exception and allowed her to accompany me to school as a special case. Afterwards, I will arrange for her to stay in a quiet and comfortable room in the West Tower. This would allow her to receive regular care from Mrs. Bobby Pomfrey and also allow her to take courses suitable for her physical condition." Caesar's lips twitched slightly, "Thank you." This was clearly Dumbledore's way of ensuring that the son of prophecy could stay at Hogwarts and realize his potential. The specially opened back door is also a deeper level of investment in personal relationships and the binding of connections. Although Furong still looked weak, her blue eyes shone with a bright light that had been absent since her parents' passing. She looked at Caesar, her voice trembling with emotion. "Brother Caesar, Professor Dumbledore said I can go to Hogwarts with you. I'll try my best not to be a burden." Looking at the pure joy in her eyes, and then at Dumbledore beside him, smiling and stroking his beard, Caesar was overwhelmed with mixed feelings. The ship lurched slightly and slowly sailed away from the French coast, heading towards the dark, unfamiliar land across the English Channel. A new stage is about to begin, but there's now a new variable around him that he needs to handle carefully. You enrolled on September 1st and were sorted into Slytherin House. Due to your legendary magical talent, expert in magical creatures, genius scholar, and the memories and experiences of 2 complete life simulations, your depth of knowledge and understanding of magic far surpasses that of your peers, and even exceeds the reach of many house professors. For you, the Hogwarts curriculum is less about learning and more about systematic verification and review. In your charms class, even before Professor Flitwick had fully explained the key points, you were already able to cast spells perfectly, and you often offered unique insights into the ancient runic etymology of spell principles. In potions class, under Professor Snape's demanding gaze, you always managed to be the first to complete the steps precisely. The clarity and efficacy of the finished product even earned a barely perceptible nod from the potions master. As for subjects like the history of magic and astronomy, Professor Binz's dry recitations ironically became an index for you to compare with the more vivid historical details in your memory. Within just a few months of enrollment, the professors had reached a tacit consensus: the classroom tests and assignments prepared for Caesar Ambrose needed to be specially designed for him. Your exam answers are often used as examples, their meticulous arguments and extensive citations even supplement the textbook. By the end of your first year, your transcript will not only be filled with straight O's, excellent, but many subjects will also have personal comments from professors such as exceptionally proficient or potential for independent research. However, it wasn't just your impeccable grades that quickly made you a campus legend. Your prophet talent endowed you with an innate and compelling leadership quality, while you were surrounded by a pure and highly infectious integrity and steadfastness. This combination produces a wonderful effect. When you calmly explain a complex magical principle, the audience is unconsciously impressed by your wisdom. When you act out of a sense of justice, even Slytherin students find it difficult to feel ill will. You don't intentionally seek attention, but your influence naturally accumulates. Lower year students look up to you as a role model, upper year students are happy to discuss academic matters with you, and even some professors occasionally seek your opinions on certain obscure areas in an equal manner. You didn't run for any position, yet you've already become an unofficial symbol of wisdom and character, recognized throughout Ravenclaw and even across the houses. Within Hogwarts Castle, the name Ambrosius has quietly become synonymous with genius and worthy of emulation. The headmaster's office, 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. The bronze eagle-shaped door knocker slid open silently, and Caesar stepped inside. The room was filled with the soft hum of various silver objects, and the portraits of past principals, displayed in frames, either dozing or curiously observing the young visitor. Dumbledore sat behind his large desk, and when Caesar saw him, his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles revealed their usual gentle smile, but Caesar could sense the scrutinizing gaze beneath that smile. "Good evening, Caesar." Dumbledore pushed a plate of candy towards him. "Thank you, Professor." Caesar didn't touch the candy. Instead, he went straight to his desk, his expression turning serious. "Professor, I have something important to report to you." "Oh." Dumbledore put his fingers together, leaned forward slightly, and adopted a listening posture. "It's about security inside Hogwarts." Caesar lowered his voice, making sure only the two of them could hear. "Based on my observations and analysis over this period, I believe there is likely more than one spy lurking in the castle, serving Voldemort or his remaining forces." Dumbledore's smile faded slightly, but he didn't show excessive surprise, he simply gestured for him to continue. Caesar spoke slowly but clearly, with the help of some homemade alchemical gadgets and daily observations, I discovered contradictions and inconsistencies in the words and actions of some people. Their magical traces, their reactions to certain sensitive topics. Even the frequency with which they appear in certain areas outside of class time, is inconsistent with their claimed identity or grade level. He paused, then added, "Most of the activity among these people is concentrated in Slytherin, though the possibility of infiltration into other houses cannot be ruled out." As he spoke, Caesar took out a palm-sized silver mirror from his pocket, its edges engraved with intricate runes resembling Nehemiah. The back of the mirror was smooth, but the front was covered with a layer of mercury-like mist. "This is some of the result of my research on alchemy and ancient runes in my spare time, Professor. It connects certain magical nodes in some public areas of the castle. Of course, I avoided all private spaces such as the bedroom and bathroom." Chapter 136. Caesar aptly demonstrated his moral boundaries. Some footage can be observed to a limited extent. Although not clear or comprehensive, it is sufficient to capture suspicious movements. He placed the mirror on the table and infused it with a touch of magic from his fingertips. The mirrored surface swirls with mist, vaguely revealing blurry real-time images of several corridors and empty classrooms. Dumbledore picked up the mirror, carefully examining the runes and images displayed on it, remaining silent for a long time. The only sounds in the office were the soft tinkling of silverware turning and the occasional rustling of fox preening his feathers. A very ingenious and daring creation, Caesar. After a long while, Dumbledore put down the mirror, his gaze returning to Caesar's face, becoming sharp and deep. The findings you made are indeed crucial. Voldemort may be lying low for now, but his shadow has never truly disappeared. Hogwarts must remain pure. He pondered for a moment. I allow you to continue using this mirror, but only for spy detection and security purposes. Furthermore, you need to report any unusual observations to me regularly and are not allowed to act on your own. I understand, Professor, Caesar replied solemnly. Next, Dumbledore's voice lowered even further. We need to devise a plan. A plan that can both expose these lurking vipers without alerting them, and even, conversely, use them to deliver messages we want them to know. For the rest of the time, the old man and the young man discussed things in hushed tones in the principal's office. The candle light cast their silhouettes on the wall, sometimes solemn, sometimes sparkling with wisdom. Several ideas proposed by Caesar. In particular, his ideas on how to create plausible loopholes to lure spies and how to distinguish spies at different levels made Dumbledore nod repeatedly, his eyes filled with increasing admiration. When Caesar finally left the principal's office, from the moment he walked from the common lounge to the auditorium for lunch, he felt as if he were under an invisible spotlight. Along the way, students from lower to upper grades, especially girls, greeted him with smiles that were either admiring, shy, or enthusiastic. Good morning, Caesar. Caesar, your paper yesterday on the application of ancient rune variants was truly brilliant. Professor McGonagall praised it. Hey Caesar, want to go to the library together after Quidditch practice this afternoon? I know a few really quiet spots. A first-year Ravenclaw girl, her cheeks slightly flushed, mustered her courage and extended an invitation to him. Caesar stopped and turned to her. A gentle smile, as warm as a spring breeze, naturally appeared on her face, and her voice was soft and polite. Thank you for your invitation, Katrina. However, I already have an appointment with Professor Flitwick this afternoon to discuss a spell problem. I'll definitely try again another time. His attitude was impeccable, he neither bluntly refused and embarrassed others, nor did he tactfully maintain his own boundaries. This drew murmurs of envy and admiration from the girls secretly watching him. He's so gentle, strong, smart, and so good-looking. I heard even Professor Snape rarely criticizes him, and his potion-making results are near perfect. Amidst the stares and whispers, Caesar maintained perfect composure as he approached the Slytherin table. This is the terrifying power of the Child of Prophecy's talent. He had long been accustomed to this adulation and regarded it as an essential component in shaping the image of a bright leader. Just as he sat down and picked up a slice of toast, a figure approached the edge of the Slytherin table somewhat hesitantly. It's a hibiscus. Even indoors, she was still wrapped in a thick cloak, her face paler than usual, and she carefully held a piece of food wrapped in an elegant napkin, still emitting a slight warmth. Her current public identity is that of a distant French cousin of Caesar who is in poor health and needs to recuperate at Hogwarts. Dumbledore granted her permission to live in a quiet room in the West Tower under the care of certain house elves, and to occasionally audit some classes. Brother Caesar. Fleur's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear near the relatively quiet long table. She handed me what she was holding, her blue eyes filled with a hint of anticipation and barely perceptible nervousness. I brought you crepes that I made myself. You're always in a rush in the mornings, not eating is bad for your stomach. Suddenly, the gazes cast from the long table and several nearby tables became complicated. Rumors about Furong had already been circulating quietly among the students. Disfigured, sickly, a burden, only able to stay at Hogwarts because of Caesar's connections. At this moment, looking at her haggard appearance, so out of place among the healthy, lively, and well-dressed girls around her. And the food in her hands, which looked slightly clumsy, but was made with care. Some people couldn't help but reveal sympathy, curiosity, or a hint of disdain in their eyes. Caesar's perfect smile froze for a mere tenth of a second. He could feel those gazes shifting back and forth between Fleur and himself, and a certain meaning in them made him feel a little impatient. But he quickly composed himself, his smile softening again, even carrying a perfectly balanced hint of helplessness and acceptance. He took the still warm crepe bun and said gently, "Thank you, Hibiscus. But you don't need to go to that trouble next time, there's breakfast in the auditorium." His response was impeccable, he remained the same gentle and considerate older brother. But beneath that gentleness lay a subtle sense of distance, and his action of not tasting the food immediately after receiving it, but instead placing it aside. However, some people with ulterior motives interpreted it in more ways. Hibiscus seemed to also keenly sense the unusual atmosphere around her and Caesar's barely perceptible aloofness. She pursed her lips, the expectant light in her blue eyes dimming slightly, and whispered, "Remember to eat." He turned and left the bustling auditorium somewhat hastily, his back view thin and lonely. Caesar watched her leave, letting out a silent sigh. The existence of Hibiscus is indeed a problem. Not only because she might distract him, but also because her presence is like a mirror. This reveals the part of him that he doesn't want others to see beneath his perfect facade, the part associated with burden and trouble. "Katrina, it seems the invitation from earlier won't be possible." Caesar spoke softly to the classmate beside him, almost to himself, with a slightly apologetic smile that suggested he had no choice but to do so. "I need to go check on Fleur, she's not feeling well." He stood up, gave the girl who had invited him an apologetic look, and then walked in the direction where Fleur had left. This action further solidified his image as a responsible and caring family member, but it also caused some people who already harbored subtle feelings towards Fleur to quietly grow their dissatisfaction. Chapter 137. As he walked toward the West Tower, Caesar calmly calculated in his mind. "I need to focus my energy on the spy plan with Dumbledore right now, so I have no time for anything else. Once this matter is settled, we'll need to start researching a potion or magic to completely remove the curse from her." He used his talents as a magical creature expert and genius scholar, as well as the resources of the Hogwarts library and the restricted section, to his advantage, and felt that it was highly feasible. Astoria won't be able to enroll for another 3 years, so there's plenty of time. Once Hibiscus's curse is lifted, her body recovers, and her appearance, at least improves, then we can make proper arrangements for her to return to France to inherit the family business. Even if one has done everything in their power and repaid all debts of gratitude. Of course, Caesar knew that repaying favors was nonsense. Every simulated world is a parallel universe. In this parallel universe, Fleur lost her entire family, they were truly gone. However, given Caesar's less than ideal moral standards, this was indeed more than enough, considering the objective outside of his mission. He didn't go to the West Tower to find Fleur immediately, but instead went back to the cellar to take care of some of his own business. When he arrived at Hibiscus's room in the West Tower a little later, he could faintly hear the high-pitched, indistinct murmurs of house elves coming from inside. It seemed to be something like dragging down the master or the other ladies are talking about it. The window was half open, and you could see several girls talking quietly in the courtyard below, pointing in the direction of the tower. He would occasionally chuckle softly, his eyes filled with undisguised curiosity and a hint of disdain. Caesar knocked on the door and went inside. Hibiscus was guarding the crepe bun that had gone completely cold. When she saw him come in, her eyes lit up for a moment, but then she lowered her head somewhat awkwardly. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, her eyes filled with lingering fear and a deeper dependence. "Brother!" she called softly. Caesar walked over to her and, as always, gently inquired about her health, his tone still considerate. He keenly noticed that Fleur was quieter than before, and less willing to talk about anything outside, as if she had developed a certain fear of the gazes and discussions from the outside world. Only when she saw him would a faint but genuine light ignite in her blue eyes, as if he were the only source of safety and beauty in this world filled with invisible pressure and malice. Caesar was not unaware of the private gossip within the castle that described Hibiscus as a little monster, a burden, and a flaw. He had even overheard it a few times by chance. Each time, he would only furrow his brow slightly, revealing a somewhat disapproving yet seemingly powerless expression, never truly and sternly stopping or publicly refuting it. This indulgence was actually a form of disguised encouragement from Caesar. These voices will eventually make Fleur realize that staying at Hogwarts, staying by his side, is a continuous source of distress and burden for both her and him. It would be best if she could no longer bear it and took the initiative to leave, or at least stop being so closely dependent on me. This way, you don't have to be the bad guy who kicks people out, your perfect persona remains completely intact, and you can also naturally reduce the impact of this variable. Hibiscus, how are your crepes? They must be delicious. Looking at the girl before him, pale and fragile yet completely dependent on him, Caesar spoke tenderly, but his heart remained unmoved. His acting skills could even fool the smartest Hermione, so cunning Fleur, who isn't known for her intelligence, would be a piece of cake. His only rival is Luna, who possesses special abilities. She sees himself best and has the most thorough understanding of his own situation. Brother, the crepe might be cold. She said softly, but still handed it to him. Caesar took it, untied the napkin, and took a bite. The flat bread was a bit hard, the jam inside was cloyingly sweet, and it had a strange taste from an overdose of some kind of spice. It really didn't taste good, it had a salty taste. But he showed no sign of surprise, instead, he smiled gently and said, "It's delicious." "Thank you, Hibiscus." He ate slowly, he had another matter to attend to that evening, the cool sapphire ring on his finger. To him now, the ring is more like a conspicuous label, a silent declaration. This person has been marked by Hibiscus Dracule. In the delicate social and power arena of Hogwarts, such a mark would undoubtedly be an obstacle to his plans to later approach Astoria or other pure-blood ladies. He originally intended to just throw it away when he left France, but since Fleur came to Hogwarts, he had to explain. So, after finishing the crepe, Caesar casually twirled the ring on his finger and said to Fleur, "This ring is very precious, and I'm afraid it might get damaged or lost if I wear it every day. I'd like to keep it safe for now and wear it only when I need it, is that all right?" Fleur paused for a moment, a hint of disappointment flashing in her blue eyes, but it was quickly replaced by understanding. She nodded and said softly, "Okay, brother, just keep it safe." She gripped the ring on her hand even tighter. Caesar removed the ring and placed it inside a protective pouch on the inside of his robe. My fingers suddenly felt lighter, as if an invisible constraint had been removed. Caesar sat with Fleur for a while, offering some unimportant words of comfort and promising to find a way to help her recover, before getting up to leave. That's not entirely a lie, after all, lifting the curse requires her to be in a relatively stable physical condition. Stepping out of the West Tower, I was once again bathed in the afternoon sun at Hogwarts, listening to the noise coming from the Quidditch pitch in the distance. Caesar's face regained its gentle and radiant smile as he walked towards his waiting admirers and his unfinished grand plan. The tower behind me cast a lonely and silent shadow in the sunlight. Time flies by, and Hogwarts is about to welcome the snow-covered Christmas holiday. The students started talking about where they would go for the holidays. Caesar maintained his schedule. Study, research, and occasionally consult with Dumbledore. And dealing with the attention that hasn't diminished despite the approaching holidays. One afternoon, Caesar had just finished an elective class on ancient magical theory and was walking out of the classroom with his books when he was stopped by several upperclassmen Slytherin girls. They were dressed more carefully than usual, with eager smiles on their faces. "Caesar! We're planning to go to Three Broomsticks for a butterbeer and play some new wizard's chess during the Christmas break the day after tomorrow. Want to come along? The girl at the head of the group, a third-year student named Estella, boldly extended the invitation, her eyes filled with anticipation. The women had been keeping a close eye on Caesar for a long time, and they had long harbored resentment and jealousy towards him for always spending extra time on his sickly cousin with terrible marks on her face. Chapter 138. Just as Caesar was about to politely decline, as usual, with a gentle and courteous reason. "Brother Caesar." A soft voice came from around the corner of the corridor. Hibiscus was waiting there, wrapped in a thick wool shawl, her face appearing even paler in the cold air. She was holding a hand warmer, and her eyes looked timidly in their direction, especially at the several older girls with exquisite makeup and imposing presence. "Madame Pomfrey said that you should go to her for a check-up on your last mana overdraft." Her reason sounded somewhat flimsy, more like a hastily made excuse. Estella and the others' smiles vanished instantly, and they exchanged undisguised looks of disgust. "It's her again." A sense of annoyance swept through Caesar's heart. Almost half a year had passed, and Fleur had shown no intention of retreating to France despite the difficulties. Fortunately, he had made a major breakthrough in his research on the antidote and would be able to develop it in a few days. No matter what this girl says, kick her out. He had only one thought in his mind. But her face still maintained that impeccably gentle demeanor. Caesar smiled apologetically at Estella and the others. "Sorry, it seems I have to go to the medical wing first. Have fun." Then, he walked towards Fleur, his tone calm. "Let's go." He accompanied Fleur slowly toward the main castle building, but at a fork in the road, he said he suddenly remembered that he needed to ask Professor Flitwick a question and parted ways with Fleur. He didn't actually go to the medical wing or look for the professor. Instead, he turned towards the library, wanting some peace and quiet. He didn't see behind him that Estella and her friends had deliberately taken a detour and just happened to pass by Fleur, who was returning to the West Tower alone. They didn't speak directly to Fleur, but instead chatted casually at a volume just loud enough for Fleur to hear. Alas, Caesar is too kind-hearted, always getting dragged down by certain people. Exactly. Even relaxing on Christmas can't be peaceful. If it weren't for, humph. Did you guys see that ugly ring on Caesar's hand? I heard it was his engagement gift. But I haven't seen him wearing it lately. Really? I guess they felt it was too out of place, so they put it away. If you ask me, they should have thrown it away a long time ago. It looks unlucky. Maybe it really was thrown away, somewhere over by Black Lake? I think I saw something shiny by the lake yesterday. They walked away laughing, leaving Fleur standing there, her face ashen white. The ring Caesar's brother kept, he threw it away? Black Lake? Her mind was in chaos, overwhelmed by deliberately guided imagination and her long-held belief that her identity was a burden. Without much thought, she turned and ran towards the Black Lake outside the castle, her steps uneven. She just wanted to confirm it, she just wanted to find the evidence of their connection in her mother's belongings that might have been discarded. At this moment, Caesar is reading the history of magic in the library. He was somewhat absent-minded, his fingers habitually rubbing against the outer edge of his pocket, touching the cold outline of the ring he had put away. To pass the time, he quietly took out the silver surveillance mirror that Dumbledore had allowed him to use, infused it with a small amount of magic, and the mirror's surface began to swirl with mist. His gaze casually swept across the shifting, blurry scene in the mirror, then suddenly froze. Along the shore of Black Lake, on the frozen surface, several familiar figures could be seen. Estella and the others seemed to be pulling at something. Then, a thin figure wrapped in a thick shawl staggered. The ice beneath his feet cracked, and he vanished instantly into the dark ice hole. The girls retreated in panic, pushing and shoving each other, their faces showing a mixture of triumph and fear. Then it ran away quickly. It's a hibiscus. The mirror reflected the bubbles rising from the ice hole and the weak splashes of water struggling within. Soon, even the splashes subsided. She's going to die. Caesar's hand, gripping the mirror, had knuckles that were slightly white. Very good. A cold, clear voice echoed in his mind. The best opportunity yet. Those few foolish girls unintentionally solved a huge problem for him. Fu Rong was frail, falling into the icy lake, her chances of survival were slim. Even if they survive by sheer luck, their bodies will inevitably be severely damaged after this ordeal. Perhaps he could even grievously and reasonably suggest sending her back to a more professional sanatorium in France, so that she could be completely removed from Hogwarts. All he needs to do afterward is show his fury and severely punish those girls to perfectly establish himself as a tragic hero who is loyal and righteous and avenges his sister. Completely clear yourself of any possible suspicion, and even win more sympathy and admiration. His breathing became steady, and his gaze shifted from the mirror to the open book of magical history. On the yellowed pages, he refocused his attention on the profound words. Caesar, you truly have no heart. A clear, ethereal voice, tinged with a hint of disappointment and understanding, seemed to resonate directly within his heart. Caesar's body trembled almost imperceptibly. It's Luna's voice. It's an illusion. It's definitely auditory hallucination caused by being too tired and stressed lately. He attributed the sudden sound to fatigue and a lingering effect from the previous 2 failed simulations in his subconscious. He took a deep breath and stared even harder at the words on the page, trying to cover up the unnatural fluctuation with the coldness of academia. You're always like this, calculating, weighing, evaluating pros and cons, but you never truly care about anyone. Luna's voice rang out again, this time clearer, as if whispering in his ear, carrying a chill that pierced his soul. Caesar ignored him and continued reading. 2 seconds. The standoff lasted only 2 seconds. Bang! He jumped up from his seat with such force that the chair he was sitting on overturned with a loud bang. The entire library fell silent instantly. All the students who had been dozing off were startled awake, and even the occasional chatter stopped as they looked at him in surprise. Caesar ignored all of this. His eyes were frighteningly sharp, and the usual gentle mask on his face cracked inch by inch, revealing an almost ferocious determination beneath. Instead of rushing towards the classroom door, he lunged straight for the tall arched window next to it. Caesar? What are you doing? A student exclaimed. He did not answer. The moment the body touched the cold glass, the bones crackled with a teeth-grinding sound, and a dazzling, distorted light surged from beneath the skin. It was no longer the commonly used thunderbird, but another, larger, more primal, and majestic eastern dragon. Ordinary animagus can only transform into one type of creature, which is related to the wizard's personality. Caesar's animagus was a gift from the system, it could transform into various creatures, and its ability was related to his emotions during the transformation. Chapter 139. The hard dragon scales pierced through the clothing, and the wings unfurled with a whoosh, shattering the heavy stained glass window. Under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, a dragon, though not the largest in size, appeared, yet was exceptionally majestic, covered in dark gold and bronze scales. Amidst shimmering shards of glass and biting wind, they leaped out of the high castle classroom window. The dragon let out a deafening roar. Without the slightest hesitation, like a heavy meteorite, it plunged down towards the glaring hole in the black lake ice surface, where thin ice was refreezing. Boom! The dragon's body, carrying immense force, slammed heavily onto the ice surface surrounding the ice hole. The already fragile ice layer shattered and cracked on a large scale. Huge chunks of ice and icicles flew everywhere, and many sharp fragments grazed the dragon's sturdy scales, leaving white marks. Some were deeply embedded in the gaps between the scales or in the relatively soft wing membranes. Cutting open the flesh, dark red dragon blood immediately seeped out, spreading out in the icy water and crushed ice, a shocking sight. The dragon seemed oblivious to the pain, its massive head plunging head into the icy, dark, murky lake without hesitation. The dragon's tail thrashed anxiously across the ice, stirring up more ice shards and waves. A moment later, it suddenly raised its head. The dragon carefully cradled the small, unconscious figure hibiscus in its mouth, her face pale and blue, her body soaked and cold. The dragon shook its head, gently placing the girl in its mouth onto the relatively intact ice surface. Then, light surged again, the massive dragon body contracted, deformed, and transformed back into human form. Caesar knelt in the icy water, soaked to the bone. His robes were torn in several places by icicles and glass, and blood seeped from the wounds. There were also several bloodstains on his face, and his blonde hair was messily stuck to his forehead. His face was pale, and his lips were purple from the cold, but his movements were unusually swift and gentle. He immediately checked Hibiscus's breathing and heartbeat, they were extremely faint, almost imperceptible. He took off his soaking, blood-stained outer robe and wrapped it tightly around the cold, stiff Fleur, then picked her up. Only then did he raise his eyes. His gaze slowly swept over the students who had rushed over after hearing the noise, standing far away on the shore or the edge of the broken ice, completely terrified. Especially those few instigators who were pale as ghosts and trembling like leaves. Estella and her friends. Caesar didn't question, didn't scold, and didn't even glance at the girls who were almost limp on the ground. Because even he was confused. What happened? How did I suddenly end up here? Could it be that the prodigy's talent made him feel a surge of passion? Very likely. After all, no protagonist would pass up the opportunity to rescue someone who is stuck at a strategic point. He glanced at the girl in his arms, barely breathing. Since that's the case, consider yourself lucky. This lesson will probably make you give up and go back to France. Caesar turned around and, with Hibiscus in tow, walked across the icy lake and over the broken ice towards the castle. A trail of wet footprints mixed with blood was left behind him. The entire shore of Black Lake was completely silent, save for the soft clatter of breaking ice and the sound of his footsteps, carrying the sound of water, as he walked away. Fleur had been unconscious for several days. On her bed in the medical wing, she lay as still as a doll sculpted from ice and snow, only the barely perceptible rise and fall of her chest a testament to her lingering life. Lady Pomfret tried everything, but could only maintain a minimal amount of life, the curse and the chilling poison intertwined, eroding her already fragile body. You didn't go to class. Instead, you locked yourself in the room of requirement, which this time transformed into a fully equipped potions lab and alchemy workshop. The cauldron ceaselessly emitted wisps of smoke of various colors, ancient books were frequently taken down from the shelves, and parchment was filled with complex formulas and improved potion-making steps. You've barely slept, your eyes are bloodshot, and your slender, pale fingers are stained with color from frequent contact with potion ingredients, even bearing a few minor burns. Dumbledore came to see you once, bringing some rare materials, and patted you on the shoulder without saying anything. Legendary magical talent, a genius scholar, a certain intuition about the nature of magic brought by Merlin's bloodline, and your experience from 2 simulations. Finally, on Christmas Eve, a potion, gleaming with a soft, mother-of-pearl-like luster and seemingly containing swirling stardust, gently rippled within a glass jar. On Christmas Eve, Hogwarts Castle was newly decorated. The auditorium was filled with laughter, the corridors smelled of roasting gingerbread, and students were having a snowball fight in the courtyard. The rooms in the West Tower remained quiet, with only the crackling of the fireplace flames. Hibiscus woke up. She leaned against the headboard, the bandages wrapped around her face revealing only her blue eyes, which had become clearer, yet also more fragile. When she saw Caesar push open the door and enter, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly covered by a deep weakness and confusion. Caesar's appearance surprised her. He looked much more haggard than before he fell into a coma, his clothes were somewhat disheveled, and he carried a faint, complex scent of herbs and metal. But those grey-blue eyes, which always carried a gentle smile, were unusually bright at this moment, fixed intently on her. "Brother Caesar." Her voice was barely audible. "Don't speak." Caesar walked to the bedside, holding the shimmering potion bottle steadily in his hand. He didn't offer much explanation, but simply uncorked the bottle, and a clear, refreshing fragrance, like snowmelt from a mountain spring, carrying the scent of sunshine, instantly filled the air. "Drink it." His tone was one of unwavering certainty, as if this were not a bottle of medicine, but a promise that was bound to be fulfilled. Hibiscus looked at him and, without any hesitation, took the hand he offered and sipped the entire bottle of potion. "The medicine was lukewarm and slid down my throat. At first, I didn't feel anything special, but soon, a warm feeling spread from my stomach and flowed throughout my body. The warmth wasn't intense, but it carried a powerful vitality. Wherever it passed, the icy chill and stifling pain receded like the tide, replaced by a long-lost sense of comfort. Even more remarkable changes occur on the body's surface. The ugly lines on her face and hands were erased as if gently wiped away by an eraser under the power of the potion, revealing her originally fair and delicate skin. Caesar noticed the obvious change in her face, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It must be said that at this moment, Hibiscus seemed like the ugly duckling that had transformed into a swan, with the bloodline from Vila's grandmother beginning to blossom within her. He handed him a small mirror. Fleur hesitated before taking it, her fingers trembling as she slowly unwrapped the bandages that had been wrapped around her face for so long. The face reflected in the mirror made her hold her breath instantly. Scars and blemishes have completely disappeared, leaving skin fair and translucent to the point of being almost transparent, with a healthy, faint blush. Her facial features seemed to have become more refined and striking, and her long silver hair had regained and even surpassed its former luster, flowing smoothly like moonlight. Chapter 140. Fleur's sapphire blue eyes, gleaming even brighter and deeper with the return to health and the shock she felt, shone with a natural, captivating radiance. Not only was the curse lifted, but the allure of the Vila bloodline seemed to be unleashed to a new level. At this moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful, almost unreal, like an elven princess who had stepped out of an ancient legend. She gazed at herself in the mirror for a long time, her fingers lightly touching her cheek, as if to confirm that this was not a dream. Tears welled up without warning, sliding down her smooth cheeks, tears of joy and relief. "I told you, I would help you recover." Caesar's voice rang out, calm and even, drawing her attention back to reality. "The effects of this medicine will last for a while, your magic core will be slowly repaired, and your body will become completely strong. Continue drinking it for a while, and you will gradually possess a flawless appearance, abundant energy, and a healthy body." Fleur put down the mirror, gazing at him through teary eyes, her gaze filled with boundless gratitude and a deeper dependence. Thank you, Brother Caesar." She choked up, unsure how to express herself. Caesar interrupted her, his tone becoming somewhat distant, carrying a business-like, planned quality. "You're all better now, Fleur. The environment here at Hogwarts isn't entirely suitable for your long-term recuperation and study. The students' discussions, the potential dangers." He paused for a moment, seemingly choosing his words. "I hope that once your health stabilizes, you can consider returning to France and entering Beaux Batons. That place is more suitable for you. I will send you the potions needed for further treatment and conditioning on time." His words were clear and unambiguous, the implication was that he hoped she would leave, return to where she belonged, and that they could both get back on track. The light in Fleur's eyes flickered, and joy was slowly replaced by a stubbornness. She shook her head, her silver hair swaying gently with the movement. "I don't want to go back to France." Her voice remained soft, yet exceptionally firm. "There's nothing there anymore. The manor is empty, the apartment holds only memories. Hogwarts, at least here. She looked at Caesar, the rest of her words unspoken, but the meaning was clear. He was here. Caesar frowned. If you don't leave, all my research on the antidote will have been for nothing. How can this girl be so inconsiderate? In France, you are the master of the Delacour family, lacking nothing in terms of food, drink, and entertainment, and you can even go to school in Beaux Batons. But even here, you could still find yourself in danger. It might be okay during the day, but what about at night? There will always be times when I can't see or take care of things. If you continue to stay at Hogwarts, aren't you afraid you'll really die next time? As Caesar spoke, he reached into the inside pocket of his robe, his fingertips touching the cool sapphire ring. We must make things clear today, return the items, and draw a clear line, otherwise, something serious will definitely happen. Caesar pondered for a long time about his motive for suddenly going to the frozen lake to save her that day. The prophet's talents were indeed extraordinary. It actually made him unable to resist doing good deeds. This kind of subtle, gradual influence is the most terrifying. He hasn't slept for the past 3 days because he simply can't sleep. One thing he was certain of was that if Hibiscus didn't leave, he would definitely lose control and do more things outside of his plans. He still had to wait for Astoria. He must take Merlin's bloodline. He must escape the prison of London. So, just as Caesar was about to take out the ring, and also prepared to offer more explicit, perhaps even somewhat cold, advice. However, Fleur suddenly smiled. That was the first truly relaxed smile she wore after recovering, like the first flower blooming after the snow melts, breathtakingly beautiful and pure enough to make one's heart tremble. She looked at Caesar, her blue eyes filled with no trace of gloom, only complete trust and a tiny, sly expectation. As long as Brother Caesar is around, Fleur isn't afraid of anything. Her voice became lighter, as if she were stating the simplest of facts. Caesar's hand, which was about to take out the ring, froze at the edge of his pocket. The cold ring now felt almost burning hot on my fingertip. Outside the window, Hogwarts was brightly lit on Christmas Eve, and the faint sounds of carols and students' laughter drifted from the great hall. Brilliant magical fireworks occasionally burst open in the night sky, casting colorful halos into the room and illuminating Fleur's expectant face. It also highlighted a rare, subtle crack on Caesar's face, a crack that seemed to reveal a sense of helplessness. He opened his mouth, his heart seeming to skip a beat. The prepared words got stuck in my throat. Tonight is Christmas. Hibiscus seemed oblivious to his struggle, or rather, she chose to use happiness to cover up any possible gloom. She made the suggestion with great enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling. Let's make crepes. I'm sure I'll make them even better this time. The little house elf in the kitchen taught me a new recipe. Caesar looked at her smile. A long silence followed. He finally sighed, almost imperceptibly. Good. He heard his own dry voice say this. Just this once, after all, it's Christmas, and Astoria still has more than 2 years until. What am I saying? So, on that Christmas Eve, the fireplace was especially warm in that quiet room in the West Tower. They really started making crepes clumsily. Hibiscus insisted on doing it herself, so Caesar had to help from the sidelines, handing her ingredients, controlling the heat, and dealing with her occasional minor mistakes. A little flour accidentally got on the tip of her nose, and she giggled. Caesar broke the pie the first time he tried to flip it, and she pretended to seriously criticize him. As a result, her subsequent attempts also failed, and Caesar kept shaking his head. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of butter, eggs, and powdered sugar, mingled with the girl's sweet laughter. There was no scheming, no danger, only the simplest, warm companionship. To be honest, the crepes weren't the best, some parts were burnt, and some were too sweet. But Caesar silently finished his portion, and Hibiscus's eyes curved into crescents as she ate. As night deepened, the fireworks gradually faded. After everything was settled, Fleur quickly fell into a deep sleep in her warm bed, a satisfied smile on her lips. Caesar stood by the bed and looked at her for a moment, then went to the next room that had been empty. The house elves had already tidied it up and made it comfortable, following some silent instructions. He did not leave. They didn't even give much thought to the pros and cons of this decision. However, on this Christmas night, he unwittingly ended up staying in the room next to the West Tower. Because Fleur said, "That way you can protect me at night too." The embers of the fireplace cast a final red glow, illuminating Caesar's silhouette as he leaned against the headboard. He looked down at the sapphire ring that he had taken out again at some point and was now lying quietly in his palm. The cool gemstone gleamed softly in the dim light, like a quiet eye watching him. He neither wore it nor put it back in his pocket. They simply watched until the last trace of noise outside the window completely subsided, and Hogwarts fell into a deep sleep on Christmas Eve. Chapter 141. The potion you developed has shown remarkable effects. The curse marks on Hibiscus's face are visibly fading day by day, gradually changing from hideous dark red lines to light pink. The more significant changes occurred internally. Her damaged magical core slowly and steadily repaired itself under the nourishing power of the medicine, and the chaotic magical fluctuations gradually subsided. Although a full recovery will take some time, the feeling of weakness, as if I were about to collapse, has been greatly reduced. Her complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, her eyes regained their former liveliness, and even the trials of hardship and the joy of regaining her health added a touch of serene resilience. Meanwhile, you haven't devoted all your energy to caring for Hibiscus and researching how to break the curse. He combined his insights from improving the antidote's byproducts with his own legendary magical talent and genius scholar background, compiling them into several rigorous and groundbreaking papers. A discussion on magic core stability and synergistic effects of specific herbs was published in Transfiguration today. Its subtle suggestions for improving several traditional potion recipes attracted the attention of several potion masters. Another article exploring the nonlinear superposition application of ancient runes in protective spells appeared prominently in the journal Spellcraft Innovation. These papers are skillfully written, insightful, and richly data-driven. They don't seem to have been written by a Hogwarts student at all. Soon, the name Caesar Ambrose began to circulate in small circles of magical academia in Britain and even Europe. Some called him a young master and a once-in-a-century genius. Dumbledore glanced at the journal brought to his table, his eyes behind his half-moon spectacles gleaming with a meaningful light, while the Hogwarts professors, especially Flitwick and Sprout, looked at Caesar with increasingly undisguised admiration and astonishment. The atmosphere on campus was subtly shifting. As the traces of the curse almost vanished, a healthy rosy glow returned to her skin, and combined with the natural radiance of her Vila bloodline, her beauty became even more astonishing. Fleur de la Cour was no longer the little monster or poor sickly girl hiding in the tower's shadow, attracting everyone's attention. Her silver hair cascaded down, her blue eyes shone like stars, and her figure gradually became tall and graceful. Whenever she appeared in the auditorium or courtyard, she always attracted a lot of attention. At first, it was amazement and curiosity. Gradually, boys, even some older students, began to muster the courage to try and talk to her, or send her clumsy love poems and small gifts via owl. Rumors about her and Caesar naturally spread even wider, but the details had subtly changed. In the past, the prevailing sentiment was Caesar was so kind, he had no choice but to take care of that burden, but now it has become. I heard they're distant relatives from France, and they've been betrothed since childhood. Seeing them standing together is really a feast for the eyes. With someone as outstanding as Caesar, only someone as beautiful as Delacour is worthy of him, isn't he? While voices of jealousy haven't completely disappeared, they've been drowned out by more exclamations of a perfect match and a match made in heaven. Even some girls who originally admired Caesar couldn't help but develop a subtle sense of identification with him after seeing the recovered Fleur, feeling that perhaps only she could stand by his side. The first semester of first grade has come to an end in the blink of an eye. The Great Hall at Hogwarts was decorated more magnificently than at any previous term party. The banners of the 4 colleges hung from the starry ceiling, shimmering with a velvety sheen under the light of hundreds of suspended candles. The long table was piled high with food even more lavish than a Christmas feast, and the air was filled with the sweet aroma of Honeydukes candies and the smoky scent of roasted meat. The students, dressed in neat school uniforms, beamed with anticipation for the holidays and the familiarity they had built up over the past year. Those budding friendships, the cleverness in class, the chases in the corridors, all will be enveloped in laughter tonight, temporarily forgetting the looming shadows outside the castle. At the teacher's table, Dumbledore's silvery white hair gleamed in the candlelight. His gaze swept calmly across the audience, lingering for a moment on the figure at the Slytherin table who stood out as unusually calm even among the new students. Caesar Ambrose sat upright, with the golden cup of pumpkin juice in front of him, which he barely touched. His expression was calm, as if the surrounding hustle and bustle was separated from him by an invisible pane of glass. Only in the depths of those grey-blue eyes, the flickering candlelight was reflected, yet it was as cold as the surface of a lake frozen before a storm. The dinner proceeded amidst laughter and cheerful conversation. Dumbledore gave a brief address, congratulating everyone on the successful completion of their first year of study, and, as usual, reminded them of holiday safety precautions. Next came the awarding of the House Cup, and despite many unexpected events, Gryffindor won this year's House Cup by a narrow margin. The red and gold flag fluttered at the highest point of the Great Hall, drawing enthusiastic cheers, mainly from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Fleur sat at the Gryffindor table, occasionally glancing furtively in the direction of Slytherin. When Dumbledore gave extra praise to several first-year students who had shown courage and wisdom during this special time, and called out Caesar's name, her palms clapped slightly red. Just as Dumbledore smiled and opened his arms, preparing to announce that the dinner was now in a free period and everyone could enjoy the desserts. Boom! The loud noise didn't come from outside the castle, but seemed to explode from deep within the castle's oldest foundation stones. The entire auditorium shook violently, the candles on the ceiling went out all at once, and a few fake stars fell and vanished. In the distance, not towards the Forbidden Forest, but from the surface of Black Lake, a huge pillar of light suddenly rose, piercing straight into the sky. Terrified screams instantly replaced laughter. "Stay calm!" Dumbledore's voice boomed like a bell, instantly silencing all the commotion. The old headmaster stood up, his gaze behind his half-moon spectacles sharp as an eagle, and quickly exchanged a glance with McGonagall, Snape, and others in the teachers' section. "Just as we have always been vigilant and on guard." His voice was incredibly steady, carrying a reassuring power. "The forces of darkness do not wish to grant us a peaceful holiday. They have chosen this moment." Before the words were even finished, several portraits on the walls around the auditorium, which had originally depicted tranquil landscapes, suddenly sounded an alarm, and the figures in the paintings pointed and gestured in panic. At the same time, the auditorium doors were suddenly pushed open, not by intruders, but by all the deans and several key teachers, who had already left their seats discreetly and were now returning fully armed. "All students!" Professor McGonagall's voice was clear and stern, and the tip of her wand glowed. "Follow your prefect immediately. First-year students first. Evacuate to the designated safe house in an orderly manner according to the rehearsal plan. Slytherin, over here. Gryffindor, keep up. Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff." Chapter 142. The prefects immediately sprang into action, their voices tense yet orderly. The younger students were quickly organized, like a flock of startled sheep, yet effectively guided, as they surged toward the secret passage leading to the room of requirement and several other rooms that were under powerful protective spells. Among the older students, some with dueling club experience or who appeared particularly calm were asked to help maintain order or prepare to participate in basic defense. Throughout the evacuation, Caesar remained seated at the Slytherin table until the surging crowd nearly engulfed him. Dumbledore's gaze fell on him again, and he nodded almost imperceptibly. He then slowly rose, not following the Slytherin group, but instead walking against the flow of people towards the front of the Great Hall. His young figure appeared remarkably stable amidst the chaos. "Classmates, listen to me." His voice wasn't particularly loud, but it strangely carried a cold quality that pierced through the noise, causing the panicked students nearby to stop involuntarily. There's no need for excessive fear. The scale of this attack, the possible entry routes, and even part of their intentions. He paused, his gaze sweeping over several pale-faced, shifty-eyed Slytherin upperclassmen. It was all under the professor's expectations and surveillance. The castle's defenses are much stronger than you imagine. Now, following the instructions of the prefect and professors, and moving quickly and quietly, is the best way to protect yourself and others. His words carried a certainty beyond his years, like a block of ice thrown into boiling water, miraculously cooling down the panic in the surrounding area. Looking at his calm and composed face, people subconsciously believed the words of this 11-year-old boy who had already created numerous miracles. This was his secret plan with Dumbledore and a few core professors. Taking advantage of the time when people are concentrated at the end of the semester and are more likely to be lax, they use themselves as bait or focus in some sense. In conjunction with secretly enhanced surveillance, the enemy was lured out, internal instability was eliminated, and a probing attack was thwarted. When most of the students had evacuated, leaving the auditorium empty and in disarray, Caesar had already arrived at a makeshift command post near the foyer. Here is a magical water mirror maintained by Professor Flitwick, which connects to several key monitoring points. Outside the window, the light from the direction of Black Lake had turned into a small-scale battle, with professors able to be seen fighting against some shadowy figures by the lake. In the distant sky, two chilling magical forces are confronting and colliding. Dumbledore had already stopped Voldemort, who was trying to personally examine the boy in the prophecy. The portrait on the west staircase of the castle reports unusual noises, possibly indicating a secret passage unknown to the house elves. Caesar spoke quickly to Professor McGonagall, who was standing beside him, his brain processing the limited information at breakneck speed. "I suggest Professor Sprout take 2 Hufflepuff 7th-year students to investigate. They are familiar with all the greenhouses and nearby secret passages. They can use a combination of devil's nets and bubble pods as traps, non-lethal but effective deterrents." Professor McGonagall glanced at him in surprise, but without hesitation, she immediately dispatched a guardian angel to relay the instructions. The boy's knowledge of the castle and his keen tactical thinking once again exceeded her expectations. The battle seemed to be at a stalemate, with the invaders being held back outside the castle and at a few infiltration points. However, a piercing brass whistle, signaling the highest level of alert, suddenly rang out from the upper levels of the castle. That was an alarm sounded by Peeves, the ghost responsible for monitoring the House of Requirement area. Although it was mischievous, Dumbledore entrusted it with a serious duty of vigilance in such situations. The water mirror blurred for a moment, barely reflecting a chilling scene. A small group of figures dressed in black robes somehow managed to pass through an abandoned ventilation duct that even house elves were unaware of. They appeared directly on the 8th floor and were attacking the protective magic of the Room of Requirement. Inside the room were hundreds of first-grade and lower-grade students. The professors were either downstairs or outside the castle, and the student patrols were no match for those elite dark wizards. Caesar's eyes instantly froze. "I'll go." His voice was completely flat. "Mr. Ambrose. You're only a first-year student." Professor McGonagall snapped. But Caesar had already shot off like an arrow towards the nearest spiral staircase. When he emerged like a ghost from behind a suit of armor on the 8th floor, the situation in the corridor was already extremely dangerous. The door to the Room of Requirement flickered with an unstable light. Several brave older students are desperately casting spells in an attempt to disrupt the attacker. However, their spells proved ineffective against the dark wizard's skillful use of armor spells and curses. Even more chilling was the sight of a massive, thick serpent with scales shimmering with an eerie black light, violently ramming its terrifying body against the trembling door at the hissing command of a Death Eater. Caesar did not pause for a moment. A beam of light from the tip of his staff burst forth from the silent incantation. Instead of attacking human bodies, the projectiles were precisely aimed at the torch stands and hanging armor on both sides of the corridor. Bang! Crash! The burning support structure crashed down, instantly creating chaos and obstacles. This interrupted the Death Eater's concentrated attack and bought the students a precious respite and a chance to regroup their defenses. But Nagini had already turned to him. It sensed an aura about the boy that both disgusted and craved it, and its owner. The giant snake hissed, abandoned the gate, and lunged at him with astonishing speed. Caesar retreated swiftly, his mind racing with calculations. Ordinary stun or blast spells have little effect on this monster enhanced by dark magic, more powerful spells. His physical and magical reserves are not yet sufficient to ensure safety, and revealing all his cards too early would be unwise. Just as the foul stench reached his face, and the snake's tongue almost touched his cheek. "Brother Caesar! Here!" A woman's voice, trembling with tears yet unusually firm, rang out. "It's Hibiscus." She appeared at the other end of the corridor, next to a statue, her face ashen, her long silver hair plastered to her forehead with sweat. In her arms, she was holding a sword almost as long as herself, inlaid with rubies. The Gryffindor sword. How? From where? No time to think. Nagini's gaping maw is right in front of us. With all her might, Fleur hurled the heavy sword at him. The blade flashed a dazzling silver light in the dimly lit corridor. A close call. Almost instinctively, Caesar ducked and rolled to the side, dodging the snake's bite while simultaneously stretching out his arm and narrowly managing to grab the flying sword hilt in mid-air. The instant his fingers touched the hilt of the sword, whoosh! The sword emitted a clear, resonant sound, like the cry of a phoenix. The silver light on the sword surged, as if a sleeping hero had suddenly awakened, and an ancient and pure power flowed from his arm into Caesar's body. Nagini shrank back in fear, its animal instincts instilled in it a deep dread of the weapon that emanated a powerful aura of destructive evil. Just this one moment. Caesar gripped the sword hilt, which was too long for him, with both hands, having no time to strike a pose. He simply channeled all his strength, along with the scorching power surging into his body, upwards, following the momentum of his forward charge. With a powerful flick. Chapter 143. Sizzle. That was the horrifying, teeth-grinding sound of metal tearing through tough leather and bone. The silver light sliced through the thick darkness and stench. Nagini let out a half-cute scream as the huge snake head, along with part of its body, separated from the latter half of its body. Black blood splattered like a fountain, staining the walls black and covering Caesar's head and face. The giant snake's mangled remains writhed and thrashed on the ground before slowly stiffening. The leader of the Death Eaters let out a desperate and furious roar. Having lost their strongest magical creature, their advantage in a surprise attack has vanished. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, having received the alarm, finally arrived. The remaining fighting ended quickly. Caesar leaned on his sword, breathing heavily. The sword, planted in the blood-stained floor, still emitted a low hum, its silver light gradually fading. He raised his head, wiped away the sticky snake blood that was covering his eyes, and looked at Fleur not far away. She slumped to the ground, her back against the cold stone wall. Clearly, that desperate throw had exhausted all her courage and strength, her body was still trembling slightly. Their gazes finally met, piercing through the swirling dust and lingering aura of dark magic. His youthful yet cold, blood-stained face. The shock of surviving a disaster lingered in her eyes. Caesar wanted to ask, "Why did you run away? It's dangerous." But he only opened his mouth, no sound came out. Finally, he forcefully pulled the sword from the floor, turned around, and ran once more towards the Black Lake, from which the most intense magical fluctuations were emanating. His small figure, clutching a legendary sword even more dazzling than himself, disappeared around the corner of the corridor. When the dawn finally managed to pierce through the smoke and illuminate the battered Hogwarts, the attack had been completely repelled. Voldemort was unable to set foot in the castle due to Dumbledore's obstruction, and his henchmen suffered heavy losses, especially Nagini. And Caesar Ambrose's name appeared in the Daily Prophet in the following days with an even more astonishing headline. An 11-year-old freshman wields a sword to slay the demonic serpent. A tactical genius highly praised by Dumbledore. The prophesied boy reveals his talent for the first time in public. Beside his portrait was Dumbledore's meaningful smile, the teacher's barely concealed shock and scrutiny, and the students' gazes filled with a mixture of awe and worship. The halo of Savior has never weighed so concretely and heavily on the shoulders of this first-year student. On a quiet terrace near the medical wing, Caesar stood alone. He changed into a clean robe, and the bloodstains on his face had long been washed away, but a trace of stench still seemed to linger. He gazed down at the courtyard below, where house elves were silently repairing the damaged lawn and statues, and in the distance, the surface of the Black Lake had returned to calm, reflecting the pale sky. Soft footsteps sounded. He didn't turn around. Fleur walked to his side and silently handed him a glass of steaming milk. She appeared to have regained her composure, her silver hair neatly tied back, though her complexion still lacked color, and there were faint dark circles under her eyes. "Thank you." Caesar took the cup, the warm porcelain soothing his cold fingertips. The two stood silently, watching the morning light struggle to break through the clouds. The flapping of owl wings echoed from afar, a new day had finally arrived. "That sword." Fleur spoke softly, breaking the silence. "Professor Dumbledore secretly sent a Phoenix Patroness to guide me to a place before the dinner party to find it. He said, perhaps tonight, someone needs its courage more than its history." Caesar did not ask where the place was, nor did he ask what else Dumbledore had said. He simply nodded and took a sip of milk. The warm, sweet taste temporarily dispelled the metallic taste in his throat and the chill in his heart. "You threw it, just in time," he said, his voice a little hoarse. Fleur paused slightly, then a faint but genuine smile spread across her lips. "I've practiced." She spoke softly, her gaze falling on her fingers, which had been strained and were still trembling slightly. "When no one is watching. I've imagined what it would be like if one day I needed to deliver something very important to someone precisely." A brief silence descended once more, broken only by the sound of a gentle breeze rustling across the terrace. "What are your plans for the holiday?" Fleur turned her head, her gaze falling on his cold, hard profile. "Stay at school." Caesar's answer was so flat and emotionless, as if he were simply asking what he would have for breakfast the next day. "Then I'll go with you," she said. Caesar turned his face away, intending to refuse. But he paused almost imperceptibly. Because Fleur suddenly smiled. The smile came so naturally, yet so inappropriately. Like a ray of gold suddenly filtering through the gloomy sunlight, it shone directly into the silence surrounding him. For the first time, Caesar truly looked into her eyes. Those blue eyes held only a crystal-clear heart, quietly reflecting his stunned expression. One evening during a holiday at the West Tower. The academy had lost its usual hustle and bustle, and the stone walls of the West Tower were bathed in the setting sun, turning a warm, honey-like golden red. A familiar, sweet, caramelized aroma wafted from the small kitchen converted from an old classroom at the end of the corridor. "Brother Caesar! Come and try today's." Fleur's clear voice pierced through the warm air. She wore a plain-colored apron that was slightly too big for her, her silver hair was loosely tied back, and a few strands of hair, damp from the heat, clung to her healthy pink cheeks. His blue eyes sparkled with the eager anticipation one has when experimenting with new formulas. She was carefully spreading a spoonful of golden mango sauce on a freshly made crepe, then sprinkling it with toasted hazelnut pieces. Those shadows surrounding the glacial lake, illness, and long recovery. It seemed as if the wind from the top of Hogwarts Tower and the warmth of this little kitchen had truly dissipated. At least for this moment, she was just an ordinary girl excited about a new jam pairing. The soft rustling of pages closing came from the next room. A moment later, Caesar appeared at the kitchen doorway. He was wearing a simple dark robe and holding a roll of parchment that was not fully laid down. His gaze swept over the slightly messy bowls and basins on the stove and the suspicious speck of flour on Furong's nose, and he frowned almost imperceptibly. "Isn't the bottom of the pot too hot?" His voice was calm, devoid of emotion. "I feel the edges will burn easily." Flipping a crepe with one hand is difficult, and he once suggested that they both use magic to flip it from now on, but Fleur always refused. Not this time. Hibiscus didn't look up, intently and carefully flipping another pancake with a wooden spatula. "I can feel it." Ouch! The copper basin containing the batter was caught on her sleeve as she turned around, and it looked like it was about to slip off. With a barely perceptible flick of his wrist, Caesar cast a silent levitation spell, catching the bottom of the basin and allowing it to fall steadily back into place. Chapter 144. Furong breathed a sigh of relief, stuck her tongue out at him, and then immediately turned back to take care of her cakes. Caesar said nothing more, but walked to the small table by the window, covered with a checkered tablecloth, and put the parchment down. He didn't sit down, but leaned against the window frame, his gaze fixed on Furong's busy back. The last rays of the setting sun slanted in through the high window, gilding her silver hair with a light gold and enveloping her in a fuzzy halo. She hummed an off-key French tune, her movements carrying a lightness that was becoming increasingly skilled. Caesar never succeeded in making a crepe, nor did he ever successfully flip a crepe with one hand without magic. However, being a genius scholar, he possessed exceptional theoretical knowledge in making crepes. So most of the time, he just watched, and when her movements became too chaotic, he would use a silent little magic to help her regain her composure. Occasionally, when she mistook salt for sugar or made the batter too thin, he would point it out briefly. His tone was always flat, as if stating an objective fact. "There's 1/5 of an ounce more water." This was overturned too early. Hibiscus's reaction was always the same. First, she would widen her blue eyes and argue defiantly, then purse her lips, but the next time she tried, she would be doubly serious. "The crepes she makes are still inconsistent, with both burnt edges and perfect golden brown, but there's no denying that her skills are improving little by little. This one seems to be a particularly successful one. The tortilla is thin and even, puffing up enticing little bubbles in the pan, with its edges displaying a beautiful, slightly charred, lace-like appearance." Furong held her breath, and with a decisive flick of her wrist, the golden yellow pancake floated lightly into the air, flipped perfectly once, and landed back in the pan. "Look!" She proudly presented the plate of crepes to the small table, a smug smile spreading across her face. "I successfully flipped a crepe with one hand." Caesar then sat down at the table. "Flipping a crepe with one hand? Why are you so excited?" "I can do it easily with magic." Furong had already brewed a pot of black tea with practiced ease. The deep amber-colored tea was poured into a porcelain cup, and wisps of steam rose gently from it. "Brother Caesar, I'll tell you after we graduate." Outside the window, night was slowly falling over Hogwarts, and scattered lights began to appear on the deep blue sky, while the outline of the black lake in the distance remained calm and dark. Inside the window, the fire burned quietly in the old-fashioned fireplace, the flickering light casting long shadows of the two people on the stone wall. The air is filled with the sweet aroma of crepes, the rich flavor of black tea, and a touch of refreshing tartness from citrus fruits. Caesar cut off a piece of bread with his silver fork and put it in his mouth. The crust is crispy on the outside and chewy on the inside. The sweet and sour richness of the mango sauce and the caramelized crunch of the hazelnut pieces collide on the tongue, creating an unexpectedly harmonious flavor. Not bad, he gave a brief comment. Furong's eyes immediately curved into crescents. She took a bite herself, squinted her eyes in satisfaction, and then started talking non-stop. During potions class last semester, Wilson added sleepy bean juice as the base for shrinking potion. As a result, pink bubbles appeared in his crucible, and it emitted like the smell of expired cream cake. Professor Slughorn's face scrunched up in a frown. In the book A Comprehensive Guide to Medieval Magic in the library, I found an illustration of a dancing turnip. The notes say they were once used in performances at the Harvest Festival, but unfortunately the incantations have been lost. Mr. Filch of the Astronomy Tower once actually smiled at Peeves. Although the smile was distorted, I saw it. She chattered away, her voice as clear and crisp as a wind chime in a tower, recounting the most ordinary daily chores in the castle. Those grand plans, complex strategies, and distant and weighty goals seemed to have been temporarily pushed far away in this small space filled with sweet fragrance. A sense of luxurious tranquility and ordinariness permeated the air. Caesar ate and listened quietly. He ate slowly and politely, occasionally responding with an or really, and nodding appropriately. When Furong recounts a particularly funny anecdote, the corners of his mouth will turn up slightly, revealing a very faint but genuine smile. Sometimes he gets distracted. His gaze swept over her profile, made even more beautiful by the firelight, over the pure joy in her blue eyes, and over the tips of her silver hair that swayed slightly as she spoke. The intricately working scales in one's heart, forever weighing gains and losses, will, for a rare moment, come to a standstill. 2 more years. This thought, like a pebble thrown into a lake, created a heavy ripple, but also unexpectedly brought a sense of temporary peace. Because there is still time, the current calm is not an anomaly that urgently needs to be broken, but can be, safely preserved for now. He simply watched, listened, and occasionally responded, letting this stolen, sweet-smelling time flow by slowly. After finishing the last sip of tea, Furong got up to clear the dishes. Caesar casually waved his wand, and the dirty plates and copper pots flew automatically to the sink, where clean water was poured in, and the brushes began to clean them automatically. "Don't forget," he reminded him, his voice regaining its usual calm, "today, you should use the blue bottle of your bedtime treatment." "Okay." Furong took off her apron, her tone relaxed. But when she turned around, ready to say good night as usual, she found that Caesar did not intend to leave immediately. He sat there, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously, his gaze fixed on the flickering firelight, as if he were carefully choosing his words. "Speaking of which," he spoke, his tone even more indifferent than when discussing the crepe's doneness, as if stating something unrelated to himself. "That Ravenclaw kid named Burns has a good talent for charms, comes from a respectable family, and is generally an honest person." The smile on Furong's face froze. Caesar didn't look at her, and continued in that analytical, tactical tone. "Of course, if you prefer the Hufflepuff style, the second son of House Selwyn, although his grades are mediocre. But with a gentle nature and a family deeply rooted in the field of herbalism, your interest in plants might—" "Brother Caesar," Hibiscus interrupted him. The sound was very soft, yet like a fine needle, it unexpectedly pierced the lingering warmth of the room. Caesar finally raised his eyes. He watched as the color drained from Furong's face, the light in her blue eyes dimmed, and her previous lively vitality seemed to have been instantly drained away. She pressed her lips tightly together, her jawline taut and somewhat stiff. A suffocating silence followed. Furong said nothing. She didn't argue or question him as she usually did when her cooking mistakes were pointed out. He only gave him a deep look, and the complexity in his eyes made Caesar's heart inexplicably tighten. Then she turned around and left the kitchenette without a word, not even saying good night as usual. The footsteps faded at the end of the stone corridor. Caesar sat alone in the dimly lit kitchen, the firelight flickering across his face. After a long while, he shook his head almost imperceptibly. Repentance can only take one person with it. My goal is Astoria, who will be enrolling in school in a little over a year, and that will never change. To be honest, while Caesar didn't have many moral standards, this time, he surprisingly wanted to do something, a truly good deed. This is the real world. Furong's entire family died because of him, and she herself left behind a curse, nearly losing her own life. He knew his true colors. He was neither a world-saving hero nor a loyal and devoted man to his lover. He's just a con man who manipulates emotions for personal gain. There are 2 other madmen in the real world who suffer because of him. It would be better for Furong to fall in love with anyone else than with him. I just hope this silly girl can wake up soon, love herself more, and cut her losses in time. Outside the window, the lights of Hogwarts gradually came on, and night fell completely, swallowing up the last ray of daylight. The sweet aroma lingers, the warmth remains. But that brief, almost ordinary warmth has cooled down, like a successfully flipped crepe. Chapter 145. Time slipped by quietly amidst books, potion steam, the occasional aroma of crepes, and the changing seasons of Hogwarts. You've moved up to 2nd grade, and your reputation is growing even stronger. The aura of being a prodigy makes you the center of attention wherever you go. And the natural and intimate way you and the increasingly radiant Hibiscus interacted became a delightful sight in the castle, even being privately called the Tower Fairy Tale by some younger students with envy. Although you've consistently denied it, you sometimes feel that having such a stable relationship as a backdrop during this gap before Astoria enrolled seems like a good thing. You precisely controlled the distance, neither too close lest you find it difficult to extricate yourself in the future, nor too distant to maintain the persona of a responsible older brother. Everything seemed to be handled with ease. Until one seemingly ordinary afternoon in your 2nd year of high school. You were in the West Tower, in a room that now doubles as a small personal laboratory and study, checking data on a complex potion. A light drizzle was falling outside the window, and the castle was shrouded in a grey silence. The fire in the fireplace crackled steadily. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded on the door, unheard and with a unique, reassuring rhythm. Caesar assumed that Fleur had returned from the library, perhaps with some new recipes or that she had discovered some interesting books. Come in. He gave a casual reply, his gaze still fixed on the parchment. The door opened. But it wasn't Hibiscus that came in. Albus Dumbledore's tall figure appeared first. Today he wore a dark blue robe embroidered with more intricate celestial patterns, and his gaze behind his crescent-shaped glasses was as gentle and wise as ever. However, the person who followed him into the room was someone Caesar never expected to appear at this moment. A well-dressed couple, their expressions a mixture of worry and restraint, and a girl they carefully protected in the middle. The girl looked a year or 2 younger than Caesar, her figure so slender it seemed she could break at any moment. Her long, pale golden hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, making her small face appear even paler and more translucent. She wore an exquisite light green robe and a thick silver-grey shawl. Her large, clear emerald eyes were veiled by a persistent look of sickness and weariness. She looked around the unfamiliar room with a mixture of curiosity and timidity. When her gaze met Caesar's as he looked up, the girl flinched slightly, then gave a smile that she tried to make polite but couldn't hide her vulnerability. Astoria Greengrass. Caesar's hand, holding the quill, paused almost imperceptibly. A drop of ink fell onto the parchment, spreading into a small stain. His mind went blank for a moment, then was filled with a torrent of analysis and calculations. Too early. According to the normal timeline, she should not start school for another year. How could it be Dumbledore who brought her? The Greengrass family's blood curse? Good afternoon, Caesar. Dumbledore's voice broke the brief silence. He seemed oblivious to Caesar's fleeting lapse in composure, and introduced the situation in a calm tone. Please allow me to introduce you, this is Mr. Greengrass, Mrs. Greengrass, and their daughter, Miss Astoria Greengrass. The Greengrass family is facing a medical problem concerning an ancient bloodline curse affecting Miss Astoria, and they have sought my help. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon Caesar, carrying a clear sense of approval and entrustment. And I thought that you already have quite in-depth and successful experience in dealing with complex curses and magical damage, which might offer some new ideas. Mr. Greengrass, a stern-faced wizard with slightly graying temples, stepped forward, his tone heavy and earnest. Mr. Ambrose, I have long admired your genius in potions and ancient magic. My daughter's illness has been troubling our family for a long time. The experts at St. Mungo's were also at a loss. Headmaster Dumbledore strongly recommended you, saying you might be our last hope. Mrs. Greengrass, her eyes red-rimmed, held her daughter's cold hand tightly and looked at Caesar with hopeful eyes. Caesar's gaze involuntarily lingered for a moment between Astoria and the doorway. Fleur could return at any time. He could almost picture her expression when she saw that scene. In the blink of an eye, the scales of advantage and disadvantage swung wildly. Astoria's early arrival disrupted his plans, but it also meant that the opportunity arrived sooner than expected. The Greengrass family is one of the 28 holy clans, a pure-blooded power. If we can use this opportunity to establish contact and gain their gratitude, there doesn't seem to be anything worth calculating. After all, the increases on both sides are completely different. Caesar. Dumbledore whispered a reminder. Caesar took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His face once again wore that well-honed, gentle, and convincing smile. He stood up and nodded to the Greengrass couple with impeccable manners. His gaze finally settled on Astoria, his voice softening deliberately, carrying a scholarly focus and compassion. Mr. Greengrass, Mrs. Greengrass, and Miss Astoria, hello. Professor Dumbledore is too kind, I'm only slightly interested in ancient magic and curses. He then shifted his tone, revealing just the right amount of professional interest and sense of responsibility. However, it just so happens that my recent research does involve some ancient bloodline curse stabilization and mitigation mechanisms. If you don't mind, I'd be happy to examine Miss Astoria to the best of my ability and see if there's anything I can do to help. Caesar's attitude was humble yet proactive. He neither overstepped his bounds nor failed to offer clear expectations. The Greengrass couple visibly relaxed and thanked them repeatedly. Just then, light footsteps echoed down the corridor, accompanied by Hibiscus's cheerful humming. She carried a stack of books, her silver hair glistening with tiny raindrops, her cheeks flushed, as she pushed open the door and entered. Brother Caesar, look what I found in the library, hey! Her voice trailed off. Her gaze swept over the unfamiliar visitors in the room, especially the pale, beautiful blonde girl who was being carefully cared for by her parents. Furong's smile froze, a hint of doubt flashed in her blue eyes, followed by an instinctive, even somewhat unclear, vigilance. She looked at Caesar, her eyes silently asking a question. Caesar's heart tightened slightly, but his expression remained impassive. He met Furong's gaze and explained naturally. Hibiscus, you're back. These are Mr. Greengrass and his family, introduced by Professor Dumbledore. Miss Astoria isn't feeling well, let me see if I can help. His introduction was concise and clear, placing Dumbledore at the forefront, downplaying his own active role, and implying that it was merely a chance consultation. Furong said oh, nodded, put down her book, and obediently stood to the side. But his gaze involuntarily followed Astoria. Especially when she saw Caesar show that familiar, gentle, and patient look towards the strange girl. Her lips tightened slightly. Chapter 146. Caesar saw everything, but had no time to appease them. He turned to Astoria and gently proposed. Miss Astoria, perhaps we could find a quieter, more suitable place for the examination. How about the greenhouse on the 7th floor of the castle? It's bright there, and the smell of herbs might make you feel more comfortable. Astoria glanced timidly at her parents, and only after receiving encouraging nods did she whisper in response. Okay, okay, Mr. Ambrose. So, the group moved to the greenhouse. The greenhouse, filled with the fragrance of damp earth and plants on a rainy day, was tranquil and full of life. Caesar led Astoria to sit on a bench surrounded by lush, calming herbs. He half-squatted in front of her, maintaining a distance that was neither oppressive nor too intimacy, and extended his slender fingers, the tips of which were surrounded by an extremely soft, almost invisible silver halo. Relax, Miss Astoria, it's just a small checkup. His voice was deep and pleasant, carrying a strange, soothing power. A silver halo, like mist, enveloped Astoria's wrist, slowly seeping in. The girl was a little nervous at first, but soon felt a warm, comforting power coursing through her body, temporarily dispelling the ever-present chill and hidden pain. She opened her bright green eyes in surprise, her gaze towards Caesar filled with disbelief and a hint of nascent dependence. Are you feeling better? Caesar asked softly, withdrawing his magic. Much better, really. Astoria's voice was still soft, but it had a bit more life in it. A very faint blush even appeared on her pale face. Thank you, Mr. Ambrose. This scene was witnessed by Fleur, who had hurriedly followed and was now standing at the entrance of the greenhouse. She looked at Caesar's focused and gentle profile, at the magical glimmer flowing from his fingertips, a light solely for that unfamiliar girl. The light was beautiful, yet it sent a chill down Fleur's spine. Because it is so pure that it is devoid of any personal emotion, like performing a textbook healing technique. She suddenly remembered that the last time Caesar had looked at her fingertips so intently was when she had accidentally cut her hand. Caesar gently scolded him while frantically searching for ointment, his eyes filled with genuine panic. Now, all he sees are problems and solutions. A vague understanding began to take root in her mind. Caesar's brother's treatment of Astoria did not seem to be what he truly wanted, but rather what he believed he should do. After a preliminary examination, Caesar explained his initial assessment to the green grass couple. This is an extremely ancient, weakening curse embedded in the bloodline, and conventional treatments are ineffective. However, it may be possible to stabilize and alleviate the condition through long-term methods, combining specific ancient magic to soothe the affected area, mana channeling, and customized potions, and even potentially gradually weaken its impact. His words were precise, expressing both hope and acknowledging the difficulties, making him appear extremely reliable. The green grass couple were overjoyed and immediately begged Caesar to take over the treatment. Caesar's gaze swept over the expectant Astoria, and then seemed to casually pass over the silent hibiscus by the door. Finally, he accepted the task with a solemn tone, as if shouldering a heavy responsibility. Well, since Professor Dumbledore trusts me, and the green grass family is so earnest, and this happens to be relevant to my research, I will do my best. However, the treatment process may be quite lengthy, requiring Miss Astoria to come to Hogwarts regularly, or I may adjust the treatment plan depending on the situation. Of course. Of course. Mr. Greengrass readily agreed, I'll cooperate in any way that can alleviate Astoria's pain. And that was the end of it. With a satisfied smile, Dumbledore left the greenhouse with the Greengrass family to discuss the specific arrangements. Caesar stayed in the greenhouse, citing the need to immediately begin preparing materials for a preliminary treatment plan. When the footsteps faded away, leaving only him and Fleur, who had been standing silently at the door, in the greenhouse, the air seemed to freeze. Hibiscus went inside and walked up to Caesar. Her blue eyes stared directly at him, devoid of their former joy and dependence, replaced only by clear confusion and a hint of hurt. Brother Caesar, are you going to keep treating her? Won't that take up a lot of your time? You've been so busy lately. Caesar tidied his notes, without looking up, his tone calm and even, as if stating the most ordinary of things. Yes, Professor Dumbledore personally introduced us, and the green grass family is a very important and ancient family. Moreover, this is indeed a very challenging research case, and it has been helpful to my studies. This is a promise, Hibiscus. He deliberately emphasized Professor Dumbledore's introduction and important commitment, packaging his personal choice as an inescapable responsibility and academic pursuit. Fleur sensed the undeniable authority in his words. Her heart sank little by little. She wanted to say, "What about me? I wonder if we'll ever have time to work out recipes together again, or to enjoy the night view from the tower together." But seeing Caesar's profile, completely absorbed in his new task, all the words stuck in his throat. She simply asked in a low voice, "Do you need my help? Like, to prepare some basic medicinal herbs?" "No need." Caesar finally raised his head and smiled at her. The smile was still gentle, but it carried a politeness he hadn't shown before. "The treatment involves a lot of ancient magic and custom-made potions, so it's quite complex. Just take good care of yourself, take your medication on time, and get plenty of rest." "Oh." Fleur responded softly, her fingers tightening their grip. She watched as Caesar packed his things, nodded to her, and then left the greenhouse. He didn't even ask her, as usual, if she wanted to go back to the tower together, or what she wanted to eat for dinner. From that day on, Caesar's life priorities shifted significantly. His regular meetings with Astoria were meticulously planned, and each time he displayed impeccable pure goodwill and sense of responsibility. He listened patiently to her feelings, meticulously recorded every tiny change, and explained the principles of treatment to her in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Their attitude was consistently gentle and respectful, maintaining just the right amount of professional distance, yet revealing reassuring care in the details. Astoria was quickly drawn to this talented and gentle senior. In her pale and limited world, Caesar's appearance was like a ray of sunlight piercing through the gloom, a messenger of hope. She began to look forward to each treatment, writing down her recent situation and reading reflections in her letters to him, her eyes showing increasing dependence each day. Hibiscus, on the other hand, was quietly pushed away from the center. Chapter 147. Caesar moved out of the room next to the West Tower, citing the need to expand the laboratory and ensure absolute quiet for the therapeutic research. He no longer went to the tower to find her, nor did he ever visit her on a whim during his leisure time in the evenings. He even withdrew from several non-essential club activities that he used to attend with Fleur. Occasionally, when we meet in the corridor, he always seems to be in a hurry, and after a brief greeting, he leaves with the excuse of having an appointment or needing to look up some information. When Fleur tried to visit him in his lab as before, bringing new discoveries or homemade desserts, 8 or 9 times out of 10, you'll be politely told, Caesar is preparing a crucial potion for Miss Greengrass and shouldn't be disturbed, or he has an appointment with Professor Snape/Flitwick. Even when they rarely met, Caesar's conversation always revolved around his studies, treatment progress, or some trivial castle news. There are no longer any deep personal conversations, let alone the times of sharing secrets or quietly keeping each other company that we used to share. Through repeated probing, Hibiscus began to notice more details. She discovered that Caesar's gentle patience towards Astoria was exactly the same tone he used when teaching her how to handle potion ingredients. Precise and steady, like completing a process. But when he taught me, there was a light in his eyes that seemed to be sharing a secret. Now, when he teaches Astoria, his eyes are like a fog, reflecting nothing. She once saw him from a distance in the library. He was talking eloquently to Professor Flitwick, his face bearing his signature, warm smile. But Fleur noticed that his fingers, hanging at his sides, were unconsciously and forcefully rubbing the wand, his knuckles turning white. Those were small movements he made when he was extremely tired or anxious, movements he himself was unaware of. The more perfect his smile, the more forceful that little gesture became. These tiny cracks, like a fine spider web, quietly spread through Fleur's heart. She began to vaguely realize. Caesar's brother's perfection was perhaps a state that required enormous effort to maintain, rather than the man himself. 6 years passed like the steam of the Hogwarts Express, rushing past the Black Lake, the castle, and the Forbidden Forest. As the calendar pages turned, the name Caesar Ambrose was no longer merely that of a genius student or a young master. Your papers in academic journals are becoming increasingly profound and astonishing, covering areas ranging from potions and ancient runes to innovative theories of defense against the dark arts. You've made significant progress in treating Astoria Greengrass's blood curse, earning you the respect of the Greengrass family and solid prestige within the British pureblood community. And the mentor-student, friend-like relationship you shared with Dumbledore, along with the tacit understanding of your collaborative schemes, allowed you to touch upon the core of power dynamics in the wizarding world at a young age. Fleur Delacour's time at Hogwarts was like a fading melody. She completed her studies with astonishing perseverance, achieving excellent grades, and demonstrating exceptional talent, particularly in spells and herbalism. The traces of the old curse have long since vanished. The beauty bestowed upon her by her Vila bloodline and her increasingly serene demeanor still make her shine in a crowd. However, the distance between her and you is like a corridor cast by a time-lapse spell, seemingly still in the same castle, yet in reality, you are worlds apart. Your world is expanding, filled with important meetings, confidential research, and dealings with all sorts of people. And regular, highly publicized treatment meetings with Astoria Greengrass. Hibiscus learned to stay quietly on her own, completing her studies and assisting Mrs. Pomfrey in tending the greenhouse. She occasionally pieced together, from the excited chatter of others or scraps of information in the Daily Prophet, what magnificent feats Caesar had accomplished. The sapphire ring was always on her hand, but it seemed to have lost its warmth. The room in the West Tower remained her favorite spot, but now there was rarely another person by the fireplace, and the aroma of crepes had gradually been replaced by the dry scent of books and herbs. Your indifference towards her continued until you graduated from 7th grade. The Great Hall at Hogwarts has never been so magnificent. The banners of the 4 colleges hung from the starry ceiling, shimmering with a velvety sheen under the light of hundreds of suspended candles. The graduates wore brand new, crisp gowns, their faces a mixture of anticipation for the future and sadness at parting. All the laughter, arguments, secrets, and tears of those youthful days will be solemnly sealed away today. The air was filled with the aroma of champagne, delicious food, and the vibrant energy unique to youth. Fleur Delacour also dressed herself up carefully. She chose a moon-white long dress, the simple design of which perfectly outlined her slender and graceful figure. Her long, silver hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, secured at the temples with only a small, star-shaped diamond hair clip. The traces of the curse have long since vanished, and the radiance of her Vila bloodline after she regained her full health, coupled with the serene temperament she had cultivated over the years, shines through. This made her stand out in the crowd like a pearl shining alone, beautiful and dazzling, yet carrying a faint sense of aloofness that made her seem unapproachable. Many boys secretly watched her, their eyes filled with amazement and admiration, but almost none dared to approach her and ask her out. Everyone knows who this beautiful French girl has in her heart, and who that person is a truly dazzling figure. Caesar Ambrose. Against such a dazzling backdrop, any rash pursuit would seem presumptuous and overreaching. Fleuron's gaze pierced through the swirling figures on the dance floor, always searching for that one figure. Tonight, Caesar wore a well-tailored dark green velvet robe that accentuated his tall and imposing figure, and his blonde hair shone like molten gold under the magical lights. He was surrounded by a crowd, officials from the Ministry of Magic, reporters who had come to hear the news, excited alumni, and younger students who idolized him. He handled the situation with ease, his face bearing his usual, impeccable, gentle smile. But Fleur could sense a subtle distance and weariness beneath that smile. Those were the tiny cracks she had observed for 6 years before she learned to recognize them. The music changed to a more soothing tune. Fleur took a deep breath, her fingertips slightly cold from nervousness. She lifted her skirt and walked towards Caesar. The crowd seemed to automatically part to make way for her, their eyes fixed on her with curiosity, amazement, and perhaps a hint of anticipation. She finally reached Caesar. The surrounding noise seemed to quiet down for a moment. "Brother Caesar." Fleur raised her head, her sapphire-like eyes looking directly at him. Her voice was clear and calm, yet it couldn't hide a slight tremor. "May I have this dance?" Chapter 148. Caesar's gaze fell upon her. He saw her beauty, the expectation in her eyes, and the countless gazes that were focused on him from all around. His eyes flickered almost imperceptibly for a moment, then returned to their usual deep, still state. In fact, due to his deliberate distancing, the two had not spoken for almost half a year. Caesar did not answer immediately, but first smiled apologetically at the crowd around him. "Excuse me, I must leave you for a moment." Then he turned to Fleur, his voice gentle, yet carrying a business-like politeness, as if stating a matter that had already been decided. "Hibiscus, this dance is probably not suitable." He paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully. His tone became calmer, yet also more distant. "After tonight, we'll all go our separate ways. You should go back to France, the Delacour family needs you. That's where you belong." His words were like a cold wind, wiping the last trace of color from Fleur's face. The whispers around them seemed to grow louder. She stood there, feeling that the beautiful moon-white dress suddenly become incredibly heavy and cold. "Return to France? My final destination?" He did indeed, push her away. Fleur opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found her throat tightening. She noticed that Caesar's gaze seemed to drift in another direction almost unintentionally. Beside the green grass couple, Astoria, dressed in a light gold gown and as timid as a lily of the valley, gazed at them with admiring, soft green eyes. That look stung Fleur. It also made her understand many things in an instant. "Hibiscus." Caesar's voice pulled her back to reality. He even smiled slightly, his words carrying an almost sincere blessing. "You should return to France. For the rest of your life, I will bless you in Britain, every single day." In his view, since he couldn't give Fleur happiness, he shouldn't leave any room for doubt. Doing so would only harm both himself and others. Indecisiveness will only make things worse, for Fleur, for Astoria, and for himself. It must be made clear, even if it's cruel. Fleur's face was pale, but her eyes were stubbornly fixed on his face. She seemed not to hear the arrangements and blessings, but simply asked softly, her voice so low it almost blended into the music. "Brother Caesar, besides me, who else would love the real you?" Caesar remained silent for a moment. He lowered his voice, making sure only the two of them could hear, his tone like he was advising a naive child. "Fleur, I don't love you. You've actually misunderstood your feelings for me. Love isn't gratitude, nor is it dependence. You have fully recovered. You are the heir to the Delacour family, and the possibilities in France are endless. You will meet someone who truly loves you and will bring you happiness." He avoided her suddenly widened, wounded eyes. "Look, you are now fully restored. The curse has been lifted, and your Vila bloodline makes you so beautiful and captivating. You are the heiress of the Delacour family. France will offer you vast opportunities. Leave Hogwarts, leave me. You'll discover that life has countless possibilities. Many people will appreciate you, pursue you, and offer you a truly compatible and complete relationship." As Caesar spoke, he took out an exquisite crystal bottle from inside his robe, containing a liquid as clear as the morning sun. "This is the last dose of the consolidation medicine. After drinking it, your magical core will be completely stable, making you no different from any other healthy wizard. Your life is just beginning." He handed her the bottle, his movements steady, his eyes brooking no refusal. Fleur did not answer. She simply looked at him, the initial shock and pain in her blue eyes settling into a deep, knowing calm. You're always like this, brother Caesar. Her voice was soft, yet it clearly pierced through the music. I've been observing you for 6 years. I've witnessed your gentle treatment of Astoria, your polite respect towards the professor, and even your equal treatment of the house elves. But I know that it was all fake, it was love that you felt you should give. You calculate the value of everyone, the pros and cons of every relationship, and then discard the most useless parts. For example, your own genuine joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness, calmly prune them off like trimming a potion branch. She stepped forward, her gaze like a scalpel, both gentle and cruel. You've turned yourself into a perfect prophetic machine. Have you ever thought about the last time you did something because you wanted rather than should? Caesar's breath hitched almost imperceptibly. That time, that is now. Hibiscus's gaze fell on the medicine bottle in Caesar's hand, tears streaming down her face, yet it seemed as if she were weeping for him. You are gentle and patient with Astoria on the surface, but the sharp glint in your eyes is gone from when you were teaching me. You said you didn't care, but you always delivered the medicine to me on time, never wasting a single second. You haven't spoken a word to me in 6 months, yet the first thing you said was, "Let's go back to France, it's such a wonderful place." You say this isn't love. Then what is love? Is it like you treated Astoria, reducing a living, breathing person to a case that needs to be solved? Her voice trembled, filled with boundless sorrow. But brother Caesar, besides me, who else would love the real you? Who else will love you, who rub your forehead in the middle of the night because you're tired? You, who seem indifferent on the surface but always deliver medicine on time? That, you never really wanted to be a hero, you just wanted to be genuinely loved. This statement is not a question, but a lament. It's as if it's saying, I see him, I see that little boy you've hidden so deeply, almost suffocating. Then came the final, decisive statement that shattered all of Caesar's defenses. So, stop telling me about those calculated futures. Brother Caesar, my heart aches for you. The world suddenly fell silent. Caesar's hand holding the crystal bottle trembled violently, and the bottle almost slipped from his grasp. A strange sense of panic gripped him. He wanted to say that you were mistaken, that I am the perfect child of prophecy, and that I simply love Astoria. But his voice was strained, and he finally spoke slowly and deliberately, as if struggling. I don't need your love and pity. All I want is to become the strongest. Only. Fleuron's tears were still flowing, but her gaze was so gentle it could melt away any ice. Caesar avoided her gaze, staggered back, and stammered out words incoherently, like a last shield. Fleuron, you know absolutely nothing. You don't know what kind of person I am, you don't know I'm not worthy of your love. You're the most foolish idiot in the world. This was the first time Caesar had insulted Hibiscus. But he himself realized that these words sounded like expressions of concern. Is it the influence of the child of prophecy's talent? Or is it the inherent charm of the Vila bloodline? Could it be Luna's soul imprint? There should also be Hermione's love potion. He dared not look into her eyes again. The light there was too scorching, threatening to burn away everything he had painstakingly built and the initial intentions he had cultivated. He turned around almost in a disheveled state, falling into the suddenly deafening silence, escaping those blue eyes that had seen right through him. His plans to reach Astoria were completely disrupted. He needed air, he needed to get away from everything that was making him lose control. Chapter 149. After leaving the lobby, Caesar walked straight outside to a quiet, empty long table with drinks laid out, grabbed a glass of strong liquor, and gulped it down. The burning sensation spread from my throat to my stomach, but it couldn't suppress the hollow and icy roar in my heart, shaken by those words, I feel sorry for you. He picked up another glass, and another, champagne, red wine, some kind of high-proof spirit wine. He couldn't remember how much he had drunk, he just wanted to use alcohol to numb the uncontrollable, unpredictable turmoil. It seemed that others around him noticed him and tried to approach him to congratulate and flatter him, but they were all repelled by the cold aura emanating from him that kept strangers at bay. The music became blurry in my ears, and the light and shadows swayed and overlapped in my vision. Hermione's calm eyes, Caesar, you only love yourself. Selfish, calculating, always putting their own interests first, and always taking advantage of other people's feelings. Luna's fleeting voice, Caesar, you truly have no heart. You're always like this, calculating, weighing, and evaluating pros and cons. You never truly care about others. Hibiscus's heart aches with pity, Caesar, my heart aches for you. Have you ever thought about when was the last time you did something because you wanted rather than should? Even further back, in 21st century Eastern countries. Caesar, an ordinary man named Lin Yuan, lived a simple yet fulfilling 25 years. Until 2025, a fire broke out, and the moment he rushed in, the flames engulfed everything. All the images and sounds swirled together in Caesar's mind, forming a chaotic vortex and a question. Who else will love you? Is it the gift of the prophetic child at work? Or was it his own tainted heart that was moved? He didn't want to think about anything anymore. What happened next is a fragmented memory, like an oil painting soaked in water, with intense colors but blurred boundaries. He seemed to have been drinking the whole time, leaning against a cold stone pillar at the edge of the auditorium, watching the blurry figures twirling in the dance floor. Then, it seemed like a silver light was flickering before my eyes, carrying a faint, familiar fragrance. Someone approached and whispered something he couldn't hear. Then, he was pulled into the dance floor. The music became soothing and distant, and his hand seemed to touch someone's slender waist, the touch cool yet soft. Her feet moved as if by instinct, her steps surprisingly steady, spinning and gliding in rhythm with the music. There seemed to be hushed gasps and whispers around me, and flashes of light. He doesn't care. He looked down and met a pair of blue eyes filled with complex emotions, eyes that shimmered like a lake reflecting the starry sky. Is it Hibiscus? Or Astoria? He couldn't remember. All I remember is that the dance seemed both very long and very short. He jumped very well, better than he expected, as if his body still retained some forgotten instinct. The figure in his arms was light, obediently following his lead. Occasionally, a cool liquid would drip onto the back of his hand. Were they tears? He didn't know. He seemed to have said something, yet he also seemed to have said nothing at all. They simply spun around, temporarily forgetting everything amidst the hazy lights and the dizziness created by alcohol. The next morning, Caesar awoke with a splitting headache and found himself lying on a four-poster bed in his bedroom, the sunlight already quite glaring. He rubbed his temples. His memory of last night began to fragment after he drank the third glass of wine, leaving only some blurry images and fragments. My last clear impression was of rejecting Furong and then walking towards the table. He got up, washed up, and changed into his everyday clothes. As he walked out of the common lounge, he ran into a few classmates from the same college. They looked at him strangely, with a mocking smile and a hint of envy. "Good morning, Caesar. How did you sleep last night?" a 7th grade boy asked, winking. "How does it feel to be the queen of the prom?" another joked with a laugh. "I never expected this, Caesar, that you still..." Someone was interrupted halfway through their sentence by being nudged by their companion with an elbow. Caesar frowned, a sense of foreboding rising within him. "What are you talking about? Still playing dumb?" The boy who spoke first patted his shoulder, lowering his voice but unable to hide his excitement. "Everyone saw it. Last night, you and Fleur Delacour danced one last slow dance. Just when everyone thought you two had fallen out. The way she jumped was, wow, it was like a fairytale ending." Many people were stunned. That reporter from the Daily Prophet almost smashed his camera. "Exactly, exactly." Another person added. "I never knew you danced so well, I never would have guessed." Hibiscus, too, is as beautiful as an angel descended from heaven. The two of you in the middle of the dance floor are simply. Caesar's face darkened, and his heart turned ice cold. Did he dance with Fleur? Under what condition? And it even became the focus of everyone's attention? He interrupted their incessant chatter, his voice a little dry. I don't quite remember. I drank too much last night. Ha! I understand. The students burst into laughter, assuming he was either shy or still hungover. Anyway, congratulations. It seems the French beauty won after all. Caesar ignored them and quickened his pace to leave the cellar. In the corridor, the other students he encountered looked at him with a hint of ambiguity and understanding, and whispers occasionally drifted into his ears. Are you really back together? They danced the whole thing, just the two of them in the middle. Kaiser's dancing is so captivating. So you still can't let go, hey? These comments, like fine needles, pierced his fragile nerves and meticulous plans after his hangover. He walked to the castle gate, the morning breeze on his face bringing a touch of clarity, but also a deeper sense of unease. On the lawn in the distance, house elves and some students staying on campus are helping to pack their luggage, preparing to leave the school. Just then, the Greengrass family's carriage drove up and stopped on the other side. Astoria stepped down from the carriage with her parents' help. She looked better today. She was looking in Caesar's direction, her emerald eyes filled with obvious anticipation and a hint of timid joy. Mr. Greengrass nodded in return, his eyes filled with gratitude and further expectation. Caesar took a deep breath, his face once again displaying that gentle and composed demeanor, and walked towards the Greengrass family. He still has important follow-up treatments to arrange, a relationship with the Greengrass family to solidify, and countless plans and commitments to fulfill. As for last night's blurry dance in full view of everyone, and Fleur's words, I feel sorry for you. Perhaps, like a hangover, it will eventually pass, leaving only a rumor that is hard to tell the truth of, and an unspeakable trace in each person's heart. The Hogwarts Express whistle blew in the distance, urging departure. A new chapter is about to unfold slowly amidst the fog and scheming. Chapter 150. It was 3 months after the last time the steam from the Hogwarts Express dissipated over the Black Lake. Caesar Ambrose's name appeared in the news section on the right side of the front page of the Daily Prophet. It's inconspicuous, yet enough to attract the attention of those who are interested. Caesar Ambrose, a distinguished graduate of Hogwarts, has been exceptionally admitted to the Auror office, becoming the youngest admittee in nearly 30 years. The photo is a candid shot of a profile taken at the graduation ceremony. He was speaking with a Ministry of Magic official, his head slightly bowed. His blonde hair shone with a honey-like hue in the late summer sunlight, and the corners of his mouth held his usual gentle yet aloof smile. The reasons for the exceptional admission are clearly stated in the document. Special expertise in ancient magic and curses, independently completed several highly complex studies during her time at school, and demonstrated exceptional practical skills in healing the Greengrass blood curse. Dumbledore's letter of recommendation occupies only the last paragraph, its tone calm, yet every word carries immense weight. This student possesses a sense of responsibility and judgment beyond their years, and has unique insights into darkness defense. Caesar had almost no adjustment period. He doesn't need it. The Auror training camp was located in a Scottish valley shrouded in a concealment spell, with rough stone buildings, a perpetual mist, and a whistle that sounded precisely at 5 o'clock every morning to signal assembly. For him, all of this was just another test in a different setting. He sat in the last row during theory classes, and his notes were so concise they were almost symbols. During live-fire training, the precision of his spells left the instructors speechless. In night patrol simulations, he was always the first to spot traps, calmly analyze the situation, and decisively take action. Perfect, impeccable. It was also so cold that it was hard to get close to it. His fellow trainees privately called him the marble statue, handsome, powerful, but devoid of warmth. At first, the female trainees would blush and steal glances at him, but they gave up after a few weeks. Because his gaze was always fixed on mission briefings, map coordinates, or some obscure ancient book, never lingering on any one person for even a second longer. Except for her. Hibiscus de la Cour appears on the third Monday of October. That morning, the fog was so thick it wouldn't dissipate. Caesar was standing at the edge of the training ground inspecting his newly issued viewing glasses when he suddenly heard a slight commotion coming from the doorway. He looked up. She was standing there. Her silver hair shone like a beam of moonlight gathered in the grey mist, and the Auror-style robe she wore still showed off her excessively graceful figure. She was speaking in a low voice to the training camp director. The curve of her profile was both familiar and unfamiliar. 6 months. It has been exactly 183 days since that blurry dance at the graduation ball. Caesar's fingers tightened around the endoscope for a moment, then loosened. He looked away and continued adjusting the dials on the instrument. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Fleur Delacour, on loan from the International Department of Magical Cooperation to this term. The supervisor's voice boomed. Miss Delacour has received basic Auror training in France and will participate in the second half of the joint exercise. Your cooperation is appreciated. The applause was sparse. The eyes of several male trainees lit up, but quickly dimmed again. They saw Fleur walk straight toward Caesar's group area without the slightest hesitation. Mr. Ambrosius. Fleur stopped 2 steps away from him, her voice calm. As arranged, I've been temporarily assigned to your group for acclimatization training. Please provide guidance. Caesar finally looked up at her. Her blue eyes were still clear, but there was something else in them now. A tranquil calm, like the unfathomable surface of the sea after a storm. There were no expectations, no grievances, and no heartache that had almost burned him on the night of the graduation ball. It was just calm. Welcome. Caesar nodded, his tone no different from that towards any new team member. The training schedule is on the bulletin board. The live fire exercise starts at 2 p.m., don't be late. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the armory, without looking back. Fleur stood there, watching his figure disappear into the mist. She took a soft breath, her fingers unconsciously tracing the ring finger of her left hand. It was empty except for a very faint, almost invisible ring mark. The days at the training camp passed by amidst sweat, the glow of incantations, and an endless stream of paperwork. Caesar's team quickly discovered that this seconded Frenchman was not just a figurehead. Fleur's spells were fluid and precise, her flying skills were astonishing, and what was even more remarkable was her knowledge of dark magic creatures, which far exceeded that of ordinary people. Some of her knowledge even made the instructor raise an eyebrow. The Delacour family has dealt with magical creatures for generations. After a class, when asked how to spot a harbinger bird disguised as an ordinary raven at a glance, Fleur casually explained. Some experiences can't be found in books. As she spoke, Caesar was sitting not far away, polishing his wand. He didn't look up, but his wiping motion slowed down a beat. The two were deliberately assigned to different squads to perform daily patrols and simulated missions. Occasionally, there would be some interaction, limited to nods in the briefing room, brief excuse me when passing each other on the training field, or tactical communication that had to be carried out during a joint exercise. Each time, Caesar perfectly controlled the distance. His tone was steady, his gaze focused on the task at hand, and he uttered not a single extra word. Fleur, in turn, maintained this aloofness, remaining equally professional and calm, as if they were truly strangers working together for the first time. There was only one exception. It was a rainy night in November, a simulated city tracking training exercise. Caesar's team was responsible for hunting down the suspected dark wizard, played by a veteran Auror, while Fleur's team was responsible for the outer perimeter blockade. The rain was torrential, visibility was less than 10 meters, and the communication spy camera malfunctioned due to interference. Based on subtle clues, Caesar deduced that the target was hiding in the abandoned church bell tower and stormed in alone. But they were ambushed at the corner of the stairs not by the preset suspects, but by 3 out-of-control hink punks. The training creatures were supposed to be harmless, but it's clear someone cast enhancement spells on them. In the flickering fluorescent light, Caesar could see the twisted limbs and scarlet eyes. He calmly stepped back, his wand tracing a defensive arc, his mind racing as he calculated. Hink punk is sensitive to light, but its resistance increases after being enhanced. The staircase is narrow, and casting large-scale spells could trigger a collapse. The best approach is to launch a precise counterattack, but that takes time. Just as the first hink punk pounced, a silver light slashed in from the side. It is not an attack spell. It was a soft, moonlight-like net that gently enveloped the 3 creatures. They struggled, but their movements gradually slowed, and the red light in their eyes dimmed. Caesar turned his head. Fleur stood in the shadows of the next flight of stairs, silver glints still swirling around the tip of her wand. Rain dripped from her hair, wetting her epaulets. Her breathing was a little rapid, clearly from running all the way. The node for the reinforcement spell is at the second joint on the left wing. She spoke quickly, you can temporarily detach using breath of stagnation, but it requires synchronization between 2 people. Chapter 151. Caesar didn't ask, "What are you doing here?" or "Where is your squad?" He immediately understood what she meant. It was a rare technique that combined ancient magical runes with basic spells. He had seen it in an ancient book but had never practiced it. But Hibiscus had already begun to sing. The soft French syllables flowed out amidst the rain and the monster's howls, like an ancient lullaby. Caesar caught up almost instantly, adjusting his magic output frequency to perfectly synchronize with her. The silver net contracted, and light seeped into Hink Punk's joints. A few seconds later, the 3 creatures collapsed to the ground, reverting to their harmless, translucent forms. Silence. Only the sound of rain tapping against the stained glass windows could be heard. Caesar put away his wand and looked at Fleur. She was bending over to check on Hink Punk's condition, her profile showing particular focus in the dim light. "Thank you," he said. Fleur straightened up and shook her head. "Training accident. It needs to be reported." She turned to leave. Etc. Caesar's voice made her stop in her tracks. "Who taught you that spell combination?" Fleur's back stiffened for a moment. Then she said softly, "A person who was very skilled in ancient magic, a long time ago." She didn't turn around and walk down the stairs. Caesar stood there, watching the direction she had disappeared in. Rain splashed in through the broken window pane, wetting his hair. He suddenly recalled a rainy night at Hogwarts, in the West Tower, when she burst into the study carrying freshly baked crepes, tiny raindrops clinging to her silver hair, and said with a smile, "I did it, brother Caesar." The sound of rain then was the same as it is now. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was nothing inside. The following day, the training camp reported a lapse in biological control, and the instructors involved were warned. No one knows what happened in the church on that rainy night. Just as no one knew, that night Caesar stood by his dormitory window until dawn, holding a small, teardrop-shaped sapphire ring in his hand. He found it in his tuxedo pocket after the prom and hadn't figured out what to do with it. Or rather, it's something I've never dared to think about. London in January was permeated with cold and damp air. In the Auror Command Center on the 7th basement level of the Ministry of Magic, the fireplace burned brightly, yet it couldn't dispel the stagnant heaviness in the air. Caesar sat at the end of the long table, 3 encrypted files laid out before him. The gilded coat of arms on the edges of the parchment flickered in the firelight. That was the fleur-de-lis emblem of the French Ministry of Magic, and the coat of arms of 2 ancient families, Roger and Lestrange. A third name was carefully concealed, leaving only the code name, Shadow of the Iris. "The intelligence comes from our informant in France," and its reliability is over 70%. Rufus Scringer, the Auror's chief of staff, had a deep, husky voice, like sandpaper scraping. Voldemort's forces are being rebuilt, we all know that. But this time, his hand has reached across the English Channel. Scrimgeour tapped the map with his wand. 3 red dots lit up in Brittany, northern France. These 3 families all have historical ties to black magic. The Rozier family openly supported the mystic during the First Wizarding War. Although the main branch of the Lestrange family was in England, their French relatives maintained close ties with them. As for the third, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the 6 senior Aurors at the long table before finally settling on Caesar. We cannot yet confirm the specific identities of the family code-named Shadow of the Iris. However, our informant has provided crucial information. They possess a territory in Brittany protected by ancient magic, and in the last 6 months, the number of dark wizards entering and leaving this territory has tripled. More importantly, Scringer pulled up another document. It was a complex record of magical energy fluctuations, and Caesar recognized the characteristic peaks at a glance. It closely matches the dark fluctuations left over from Voldemort's resurrection ritual. The French Ministry of Magic's attitude is ambiguous. Another Auror spoke up. They are unwilling to acknowledge that the Dark Lord may be active in their territory. The International Cooperation Department negotiated 3 times, but only obtained limited investigative powers, and even then, it had to be conducted discreetly to avoid triggering a collective backlash from the pure-blooded families. Therefore, a small elite squad is needed. Scringer picked up the conversation. The number of people should not be too large, preferably no more than 2. The following conditions must be met. Proficient in ancient magic and defense against dark magic, familiar with the workings of the French pure-blood social circle, fluent in French, and his wand was pointed at Caesar. Possessing an identity that would earn the respect of those ancient families. The title of the genius who broke the green grass blood curse has spread throughout the French pure-blood community. They respect this rare talent. Caesar listened expressionlessly. He had already guessed what was going to happen next. You are the first choice. Scringer was blunt. We need you to enter Brittany under the guise of academic exchange or invitation for private medical treatment. Find out the extent of these 3 families' collusion with Voldemort, and if possible, obtain their specific methods of contact and their next steps. One of me is enough. Caesar said, although acting alone is too risky and does not meet the French Ministry of Magic's minimum requirement of at least 2 people. I also believe you are capable enough on your own. Scrimgeour nodded, but it's no use for me to believe alone. There was a knock on the conference room door. The one who entered was the Deputy Director of the International Department of Magical Cooperation, a witch with a friendly smile but eyes as sharp as an eagle's. A person was following behind her. Hibiscus de la Cour. Today she was wearing a dark grey executive robe, her silver hair was tied up in a simple bun at the back of her head, and she was holding a sealed file folder in her hand. Her gaze calmly swept across the conference room, lingering on Caesar's face for half a second before moving away. The Deputy Director said, I apologize for bothering you, Rufus. But I think we've found a solution to your problem. She gestured for Hibiscus to come forward. Furong opened the file folder and took out several documents. The Delacour family. She began her statement, her voice clear and calm. One of the great noble families of France, with a history dating back to the Middle Ages. Their main sphere of influence was in Brittany, where they owned many ancient estates and properties. The family has a long tradition of marriage alliances or ties with the Rozier and Lestrange branches of the family, especially. She pulled out a family tree and pointed her finger at a branch. A close alliance has existed with the family code-named Shadow of the Iris for 2 centuries. In fact, the current head of the Delacour family, who is also my uncle, is the godfather of the eldest son of the current head of the Iris Shadow family. The conference room was silent. Scrimgeour's eyes lit up, you mean? Chapter 152. What I mean is. Fleur replied, her tone completely flat. If Caesar Ambrose needs a perfect cover identity to enter the Brittany pureblood social circle, nothing is more suitable than being accompanied by a member of the Delacour family. She raised her eyes and finally looked at Caesar again. The specific suggestions are: we disguised ourselves as a newlywed couple and returned to France under the pretext of inheriting and managing part of the Delacour family's property in Brittany. I will act as a returned daughter and be responsible for social introductions, while Caesar will operate as a young scholar and healer skilled in ancient magic. This combination can both explain your sudden appearance and provide a plausible excuse for your frequent contact with other families. Newlyweds. Caesar repeated the word, his voice devoid of emotion. Fleur replied, the most efficient solution. Pureblood families value family ties, and the unity of husband and wife is more natural than any other relationship. Moreover. She paused, her voice softening slightly, we have experience with disguises, back in Hogwarts. We're not complete strangers. Scringer exchanged a glance with the deputy director. Miss Delacour volunteered to participate in this operation. The deputy director added. She volunteered. The International Department of Magical Cooperation considered it appropriate for her to participate in the operation as the French Ministry of Magic's invisible overseer. This would satisfy the French requirement for participation of French personnel while also providing us with much-needed local resources. And your opinion, Caesar? Scrimgeour asked. All eyes were on him. Caesar looked at Hibiscus. She stood ramrod straight, her face calm, but the tension in her fingers gripping the edge of the file folder betrayed a hint of unease. She was waiting for his answer. Or rather, she was waiting for him to push her away again. He should refuse. There are too many reasons: mission risks, personal emotional interference, unresolved past entanglements, and the chaos he has never been able to confront. But reason is also calculating. Fleur's solution is indeed the optimal one. Her status as a member of the Delacour family was irreplaceable, and her understanding of the French pureblood circle far surpassed that of any British auror. Moreover, her initiative to participate means that she has adjusted herself and is capable of completing the task professionally. You should refuse emotionally. Logically, we should accept it. But, is it really rational? Caesar remained silent for a long time. So long that Scrimgeour began to frown, so long that Fleur's knuckles turned slightly white. Then, he heard his own voice say. The plan is feasible. But I need a complete background setting, a social network graph, and all alternative emergency evacuation plans. Hibiscus let out a soft sigh of relief, but Caesar heard it. It's all in the files. She said, in addition, I have already prepared our home in Brittany. An old manor owned by the Delacour family, located in the center of the territories of the three target families. The steward and a few servants are longtime family members and can be trusted. Scrimgeour finally made the decision, then, the operation will be codenamed Iris Spy. Caesar Ambrose was in charge of the operation, with Fleur Delacour as his deputy and local liaison officer. 2 weeks of preparation time, departing in early February. Any questions? No one spoke. After the meeting ended, everyone left one after another. Caesar called out to Fleur in the corridor. Why? He asked, his voice low. Hibiscus turned around. Outside the corridor window, London was shrouded in drizzle, the light dim, casting her face in shadow. Because this is the right choice. She said, you need to get into the French pureblood circle, and my connections can help you do that. That's all. This is not the answer. Hibiscus looked at him quietly, a complex emotion swirling in her blue eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. Then let me give a different answer, because I want to prove that I'm no longer the girl who needs your protection or who will hinder your plans. She paused. And, Caesar, this mission concerns Voldemort. It concerns the lives of countless people. Personal feelings shouldn't be placed on such an important scale, right? That's what you taught me. She turned and left, her steps unhurried. Caesar stood there, watching her disappear around the corner of the corridor. Rainwater trickled down the windowpane like silent tear tracks. He suddenly remembered what Dumbledore had once told him. Some paths, the more you try to avoid them, the more fate will lay them out beneath your feet. Perhaps it's not because fate is cruel, but because there are things you have to learn to face along the way. He didn't understand at the time. Now, he seems to be starting to understand. February in Brittany is quite different from February in London. Even in winter, the sun still shines generously on this land covered with olive trees, lavender fields, and ancient vineyards. The air was filled with the scent of dry earth, the lingering aroma of rosemary, and a kind of timeless, languid warmth. The Delacour family's estate sits on the seashore, overlooking fields that stretch to the horizon. The building is typical of the Breton style, honey-colored stone facade, terracotta roof, and arched doors and windows framed by dark green shutters. Tall cypress trees stand in the courtyard, and the neatly trimmed rose bushes, though not yet in bloom, have strong branches that foreshadow a grand arrival of spring. The carriage stopped in the middle of the cobblestone courtyard. Caesar got out of the carriage first, turned around, and stretched his hand into the carriage, a gesture befitting a newlywed husband. Fleur gently placed her hand on his palm. Her fingers were icy cold, the touch both familiar and strange. The two walked side by side toward the gate of the mansion. The old butler, Jacques, was already waiting at the steps with two servants. He was an elderly man with silver hair, a straight back, wearing a crisply ironed black uniform, and deep wrinkles on his face, but bright and sharp eyes. "Welcome home, Miss Hibiscus." Jacques bowed deeply, his voice filled with undisguised emotion. "And Mr. Ambrose? The room is ready, as you requested." "Thank you, Jacques." Fleur smiled, but there was a hint of weariness in her smile. "These years have been tough on you. It is my honor to protect this mansion." Jacques straightened up, his gaze lingering for a moment as it swept over Caesar, a scrutinizing look that quickly replaced by polite respect. "Lunch will be served in the Sunshine Hall an hour later. Would you like me to give you both a tour?" "No need, I know this place well." Fleur said, "You go ahead and get busy." The butler nodded and withdrew. The servants quietly dispersed, leaving only the two of them standing in the empty hallway. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting diamond-shaped patches of light on the mosaic marble floor. A faint, musty smell of wood and sea breeze wafted in the air. "Your room is in the master bedroom in the east wing, which includes a separate study and a terrace." Chapter 153. Fleur spoke, her voice exceptionally clear in the silence. "I'm in the west wing, separated by the entire central courtyard. Our daily routines don't overlap much, unless it's a necessary occasion requiring us to appear together." She took a roll of parchment from her sleeve and handed it to Caesar. "This is the social arrangement for the first week. Tomorrow afternoon, the Rozier family will be hosting a small tea party. Ostensibly, it was a welcome back to the Delacour family heir, but in reality, it was an opportunity to make contact with the first target." Caesar took the parchment and unfolded it. The schedule was packed: tea parties, dinners, private visits, and even a hunting party. Each activity is accompanied by a label indicating the participating families, key figures, and potential topics for discussion. And the notes written by Fleur in her neat handwriting. Professional and thorough. It was as cold as a battle plan. Fleur added, "Also, within the residence, please maintain interactions that are appropriately intimate but not excessive. Any unnaturalness will be noticed and may then spread to the outside world." "Understood, Miss Delacour." Caesar put away the parchment. "Any other requests?" Fleur looked at him and remained silent for a few seconds. "Only a little," she said softly. "Here, please call me Hibiscus." No need for miss, and no need to be distant. In Brittany, husbands and wives don't use such formal terms. Good. Then, see you at lunch. She turned and walked toward the west wing archway, her skirt brushing the ground without making a sound. Caesar stood there, watching her disappear. For the first few days, everything went according to plan. Caesar spent most of his time in his study in the East Wing, studying the encrypted archives he had brought from England. Analyzing the fragments of intelligence provided by the informant, they attempted to deduce a possible dark magic contract using ancient runes. He worked very late, often until the early hours of the morning, with the light in his study still on. Fu Rong, on the other hand, is active in social circles. Every morning she would handle paperwork related to the family business, which was actually intelligence gathering. In the afternoon she would go out to visit people or receive guests, and sometimes she would attend dinner parties in the evening. She was impeccable, elegant, intelligent, and well-versed in the connections and secrets of the Brittany pure-blood circle. In conversation, he maintained the Delacour of the Delacour family while subtly revealing sweet details of their newlywed life. Mr. Ambrosius is currently researching a complex ancient magical subject, and he's been so engrossed in it lately that he's neglecting his meals and sleep. She would explain to the curious ladies like this, her smile carrying a hint of helplessness and pride. But he said that once this phase is over, he'll take me on a proper tour of Brittany. A perfect character design. But inside the mansion, the air between the two was almost frozen. They only met at breakfast and lunch, sitting at opposite ends of a long table, and their conversations were limited to mission progress or the exchange of social intelligence. Caesar always answered with the most concise language, his gaze rarely leaving his plate or documents. Fu Rong maintained a polite calm and never brought up any personal topics. On one occasion, during lunch, the butler, Jacques, tentatively inquired about how the two of you met in England. Caesar had only visited France once before, 8 years ago, and stayed for only a few days before being hunted by Death Eaters. Jacques, the steward of the Brittany estate, was unaware of Caesar's situation. Fu Rong fluently presented the fabricated version. A chance encounter at an academic conference, a shared interest in ancient magic, and a slowly developing relationship. Caesar listened in silence, occasionally nodding in agreement. After the housekeeper left, Hibiscus whispered, "Next time a similar question arises, I hope you can participate in the narrative. Memories between spouses shouldn't be remembered by only one person." "I'm sorry," Caesar said, "I'll be careful." The conversation has ended. This rigid balance was broken on the fourth night. That night, Caesar was analyzing a set of unusually complex magical fluctuation data, which came from a detection runestone secretly installed by an informant on the edge of the Rozier family's territory. The data presented an extremely bizarre pattern, seemingly related to some long-lost summoning technique, but the key points remained unsolved. He was so engrossed in his calculations that he lost track of time. The quill pen drew dense ancient runes and equations on the parchment, the candle burned out and was replaced. Outside the window, the darkness gradually turned into deep blue. Then, without warning, sleepiness overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. When Caesar regained consciousness, he found himself slumped over his desk. Morning light was already filtering through the gaps in the curtains, and the air was filled with the aroma of lavender essential oil and warm milk. He looked up. She was draped in a soft, light grey wool blanket, the edges of which were embroidered with the delicate coat of arms of the Delacour family. On one corner of the desk sat a silver tray with a glass of milk still steaming slightly, and a note was pressed down beside it. The handwriting is neat and fluent. "Don't stay up too late. F." There was no signature, only one letter. Caesar stared blankly at the glass of milk. The rising steam created tiny vortices in the morning light. He reached out and touched the cup with his fingertips. The temperature was just right, warm but not scalding. Memories surged back without warning. Hogwarts, the West Tower, countless similar nights. He was engrossed in potion recipes or ancient runes when Fleur would quietly push open the door, place a glass of hot milk down, and whisper, "Brother Caesar, it's time to rest." Sometimes he was too engrossed to respond, so she would push the cup toward him, then sit in the armchair by the fireplace and read a book. By the time he finally put down his pen, the milk was still warm. He once asked her, "How do you know when it's time to send it?" Hibiscus was curled up in her chair reading a thick encyclopedia of magical creatures when she heard this. She looked up, her blue eyes sparkling in the firelight. "I'm listening. When your writing rhythm changes, becoming faster and heavier, it means you're encountering a problem. When the pace slows down and becomes intermittent, it means they're tired but still pushing themselves. That's when it's time to deliver the milk." She actually remembered such a small detail. Caesar picked up his glass and took a sip. The warmth of the milk slid down his throat and into his stomach, dispelling the chill after staying up all night. He turned his head and looked out the window. In the west wing opposite the courtyard, the curtains in Hibiscus's room were still drawn. Fleur should still be asleep. She attended a dinner party hosted by a branch of the Lestrange family last night and didn't get back until almost midnight. But she noticed the light in the study, realized she hadn't gone back to her bedroom, and even realized she might need a glass of hot milk. Just like before. Caesar put down his cup, his fingers unconsciously tracing the delicate embroidery along the edge of the blanket. The wool was soft and thick, with a fluffy feel from being sun-dried. It was clearly taken from her own room. What should he do? Say thank you? But thank you is too light, and too heavy. Pretend nothing happened? But the milk is still warm, the blanket is still draped over me, and those forcibly sealed memories are stirring. In the end, Caesar simply folded the blanket carefully and placed it on the armchair. He finished his milk, put the empty cup back on the tray, and tucked the note into the ancient book he was reading. Chapter 154. On the morning of the seventh day, the investigation reached a stalemate. Caesar had been sitting in the East Wing study for 3 hours. On the parchment spread out before him, ancient magical runes formed dense mathematical equations, yet they abruptly stopped at the crucial point. Regardless of the deductive model used, the unusual magical fluctuations detected within the Rozier family's territory could not be completely matched with any known black magic rituals. It's like some kind of entirely new, or deliberately altered, variant of the core incantation. He pinched the bridge of his nose, his vision slightly blurred from prolonged concentration. As dawn broke outside the window, the golden-pink sunrise characteristic of Brittany bathed the outlines of the roses and birdsong, and the faint sound of sweeping began to drift from the estate. Caesar stood up, deciding to temporarily leave behind these suffocating equations. He needs a little air, something to reboot his brain. As he walked through the quiet central courtyard, he caught a familiar scent, a slightly sweet, warm aroma with a hint of buttery caramel. The kitchen was on the ground floor of the stone annex in the backyard. Caesar pushed open the heavy oak door, and warmth and fragrance wafted out. Fleur stood with her back to the door in front of the large stone stove. She wore a simple linen dress, her silver hair loosely tied back, with a few stray strands falling beside her neck. The morning light slanted in through the high window, casting a soft, contoured glow over her entire body. She was intently fiddling with a frying pan. The bottom of the pan is evenly coated with butter. A thin layer of batter gradually solidifies under the heat, with the edges curling slightly and turning an enticing golden color. Then, she flicked her wrist slightly. The movements were as fluid as some kind of dance. The pan was tilted slightly, and the wrist was lifted gently upwards. The paper-thin crepe flipped perfectly in the air, its golden side facing up, before landing steadily back in the center of the pan. A soft sizzling sound filled the air, and the aroma grew even stronger. Caesar stood in the doorway, momentarily forgetting to move. He had seen Fleur make crepes in the West Tower of Hogwarts. At that time, she was still a clumsy beginner. Her batter was either too thick or too thin, and she would break or fall to the ground 8 out of 10 times when flipping the pancakes. Each time she failed, she would wrinkle her nose in frustration, then stubbornly pour the batter back in. Later, she actually learned it. Caesar remembered that evening when she excitedly ran into the study carrying a frying pan, her eyes shining like they were filled with stars. "Look!" She proudly presented the plate of crepes to the small table, a smug smile spreading across her face. "I successfully flipped a crepe with one hand." Caesar glanced at it briefly, then sat down at the table. "Flipping a crepe with one hand? Are you really that excited? I can do it easily with magic." He didn't even notice that she had already skillfully brewed a pot of black tea, the deep amber-colored tea liquor poured into a porcelain cup, and wisps of steam rose up. "Brother Caesar, I'll tell you after we graduate. Want to give it a try?" Hibiscus's voice pulled Caesar back from his memories. She had turned around at some point, holding another frying pan in her hand, and was looking at him. In the morning light, her face was calm, but there was a very faint, almost probing look in her blue eyes. Caesar walked over silently and took the pot. The handle of the pot still retained her warmth. He doesn't seem to have successfully flipped a crepe with one hand without using magic. Fleur poured a spoonful of batter into the pot and quickly spread it out with a special T-shaped wooden rake. "When the edges start to curl up and bubbles appear, hold your wrist like this." She demonstrated the movement. "You don't need to use too much force, it's about using a clever technique." Caesar stared at the flatbread in the pot. The edges did indeed begin to curl, and tiny air bubbles spread outward from the center. He took a breath and flicked his wrist. The dough broke halfway through flipping. Half of it was stuck to the side of the pot, while the other half drooped limply. Silence. Then Fleur smiled softly. It wasn't mockery, nor was it smugness. The laughter was soft, as if it drifted from a warm corner deep in memory. "Let me do it." She took the pot from Caesar's hands, her movements as natural as if she had done it 1,000 times before. Caesar stepped back half a step, watching her skillfully clean up the mess and pour the batter back in. Her profile appeared soft in the morning light, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows on her cheeks. As she turned her wrist, the sleeve slipped down a bit, revealing her slender but well-defined forearm. "You're much more skilled than before, very impressive," Caesar heard himself say. Fleur paused for a moment. She responded with a sound, without looking up. "During my 6 months in France, I made crepes often." Making crepes is a skill every French girl must master, like swordsmanship. The crepe flipped in the air again and landed perfectly. She used a wooden spatula to scoop it into a porcelain plate, sprinkled it with fine sugar, folded it in half, and then folded it in half again, turning it into a small triangle. "Give." She handed me the plate. "Try it." This time we used Brittany's specialty lavender honey, not ordinary sugar. Caesar accepted it. The crepes were warm, with crispy edges and a soft center. Taking a bite, there is indeed a faint hint of lavender in the sweetness, similar to yet different from the taste in my memory. "It's delicious," he said. Fleur turned around and started on the next task. Her back was straight, but the lines of her shoulders were more relaxed than before. "Miss Fleur's cooking skills are getting better and better." An old voice came from the doorway. Jacques stood there, seemingly having been there for an unknown amount of time. The old man wore a gentle smile, his gaze lingering for a moment on the plate in Caesar's hand. "Mr. Ambrose may not know." Jacques walked slowly into the kitchen, his voice carrying the drawn-out quality characteristic of an elderly person telling a story. "In Brittany, there is an ancient legend. If a girl can flip a perfect crepe with one hand for her beloved, and the crepe can be flipped 3 times in the air without breaking, then the gods will bless this marriage, allowing the two to grow old together." He walked to the stove and watched as Fleur made the next pancake. Miss Fleur first learned to make crepes in this kitchen when she was 6 years old. At that time, she wasn't even as tall as the stove, so she had to stand on a stool. She failed more than 30 times, her face covered in flour, but she just wouldn't give up. Jacques' eyes softened. She said she had to learn, because she wanted to do it for the people she loved in the future. Fleuron's wrist paused in midair for half a second. Then she continued flipping the pancake. 1 time. 2 times. 3rd down. Caesar's heart skipped a beat, then another, then another. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the pancake flipped 3 times in the air before landing steadily back in the pan, perfectly intact. Jacques smiled. "Look, Mr. Ambrose." The old man turned to Caesar, his eyes revealing an all-knowing wisdom. "Wishing you a happy and fulfilling future." After saying that, he bowed slightly, turned and left the kitchen. Silence remained. The only sounds were the soft sizzling of the pan and the increasingly bright morning light outside the window. Caesar looked at the half-eaten crepe in his hand. The sweetness of lavender honey still lingered on his tongue, mixed with the aroma of butter and the warmth of the flour. He suddenly remembered the night of the graduation ball. Hibiscus's blue eyes, brimming with tears, and that sentence. "Brother Caesar, do you love me?" "I recall a long time ago, in the West Tower." She carefully spread a spoonful of golden mango sauce on the freshly made crepe, then sprinkled it with a handful of toasted hazelnut pieces. "I remember sitting on the Slytherin bench not long after I started school. The woman, haunted by a curse, once said, 'I brought you some homemade crepes. You're always in a rush in the mornings, not eating isn't good for your stomach.'" What did he say in response? It sounded like a vague hum, or perhaps no answer at all. Chapter 155. Caesar. Fleuron's voice pulled him back to reality. She had already made a new crepe and was looking at him with a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Are you all right?" she asked. Caesar put down the plate. He began, but didn't know what to say. Ultimately, he simply said, "The data analysis has hit a bottleneck. I need to change my approach." Fleuron nodded and didn't ask any further questions. She turned off the stove, took the last crepe out, and placed it on another plate. She said softly, "Do you need my help? I probably know more about the ancient magical traditions in France than you might think." Caesar looked at her. The morning light had completely enveloped the kitchen, and her silver hair seemed to be coated with a flowing light. Fine white flour still clung to her sleeves, and the hem of her skirt was slightly wrinkled from standing in front of the stove. She was no longer the girl at Hogwarts who needed his protection. She is the heir to the Delacour family, capable of making a perfect crepe with one hand, wielding a sword with elegance, and navigating the complex social circles of purebloods with ease. She was also someone who, even after he said such cruel things, would still cover him with a blanket on rainy nights and make him a crepe in the early morning. The Rozier family's dinner was held on Friday night. The event was not held at their main house in Brittany, but at an older, more secluded estate nestled deep in a lavender field. It is said that the place was once a secret stronghold of a branch of the Knights Templar in the 12th century, and the underground still retains a complex labyrinth and ritual site. "Be careful tonight." Inside the carriage, Hibiscus whispered. The current head of the Rozier family, Olivier Rozier, is a typical French pure-blood conservative. He appears elegant, but is actually extremely suspicious, especially of the British. Your status as a British genius therapist is both a stepping stone and a potential source of suspicion. Caesar adjusted his cuffs. He was wearing a dark green formal robe tonight, with silver ancient magical runes embroidered along the edges. This was Fleuron's suggestion. It reflects both academic background and the heritage of an ancient family. Intelligence indicates that Olivier has been frequently traveling between the French and Albanian forests over the past 3 months. Caesar said, "The chances of contact with Voldemort's remnants are over 80%. If the opportunity arises tonight, I need access to his study or private meeting room." Fleuron nodded. Her outfit tonight was exceptionally elaborate. She wore a long, silver-grey dress adorned with pearls. The pleated design of the skirt made each step feel like walking on water. Her silver hair was styled into an intricate bun, revealing her slender neck, with only a few stray strands deliberately hanging down beside her ears, shimmering in the candlelight. Stunningly beautiful. It is also so fragile that you want to protect it. Caesar looked away and gazed out the window. The carriage was entering the manor gate, flanked by rows of ancient cypress trees, their branches twisted like solidified black flames. There's one more thing. Fleur's voice softened further. The Rozier family retains some ancient social traditions. There might be a talent show after the dinner, especially for new or special guests. If that happens, leave it to me to handle. Caesar looked at her. What kind of talent? Fleur pursed her lips. Swordsmanship. She said, some extremely conservative pure-blood families in France consider wand duels to be a vulgar modern trick. True nobility should master more ancient skills such as ceremonial swordsmanship. They believed it symbolized elegant power. Caesar frowned. I haven't learned that. I know, Fleur said, so if it happens, I'll be there. You? I studied in France for the past 6 months. Fleur interrupted him, her tone calm. The Delacour family has a similar tradition. Our ancestors were royal fencing instructors. As the family heir, I must master it. She paused, then added, and tonight is an opportunity. If I can outshine the Rozier family in swordsmanship, they'll respect us more in the pure-blood world. Strength is always the best passport. The carriage stopped. The servants opened the heavy carriage door, letting in the clamor of the banquet and the glow of candlelight. Caesar got out of the car first, turned around, and extended his hand to Fleur. This time, his movements were more natural than ever before. Fleur placed her hand on top of hers, her fingertips were still slightly cool. The two walked side by side up the steps covered with a deep red carpet. Caesar could feel countless gazes coming from all directions, curious, scrutinizing, calculating, and envious. He tilted his head slightly and whispered to Fleur, "Be careful." Fleur looked up at him, her blue eyes reflecting tiny golden specks in the candlelight. "You too," she said. The dinner went much as expected. Olivier Rozier is a wizard around 50 years old. His silver-grey hair was meticulously combed, and his face was handsome, but his eyes were as sharp as a poisoned blade. He gave a speech in French to welcome the daughter of the Delacour family and her English husband who have come from afar, his words elegant, yet barbed. Even we people far away in France have heard of Mr. Ambrosius's feat of resolving the green grass blood curse. Olivier raised his glass, a smile playing on his lips. What amazing talent! But I've always wondered, can such a curse truly be cured? Or is it just temporarily suppressed? The entire room fell silent. Caesar calmly raised his glass in return. The essence of a curse is a twisted contract. His French was fluent, with just the right amount of academic cadence. The key to de-escalation lies not in erasing, but in reconstructing. Like restoring a damaged ancient painting, it requires understanding the artist's intention in every stroke and every layer of paint. Olivier raised his eyebrows by 0.5 millimeter. An interesting metaphor. He said, so, does Mr. Ambrose believe that all the distortions in the world can be reconstructed? Caesar looked directly into his eyes. Given sufficient understanding and a reasonable price. The two stared at each other for 3 seconds. Then Olivier smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. To those who understand and to bear the consequences. He drank the wine in his glass. The dinner proceeded with a subtle tension. Fleur was tasked with navigating the conversation among the ladies, skillfully steering the topic toward the Rozier family's recent business moves and overseas connections. Caesar then spoke with several family members interested in ancient magic, trying to piece together Oliver's travel patterns from the fragments of conversation. But the real test came after the dessert was removed. Sure enough, when the musicians began to play a slow court dance. Oliver's eldest son, a young wizard in his early 20s with an arrogant look in his eyes, stood up. "Father, distinguished guests," he said in a loud voice, "according to family tradition, the entertainment after the dinner should be provided by the younger generation to entertain the elders. I suggest we play some more traditional style games tonight." Chapter 156. He turned and stared directly at Caesar. "I've long heard that Mr. Ambrosius is hailed as a genius duelist in Britain. Would you have the honor of demonstrating your true ancient skills?" The waiter promptly brought over a tray. 2 slender swords lay side by side on a red velvet lining. The sword is long and slender, gleaming with a cold silver light, and its hilt is engraved with intricate iris patterns. All eyes were on them. Caesar's expression remained unchanged, but his mind was racing. Refusing would seem cowardly and wouldn't fit the persona of a British genius. He accepted that he had never learned French swordsmanship, and if he showed any weakness, the consequences would be even worse. Just as he was about to speak, Fleur stood up. Her movements were graceful, her skirt billowing like flowing water. "I'm sorry, Edgar." Fleur's voice was clear and gentle, yet carried an undeniable weight. "My husband recently suffered a flare-up of an old hand injury and is currently recovering. He is not suitable to wield a sword. If you do not mind." She walked to the tray and gently picked up a rapier. With a flick of his wrist, the sword traced a gleaming silver arc in the candlelight. "Let me do it for you." The entire audience erupted in uproar. Edgar Roger's face instantly darkened. "Miss Delacour, this is between men. In the tradition of our Delacour family." Fleur interrupted him, her tone still gentle, but her eyes sharpened. "Swordsmanship knows no gender, only skill level. Or is it that the heir of the Roger family is afraid to spar with a woman? The tactic of provocation is simple and effective." Edgar's face turned red. He grabbed another sword, almost gritting his teeth as he said, "Then please." Olivier sat in the main seat and did not stop them. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, his eyes unfathomable. The group moved to the courtyard. It was a rose garden enclosed by ancient stone walls. Although it was winter, magic maintained the garden in a perpetual state of semi-spring. Deep red, light pink, and pure white roses bloom under the moonlight, their fragrance so rich it almost solidifies. Torches stood on both sides of the stone path, their flames flickering in the night wind, lengthening and shortening the shadows of people. Hibiscus and Edgar stood in the circular open space in the center of the garden. She took off her cumbersome shawl, leaving her in only a long dress. His silver hair flowed like mercury in the moonlight, and the slender sword in his hand pointed diagonally at the ground. His posture was as relaxed as if he were merely holding a quill pen. Edgar adopted a standard starting stance, the tip of his sword pointing directly at Hibiscus's throat. The movement was standard but stiff. "Begin." Oliver's voice came from the spectator stands. Edgar launched the first attack. A standard thrust, swift and fast, the tip of his sword whistling as it tore through the air. Fleur did not take the hit head-on. She turned to the side, her steps light and gliding, like a feather blown by the wind. The blade almost grazed her waist, missing her by a hair's breadth. Then she flipped her wrist. It wasn't an attack, but rather a gentle tap of the blade against the spine of Edgar's sword. With a soft ding, Edgar's attack was deflected, and he staggered half a step. Fleur did not pursue, but retreated, resuming her relaxed posture. Edgar's face darkened further. He let out a low growl and pounced again, this time with a series of attacks, thrust, slash, and parry, the sword light weaving into a net. Hibiscus continued to dodge. But she was no longer passively dodging. Her steps began to have a peculiar rhythm. It's not any of the footwork from a swordsmanship textbook, it's more like a dance. Yes, dance. Caesar stood at the edge of the stands, his eyes fixed intently. Under the moonlight, Fleu's figure weaved, twirled, and shifted amidst the flashing swords. Her silver hair flew with her movements, her skirt billowing and then gathering. Every dodge she made was perfectly timed, and every parry she delivered was as light as casually brushing aside a flower petal. The rapier seemed to come alive in her hand. It was not a tool for killing, but an extended limb, a language of expression. Edgar's attack became increasingly urgent and chaotic. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his breathing was heavy. Fleur, however, didn't even lose her breath. Finally, just as Edgar's all-out slash missed and his center of gravity shifted forward, Fleur moved. It wasn't a counterattack, but a graceful spin. She moved around to Edgar's side and flicked her sword. Clang! Edgar's sword flew from his hand, twirled a few times in the air, and embedded itself in the rose bushes in the distance. Silence. The only sounds were the crackling of the burning torches and the soft rustling of the night wind through the rose bushes. Fleur sheathed her sword, took half a step back, and nodded slightly. "Thank you for your consideration." Edgar stood there, his face turning from red to white, then from white to green. He stared at his empty hands, then looked at Fleur, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a single word. "Wonderful!" Applause erupted. Olivier stood up from his seat and walked onto the field while clapping. His gaze fell on Fleur, filled with undisguised admiration and a deeper calculation. "Miss Delacour's swordsmanship reminds me of your great-grandmother, Lady Isabella," he said. "When she was young, she once used a rapier to humiliate 3 men who had challenged her at a banquet. It seems this talent truly flows in your blood." Fleur bowed slightly. "You flatter me." Olivier turned to Caesar, his smile enigmatic. "Mr. Ambrosius, you have a wonderful wife," he said. "It is your good fortune to marry the rose of the Delacour family." Caesar stepped forward and stood beside Fleur. "Yes," he said calmly, but he took Fleur's hand. "I've always known." Fleur's fingers trembled slightly in his palm. Very slight. But Caesar sensed it. On the carriage ride back, the two remained silent for a long time. The rumble of wheels rolling over the stone pavement, the clatter of horses' hooves, and the mournful sound of the night wind whistling through the cracks in the carriage window. These sounds filled the carriage, yet they made the silence seem even more profound. Fleur leaned against the window, her face turned to the rapidly receding night outside. She looked tired, but her back remained straight. That sword dance just now not only consumed physical strength, but also mental energy to maintain a perfect facade in front of everyone. Caesar looked at her. Moonlight streamed through the car window, casting dappled shadows on her face. Her eyes were closed, her eyelashes casting fan-shaped shadows beneath them, and her lips were slightly pursed as she strained. He remembered the moment she spun around and deflected Edgar's sword. Her skirt billowed like a midnight flower, her silver hair traced trails of light in the air, and the moonlight reflected from the sword tip wove a thin silver halo around her. For a fleeting moment, she was unrealistically beautiful. Like a French rose blooming alone under the moonlight, it has thorns, pride, and a loneliness that no one can understand. The carriage continued its journey, disappearing into the thick, impenetrable night. In the distance, the lights of the Delacour estate flickered like beams, casting a small, warm glow in the darkness, awaiting the return of those who had come home. Fleur leaned against the window and gradually fell asleep. Her head rested gently on Caesar's shoulder as they jostled, her silver hair brushing against his neck, bringing a cool touch and a familiar, delicate fragrance. Caesar did not move. He remained in that position until the carriage stopped in front of the manor gate. When Yakler opened the car door and saw the two people cuddling inside, a knowing, gentle smile appeared on his face. When Fleur woke up and found herself leaning against him, she hurriedly sat up, her ears turning red, and whispered, "I'm sorry." They walked side by side into the mansion, said goodbye at the top of the stairs, and went their separate ways to the east and west wings. Caesar didn't return to his study until he closed the door and stood with his back against it for a long time. Moonlight streamed in through the terrace door, spreading a silvery white light across the floor. He raised his hand and looked at his palm. The touch of her fingers seemed to linger there, along with the slight coolness, the real warmth, of her leaning on his shoulder. Caesar closed his eyes. The image of her twirling with her sword in the rose garden flashed through my mind again. Outside the window, the night wind of Brittany blows through the rose bushes, carrying the distant, delicate sound of petals falling to the ground. Like a sigh. It also sounded like something beginning to melt. Chapter 157. The Lestrange family's old manor house in Brittany possesses an eerie beauty on a full moon night. The building itself is in the style of the 17th century, but the erosion of time and deliberate neglect have covered the exquisite carvings and arcades with a thick layer of dust. Vines, like black veins, climbed all over the stone wall, casting distorted shadows in the moonlight. Deep within the manor, the banquet hall was brightly lit, and through the broken stained glass windows, one could vaguely see shadowy figures. Caesar and Fleur lay in the shadow of the clock tower on the west side of the manor, overlooking the entire courtyard and the side windows of the banquet hall. 23 people. Caesar whispered through the telescope. 7 members of the Rozier family, 9 from the Lestrange collateral branches, and 7 more, faces unseen, black robes, masks. The shadow iris. Hibiscus's voice was soft. They never show their true faces, not even to their allies. Through the telescope's lens, the scene inside the banquet hall became clear. Silverware and crystal glasses were laid out on the long table, but no one was eating. Everyone stood facing the high platform at the far end of the hall. The platform was empty, except for a heavy black wooden chair. The atmosphere was as heavy as solidified wax. "He's waiting," Caesar said. "What are you waiting for? Wait until everyone is present, until the moon is high in the sky, until the time is right to surrender." As soon as he finished speaking, the candle light in the banquet hall flickered simultaneously. It's not the wind. It is the arrival of something intangible. The air suddenly turned cold, and even Caesar and Fleur on the clock tower could feel the chill. A chill that seeped into the bone, carrying a cloying, putrid stench. The withered grass in the courtyard was covered with frost, and the moonlight seemed to have dimmed. Then, he appeared. There was no sound, no light, and no distortion of space. It was as if he had always been sitting in that dark wooden chair, only now being allowed to be seen. Voldemort. His scarlet eyes, like 2 drops of congealed blood in the candlelight, swept across the room, causing even the most arrogant French pure-blood nobles to lower their heads. "Welcome," Voldemort said, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching the ears of the 2 people in the clock tower. "It's a sound amplification spell. I am delighted to see so many old friends and new friends after crossing the strait." Olivier Rozier stepped forward and bowed. "Master, it is our honor to serve you." "Honor." Voldemort repeated the word, a cold smile curving his lips. "What beautiful words! But glory needs to be backed by strength, doesn't it?" He slowly rose and walked down from the platform. The black robe dragged across the ground without making a sound. "Eastern Europe is now in my hands. The British Ministry of Magic is barely clinging to life, Dumbledore is trapped in a lonely city, and those mudbloods and traitors are being purged." His voice was calm, yet every word felt like a cold, sharp blade. "Now, I look to Western Europe. And France has always been a beautiful yet arrogant place." He stopped in front of a member of the Lestrange family. The man had his head down, his body stiff. "You," Voldemort said, "tell me, why should the pure-blooded French submit to a Dark Lord from England?" Silence. Cold sweat trickled down the man's forehead. "Because." His voice trembled, "because you represent the true future of pure-blooded warriors, because only you can restore the wizards to their rightful place, because of fear." Voldemort interrupted him, a glint of pleasure flashing in his crimson eyes. This is the honest answer. Not because of ideals, not because of glory, but because you have seen the consequences of disobedience. He raised his pale finger and gently touched the man's shoulder. There were no incantations, no light. But the man's shoulders began to shrivel and dry up, his skin turning a dull, leathery grey, as if all moisture and life had been drained away. His mouth was open, but no sound came out, only his eyes were filled with silent screams. 3 seconds later, he turned into a dried-up corpse, lying stiffly on the ground. Dead silence. Even the sound of breathing disappeared. Voldemort turned and walked to the long table. He picked up a crystal glass and examined the deep red liquid inside. Fear is the strongest chain, he said softly, but the chains need to be tightened regularly, otherwise they'll rust. He handed the cup to Olivier. Drink. Oliver's hands trembled, but he took the glass and drank it all in one gulp. The liquid spilled from the corner of his mouth, like blood. Very good. Voldemort smiled. Now, let's get down to business. I need 3 things. First, the loyalty of at least 5 key positions within the French Ministry of Magic. Second, a secret passage to Germany and Italy. Third. His gaze swept across the entire room. A grand enough sacrifice proclaimed to all of Europe that the old era had ended. Sacrifice. A member of the Shadow Iris family spoke, their voice distorted by magic, making it difficult to discern gender. What do you mean? A champion of Hogwarts, the hope of the Ministry of Magic, and Dumbledore's beloved student. Voldemort turned around, his crimson eyes fixed on the direction of the clock tower. Caesar Ambrose. I know he's here. Right now. Caesar's blood froze instantly. Run, he growled at Fleur. But it was too late. All the windows in the banquet hall shattered at the same time, not outwards, but inwards. Countless black, tentacle-like shadows surged from the broken windows, rushing toward the clock tower with terrifying speed. Obstacles everywhere. Armor protects you. Caesar cast a series of spells, and the light shield drawn by his wand trembled violently under the impact of the shadows. Fleur had already drawn her wand, and a fiend fire spell shot towards the nearest shadowy tentacle. Flames devoured the darkness, but more tentacles surged in from all directions, like a living, hungry tide. The clock tower began to collapse. Stones and wooden beams crumbled in the shadows, and the floor tilted. Caesar grabbed Fleur's wrist and rushed toward the only exit, the narrow spiral staircase. Voldemort's voice came from behind, calm, clear, as if it were right next to my ear. The game begins, little prophet. Let me see, this time, who can you save? Just a second before the clock tower collapsed completely, Caesar leaped out of the 3rd floor window with Fleur in his arms. Yugadimur Leviosa. The two twisted their bodies in mid-air, their wands pointing towards the ground, and a cushioning spell barely slowed their descent. They then fell together into the rose bushes below the clock tower. The bare branches of winter tear at skin and clothes like iron thorns, but at least they are still alive. Caesar sprang to his feet, his wand already in his hand. Fleur followed closely behind, her left arm slashed open with a deep, bone-revealing wound, blood staining half of her sleeve. But her face was cold, as if she felt no pain. In the courtyard, Voldemort was already standing in the moonlight. Chapter 158. Voldemort stood alone, blocking their path. With a wave of his hand, the environment around the 3 of them began to change. In just a few seconds, it transformed into the night Caesar was being chased by Death Eaters in Provence when he first began the simulation. Only you. Caesar straightened up, holding his wand level. Voldemort smiled, no one else is worthy to kill you. Or rather, dealing with the child of prophecy requires a special ritual. He gently raised his hand. The ground began to twitch. Not the soil, but the dormant, dark-tinged roots of roses. They burst forth from the earth like countless black venomous snakes, coiling towards the two. Wildfire. Hibiscus's incantation was faster than Caesar's. A blazing white flame exploded from her center, instantly engulfing the roots within a 10-meter radius. The flames contained strange silver specks of light, the innate flames of the Vila bloodline, which possessed an additional purifying power against dark creations. Voldemort raised his eyebrow by 1 millimeter. An interesting trick, he commented, then casually waved his wand. The flames went out. It wasn't extinguished, but rather negated. It's as if that burning period has been erased from the sky, leaving only charred root remains and ashes drifting in the air. Time magic. Caesar whispered, his heart sinking. Voldemort said, a little trick. Now, it's my turn. He didn't even chant any incantations. It was just a flick of the wand. Caesar felt space being compressed, not by physical pressure, but by something more fundamental, an attack on existence itself. He immediately erected a defense, layers of ancient magical runes unfolded in front of him, each layer crumbling under the pressure, but buying him time. That's enough for him to retaliate. Divine sharpness without a shadow. The spell shot out silently, its trajectory almost invisible in the moonlight. Voldemort turned to the side, the spell grazing his black robes and tearing a gash. The skin beneath the fabric was as pale as ever, without any scars. Voldemort nodded, a silent spell, a precursor to wandless casting. Dumbledore taught well. But he disappeared. The next instant, he appeared behind Furong. Watch out! Caesar's warning came a step too late. Voldemort's pale fingers were already gripping Fleur's neck. He didn't use force, just touched her lightly, but Furong froze completely. As if all power had been drained from his hand, the wand slipped from his grasp, his pupils dilated, and his breath stopped. Let her go. Caesar's voice lost its composure for the first time. Why? Voldemort tilted his head, his scarlet eyes full of amusement. What is she to you? A companion? A tool? Or, a burden? Hibiscus's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Caesar gripped his wand tightly, his knuckles turning white. How did Voldemort know? Through the study of the soul? Or was some kind of memory extraction spell used on those corpses? You and I are actually quite alike, Caesar Ambrose. Voldemort continued, his gaze shifting to Caesar. We all know that emotions are a weakness, kindness is foolishness, and love is, the most ridiculous lie. We all use reason to calculate everything, weigh people's hearts on a scale, and choose the most efficient solution. You stand in the camp of light, speaking of protection and responsibility, playing the role of Dumbledore's perfect successor. But I know what lies deep within you, it's the same darkness as mine. Caesar gripped his wand tightly, his fingertips turning white from the force. Because Furong was nearby. What nonsense are you talking about? Is that so? Voldemort paced lightly, the hem of his black robes brushing against the withered roses. Let's count them, shall we? He held up a pale finger. First, if you were 11 years old in France, facing Death Eaters who had her kidnapped, what would be the optimal solution you calculated? It's about attacking her along with the rest of the plan to avoid hindering it. Ruthless, efficient, just like me. Caesar's pupils contracted. Secondly, what did you do to the green grass girls during your years at Hogwarts? You cured her blood curse, earning the gratitude of her entire family, but was it truly out of kindness? Or is it to build connections within the purebred community, in order to climb to a higher position in the future? Using the suffering of others to pave the way for oneself, like me. I didn't. Caesar's voice was cold and hard. Third. Voldemort interrupted him, his voice softer yet more chilling. What have you done to this girl beside you? You know perfectly well that she loves you, has loved you since she was 11. You enjoy her dependence and accept her sacrifices, but push her away when she needs a response the most. Why? Because you're afraid your emotions will become a weakness, afraid someone will see through your perfect facade, afraid. It's been discovered that you're actually just like me, your heart a cold, barren wasteland of calculating gains and losses. He stopped 3 steps in front of Caesar, his scarlet eyes almost piercing Caesar's soul. Admit it, Caesar. You and I are both born rulers, because we understand a truth. Emotions are a burden, kindness is foolishness, and love is the greatest lie. We only believe in power, calculation, and results. The only difference is that I chose the darkness, while you are still struggling in the false light. Caesar's breathing became heavy. The moonlight shone on his face, and for the first time, a crack appeared in that mask that was always calm and composed. He recalled that rainy night in France, the cold decisiveness with which the tip of the wand was pointed at Fleur. I recall smiling at Astoria at Hogwarts while simultaneously calculating the gains and losses in my mind. I recall countless times I pushed Fleur away, and beneath that self-persuasion of it's for her own good lay a deeper, unacknowledged escapism. Dark thoughts began to take root. Perhaps Voldemort was right. Maybe he's been lying to himself, and to everyone else. Perhaps embracing the darkness is easier, there's no need to pretend to be righteous, no need to bear expectations, no need to. Or, I might as well just recreate the Dark Lord myself. He could, like Grindelwald, adopt a new identity, become the Minister of Magic, and fulfill the prophecy. Then, could we learn Luna's method to imprint a soul mark on Astoria or a similar spell, and control her soul? Finally, back in the real world, he secretly killed Hermione, Luna, Dumbledore, Harry Potter, and Tom. These threats. Immortality? The ultimate. They're all mine. A deep, cruel glint slowly appeared in Caesar's eyes. Voldemort, do you not know what kind of monster you are about to unleash? As long as I can obtain Merlin's bloodline, I won't hesitate. Just then. No. Furong's voice broke the silence. Her face was as pale as paper, but her blue eyes burned with a cold flame. She stared directly at Voldemort, each word distinct and clear. He is not you. Voldemort raised an eyebrow. Oh. Caesar, he. Furong's voice trembled, but not from fear. He does calculate, he does weigh things, and sometimes he can be chillingly ruthless. But he's different from you, he felt pain in his heart when he made those choices. Chapter 159. Fleur turned to Caesar, tears welling in her eyes, but her voice was unusually clear. After that incident in France, he harbored resentment about it until graduation. I fell into the Black Lake and nearly died. He didn't sleep for 3 days straight, researching how to fix my curse. At Hogwarts, every time he pushed me away, his eyes were empty, that was his way of showing concern for me. He simply felt unworthy of love, unworthy of warmth. But this unworthiness slowly transformed into a disbelief in love and warmth. Her voice was clearer. You say he has a dark heart? No, Voldemort, you're wrong. Caesar's heart wasn't dark, it was just too fragile. Her tears finally fell. But he dared not show weakness, dared not let anyone see that he was just an ordinary person who could feel pain, get tired, and feel lost. Because if he shows signs of exhaustion, no one will comfort him, and no one will help him solve his problems. Everything gained through deception and lies will leave him, all love and warmth will turn into hate and loneliness. My heart aches for him. Caesar stared at her, stunned. Looking at this girl who he had pushed away and hurt countless times, yet now stood up for him in a trembling voice. Shut up, Hibiscus. Caesar spoke in a hoarse voice, but there was no anger in his voice, only a kind of vulnerability on the verge of collapse. You don't understand me at all. The reason I'm still bothered by that incident is because I think you were incredibly stupid. Even now, for the sake of the mission, I'm willing to attack you along with it. Furong didn't shut up. How much longer are you going to keep lying to yourself, Caesar? She cried and asked, how much longer must I use deception and lies as a shield? How much longer must I torture myself? Voldemort laughed. The laughter was full of joy. His fingers tightened slightly. Fleur let out a muffled groan of pain. In that case, let's attack now. Voldemort smiled, if you save her, you will fall into my trap, and there's a high probability that you'll both die. If you don't save her, you can try attacking or escaping, maybe you'll be able to get back to England soon. What a familiar choice, just like back then. Caesar stood still. The moonlight shone on his face, cold as frost. His brain was working frantically. Voldemort's magical power, possible spell combinations, the courtyard's terrain, Hibiscus's condition, whether the observing pureblood nobles might intervene, his remaining magical power, and all known escape routes. The probability is fluctuating. The optimal solution is to abandon Hibiscus and immediately use spatial magic to escape. This is the most rational choice, the choice that best fits the simulation mission, and the choice that most resembles his. He should do that. He has always done it this way. But he saw Fleur's eyes. There was no fear, no pleading, not even resentment in those blue eyes. There was only a deep, almost compassionate calm. She was looking at him, as if to say, I understand, Caesar. Do what you must. Just like on the night of the prom, her invitation was rejected. Just like countless times, she was pushed away by him, yet she would still make him a crepe every morning. Just like she said, Brother Caesar, my heart aches for you. The numbers are collapsing. The cold logic is melting. I'm so tired. 3 simulations, 5 lives, decades of time. You'll remember the lies if you experience too much. If you love too many people, you'll learn to deceive. In simulation after simulation. When did I start making lies and deception my pillars? Is it Hermione, Luna, or Astoria now? Am I really a fragile person? What did I gain by lying? Did I truly love Hermione and Luna? I think I have, but I also think I don't. I can't quite remember. I feel like I've almost forgotten that first rainy night. What do I look like, and why did I start the simulation? Eternal life? The strongest? Or was it Hermione's rebuke? What is the reason I've gotten to where I am today? Even memories from before I came to this world have become blurry and indistinct. Caesar, you only love yourself. Hermione's words. Caesar, you really have no heart. Luna's words. Caesar, you've been lying to yourself. Fleur's words. Something hot and strange welled up from the deepest crack in my heart. No, don't think too much about it. It will be very, very tiring. Hibiscus, I will repay you. Caesar raised his wand, intending to say the same words as before. But the moment he waved his wand, he felt a dampness on his cheek. Tears streamed down her cold cheeks, glistening in the moonlight. He was attacking, and at the same time, he was crying. See? Voldemort easily dodged the weak attack, and he grinned. I knew you were like me, willing to ruthlessly crush anyone in your path for personal gain. Before he could finish speaking, Voldemort suddenly released Fleur, but not to take her life. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed her directly toward a hard stone pillar at the edge of the courtyard, as if discarding an insignificant object. Since you care so much about the right choice, and since you still attacked her. Voldemort's voice was like the hiss of a venomous snake. Then watch closely as she suffers because of your choice. But don't worry, I won't let her die so easily. I want her to live, for life to be the most jarring noise in your mind every time you make a decision. Fleur's body slammed heavily against the stone pillar with a dull thud, and then slid softly to the ground. She struggled to lift her head, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, but her blue eyes remained fixed on Caesar's direction. That gaze pierced through the pervasive dust, through Voldemort's malicious mockery, and through the mental defenses Caesar had just managed to erect. She was looking at him. Not at a calculator about to abandon her, not at a hero caught in a dilemma. The image she was looking at was of him, rubbing his forehead after staying up all night in the Hogwarts tower. He's the one whose gaze drifts into the distance when he occasionally talks about the future. He was the one who was utterly devastated by her words, "I feel sorry for you," at the graduation ball. What she was looking at was Caesar himself. It is the real, fragile soul that even he himself can hardly recognize, stripped of all the halos, titles, calculations, and pretenses. This realization, like a silent thunderclap, cleaved through the dark fog churning in Caesar's mind. "Little French girl, do you see that?" Voldemort spread his arms, his black robes unfurling like bat wings in the moonlight. "Ambrose doesn't care about you at all, he only cares about his own interests and his own path." Caesar's arm was trembling. The light at the tip of the wand flickered. Voldemort's words were like poisoned needles, trying to pierce through all his defenses and drag him into an abyss of self-doubt. "He cares." A faint but clear sound came from the stone pillar. Fleur used all her strength to prop herself up, the bloodstains on her pale chin were glaringly obvious, but her gaze was as bright as a star. "He's more like a human being than you think." Every word she uttered was tinged with pain, yet she showed no sign of backing down. "He feels pain, he hesitates, he cries, this just proves, he's not you." Voldemort's taunts came to an abrupt halt. He narrowed his bloodshot eyes, looking at the girl who had repeatedly shattered his expectations, and true anger began to rise within him. And Caesar, amidst the malicious jeers that nearly drowned him out, clearly caught every single word she said. Like a lighthouse breaking through the fog. Like a warm current piercing through ice. The desolate battlefield in his heart, a cold ruin built from self-repression, pretense, and calculation. At that moment, it was illuminated by a faint yet resilient light. Deep within the ruins, that faint, pulsating pain still lingers. That pain felt for being hurt, lost, and changed by oneself. It suddenly became incredibly intense. If there is pain, it is not completely cold yet. If you feel pain, you're not Voldemort yet. Caesar walked step by step between Voldemort and Fleur, shielding the girl behind him. Then he looked down at his trembling hand, and abruptly turned the tip of his wand, aiming it at his left arm. The sharp incantation sliced across the skin, and blood gushed out. It wasn't ordinary red, but blood with a silvery sheen, like liquid moonlight. "You really are, the most stupid fool in the world," Caesar said in a hoarse voice, as if speaking to Fleur, as if speaking to Voldemort. "It's also about oneself." Chapter 160. He raised his blood-stained arm high into the sky, letting the silvery drops of blood fall and ignite tiny flames in the moonlight. "With Merlin's blood, invoke the Covenant of Light." Ancient incantations flowed from his mouth, not in English, not in French, but in some more primal, more sacred language. The blood moon in the sky trembled, and silver blood gathered and burned in the air. It transformed into a massive, slowly rotating, complex magic circle, its pure and piercing light dispelling every shadow in the courtyard. Voldemort's expression finally changed. "You're insane. Forcibly activating all your bloodline power, you will." "Am I going to die?" Caesar interrupted him, a near-maniacal smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, tears still wet on his face, but a resolute flame burning in his eyes. "Then die. It's not like you haven't died before. Many years ago, I died for someone else. I'm back." Standing in front of the hibiscus, he felt that long-lost self. They're finally back. This is not the first time Habsburg has been simulated. Not Wilkes from the second simulation. Not Ambrosius from the third simulation. It wasn't even the real-world boy named Disley. That was him before he time-traveled. In his previous life, he was an ordinary person named Lin Yuan. He once loved someone purely, gave her everything, and made a promise to be with her for life. Then she complained that he was too good, that he was poor and ugly, and that she couldn't see a future with him, and threw him away like trash. After that, he learned to keep his emotions in his own hands and to consider everything from the perspective of self-interest. That way, you won't be the one who gets hurt. But 3 months later, a fire broke out. He saw the little girl trapped in the flames, but still rushed in. He pushed the strange girl out the window, and someone caught her. But when he tried to jump out himself, it was too late. The blazing flames engulfed everything. Now, the fool who pushed the strange girl out of the window amidst the raging flames, while he himself remained trapped in the inferno, has returned. The original him who once believed that some things don't need to be calculated as to whether they are worth it. Passing through layers of simulated memories and meticulously disguised masks. Finally, I broke free from all my shackles. At that moment, it returned to his body. 60 years. It has been a full 60 years since that fire. He has played Habsburg, Wilkes, Ambrose, and Disley. He had killed, set fires, betrayed everyone who trusted him, and personally strangled every instance of weakness he felt. He thought the hero named Lin Yuan was long dead. He died in the fire, he died in that world, he died in countless moments when he chose to live while others died. But he didn't. That fool has always been there. Deep within those ruins, which he himself thought were long frozen, he huddled in a corner, waiting for a reason to stand up again. And at that moment, that reason was right behind him. That fool finally stood up. Covered in ashes and with blood on his hands, he did indeed stand up. Those things that bound him. Bloodline, scheming, every name he ever played. At this moment, everything ended. He walked such a long night, killed so many people, and stained his skin with so much blood. Not to become someone else Caesar. Rather, it was to get back here. He walked back to that fool named Lin Yuan. Tell him, you were right to push that girl away in the fire. Tell him, you are not dead. Tell him, for 60 years, I have lived for you, fought my way through every dark night for you. This is the moment we've been waiting for. It will allow you to stand up again. I want you to know that the choice you made back then was worthwhile. Tom, we're not the same. Because I was once a true hero. The magic circle crashed down. Instead of attacking Voldemort directly, they enveloped the entire courtyard. Purify, dispel, and restore all darkness and distortion to the most primal light. The shadow giant summoned by Voldemort roared and dissolved in the light, like ice and snow meeting the sun. He raised his wand, and powerful dark magic erupted from him in an attempt to resist. But his spell was dissolved and disintegrated the moment it came into contact with the silvery light. The light touched his black robe, and the fabric began to burn. It was not a flame, but a silvery white purifying fire, silent and unquenchable. This time you've won, child of prophecy. Voldemort hissed, his figure rapidly fading into nothingness in the bright light. But, we'll see each other again soon. Before he disappeared completely, he took one last look at Caesar. There was so much resentment and bitterness in his eyes. The intense light enveloped everything, making everything as white as snow. It was as if all the sins of the world had been washed away. What a long dream! Caesar finally found out. He was never a prophet. It's not some dark wizard or white wizard. It wasn't Habsburg, Wilkes, Ambrose, or even Caesar. He's the kind of person who would rush into a fire. At this moment, he turned back from his sins. Freed from chains. It's not about escaping this difficult world. Rather, it's about finding your former self. His name is Lin Yuan. He was once a hero. It will be the same in the future. The light slowly faded. The courtyard returned to silence, leaving only the ruins and scorch marks of the battle. Caesar stood frozen in place, blood still gushing from the wound on his left arm. The initial silver glow had dimmed, and the blood turned back to its ordinary red, gushing out. The intense exhaustion and the backlash from the forced activation of his bloodline surged like a tidal wave. He swayed and finally collapsed to one knee, barely managing to support himself with his wand. He raised his head, his gaze urgently piercing through the swirling dust, looking towards the graceful figure in the direction of the stone pillar. Caesar! Fleur rushed over and helped him up. She tore off the bottom half of her skirt with practiced speed, just as she had done when the two of them were studying at Hogwarts. She tightly bandaged his wound with a piece of cloth. The cloth was quickly soaked with blood, but she didn't stop. She tore off another piece and continued bandaging. "We need to get out of here," she whispered. "Those pure-blood nobles might come back." Caesar was speechless, he could only nod. Fleur helped him up, half dragging and half supporting him as they left the courtyard and fled into the woods behind the manor. They found a hidden cave halfway up the mountain. The hole wasn't deep, but it was enough to hide in. Hibiscus used a cleansing spell to clear a clean space, allowing Caesar to sit against the wall. She then went to the cave entrance and cast a few simple warning and concealment spells before returning to his side. Caesar's left arm had been bandaged, but blood was still seeping out. Even more serious is the curse Voldemort left behind before he disappeared. It wasn't a direct attack, but a corrosive dark magic that was spreading into the body through the wound. He has a fever. Consciousness fluctuates between periods of clarity and confusion. In a daze, he felt someone tending to his wounds, the movements were gentle but firm. Cool fingers wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and damp cloth moistened his chapped lips. "Hibiscus," he murmured. "I'm here." Her voice was very close. "You shouldn't have defended me," Caesar said groggily. "Voldemort was right, I really." "Shut up and rest." Fleur's voice was soft, but it brooked no argument. But Caesar couldn't stop. The high fever caused what had been suppressed to burst forth. "In France. I really thought about killing you. For the sake of the plan. I'm a monster. You are not. At Hogwarts, I used Historia, I pushed you away, I even lied to myself. I know. You know nothing." Caesar suddenly became agitated, opening his bloodshot eyes. "You have no idea how dark my heart is. You have no idea how many times I've considered giving you up. You have no idea that I know." Fleur grasped his hand, holding it tightly. "I know everything." Caesar was stunned. "I know what kind of person you are, Caesar." Fleur looked at him, moonlight streaming in from the cave entrance, casting a gentle silhouette on her face. "I know you will cover me with a blanket on rainy nights, drink the milk I make in the early morning, and hold my hand in the rose garden to say I'm here. I know you'll push me away, you'll calculate the gains and losses, and you'll lock yourself away." Her thumb gently stroked the back of his hand. "I know all of you. The dark, the light, the vulnerable, the strong, the calculating, the gentle, all of you." Caesar's throat tightened. He wanted to say "you don't understand," and "I'm worse than you think," but all the words stuck in his throat. It turned into a suppressed sob and a heart-wrenching cry. "Wah!" Fleur didn't say anything more. She simply pulled his head gently into her arms and patted his back softly, one pat at a time. The moonlight streamed in quietly, shining on the two of them. It seemed to be a silent answer to the question that had left Caesar speechless at the graduation party. "Who else will love you, Caesar? Hermione wants to change your darkness, Luna wants to destroy your darkness, and Fleur can feel compassion for your darkness. Who else will love the real you? Apart from Fleur, there was no one else." 60 years have passed. The fool who pushed the girl away in the fire was finally caught. Chapter 161. In the latter half of the night, Caesar's fever finally subsided. When he woke up, he found that she was still holding his hand. Fleur leaned against the mountain wall and fell asleep. Her eyelashes cast long, thin shadows in the moonlight. There were tired bluish tints under her eyes, but her sleeping face was peaceful. Caesar did not immediately withdraw his hand. He didn't the first time. He just stared at her like that for a long time. As the first rays of morning light pierced through the cave entrance, they turned her silver hair a pale gold. Hibiscus woke up. She opened her eyes and immediately looked at Caesar's arm. The bandage had stopped bleeding. She breathed a sigh of relief and looked up to meet Caesar's gaze. Both of them remained silent. Finally, Caesar spoke first, his voice hoarse from a high fever. After the mission is over, I will report your contributions to the Ministry of Magic. Without you this time, I might. He stopped. Because of Fu Rong's eyes. That look in his eyes was complex. It contained weariness, sadness, understanding, and a little bit of disappointment. You'll always be like this, Caesar. She whispered, letting go of his hand. They always only talk about responsibilities and tasks, always putting me in the position of partner, comrade in arms, and the protected. They never say anything else. She stood up, walked to the cave entrance, and turned her back to him. The morning light cast a golden silhouette on her back, yet she appeared exceptionally lonely. I'll go check if it's safe around here. You rest a little longer. She stepped out of the cave. Caesar sat there, looking at his empty hands. Her warmth still lingered in my palm. The slight, chilling sense of loss when we let go of each other. He closed his eyes. Outside the cave, the Brittany morning is approaching. Birdsong, the sound of the wind, and the faint sound of distant bells. And something that was awakening within him, something he both feared and longed for. The news reached London even before Caesar himself. It wasn't a simple mission briefing, but rather an urgent dispatch from the French Ministry of Magic, a mix of panic and gratitude, and a blurry photograph hastily sent by a special correspondent from the Daily Prophet. And the more private and impactful details that quietly circulate within the pure-blood family circles. In the south of France, Caesar Ambrose, in order to rescue a kidnapped female official, directly repelled another attack by the Dark Lord. And after the battle, he had an unusually intimate and suggestive relationship with the female official, Fleur Delacour. This news, before the aftermath of the Battle of London had subsided, was like a second boulder thrown into a deep pool. The public's cheers and deeper adoration for the son of prophecy go without saying, but in the shadows of power, it was interpreted in entirely different ways. The Greengrass family, especially Astoria's parents, felt an unprecedented crisis. The blurry yet undeniably intimate photograph, the French praise for Delacour's heroic and selfless assistance, and the rumors circulating within circles that Caesar might have used some ancient, costly bloodline power. All of this points in a direction they don't want to see. That French girl seems to be more deeply embedded in Caesar's life trajectory, and may even shake the foundation of their carefully laid marriage. Astoria is their cherished daughter, and the key link between the family's future and this destined rising star of the magical world, which they will not tolerate any cracks in. Their response was swift, decisive, and far ahead of its time. When Caesar returned in triumph, it was for his achievement of resolving an international magical crisis and successfully repelling the Dark Lord's revelation. After the celebratory banquet celebrating his exceptional promotion to the position of the youngest director in the history of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Mr. Greengrass invited Caesar for a private conversation. The study was filled with the scent of aged parchment and cedar wood. The atmosphere seemed gentle, but was actually tense. Caesar, we all witnessed your feats and sacrifices in France. Mr. Greengrass's voice was steady as he lightly tapped the front page of the Daily Prophet on the table, which reported on Caesar's promotion. The Ministry of Magic needs heroes, but even more so, it needs stable and reliable leaders. Your abilities are beyond question, the position of director is just the beginning. The ministerial scepter, in the foreseeable future, will surely belong to you. He paused, his grey-blue eyes, strangely similar to Caesar's, yet filled with shrewd calculation. But the magical world also needs role models. A stable and happy marriage can clear away too many unnecessary doubts and obstacles for you. Astoria truly admires you, and the green grass family will be your strongest support, sparing no resources to help you smoothly ascend to that position. And didn't you two get engaged last year? The transaction in the words was crystal clear. The quickest and safest path to the ministerial seat requires a grand wedding with Astoria Greengrass. This is an investment, but also a form of entanglement. Caesar sat silently opposite him, his face half lit and half shadowed by the flickering firelight from the fireplace. The joy of promotion had long been replaced by a deeper weariness, and a dull pain, forcibly aroused by the blood vessels in his left arm, came from time to time. He understood every single word perfectly. The Brittany sun, hands clasped tightly in the cave, her disappointed eyes in the morning light. He slowly raised his eyelashes, his voice devoid of emotion. I understand what you mean, sir. Astoria is fine, the Greengrass family's support is crucial. He made no explicit promise, but that was enough. Mr. Greengrass wore a satisfied, confident smile. However, news of this deal, like a cold wind blowing through a dense forest, quietly reached the ears of some people. On the eve of the wedding, Caesar personally summoned Fleur to his new director's office. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the London night view. The interior is brightly lit, yet feels empty and cold. She stood before him, still stunningly beautiful, but her blue eyes no longer held only faith or confusion, instead, they held a profound, almost compassionate clarity. Hibiscus. His voice was steady and emotionless as he pushed a small, protectively enchanted velvet box across the desk. Here, take this back. Furong opened the box. Inside lay the teardrop-shaped sapphire ring, its light shimmering softly under the lamplight. It's as if they never left, yet it's as if they're separated by thousands of miles. For the wedding at the end of the month, you'll need to represent the ministry at the French Ministry of Magic to conduct a routine data verification regarding the cross-border control of dark magic creatures. Caesar didn't look at her, his gaze was fixed somewhere outside the window. The timing is perfect. The plane tickets and official letters are ready. His arrangement was flawless, he used the most legitimate official reason to send her far away. Stay away from that grand event that was destined to belong to another woman, and also stay away from the possible embarrassment and loss of control. Hibiscus's fingers gently brushed across the cool surface of the ring, the sapphire's brilliance reflected in her unfathomable pupils. Caesar. She spoke softly, her voice like a feather, yet carrying weight. I heard, they want you to use a wedding to exchange for the ministerial position. Chapter 162. Caesar's body stiffened almost imperceptibly for a moment. He didn't deny it, but simply turned his gaze away, looking at the gloomy London sky outside the window. This is the most efficient path. It's good for stability, good for fighting Voldemort, good for many things. And then what? Furong took a step forward, her gaze fixed on the stiff lines of his profile. Will you wait until you become minister, stabilize everything, and then dispose of it like a tool that's no longer needed? Is that what you're planning, Caesar? Her voice was soft, yet it was like a precise dagger. Peeling away his layers of rationality and responsibility, we find the core a desolate wasteland that even he himself dares not look into. Caesar whirled around, his grey-blue eyes swirling with a mixture of fury and embarrassment at being seen through. This is none of your business. This is my choice, my path. That's none of my business. For the first time, Furong interrupted him with such a clear, almost resolute voice, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Because I am looking at you, Caesar. I watched you gradually corner yourself, watched you use the optimal solution as an excuse to cut away everything that made you a human being. Look at yourself becoming a commodity in this transaction. She took a deep breath, and tears finally streamed down her face, but they were accompanied by incredibly clear words. "Stop doing this, Caesar. Stop hurting yourself for the sake of that path you think you have to take." She raised her hand, as if to touch his clenched fist, but stopped just inches away, only vaguely gazing at the taut curve. She spoke very softly, yet it felt as if it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, striking Caesar's heart with tremendous force. All the prepared defenses, all the cold calculations about the big picture, crumbled before these words. He stared at her, gazing at the deep heartache in her eyes, a heartfelt expression that was not blind adoration. Instead, they truly saw his pain, his loneliness, and the regret that followed his self-destruction. At that moment, a crack appeared in his sturdy armor. But cracks often lead to even more intense tightening. Caesar abruptly took a step back, as if burned by the heartache. He quickly put his mask of indifference back on, even colder than before. "Your assignment remains unchanged, Ms. Delacour. Do your job well. I will walk my own path." He turned around, his back to her, clearly indicating that he was seeing her off. As Fleur gazed at his straight yet solitary back, the tears in her eyes gradually dried, replaced by a deep, almost frozen sorrow. Slowly and solemnly, she took the ring out of the box and put it back on the ring finger of her left hand. "The size was still just right, but the icy feeling went straight to my heart." She didn't say another word, but slowly turned around and quietly left the office. The door closed gently. Caesar remained standing in the center of the empty office, his back to the door. Outside the window, the London rain began to fall in a light drizzle. "Hibiscus, let's end it here." His right hand, hanging by his side, was clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white and it trembled slightly. That phrase, "I feel sorry for you," is like the gentlest curse. It echoed repeatedly in his empty heart, causing him a suffocating pain more intense than any cruciatus curse. But he knew that some things could never be regained. It's too late. Meeting Fleur is too late. He now has Astoria, whom he is engaged to in this world, and Hermione and Luna in the real world. His complicated emotions are a tangled mess. We must not let any of them down. The hibiscus must not be let down. Put yourself in his shoes. If he liked a girl, but when they got married, she made him the third one to enter the bridal chamber, that would be the biggest irony of their love. No one could accept that. If that girl had even a shred of respect for Caesar's character, she would never have accepted his love. The same goes for Caesar. Fleur understands him, yet she doesn't truly understand him. Other aspects might be salvageable, but in matters of the heart, he has gone far too far, owing far too many people. In his heart, Fleur deserves a better life. It would be a better life than being by his side, just one of many women. A better life than being trapped in this world, a life destined to end. While there's still time, while she's still young. After all, while love is the most important thing in life, it is not everything. Hibiscus, let's end it here. On the wedding day, Westminster Abbey has been magically transformed into a breathtaking wonderland, with countless pure white roses intertwined with silver ivy. British wizarding elites, dignitaries, ambassadors from various countries, and newspaper reporters gathered to witness this historic moment. Astoria Greengrass wore a priceless antique wedding dress, her long, pale blonde hair styled in an exquisite updo, and she wore a family heirloom crown. Her pale face, adorned with makeup, made her look as beautiful as a fragile porcelain doll, and her emerald green eyes were filled with a glimmer of tension and happiness. Caesar Ambrose stood before the altar, dressed in a perfectly tailored white suit, his posture upright as a pine tree, his blonde hair meticulously combed, and his handsome face bearing an impeccable, gentle smile. But deep within those grey-blue eyes, there seemed to be a layer of unyielding ice, which no one could see into. Dumbledore, one of the witnesses, wore a purple robe embroidered with stars, his silvery white hair and beard gleaming in the light streaming through the stained glass windows of the church. His gaze swept calmly across the room, occasionally lingering on Caesar with an indescribable complexity. The ceremony was about to begin, and the organ played solemn music. All eyes were focused on the altar, and on the couple about to be united. Just then, the heavy doors of the church were slowly pushed open. It wasn't just the wind, it wasn't an illusion. A figure walked in step by step, against the bright sunlight outside the door. In that instant, it was as if time had been paused. The organ music stopped abruptly, and all the conversations, chuckles, and rustling sounds of clothes being adjusted vanished. The entire church fell into a deathly silence, with only the clear and firm footsteps of that figure echoing beneath the empty, towering dome. It's Hibiscus Delacour. She's back. He did not comply with official arrangements to go to France. She was not wearing a formal gown, nor was she wearing a regular dress. It was an extremely simple white dress, without any superfluous decorations. The fabric seemed to be the lightest brocade, flowing like water as she walked, perfectly outlining her slender figure. Her long, silver hair was not tied up, it cascaded naturally over her shoulders like a waterfall woven from moonlight, swaying slightly with her steps. Chapter 163. She wasn't wearing any jewelry, except a ring on the ring finger of her left hand that shimmered with a faint blue light. However, it is precisely this extreme simplicity and purity that highlights her breathtaking beauty to the fullest extent. Her face was flawless, her skin seemed to glow softly in the church light, and her sapphire-like eyes were clear and calm, gazing ahead with a power that seemed to penetrate the soul. She walked step by step, her steps steady and her posture elegant, as if she were enveloped in a holy and aloof halo. She was so beautiful that she seemed otherworldly, more like an angel who had accidentally descended to earth, and whose beauty was not to be profaned. "It's Hibiscus!" came a low, incredulous gasp from the area where Hogwarts alumni were gathered. Then, as if drawn by some unseen force, the students who knew the past story of Caesar and Fleur, whether they were Slytherins, Ravenclaws, Gryffindors, or Hufflepuffs, they all involuntarily stood up from their seats, one after another. Their eyes followed Fleur intently, filled with shock, bewilderment, sympathy, and even a hint of anticipation. They all knew about that hug, knew about the rumors, and knew what this French girl meant to Caesar. Her appearance at that moment shattered the perfect facade of the wedding, like a drop of ice water thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting all the suppressed emotions and speculations. What will she do? Disrupting the wedding? Accusations? Cry? Or perhaps something else entirely unimaginable? Everyone, including the green grass couple, turned ashen-faced, and Astoria's face suddenly drained of color. And the reporters' cameras flashed wildly, all waiting for the storm to come. And in the spotlight, Caesar stood before the altar, his body almost imperceptibly stiff. A crack appeared in the perfect smile on his face, and his grey-blue eyes were fixed on the white figure that was approaching step by step. There was astonishment, disbelief, and even a hint of deep-seated shock that he himself couldn't discern. Hibiscus's steps finally came to a stop at the end of the red carpet, still some distance from the altar. She didn't look at Astoria, whose face was deathly pale, nor at the guests around her with their varied expressions. Her gaze, from beginning to end, remained firmly and intensely fixed on Caesar. That gaze was far too complex. It possesses a faith-like unwavering devotion, a bottomless sorrow, an almost sacrificial composure, an ineffable, final confirmation. She didn't speak, didn't cry out, and didn't make any drastic moves. He just stood there quietly. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass window, and a beam of light fell precisely on her, casting a hazy glow upon her. The church was completely silent, you could hear a pin drop. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Caesar gazed at Fleur's unusually calm face, at the deep blue in her eyes, like a silent ocean capable of swallowing everything. The last trace of color drained from his face. "Well," The deathly silence inside the church was broken by a suppressed sigh. A Ravenclaw boy who was once in the same class as Caesar and Fleur. He stood up, his voice was soft, yet exceptionally clear in the silence, carrying with it a mixture of reluctance and admonition. Hibiscus, it's too late to force things. Caesar, he has his own choice. These words were like the first pebble thrown into a calm lake. Immediately afterward, another Gryffindor girl, always straightforward, suddenly stood up with tears in her eyes. His voice trembled slightly with excitement, his words aimed directly at Caesar on the altar. Ambrose. You really have no heart. Everyone's watching. She pointed to Hibiscus, who stood quietly, like an angel yet also like a sacrifice. How much has she done for you all these years? Hogwarts, the battlefield, and now, this is how you treat her. These two sentences acted as a fuse, igniting long-suppressed emotions within the crowd. Whispers arose, and sympathetic, dissatisfied, and questioning gazes, like tangible arrows, shot towards the bridegroom on the altar. Many students who stood up, though they didn't say anything more, their posture itself was a silent question and a show of support. Astoria let out an extremely faint sob, as if she were being choked, and swayed, almost needing her father's support to keep her upright. Mr. Greengrass's face was ashen, his eyes blazing with offended fury. He held his daughter tightly with one arm, while his other hand gripped the wand hidden in his sleeve. But Dumbledore's calm yet unquestionable gaze swept over him, forcibly making him suppress his anger. The reporters' cameras, like a frenzied herd of beasts, clicked in a greedy chorus, capturing the moment the director's face drained of color, and recording the most bizarre interruption of this wedding of the century. All the pressure and all the attention ultimately focused on Caesar. He stood there, his white tuxedo impeccably tailored, his posture still upright, but only Dumbledore, who was closest to him, could notice the sudden tension in his back and the slight contraction in his pupils. Furong's gaze never left him. Those sapphire blue eyes, which had been calm and undisturbed when they entered the church, now held a faint but stubborn flame. She is waiting. Waiting for an explanation, a response, even just a glance of confirmation, a signal that's different from a cold, impersonal arrangement. She was like a believer standing on the edge of a cliff, awaiting her God to give her final revelation or judgment. Time flowed exceptionally slowly in the silence, each second like quenched metal, searing the nerves of everyone present. Caesar's lips pressed into a cold, straight line. He could feel the gaze of countless eyes, and he could foresee that every word he uttered would be infinitely magnified, interpreted, and distorted by the quill of the Daily Prophet. Sympathy for Hibiscus? From choosing a mission, to receiving Dumbledore's tutelage, to utilizing the Astoria family, and now standing here. He has reached the final step. But was he reprimanding Furong? Looking at the expectant flame in Furong's eyes, he felt a slight stinging pain in his heart. He couldn't put it into words. He couldn't say anything. You can't say sorry, you can't admit to any wavering, and you can't give any ambiguous hints. He had to maintain the situation, he had to keep the wedding going, and he had to try his best to make up for everything he owed. Just when the atmosphere was at its most tense, almost on the verge of exploding, Astoria Greengrass took a deep breath and released her father's arm. She lifted the hem of her elaborate wedding dress, took 2 steps forward, and forced a gentle and dignified smile onto her pale, almost translucent face, though the smile seemed so fragile that it would shatter at any moment. She turned to Hibiscus, her voice soft, carrying a deliberate air of magnanimity and mastery. Miss Delacour, welcome to my wedding with Caesar. Chapter 164. She paused, her gaze quickly sweeping over Caesar's stiff face before returning to Fleur. We all know, you've always cared about Caesar, as a former classmate and colleague. Today is an important day, and I believe Minister Caesar will be very pleased that you are here to witness it. She attempted to characterize Hibiscus's intrusion as concern, classmate, colleague testimonies. He deftly defused this public embarrassment, giving both Caesar and himself a way out. This was a clever move, demonstrating the poise of a future minister's wife and temporarily preserving Greengrass's dignity. However, the words conveyed a sense of host to guest, and positioned Fleur as a witness rather than a participant. But it was like a duller knife, cutting into the hearts of those who knew the truth. All eyes were once again focused on Fleur. Will she accept this concession? Still. Hibiscus listened quietly, her gaze finally shifting slowly from Caesar's face to Astoria. She looked at the pale, beautiful girl who was about to become Caesar's legal wife, and at the forced composure and the careful protectiveness in her eyes. Then, her gaze returned to Caesar's face. Caesar remained silent, his face expressionless. Only in the depths of those grey-blue eyes, a storm seemed to be silently brewing, or perhaps it was just a frozen wasteland. A long, suffocating silence. Finally, Fleur slowly, almost imperceptibly, nodded. The movements were very light, yet it seemed as if all the strength in the body had been used. She didn't look at anyone else, her eyes lowered slightly, her long silver eyelashes concealing all the turbulent emotions within. The 2 rings, worn on the ring finger, still shimmered faintly beside the dangling hand. She turned around and walked step by step along the red carpet she had come from toward the church doors. Her back remained straight, her silver hair swayed gently with each step, and the hem of her white dress trailed silently across the polished ground. The students who had stood up looked at each other, and finally, with complicated expressions, slowly sat back down. A potential storm has temporarily subsided in such a depressing, almost heartbreaking way. The organ music hesitated before rising again, attempting to evoke the solemnity and joy that the wedding should have. But a lingering gloom seemed to hang over the hearts of everyone present. That evening, the grand wedding banquet at Westminster Abbey was held in the Ministry of Magic's banquet hall, brightly lit, filled with elegant attire, toasts, and laughter. Caesar and Astoria mingled among the guests, receiving countless blessings and compliments, appearing as a perfect couple. Fleur listened and ate quietly the whole time, occasionally raising her eyelids to look at the impeccably handsome face across the candlelight, which now seemed strangely unfamiliar. Caesar, along with Astoria, accepted Hibiscus's blessing. Caesar, may you be happy and joyful. There was no anger, no tears, and not even much emotion in her blue eyes. There was only a deep tranquility, and wishes that differed from the bright futures and happy lives of others. Fleur, I also wish you happiness and joy forever. Caesar tried his best to remain calm. Both of them tried to give this long entanglement, which began with rescue and ended with scheming, a seemingly dignified ending, with lingering warmth. The first rays of morning light filtered through the gaps in the heavy curtains, silently spilling across the disheveled wedding bed. Caesar opened his eyes to find the bed beside him empty, with only a faint indentation and a faint floral scent on the pillow. There is no temperature. He rose, dressed neatly, the silver buttons of his black robe gleaming cold, and left the manor, returning to his new, spacious office at the Ministry of Magic, a symbol of power. The documents on the table were piled up as usual. On top of them, an inconspicuous little parchment package sat quietly. He untied the rope, took out the smooth black recording stone inside, and infused it with magic. As the mist dissipated, Hibiscus's face came into view. The background was a plain wall, perhaps the last corner of her temporary London residence. She was still wearing that simple white dress, her silver hair flowing down her back, her face without tear stains, and without the forced calm she had shown the night before. She simply looked at him, her blue eyes filled with an almost tender emotion, clear and deep enough to draw you in. Caesar. Her voice came, softer than ever, yet every word struck his heart. When I saw this, I was already on my way. I had already completed the resignation procedures. She pursed her lips slightly, it wasn't hesitation, but rather a gathering of strength. The blessings I gave yesterday were sincere. I sincerely hope that the path you've chosen will ultimately bring you the stability and success you desire." She paused, her gaze lingering on his face, or rather, tracing it carefully in the void reflected by the recording stone, as if trying to memorize something. "This recording stone is actually from the day I graduated from Hogwarts. It's the most important thing to me. But I didn't expect everything to change so quickly. After leaving school, things had already. I think it's time to give it back to you. If I retire in the future, I can travel to Brittany. The roses here are beautiful, and the crepes are delicious. We can enjoy the sea breeze together and reminisce about our school days." Then, the image of hibiscus disappeared. The noisy yet cheerful music flowed out first, carrying the carefree spirit unique to youth. The lighting is stable, and the image is clear. It's the Great Hall for the Hogwarts graduation ball. Colorful confetti drifted slowly through the air, the candle light flickering and illuminating the young, excited faces. In the center of the picture is the graduation party. It was him back then, and Fleur back then. Such a youthful face. He wore a well-fitting suit, and his blonde hair was neatly combed. His face still carried a hint of youthful spirit, but his smile was bright, and his eyes held an unprecedented ease and gentleness. Fleur, on the other hand, was wearing that moon-white long dress. Her silver hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall woven from moonlight, and her sapphire-like eyes shone brightly as she looked up at him, her smile so radiant it seemed to dispel all the gloom in the world. "They are dancing." The steps weren't the most standard, but they were exceptionally harmonious. He led her in a twirl, her skirt tracing a graceful arc. She chuckled softly, her eyes filled with his reflection. The room was surrounded by familiar faces of classmates: Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff. At this moment, the distinctions between the academies seemed to disappear. They formed a circle, their faces bearing friendly, teasing smiles. A tall Gryffindor boy, the very one who would later persuade Fleur at the wedding, was now far happier than at Caesar's wedding, laughing loudly. "That was a really good jump, Caesar. I'm telling you, you two are destined to be together forever. You're locked in." Chapter 165. In the scene, Caesar turns his head to look at the boy, his smile carrying a hint of arrogance, caught up in the atmosphere, and responds loudly. "Okay. I will definitely marry Fleur." "Wow!" The cheers grew louder. Another Gryffindor girl pushed forward. She was the one who would later be the first to question Caesar at the wedding, and she called out with a grin. "You said it yourself. Caesar Ambrose. If you don't marry Fleur, I'll never believe in love again." He seemed to be completely ignited by his drunkenness. He stopped dancing, but still held Fleur's hand tightly, his gaze sweeping over the cheering classmates around them. Finally, his gaze fell upon the person holding the recording stone, his eyes burning with intensity, each word spoken clearly and distinctly. "That's exactly what I said. What if I marry someone else in the future?" He deliberately drew out his words, and amidst even louder laughter from his classmates, he announced decisively. "Take this video of me today and play it publicly on my wedding day. Let everyone see it." Bravo! Laughter, whistles, and applause erupted, almost drowning out the music. Someone shouted, "Hibiscus! Quick, here's the stone. Record this guy's criminal evidence clearly." The image shook slightly, as if the image stone had been transferred. Then, the viewfinder stabilized, focusing on Caesar himself. He was facing the camera, with a noisy crowd in the background and Fleur, who was smiling shyly in the center of the dance floor. His eyes were bright and resolute, even carrying a hint of the reckless madness characteristic of drunkenness. Pointing at the camera, it was as if he were making a solemn, joking, yet incredibly serious vow. "I'm telling you, Lin Yuan." He called out his real name, but he spoke too fast for anyone to understand. "You absolutely must marry Fleur Delacour. Do you hear me? If you ever dare to marry anyone else. He paused, seemingly contemplating the most ruthless punishment, then his eyes lit up. Let her kidnap you on your wedding day. You can't resist. This video is proof. Everyone can come and help Fleur then, she can't carry me alone. Alright. We'll all be witnesses. If Ambrose marries someone else, we'll all help Fleur steal him away. Off-screen, the students echoed in unison, their laughter warm and sincere. Then, the scene suddenly changed, as if the new owner had turned the property around. In the viewfinder, Fleur's enlarged face appeared, flushed but unusually serious. She was slightly out of breath, her bright blue eyes staring straight at the camera. Or rather, looking through the lens at yourself who might hold this memory in the future, and who might need to be reminded of it. She took a soft breath, and whispered, yet with perfect clarity, mimicking Caesar's tone, she said, word by word. I'm telling you, Fleur Dracule. She paused, her gaze hardening, and even raised a small fist. Facing the camera is like a declaration, and also like a severe warning to oneself. You must marry brother Caesar. After she finished speaking, she suddenly leaned close to the camera, close enough to see her long eyelashes and the subtle light in her eyes. In an almost breathy voice, barely audible to the camera, with a hint of girlish shyness yet utterly ruthless, she added the final sentence. If you dare to marry someone else. She stared at the camera, as if trying to nail those words into the soul of her future self through time. I'll beat you to death. The image freezes on her blue eyes, which are filled with both the tenderness and determination of the whole world. Then, the light flickered, gradually dimmed, and finally went out. The stone slipped from Caesar's completely frozen hand. A soft click sound. It rolled onto the floor next to the desk. He stood there, motionless, as if he had transformed into another stone monument. The quiet office replaced the clamor of the ball in my ears, and the cold video camera replaced that radiant smile in my eyes. I see. It turns out that on that graduation night, when the specific details were blurred by alcohol and only a warm glow remained, he had made such innocent, passionate, and unreserved promises about the future. It turns out that the vow he took as a youthful joke was so solemnly treasured by her, becoming a covenant and belief that runs through her life. It turned out that at the wedding, all the old friends from Hogwarts stood up, their eyes flashing not only with astonishment and sympathy, but also a tense atmosphere of awaiting judgment. A heartbreaking witness to the breaking of a contract. A silent mourning for the complete collapse of the pure trust of youth. They were all watching. Watching him walk towards the altar, watching him put on another wedding ring. How can he completely shut out the girl he once swore he would marry by pointing at the camera? And he, even forgot. Until this moment, until this cold stone slammed this long-buried truth back in front of him. Caesar slowly, extremely slowly, bent down, trying to pick up the image stone. The moment my fingertips touched the warm, smooth surface of the stone, I recoiled as if I had been burned. He ultimately did not pick it up. In this world, there's no going back. The lingering echoes of the church bells were eventually swallowed up by the relentless rain of London. 3 years later, with the full support of the Greengrass family and your own efforts, 14 of the 28 Holy Families jointly nominated you to become the new Minister for Magic of England. 2 years later, you have fully consolidated your authority in the Ministry of Magic and are ready to begin the changes you desire. Driven by Astoria's expectations and some other motivation, you began to implement a series of positive policies to promote the development of the wizarding world and ease the divide between pure-blood and non-pure-blood wizards. Meanwhile, you also begin working on your plan to eliminate Voldemort. On this day, you secretly meet with Dumbledore. Not in that lavish minister's office, but in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, a more private place, further removed from political scrutiny, and more likely to evoke certain pure memories. Horcrux. Facing the old headmaster, Caesar offered no pleasantries and directly uttered this weighty word, like a boulder thrown into a still lake. Dumbledore fell silent. Fawkes let out a low, mournful cry from his perch. After a long while, the old headmaster finally spoke slowly. A terrifying conjecture, but perhaps also the closest to the truth. He looked at his once most outstanding student with a gaze that was a mixture of heaviness, understanding, and resolve. To split the soul is the deepest blasphemy, and the most intractable curse. To find them is like locating a few specific grains of dust in an endless starry sky.